One more, you could attack for this, just the past pennies there, it's over! Fernando Cifuentes has found it!
You've been patient, you've been waiting all this time, but you ready. You've been putting in that grind, so let's go. Champions are hard to find, but you know the goal when you're ready to shine. Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's time to battle them, then let's go. Cause you'll never stop. Show them what you got.
Stays asleep!
I'm not yet
Close
how.
combat onto a Mugen, is that enough? Yes! Chop across, gets the knockout, defeats Voltua!
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road.
Gets the look down, K, you look down the wish cash, he has a little bit of health left. Oh! What HP left, I know,
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands up.
Buongiorno a tutti e benvenuti to Italia. We are here live for the 2025 Pokémon Bologna Special Championships, the final event of the season. I am Costa Didymos, this is Jamie Boyd, joined by Charlie Merriman and Marcus Hamann. Of course, this is the final regional level. There's going to be a lot of hype, more expansion on Regulation Set I. Jamie, are you pumped?
Yeah, it's going to be incredible. Like, we've got
one answer to that.
I was going to say.
There has to be, right? But this is the conclusion of our regionals over here in EU. But we're just getting started with Regulation I. We've only had a couple of tournaments so far to influence how the meta's going to be. But this is our last chance to influence the meta that's going to be in the North American International and the World Championships.
It's going to be so exciting. I cannot believe that we're finally here. It feels like we were kicking off the season just yesterday in Dortmund, and we're nearly at those World Championships. We've had a bevy of regional level events recently over across the world. We have Melbourne, we had Santiago, of course we have Portland, but this is it, Bologna, and you can see right there, just NAIC and Anaheim. So much of that graphic grayed out, and it's quite sad.
Well, it is quite sad on the one hand, but of course on the other hand, it was an amazing season so far. We crowned a lot of champions in our season. We have a couple of players who already got their invitation to the World Championships, but now this is really the last opportunity for players here in Europe to grab those points and to, make it on their road to Anaheim.
Yeah, and talking about points, I think it's good to be able to review once again, how many points does one require? It's not exactly as defined this season in comparison to previous ones. We do have the placements first, of course, getting that coveted 350 CP, but most importantly, the direct invitation, whilst we do have top 75 for both NA and EU Masters divisions. My lordy, everybody's in a very tough fight, even to the very end of this season.
There's going to be some players that are in the position where they must get points in this last chance tournament for themselves to be able to push themselves into that top 75. Going to get a huge chunk of championship points if you manage to make it into that top cut. So that has got to be what a lot of our players are aiming for here. There's going to be some fantastic prizes as well on top of that, but the championship points might be crucial at this point in the season.
I'm so excited for what that means in terms of the intensity of the battles we're going to be seeing this weekend as well. This really is last chance saloon, so trainers just putting everything on the line, doing everything they can to get that win. There are going to be some trainers who are going to go away from this weekend very relieved.
Yeah, exactly that. But not only are there championship points on the line, there are also prizes. We have got a ton of booster packs available. I'd say even across the top 8, all equivalent amounts, but obviously we do have the little golden ticket of the direct invitation there as well.
Yeah, that's the beautiful thing, of course, with some of our regional level tournaments, also the special championships. If you win one of them, you're in. You got your ticket locked for the World Championships. And even if you're walking into this tournament with no championship points to your name, it has happened before over in NA, and it could happen again here, because we know that the Italian community is very strong. They got a lot of talent, and maybe, yeah, a new rising star. Just like we saw last year with Ruben Gensini, maybe, yeah, someone will win and get that direct invitation to the World Championships.
But I think it's worth going ahead and having a bit of a review of the tournament structure. What do we actually go through in terms of trainers, even here on broadcast? How is it all formulated? And it's going to be able to go ahead and expand any new viewers as well in terms of further knowledge into these very fun events we run.
This weekend, the 2025 Regional Championships are bringing the electrifying action of Pokémon Scarlet and Pokémon Violet to the global stage. Top trainers from across the world have gathered to compete for a share of over $125,000 in cash prizes, travel awards, and the all-important championship points that could secure their spot at Worlds 2025 in Anaheim, California. The journey to the top is a true test of skill and strategy. This two-day event kicks off with Swiss rounds, where trainers face off in best-of-3 matches using an open team list format. In this format, each Pokemon's Terra type, ability, held item, and moves are fully visible to the opponent, making every decision crucial. To advance to Day 2, trainers need to rack up total match points to exceed the threshold for their division. On Day 2, the competition ramps up as trainers continue through more Swiss rounds until the top cut is determined. Then the battle reaches its peak in a single elimination bracket, where only one trainer will emerge as the regional champion. Who will etch their name into the history books this weekend, and who will punch their ticket to Worlds 2025 in Anaheim? Don't miss a minute of the action. Stay tuned all weekend long to watch the battles unfold live. To stay up to date on future Play Pokemon events, visit pokemon.com/play.
Thank you very much, Charlie, for that exquisite breakdown.
Just rush backstage to do that, now I'm back here.
Very impressive stuff. But I think it's good, now that we've been seeing the evolution of this format, to once again highlight and discuss a bit about how the meta has been evolving through our recent events and developments. The last broadcasted major event we did have was Portland, over across the pond, where we were able to see a bit of variety, but actually a previous Grand Time veteran trainer, Gavin Michaels, being able to just run amok with the Calyrex Ice Rider and Kyogre composition.
Yeah, and that was his 4th regional title as well. Such an accomplished player, taking down a one-time regional champion in Zhejiang there with the Calyrex and Koraidon. Calyrex Ice Rider and Kyogre, I think, wasn't really on too many people's radars. I think we established it was quite a good duo. I didn't think we were prepared for it to be a regional winning duo just yet, but Gavin coming in, proving us all wrong. Very, very strong duo coming out.
Yeah, exactly that. And I think just being able to go ahead and comprehend a bit of what kind of teams they ran up against in the top 8 is a real testament to these teams being able to go ahead and really have a lot of answers when it comes to the current meta. Like we said, the Kyogre and the Calyrex Ice Rider, not a lot of people saw coming, but then again, in a format where it's quite prevalent with the Koraidons, as well as maybe even the Lunalas, if you've got the right tools available, that being the Grimmsnarl, for example, it can really push things through.
I really want to call out the Walking Wake on Zhejiang's team. This is an adaptation that we've seen coming out in Portland. Running the Aquajet, that's a special attacker. Aquajet, a physical move, but just that priority can be the difference maker in winning and losing games. And a really cool top 8. I think the thing that really jumps out to me here is that only one of those teams does not have one of the horsemen on it. Only Giovanni's team has Lunala and Koraidon. All the others have either Ice Rider or Shadow Rider.
Yeah, and talking about restricted Pokemon, I mean, the elephant in the room, there is no Miraidon here in this top 8.
Yeah.
This is definitely not something that we're anticipating. In fact, it seemed after some of the previous tournaments in this format, which is still relatively new, of course, that we were seeing Miraidon on almost all of the teams. players were saying, oh, you can pair Miraidon with pretty much anything at this point, but now no Miraidon to be seen, and this led to a little bit of an infestation there with Amoonguss and Brute Bonnet being on every single team, like either or. And yeah, that is definitely something that I will have my eyes out on for this tournament here. Is this a trend that will continue, or will players revert back to Miraidon?
Yeah, and I think there was a cheeky little headline you gave at a previous event, Charlie, the Boy Bonnet. I think was the thing, so maybe Jamie's finally been able to impact the meta, which good on you, buddy.
We're honored to have you with us.
Thank you very much. I take full credit for it, even though it was only partially me.
But regardless, talking about headlines, I think us casters have a bit of our own takes when it comes to what we have been anticipating making a splash onto this weekend, this very hot, steamy weekend in Bologna, Italy. And starting off, chilling rain.
Yeah, we saw the rain, kind of rain over there in Portland, and this is a duo that it was available, or it could have been used in the past couple of seasons as well, but it never really made it to the top, to the peak of any tournament. But now finally getting a win here, Kyogre and Calyrex Ice Rider, a completely new duo, and I wanted to see what is the strength of this duo. Is this something that will carry over on to Bologna, NAIC, maybe even Worlds, or was this just a one-trick pony?
What are your thoughts, Jen?
Yeah, I think that the adaptation of the Basket Legion was a really smart one coming out from Gavin. I think that was able to push him up right to the top, because usually on a Kyogre team you'd have maybe a Choice Scarf Urshifu Rapid Strike as a sweeper in the rain, but being able to have the Basket Legion to be even faster than that, because the Swiftstone doubling its speed rather than just a Choice Scarf, giving it just a 50% boost, and also matching up really well into Pokemon like Zamazenta, being immune to the body presses. I think that there's just slight adaptations that we really wouldn't have expected. Yeah, we didn't expect the Calyrex Ice Rider and Kyogre, but then would we have thought Basket Legion would have been the Pokemon that solves that team?
We'll have to find out, but I guess as we've been already highlighting, we're towards pretty much the end of the season. We've still got 2 major events, but some would say we may be heading towards the end of Victory Road. Charlie?
I think there are all sorts of things that we can talk about here. Yeah, we've talked about the last chance qualifiers and all of that sort of thing, but also let's just expand on what I said earlier about the number of regional level events that we've had recently. It really feels like the metagame has been evolving at an unprecedented rate. We could even call it mega evolving.
Hey! Well
that wasn't rehearsed. We're here all weekend. With ZA coming out later this year. We have a release date for that now, but I digress. Very, very exciting indeed. And this is going to be the pinnacle of that before NAIC.
Yeah, we're going to have to find out once again. And talking about NAIC, everybody wants to try to go ahead and get that first seed. But, Leech Seed? First seed? Jamie? What? Is that a thing?
We always saw Clear Amulet with high horsepower as coverage on Calyrex Ice Riders, and then just suddenly, in this Regulation I, when we've got a second restricted to pair with the Ice Rider, Leech Seed is everywhere on it. We're dropping high horsepower, and we're dropping the Clear Amulet, even though Intimidate is still very prevalent in this format. You're allowing your Ice Riders to be intimidated, but it doesn't really matter. The Leech Seed just allows it to counter Pokemon it wouldn't have normally done. Zamazenta back in Regulation G, that will generally beat a Calyrex Ice Rider. No, it won't. Not in Regulation I when we have the Leech Seed. It just flips loads of matches completely around, and it popped up in, one global challenge in Regulation G, and then maybe people dismissed it as, oh yeah, that's because it was the best of one team, maybe we're going to dismiss that, but no, it seems to be incredibly prevalent so far, and it's already won 2 regionals.
I know. You could say Leech Seed is top of the crops.
Oh!
Thank you.
All right, bye-bye. Well played. I think that's a really good shout out, especially when you go up against Pokemon like Terrapagos, that have so much HP, but my topic, thank you once again for asking, lovely, kind co-casters. Fairy Dust or Fairy Must? I think the fact that we've had 5, 6 previous major events, all having at least one Fairy type, is a sort of testament to, obviously, how powerful Dragon-type Pokemon are, and the use and need of being able to counter that, be immune to it, but also super effective in return. I think the most prominent ones that we've been seeing rise in the past couple of events has been Grimmsnarl, but there have been Galarian Weezings, for example, and still the Fluttermanes that are navigating or trying to navigate around tumultuous waters with the current format. So does anybody have a favorite fairy-type Pokemon here, very quickly?
Well, I won a regional with a not fully evolved fairy Pokemon back in the day. That would kind of be my favorite. It's not viable anymore, but its evolution Whimsicott is actually pretty good. So we saw that one win a grassroots tournament recently with Fake Tears, an adaptation with the Calyrex, Shadow Rider, and Miraidon. So yeah, Whimsicott is very viable as well. It's usually Grimmsnarl that's been taking over, but then if you maybe want some faster speed control rather than the Thunder Waves with the Tailwinds, Whimsicott can provide that for you.
You see what's happened? I opened up the Cottony Whimsicott door,
I didn't even say the name of that Pokemon.
No, you didn't say it, but
you used your clef key and the floodgates opened.
Okay, I was going to say, very quick, yours.
It's clef key.
It is clef key?
Yeah.
Whimsicott for now.
Oh, okay, they're both in... Well, something like that. But yeah, I think talking a bit about, Pokemon favorites, this and that, we've also got caster predictions afterwards, I would say, because there may be a case where we're going to have to go ahead and analyze who will be able to come out on top. But before then, we want to go ahead and make sure you follow Pokemon.com/broadcast. It is a lovely website, a huge hub of all of the information you need in order to track everything that's going on at the competitive level. And then again, there are also the channels available. They're great mediums and platforms for you to be able to make sure you see Pikachu's getting in the groove of things right there. Well played. Yeah, there's the YouTube, there's the Twitch channels. Charlie is making me break face, but I'm trying to compose myself as there are the social channels as well. We have got X, we have got, once again, YouTube, we have got Facebook as well as Instagram. So make sure Marcus is about to go for it. Make sure that you follow and get involved with #PlayPokemon.
Yeah, we got that new YouTube channel now, Play Pokemon.
Yes,
and of course, it's a really great way. I've spent countless hours on there already, just going back in history a little bit, checking out some of the previous old games. And yeah, it's the best place, I would say, for competitive Pokemon content now. So yeah, if you want to go back and have a look at some previous tournaments, then check out that YouTube channel.
And that is a beautiful segue, because we do have a very quick reminder of our last major EU event, that being Utrecht, in order to get everybody spiced up and into the European vibe of things before we go ahead and progress to our first stream match of the day, which is going to be Swiss round number 2. So don't go anywhere, and we'll be back very shortly.
The Utrecht Special Championship marked a new dawn in the European circuit, launching a fresh regulation set with a major twist. Trainers could now not bring 1, but 2 restricted Pokemon to the battle. With just 2 events left in the 2025 European season before the World Championships in Anaheim, players were hungry for every last championship point, and the action did not disappoint.
Is this going to be enough for this Miraidon to go down? Yeah, it is! The link to the perfect switching that Alexander's made. No terrestrialization either, so he's going to be restricted at home as well. A great game plan that Alexander's come up with here.
Be able to go for moves, be able to get survives. It hangs on.
Just enough for it to survive, that's huge!
Oh my goodness.
Day 1 opened with high energy, picking up right where Milwaukee Regionals left off. Lunala and Miraidon quickly set the pace for the tournament, especially under the command of reigning world champion Luca Cerabelli, who made an immediate impact with his signature precision and poise. There was no shortage of creative team building either. The early rounds featured bold choices like Ho-Oh, Terapagos, Eternatus, and even Azelf, who made a brief but memorable cameo, shaking up expectations. But it was the Swiss round 6 that gave us a glimpse of what was still to come, as Michel Kelsch made their presence felt with a composed and calculated performance, piloting a unique Calyrex Ice Rider and Miraidon team. As Top Cut began, the pressure intensified. Michel had to battle through a tough bracket, edging out Hengwei Zhang and then Nikolai Nielsen in back-to-back hard-fought 2-1 sets. Meanwhile, the trainer turning heads on the opposite side was Lewis Markle, who stormed through with back-to-back 2-0 sweeps over Korn Van Kan and Alexander Ubers to progress to the finals with their Life Orb Calyrex Shadow Rider and Zamazenta team. The grand final had the crowd on the edge of their seats, 2 highly skilled trainers and 1 trophy. Who would come out on top? Game 1 saw Michelle control the pace from the start, using smart positioning from Miraidon and screen support from Grimmsnarl before closing it out with a well-timed push from Calyrex Ice Rider. But Game 2 was explosive. Michelle terrestrialized Grimmsnarl into a Ghost-type turn 1, landing a crucial Thunderwave into Lewis's Calyrex. However, Calyrex survived the hit from Landorus. It responded with a devastating Astral Barrage, knocking out Grimmsnarl and heavily damaging Landorus. The momentum swung hard in Lewis's favor, which inevitably led to leveling the match at 1 apiece. In Game 3, Michelle returned to the slower, methodical strategy from Game 1, but Lewis didn't hold back. With precise setup and a lot of patience, Lewis managed to boost their Calyrex Shadow Rider to +5 with nasty plots, then unleashed a helping hand boosted Astral Barrage into Michelle's Incineroar and Grimmsnarl. Both resisted the hit, but with the +5 special attack, Life Orb and Helping Hand increasing the damage, it was close. Grimmsnarl fainted while Incineroar barely survived, saved by the light screen and its Assault Vest held item. That survival proved crucial as Incineroar landed a clutch U-turn for the knockout, opening the door to victory. Now with the path clear, Michelle closed out the set using Miraidon and Calyrex Ice Rider, securing the win to become our 2025 Utrecht champion.
What a guy, Michael Kelsch, our 2-time regional champion of this very season. I am Costa, this is Jamie, and guess what? We're getting ready for the first stream match of today here at the 2025 Pokémon Special Championships of Bologna. Jamie, thoughts?
Yeah, we're almost done. It just felt like yesterday we were back in Dortmund starting off the season, and then here we are. This is our last regional level event over in the European region. I'm really excited because it's going to be some players need to get there and get the last few points for their invite, and they're probably going to be using the team they've been saving. This is the team. This is going to be getting me my invite. But then there's going to be the players as well that probably feel secure in their invite, and then they're going to bring some spice.
Talking about players that feel very secure with their invite, Michael Kelsch, of course, going ahead and getting that direct invitation earlier on. Well, twice, you're right. But second time, of course, being at Utrecht versus Louis Markel with an exceptional composition, especially over in Michel's side with the innovation of the topic, I believe, that you had before, Jamie, Leech Seed apparently being first seed.
Yeah, it was also in the top 4 as well, exactly the same team. So, and then we saw Leech Seeds pick up the win in Portland as well. So it seems like Leech Seed Calyrex Ice Rider is really establishing itself as the set to run in Regulation I, which is really interesting because we barely saw it at all back in the single restricted format of Regulation G. So just having access to that really nice recovery can be crucial in some matchups.
Yeah, and I think it's sort of a testament to having that additional buff of the second restricted as well, which maybe better complements this sort of set. But over on Luis's side, running that true and tested Calyrex Shadow Rider and the Zamazenta core, it's sort of one of the biggest, if not the most prominent duo that we were expecting going into it, especially given that we saw he wasn't the only person running the Calyrex Shadow Rider. We saw Yorine do really well with that top 8 too, alongside the Terrapagos.
Yeah, alongside the Terrapagos, turning that Shadow Rider into a very supportive Pokemon, usually with the Encore and Disable that the Screen Tail was usually doing back in Regulation G, but Calyrex able to do that while threatening the big damage with its Astral Barrage as well. Some really nice duos coming out in this top 8. I think the Ho-Oh is a Pokemon, again, we didn't see at all in Regulation G. It just doesn't really work on its own as a single restricted, but then it patches up matches for Miraidon really, really nicely. It's off the ground, it's immune to the ground type attacks that would threaten the Miraidon. It resists the fairy type attacks that would threaten the Miraidon. So it works out as a really, really nice second restricted for Miraidon. So I'm not surprised that we did end up seeing it in the top 8.
Yeah, and I think we saw Joey Pokemon, if I'm not mistaken, at Milwaukee hit, was it a top 16? Oh, top 8.
Top 8, yeah.
Top 8, yeah. And do an exceptional job alongside that Miraidon once again. So really showing that's a bit of a synergistic, positive relation between these two restricteds. But looking over as well, I think the Zacian and the Kyogre, something that the fans call Swordfish as a composition, has been something really prevalent in the Sword and Shield era, trying to make a return apparently in the current one, Scarlet Violet.
People would use previous generations to inform them of, well, this worked previously, surely it would still work now, and it seems to be working very well for Eric there, getting into that top 8 once again. Yes, we don't have Dynamax available, so the Behemoth Blade isn't getting its double power that it can get, and it is just a regular old strong move. And that is usually actually good enough for Zacian as well, as proved by getting into that top 8.
And fully accurate as well.
Fully accurate, yes.
Which I think that's what Sword and Shield really did, I would say, controversially well when it comes to very powerful signature type moves of the Restricteds. But then again, that is then. This is now. We are here at Bologna. We are waiting to go ahead and try to get our first stream match available for all of you lovely folks at home. But we do have a couple of leaderboard statistics we can have a bit of a sneak peek on.
Yeah, we can see lots of players that have got fantastic amount of championship points, with 5 automatic invites as well. We've got Marco, Victor, Federico, Michael, and Taran in that top 16 that have got that direct invite. A couple of players that have dropped in positions, I don't think they really mind too much, though.
Not at that range.
They are feeling quite secure with that amount of championship points.
Yeah, exactly, and for good reason, because I think, if I'm not mistaken, at the current moment, the top 75 to 85 threshold is about 860 to 890 CP. So just to give you a bit of optics when it comes to relevancy of how these top 16 have done exceptionally well.
Yeah, and breaking over 2,000 championship points from Marco, who we should be seeing this weekend as well. I'm curious to see what he's going to be running, because, like I said, some players will feel very secure. Every player that we can currently see on the screen right now is going to be feeling very secure. So they might be bringing something that could be completely unexpected, and that's the thing I'm most curious about going into this tournament. What have people been saving? And now that they're secure, I can just fully unleash.
Yeah, feel more comfortable in terms of what you want to be able to play towards. And, you know, some of our players have certain characteristics when it comes to their playstyle preferences and whatnot. And it'll be really fascinating to see how they go about this weekend when there's a lot of pressure that other trainers will be feeling. But talking about players to watch, we've got a couple for you lovely folks, in particular 3. And
couple is not 3, Costa. Couple is 2.
Well, back in Greece, couple has different meanings.
Thruple is the word, isn't it?
Well, not in Greek, but anywho, we have got Marco Silva, our #1 spot in the EU, my lordy. He is here, and he's just not slowing down the pace, apparently.
Yeah, not at all. Still attending these regional level events, still showing what he can do. And yeah, the fact that he is #1 in Europe, that's no easy feat in the slightest. But the fact that he managed to get second at 2 regionals and also win an international, and it's not surprising to see him take that #1 spot.
Yeah, and then we have got the reigning Bologna champion, Ruben Gianzini, currently ranked 96. So you know that Ruben is absolutely eyeing not only just trying to get the top 75, but clearly trying to go for the title. He wants that second 2-time Pete. In comparison, let's say, to Michael Kelsch, who's already done it, he wants to be the second trainer to do so this time.
Yeah, 96 is a little bit of an awkward position to be in, because you've got to get points to be able to get that invite, and you're probably pretty close to that threshold. So I wouldn't be surprised to see Ruben up in the top ranks, as he was, as you mentioned, able to win the Bologna Special Championships last season. But then looking at Francesco Pardini as well, 141, that's, you've got to have a very, very strong tournament to be able to qualify now.
It does, because just think about the metrics in terms of very small differentials between the championship point ranges, and Francesco Pardini is one of those trainers that is more than capable of doing so. He had a chat with him yesterday. He is pumped. He is ready. He's saying, right, I want to be able to make a strong repeat of last year, but make sure I progress even further. And he's just one of those prominent players, well-known players as well in the Italian community, that you can't put it past him, really.
Yeah. I think I usually say once a tournament back in my day, and Francesco is even more veteran than I am. He was able to win a national championship back in all the way back in 2015. So yeah, a very, very strong player. Just across the years, he was able to get, I mean, it was top 4 in the very first Scarlet and Violet regional that we were able to have in Liverpool the previous season. So yeah, still showing what he can do. So even though he's only at 141 currently in Europe, I wouldn't be surprised if he does have that deep run that really bumps him up.
Yeah, I wouldn't put it past them at all. But we've been sort of having a bit of discussions around what Pokemon we're expecting to make a splash when it comes to the usage stats. And we do have a lovely little preview available to us as well when it comes to the restricted pairings top 4 right now. We have got that infamous Calyrex Shadow Rider and the Zamazenta leading first.
It's the duo that we all expected to be top, right? The synergy of Ghost and Fighting is just one of the best you can have in just 2 types.
Yeah.
Ghost is covered perfectly by Fighting because it hits the normal and the dark type Pokemon that would be resisting or immune to the Ghost type attacks super effectively. So it is just perfectly covering each other. It's no surprise to see it in the top slot.
Yeah.
But we haven't seen it reach the peak yet. It got super close with Louis' last regional level event back in Utrecht, but didn't quite manage to take over that Ice Rider and Miraidon.
Yeah, and I think just the synergy as well with the tools that are available to them and the different variety, at least of the Calyrex when it comes to its sets that it can run, the Focus Sash being a really opting in set, especially with the Encore potential even disable in order to be able to further disrupt rather than go on the full offensive. But then we've got the Calyrex Ice Rider and the Miraidon pairing. We know this works so well, only 0.7% behind first spot.
Yeah, was able to win the first regional that we had in the Regulation I format, so it's no surprise that people are still sticking to that. It didn't really perform too well in Utrecht that we had previously. Miraidon and Lunala were kind of left on the bench for other restricteds, and we saw the rise of Calyrex Ice Rider and Miraidon. And we saw just in Portland, the Calyrex Shadow Rider and Koraidon again. Ghost and Fighting, very, very good pairing. Koraidon's slightly stronger than Zamazenta, and it doesn't quite protect the Shadow Rider with something like White Guard.
Yeah.
But it's a very, very offensive duo, so it's no surprise to see that in the top 4 as well.
Yeah, and it is fast as well, so there's always the sort of speed benchmarks that you're looking to try to target. But we had a bit of a recap over what is currently popular when it comes to the restricted pairings. However, we also have an additional lovely little graphic in order to show us the individual usage of each restricted. Miraidon absolutely vault switching ahead, 43.3%, still the most popular individual restricted, even though we felt like it had a bit of a setback in the very recent couple of events.
Well, it didn't even make the top 8 in Portland, so it seemed like it disappeared a little bit, but no, not at all. 43% is a lot. For the fact that you have to choose 2 of your restrictors and 43% usage is on that Miraidon is still testament to how strong it is.
Yeah, and for good reason as well. It's just an absolute juggernaut when it comes to its positional play, but most importantly, its damage output. You've got so many multipliers running for it. But Calyrex Shadow Rider in second spot by a mile, I'd say, by nearly 10% ahead of Zamazenta in third. Once again showing why it's so popular in terms of the Focus Sash variants, the Life Orb variants, heck, even the choice specs if you want to get really, I would say, spicy when it comes to making sure you've got ways to make it work around redirection, support, or even the Fire, Water, Grass calls.
Yeah, and I think the main thing to point out for me is the Kyogre increasing in usage. I don't think it was that high in the previous
I don't think it was,
we've seen.
no.
But that's got to be the influence of it winning the Portland Regional Championships, right? That duo of Calyrex Ice Rider and Kyogre wasn't really on many people's radar, and now it definitely will be, especially with the fact that it's now clearly picking up in usage as well. 15% usage is still a very, very solid showing.
Oh yeah, and we actually even saw it at Utrecht run undefeated as well until getting knocked out, if I'm not mistaken, was it the top 16?
Yeah, top 16. 11-0 Swiss run with a Kyogre and Miraidon pairing, which, again, isn't really on people's radars, but it's a very offensive duo and still could be seen here as well.
Yeah, exactly that. But we also do have the overall Pokemon, the non-restricted, the top 12. That being the case, look, we've got the king once again on the top, Incineroar. But it's been a bit of a battle this format between the Urshifu, in all honesty, when it comes to which one wins out first in terms of usage.
It does seem like it, and I don't think there's really anything too surprising in this top 12.
No.
These are all Pokemon we know that they've been used a lot. We know that they've been put onto a plethora of teams. We see Incineroar, Urshifu, and Rillaboom as a core on, like most teams. It was able to get second place at the Utrecht Special Championships just recently. So it's no surprise to see that duo still in the top spot. And then the supportive duos that are coming, like Grinsnarl, is definitely picking up in usage.
Oh,
so
100%.
The fact that it's fifth now, and think back to like Regulation G, it was still used.
Yeah.
Never on the graphic, though, was it?
Never on the graphic. I mean, it's just a testament to how Prankster, combined with not only the Dark and Fairy typing, but also the moveset that it's got available to itself. It's got Fake Out potential that not a lot of other Prankster Pokemon do have available that can absolutely add on to the disruption, but Thunder Wave being one of the most well-known moves that this Pokemon utilizes when it comes to its sets.
Yeah, it gets speed control as well as damage reduction, which is really, really nice for it. And it's got to be the best light screen and reflect set that we have in the format available. Just getting the Prankster to be able to get it before even the speediest of Pokemon can attack is really, really nice for it. And that's why we don't tend to see light screen and reflect really on non-Prankster Pokemon.
Oh, yeah.
And Grimmsnarl is obviously the main one.
100%. And it's got even more tools if you want to expand on it, like Parting Shot is like an immediate way to be able to get a pivot out whilst damage reducing your opponent's output. But we've been going ahead, hypothesizing a bit around all of the sort of theories with the Pokemon, the usage stats. Where are the trainers? Where are the matches? I'm hearing stream let us know. It's like, oh, here they are. We've got a couple of notable matches, and we got the first one that we're going to be previewing between Roberto Parente and Simon Bernard. This is going to be a spicy one.
Yeah, I believe that's I was going to say the regional winning team in Milwaukee, but no,
it looks very similar.
No, that was the team that got top 4. It was a Grimmsnarl over the Whimsicott that was able to take that championship, but that version got the top 4 as well. And going up against the Miraidon and the Zamazenta, Pokemon that have been paired with it before, like the Iron Hands obviously goes with Miraidon. We've seen Volcarona paired with Miraidon because it covers things like Rillaboom really nicely. I think it's a nice adaptation for the Zamazenta Miraidon because it's got Pokemon that we know work, but we haven't seen these 6 together before.
Yeah, exactly that. But it is not the only match that we do want to highlight. There are a couple of more. Simone Sanvito versus Mattia Podesta. We've got a Calyrex Shadow Rider Zama versus the Kyogre Zamazenta. David Ridorsa versus Valerio Scandura. Got a Groudon. Oh my lord, I had to double check that squint because, yeah, it has been trying to make a bit of a rise. And then finally, Alessio Fusca versus Alessandro Sinardi. Alessio, going ahead and actually running undefeated in last year's Bologna special event up until, I believe, the top 8 or top 4, where he unfortunately wasn't able to make it past Hippolyte Bernard.
It was a 15-0.
15-0, that's right. Exactly,
right. So,
yeah.
Really, really impressive feat. Running a Porygon 2 of all things. You don't really see that very often in Regulation I at all. There's usually other Trick Room setters to be able to go for, and with a Terapagos as well, you've got double normal, so you're probably not going to be too concerned about any Shadow Riders that you might be facing. Yeah,
I think the main fear of Porygon 2 has been around the sort of like Zamazenta and even the Koraidon uses, generally speaking, but if you're able to find a way, I don't know, have like a very handy mechanic like Terastallization, for example, could really push you a long way. But we have got Simon as well as Roberto on the screen. Simon on the left, Roberto on the right. Our trainers are getting pumped and ready. They are both 1-0 right now, looking to extend their winning streak.
Yeah, and apparently both of them are right on the cusp of the invite and need some good points here to be able to secure it. We're looking for at least a top 128, maybe a top 64 to be able to get that invite safe for both of them. So already facing down each other in just the second round, it's already a very, very crucial match.
Oh, yeah. And I've spoken quite a few times with Simon, and I know that he's really put in a lot of work. He's improved drastically over the years. So I'm really happy to be able to see him go ahead and fight up against one of, I would say, the really big, prominent rising stars, Roberto Parente. We've seen him. He's no stranger to the stream whatsoever. He is going to be vying for that placement, particularly trying to get his Worlds qualification.
Yeah, I believe he made it into the top cut of the Utrecht Special Championships just not too long ago and was able to put on a really good showing there. And has got some great accomplishments behind him as well. Look at those top 8s as well. Back in Liverpool in 2024, was able to get the top 8 as well as top 8 in the Paris Special Championships back in 2020.
Yeah, and even having the form build up over the couple of years is really big testament to Roberto keeping up his game, generally speaking. But then again, Simon on the other side, you know, he's gone ahead and done a really good job this current season, top 64 and top 32. You know, he's no stranger at least to trying to go ahead and get some really good spots.
And that's what he's aiming for, right? If he needs to get that top 64 to be able to secure his invite, he's got to be able to do that again here in the Bologna Special Championships. And we can see his team on the screen now is running that duo of Miraidon and Zamazenta. It's not really the duo that we expected to have the most synergy just initially when we were theorizing at the start, but it seems like they actually do have very, very good synergy together. Protecting the Miraidon from White Guards, of all the Dazzling Gleams that can come out from the Specs Miraidons and the Glacial Lances that can come out from the Calyrex Ice Riders, it actually works really nicely together.
Yeah, it's a really interesting take. So being able to see Simon essentially go ahead and have a bit of an adaptation, bring the GM power as well, obviously opting to go for the Ice Storm Crash rather than the Ice Spinner, of course, trying to get rid of any sort of terrain. Goes to show that, you know, he doesn't necessarily want to have negative synergy when it comes to his teams, but he does want to have that Focus Sash and Ghost typing still as a Terra type in case he doesn't want to bring in the Farigiraf and play a bit of a mind game on whether the Armored Tail is going to be active or not.
Yeah, and Farigiraf and Iron Hands has been a duo that we've seen plenty on Miraidon compositions before. Iron Hands obviously getting to use its Quark Drive to increase its attack and actually do some very, very significant damage, and Farigiraf able to block all that priority, or maybe even set the Trick Room for that Iron Hands if the game plan dictates that you want to go a little bit slower paced. I say slower paced. Is it count as slower paced if you reverse the speeds and now Iron Hands is super fast? Is that how it works out?
I will say yes on a technical.
I do like a good technicality.
But then we've got Roberto rocking the Miraidon and the Lunala. Actually, the Electric Seed Lunala, not opting to have any sort of Protect available, no leftovers, or any sort of Power Herb sets here. Having the Wide Guard and Trick Room available clearly shows that Roberto wants to run different modes dependent on which sort of side of the speed spectrum he is wanting to go for.
Yeah, you've got the Tailwind available from the Whimsicott as well, so you see this quite classically paired on a lot of teams where you have a Tailwind option to go a little bit faster and a Trick Room mode to go a little bit slower, but faster, because slow. I'm confusing myself now.
Yeah, Jamie, it's still the morning, don't worry, you're good.
I know, right? Yeah, because there is a Tailwind option available, I wouldn't be surprised if some of the slower Pokemon, like Incineroar and Ursaluna, aren't the speediest of Pokemon, but you usually train them a little bit faster so that if you do end up going with a Tailwind strategy, they can still outspeed some Pokemon. Whereas if you run absolute minimum speed on your Ursaluna, for example, the slowest Pokemon that Roberto does have available, then you're really not outspeeding anything if you do click that Tailwind and then you fully commit to Trick Room as your strategy. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see a little bit of speed just here and there on all of the Pokemon so that you can really commit to either dual mode with all of your Pokemon.
I think that makes a lot of sense because when it comes to these sort of tail room type of compositions, as the communities dub them, you want to be able to capitalize and take advantage over the regular sort of speed tiers that, let's say, their counter-mirrored Pokemon would be running to be able to get the jump ahead. But looking at both of our teams, 6 Pokemon side by side, any initial call-outs and expectations with win conditions from both of our trainers?
The Chempal's got to come against a Miraidon and Lunala, right? Because it's super effective against both of them. It's usually, well, I'd say it's usually outspeeding a Miraidon, but they do actually have the same base speed. So if they are both run as fast as possible, then it could be speed ties. But we've seen the trend of Miraidon run slower and therefore bulkier. So it usually would end up, especially with a focus out on the Chempal, you're running as fast as possible if you're the Chempal to be able to outspeed things here. But that's not going to be led out for Simon here. It is going to be immediately both restricted Pokemon here with Miraidon and Zamazenta up against Roberto with his Incineroar and his Miraidon.
Yeah, so immediately we've gonna have to find out speed tiers when it comes to both of these Miraidons. Technically speaking, they of course can speed tie, but we have got a bit of a hint in terms of how the team composition is and may allow the Miraidon to most likely be trained. However, we've got Zamazenta, Miraidon, Fake Out is available over on Roberto's side. Initially has the advantage, but let's not forget the Farigiraf can always be in the back.
It always can be, and I think we saw Roberto's Miraidon activate its Hadron Engine first before the Dauntless Shield of the Zamazenta, and then the Hadron Engine of the Miraidon on Simon's side as well. So actually, it looks like the Miraidon is actually going to be slower than the Zamazenta, which is not the most common of things. We usually see Miraidon run pretty speedy, but as I said, the trend is actually run super bulky on your Miraidon, and it's not going to take any damage here at all. It's going to be switching out immediately into that Iron Hands. That's going to be able to soak up some attacks.
Really good adaptation, I'd say, or should I say reaction play from Simon here, wanting to make sure that he's got the advantage. He has Fake Out available for the subsequent turn. As we see, a Terra commit from Roberto. It's going to be the Miraidon. He wants to make sure that he doesn't get failed by any sort of focus of the Draco Meteors into that slot, or maybe even the Ferograph being brought in, going for the full offensive. Dazzling Gleam is going to hit so strong, but no, the Zamazenta goes for Protect. This Iron Hands, though, is wide open to a lot of damage. No, but there's no Dazzling Gleam. It's just the Electro Drift.
Yeah, and that Zamazenta gets away scot-free there, but so the Incineroar didn't go for Fake Out. It's going for its pivoting in that U-turn, so very nicely done from that Incineroar. If it went for Fake Out on that turn, it would have been kind of wasted. You'd have maybe done a little bit of chip to the Iron Hands, and you've probably done exactly the same amount of chip with the U-turn as well. Slightly more, U-turn's a little bit stronger.
Right.
And you get that pivoting to get your Intimidate back in the back, so you can switch in against this Iron Hands that is now on the field, and you've got the Fake Out pressure in the future as well. And now that you've got the Lunala on the field, in the face of the Iron Hands that wanted to potentially go for Fake Out and then follow up with the Body Press or the Behemoth Bash from the Zamazenta, well, now it's a Ghost type on the field, so you can't go for that anymore.
Yeah, and I think it's just being able to sort of pivot yourself around and have a positive board position in the subsequent turn is so crucial. We have got the Lunala now available to try to go for damage if it so wants to, given the fact that, like you said, Jamie, Zamazenta isn't really threatening it at the current moment. We've got the Terra already committed by Roberto's side that could be a target for any sort of heavy slam focus into them, which may sort of force Roberto to actually consider trying the double up onto Zamazenta, but it's got to be so cautious of the Electro Drift, though.
Yeah, usually Zamazenta is bulky enough to survive in it as Choice Specs Electro Drift, though, so then you would need the follow-up of the Lunala, but Lunala is definitely going to be slower than the Zamazenta because you run Zamazenta actually reasonably speedy, but there is the Fake Out.
Okay.
You can't Fake Out the Ghost-type Lunala. You're going to be able to put a stop to that Electro Drift. The follow-up Heavy Slam, that's the downside of running Heavy Slam over Behemoth Bash because Miraidon's actually really heavy.
Oh, exactly that, as the Moonblast will be able to deal some relatively good chip damage, I would say, onto the Zamazenta. Obviously, the special attack will not matter whatsoever. This Zamazenta is a physical, offensive Pokemon. But like you said, Heavy Slam there, really not being able to push the border when it comes to picking up any sort of crucial KOs, at least when it comes to certain heavier side Pokemon, like most of the restricteds. On the other hand, now we've got speed control, at least in Roberto's advantage. The Miraidon's the fastest thing. This may force Simon to go ahead and adapt somehow.
Yeah, we mentioned that the Zamazenta usually survives the Choice Specs Electro Drift, and it's taken a decent amount of chip from that Lunala, but no, it's still not an Electro Drift here. The Miraidon did have the opportunity to go for that Electro Drift into the Zamazenta, but in comes the Incineroar, and then if that's a body press into that slot, that could be very risky.
Yeah, I do like Roberto trying to get the advantage, be that one turn ahead, essentially, and seems like, at least right now, it's going to pay fruition as the Protect from the Zamazenta is completely ignored. Moonblast targets down, the Iron Hands gets another little cheeky special attack that does not matter. Low kick, however, wow, so much damage, even at -1 because of that Intimidate. So like you said, Jamie, Roberto playing a bit of a risky game while Simon really covering all of his plays correctly. Low kick, I don't know if it would have picked up the KO at the range Miraidon was at, but it would have dealt enough to put it in the subsequent turn.
Yeah, as we've just mentioned, Miraidon is incredibly heavy, so it would have been full power from that low kick, but it would have been resisted because of that fairy typing, so it would have been pretty close. But the fact that the Incineroar, even after Intimidate, takes that much damage from the low kick, it's not a full power. Incineroar's not the heaviest of Pokemon, but it still does a huge amount of damage. And yes, you have Fake Out pressure available on Roberto's side of the field now, and that's probably why Simon's retreating his Iron Hand so that he can have Fake Out pressure in the future as well. Right. But then you're not threatening too much damage with the Lunala here because the big damage comes from Miraidon.
Yeah, and this may be a bit dangerous for the Miraidon. We've been seeing the Moonblast being used before and actually getting secondary effect drops. It's not going to come out this time, though. The Moongeist Beam will be getting the focus onto the Zamazenta, finally noticing that Simon wants to keep the Zamazenta on the board in order to not forego its defensive boost, but most importantly, its damage output that it's capable of.
Yeah, now it's going to be in range of another Moongeist Beam, and the Lunala's just been sat on the field as soon as it came in, and hasn't had its Shadow Shield broken, so it's going to be able to shrug off whatever attack is launched into it, even if it is that Choice Specs Miraidon attacking into it with its Electro Drift, or even just the Volt Switch. Volt Switch would make sense to break the Shadow Shield and get your Fake Out pressure back on the field with the Iron Hands. The Incineroar's going to be KO'd this turn to either attack from the body press or the Volt Switch or whatever attack the Miraidon will want to go for. Would probably KO the Incineroar. Do you want to preserve that Incineroar so that you can get the fake out pressure in the future?
Ooh.
No, it doesn't seem like it. It's just going to be the heavy slam, breaking the Shadow Shot. Nasty Incineroar got away with it.
Yeah, but the Zamazenta moved first, which means it broke the shield first, and Electro Drift is not enough to pick up the Lunala. It is such a bulky Pokemon, even when its ability is broken. Moon, Geist, Beam, now targeting the Zamazenta, will pick up the KO, and this Incineroar will now be free to go for a move of its choice. Most likely that pivot move, yes, U-turn, wants to make sure he can reposition most likely his Miraidon, but then again, we're gonna have to find out. The Electro Drift could be still a potential threat based off of how both of these Miraidons are trained, but there may have even been a bit of a hint there. The fact that Simon's Zamazenta moved first, which commonly are a bit slower than Miraidons, could be key.
Yeah, we got confirmation on the turn 0 that the Miraidon on Roberto's side is faster because it went Miraidon, Zamazenta, Miraidon, so it has to be that the Miraidon, unless the Zamazenta and the Miraidon was speed tying, and then the Miraidon was speed tying with its own No. So the Miraidon on Roberto's side of the field has got to be the faster Pokemon here, but then we're saying about the faster Pokemon, here comes the Chien-Pao coming out for Simon, which definitely has the opportunity to move first before the Miraidon. We'll have to see if the Miraidon is trained as fast as possible, because a Focus Sash.
Yes.
Chien-Pao, that was not even a tongue twister.
I loved it.
Should be run at maximum speed. So usually you'd want to maybe consider Sucker Punch. If the Miraidon hadn't gone for its Terror, it would have been in range of Sucker Punch. But with its Fairy typing, it should be able to get away with that and force you to go for that Icicle Crash. But Chien-Pao is usually pretty fast. I wouldn't be surprised if that Icicle Crash was able to outspeed that Miraidon.
Yeah, and I think this may even invite Roberto to bring the Incineroar back in, try to get that Intimidate drop yet again in order to get some position play going, as Simon is going to try to be that one step ahead that he needs to. He brings in the Sleepy Iron Hands in favor of the Miraidon. Maybe he wants to reset the electric terrain in the future turn, but also wants to try to circumnavigate around the offensive pressure that this Miraidon will be unleashing because it has the faster speed.
Yeah, and will the Intimidate save this Miraidon from an Icicle Crash? Because it's not super effective, and it is faster, and it is going to target down that Miraidon, and it does survive, and does not flinch either, and is able to fire off the Dazzling Gleam that is super effective against both the Chien-Pao and the Iron Hands, but the Iron Hands with that Assault Vest is just about able to survive.
Iron Hands is too thick, my friends. It's the fact that this Pokemon, at least in my opinion, has the stats of what should be a restricted. It is so bulky with that Assault Vest accompanied by it. That's why it's the most prominent set, but most crucially right now, Simon, sure, he does have his 2 Pokemon still surviving, but they are within range of another Dazzling Gleam.
Yeah, and so you can see there, Simon's considering the Terra Ghost just to avoid the Fake Out. You usually don't want to Terra your extremely low HP Pokemon, especially a 1 HP Pokemon that can be KO'd from anything, but just to avoid the Fake Out would make perfect sense here to be able to take care of that Miraidon. Maybe the Fake Out goes into the Iron Hands because you've got a guaranteed hit into that slot, and that would be able to pick up the KO. You don't usually get the KOs with the Fake Outs, and you won't get the KO on this Miraidon either. It is being preserved, and we get the confirmation that is Urshifu waiting in the back for Roberto.
Wow, okay, what a reveal. It does have priority as well. That might be Roberto's game plan here in terms of wanting to be able to try to pick off that Chien-Pao before he picks off the Miraidon, hence why we saw the switch out of his Miraidon. Talking about Miraidons, we've got Simon bringing his own in, restarting, or should I say reactivating the electric terrain via its ability, but like you called out, Jamie, we have got Ghost Terra online wanting to make sure it can forego the Fake Out disruption.
Yeah, and we'll see if that's what the Incineroar went for. It doesn't look like it again. This Incineroar not clicking Fake Out ever.
Oh, wow.
And Sucker Punch obviously failing into the switch-in, and there's once again just another U-turn. That's 3 times that the Incineroar could have gone for Fake Out and just chose to pivot instead.
Yeah, it just seems like Roberto's always trying to go for that read 2 level play rather than go for the obvious that you would be expecting. He always sort of gives us a bit of an insight to his mind in terms of always wanting to have that additional advantage when it comes to the board state, looking 1 or 2 turns ahead. But now as a direct result, we've got the Miraidon back in. We know it's the fastest thing aside from the Chien-Pao, but the Sucker Punch shows us a bit of Simon's thought process, and that's something that the Miraidon, even at the low HP because of the Fairy Terror, is susceptible to a KO.
Yeah, even with the Intimidate that was previously set by that Incineroar, that's got to be in range of Sucker Punch. And you maybe need to consider that just to out-prioritize the Aqua Jet that could be coming out from the opposing Urshifu. And if it doesn't go for the Sucker Punch and just goes for its offensive attacks with the Surging Strikes, that means it's open to the Miraidon going for an attack as well. So you've got to be concerned if you are that Chien-Pao, and it looks like Simon is going to be retreating. That Iron Hand still has such low HP, so that would also go down to that Aqua Jet if that is what the Urshifu opted for.
Yeah, it's a bit of a tumultuous board state for Simon, in all honesty, and you can tell with how he feels forced to make these defensive switches in hopes of being able to have better positioning. Aqua Jet, as we were hypothesizing, does come out, picks up the K on the Iron Hands because of how low HP it was, and the D-Gleam will, of course, single target, non-terror defensive on the Simon's Miraidon, pick up the KO. Roberto is looking in such a fine spot, if not completely wrap this game one up.
Oh, it's definitely wrapped up. You just click Aqua Jet and you win here. There's nothing the Chien-Pao can do. With Ice and Dark as its coverage, you can't even hit that Urshifu for a neutral hit, and you've got to contend with the other 3 Pokemon that are available. You can't even protect from the Aqua Jet, so yeah, very nicely done from Roberto there. I don't think it mattered too much if the Sucker Punch went and KO'd that Miraidon, because you'd have been able to KO the Iron Hands, and then the Urshifu would have been KO'd, but then you've still got that Incineroar and Lunala that could be waiting in the back, and you've KO'd the Iron Hands, you can just go for a pretty safe Fake Out and Trick Room after that. So yeah, really nicely done from Roberto there, and just ending the game a little bit quicker with that Miraidon staying in the face of the potential Sucker Punch, and then obviously easily picking up the KO with that Dazzling Gleam.
And I do really love the brains from Roberto's side. We just saw for the most of early to mid-game, Roberto play around with the Incineroar, Miraidon, and Lunala. Most crucially, the Incineroar being free, essentially, to go for all of those pivot action movements, get those board states reset, and only bring in the Urshifu when he knows that the Miraidon is no longer a threat. Sucker Punch, of course, going to try to deal any sort of damage, maybe pick up a bit of insight when it comes to damage calcs from Simon's side, but the Chien-Pao Ice Skull Cat has been felled. Simon is going to have to go back to the drawing board in order to try to keep his winning streak going. Roberto, on the other hand, absolutely flying colors from that game one.
Yeah, Incineroar switching in there, just get another Intimidate. Reminded me, actually, the Incineroar and Lunala were really low, weren't they? The Lunala was in the red because it took the Heavy Slam and the Electro Drift. So actually, if the Sucker Punch had gone into that Miraidon, then you'd have been able to go for the attack into the Urshifu with the Miraidon, and then you'd have had Miraidon and Chien-Pao still against the really low HP Incineroar and Lunala with a Ghost-type Chien-Pao that is immune to Fake Out, and you'd be able to crunch KO the Lunala and attack the Incineroar with the Miraidon. So actually, that was a very crucial turn that the Miraidon stayed in. It didn't, like, initially I didn't think it was that impactful, but just thinking about it, the Lunala and the Incineroar were incredibly low, so that came down to that, just that prediction that Roberto was brave enough to stay in against that Sucker Punch, and because he did that, he was able to swing the momentum completely and take that game.
Yeah, and it just goes to show playing to your win conditions, identifying that Urshifu choice banded being key with its priority Aqua Jet in order to be able to, you know, go ahead, wrap up the game, especially when it comes to that threat being the Ghost Terra Chien-Pao. But we're going into game 2, Jamie. Simon, do you feel there's any room for him to bring any sort of a different mode necessarily? Because we've seen that Roberto just has the speed advantage when it comes to his own Miraidon.
I think the 4 that Simon's bringing make too much sense to drop anything, because against the Lunala Miraidon, you're bringing Chien-Pao. There's no way you're not bringing Chien-Pao against that restricted duo. You're facing down a Miraidon, then Iron Hands is able to soak up all the attacks because of that Assault Vest, and it benefits from the Electric Terrain by getting its Quark Drive boost. So, and then you wouldn't want to drop your 2 restrictors. It's very rare that you drop your restrictors. Some players do, and there's
depending
some matchups.
on matchup.
Yeah, matchups it is dependent. But against the Lunala Miraidon, you're going to bring your Miraidon and Zamazenta. So I think that the 4 that Simon did go with is probably the correct 4 out of the 6 that he's brought to this tournament, and just needs to reevaluate how he's going to be using those pieces.
Yeah, I think it's really crucial that turn 1, or should I say even turn 0, the leads, most importantly when it comes to this sort of switch up here, because Roberto just has that Fake Out available when he wants to, but he just goes for the pivot moves from the looks of things, because he's sort of, I would say, relying on Simon respecting the Fake Out too much to his advantage, and we've already got to change up at least over on Roberto's side. It's the Whimsicott now alongside the Miraidon, so it's got a couple of options of either going for Light Screen, Moonblast, Tailwind, and just being main disruptor here, in all honesty.
I'm getting real Regulation G vibes from that lead. So like, Whimsicott and Miraidon had to be one of, if not the most common leads back in that format, right? So Whimsicott here is going to be able to provide speed control. You didn't really need it with the Miraidon on the field, right? Because we've already confirmed that the Miraidon is going to be faster than both the Zamazenta and the Miraidon on Simon's side of the field. So maybe you want to be going for the light screen to be able to reduce the damage from the opposing Miraidon. That means you might not necessarily need to commit your Terra straight away, because we saw that happen for Roberto, where he was immediately going for that Terra Fairy in the face of the potential Draco Meteors or Terra Fairy Dazzling Gleams that could come out from Simon's side of the field. So we could be just seeing that light screen to keep that Miraidon safe, so it doesn't need to go for that terrestrialization.
Yeah, I was going to say, this is going to be very interesting because there's additional mind game of whether the Miraidon over Roberto's side commits with the Dazzling Gleam. We saw Roberto not do that in Game 1 because of the wide guard threat being online, but no longer being the case. The fact that the Iron Hands has now switched in for it, not something we commonly see with the Zamazentas, actually switching out and foregoing their ability boost via the Dauntless Shield straight off. But Terra Fairy, similar fashion to that Game 1.
Yeah, and Terra Fairy to keep it safe from any Draco Meteors or Dazzling Gleams that could be coming out here. And there is that light screen, so the Miraidon's really not going to take any damage here coming out from Simon's Miraidon. And it is just Electro Drift that would have been into the Zamazenta, but as we said, Iron Hands is a perfect switch into that. I say perfect switch. There's no perfect switch into the Choice Specs Electro Drift, but at least stays in the green.
Does a good job. Does a very good job, whilst Volt Switch dealing so much onto the Miraidon, even with light screen being up. Some would even hypothesize or try to think whether Electro Drift would have been enough. Most likely not, because of that additional cushion of damage reduction that light screen provides. But Zamazenta, as we were just talking about it, going off but coming back onto the field.
Yeah, and it doesn't have its Dauntless Shield activated, so its body presses are going to be weaker. You probably could be going for Heavy Slams in the face of two Fairy types, though, at the moment. Yeah. But yeah, it was a really nice play from Simon, going for the Volt Switch into the quad resistance of the Miraidon, and then it did end up going for that terrestrialization, so you were able to bring it down into the yellow. And whether that's going to be in range of Heavy Slam, we saw an intimidated Heavy Slam into the Miraidon in the previous game, and it really wasn't doing that much damage on the downsides of having Heavy Slam over Behemoth Bash. Behemoth Bash would comfortably KO either Pokemon here. Heavy Slam would definitely KO the Whimsicott. We've seen that happen like time and time again. Whimsicott isn't the bulkiest of Pokemon, and it
floats on the wind.
It floats on the wind, and it helps its special defense with the light screen, but it can't help its physical defense. So it could be in range of the Heavy Slam if that is what Simon wants to opt for.
Yeah, I think we saw maybe the 30-40% range of the Heavy Slam in the previous turn, but fake out and no switch out, most importantly from Roberto's side, just a Tailwind being set up and maybe trying to read Simon's adaptation reaction to that play. Heavy Slam is enough to pick up the KO. Simon not falling short of any sort of hesitations, let's say, and going straight for the target. Tested, true targeting right there. Does pick up a very crucial KO.
Yeah, very nicely done there to be able to take care of that restricted. Lunana's going to be coming in, and now it will be faster than the opposing Zamazenta thanks to that Tailwind. And it is going to be able to take on both these Pokemon really nicely with that Electric Seed boost that it's able to get. We saw Heavy Slam and Electro Drift go into that Lunana and not quite KO. And in that interaction, we saw how little the Heavy Slam did to the Lunana. It did, what, 10% because of the Shadow Shield and the Electric Seed and the fact that Lunana's actually somewhat heavy as well. But then the Iron Hands won't be as strong as the Miraidon to be able to follow up. So even something like a Wild Charge, wouldn't be surprised if the Lunana's able to shrug that off even with half HP remaining. The Iron Hands isn't in range of a Moonblast. Maybe two Moonblasts coming out from the Whimsicott and the Lunana could be able to pick up the knockout, because obviously Whimsicott is a Fairy and we get that boost on that attack. And Iron Hands doesn't carry Protect, so it could be a very, very free double attack into that Iron Hands. But at the same time, if you go for the Iron Hands with both Moonblast, you're ignoring the Zamazenta completely. In fact, you can just ignore this Iron Hands completely because it's now locked into Fake Out.
That is a nice little lock-in right there. Just trying to make sure he locks down the focus target slot there. Moongeist being rather than the Moonblast, and trying to target down the Zamazenta, of course, acknowledging such a threat that it is, even without its additional boost of defense, further bolstering its body presses. Most crucially, the Heavy Slam is the key sort of win condition to be able to start whittling down Roberto's Fairy-type Pokemon. And yeah, Iron Hands in a very awkward spot. There's no good switching to Fairy types from the other side of the field. Miraidon and Qianpao being the Pokemon in the back, and Miraidon, most crucially, not having to Terrasilize into Fairy.
Yeah, no switch-ins at all. And I think it's quite nice for Simon ignoring that Whimsicott. There's been two opportunities now that you can just pick up the knockout whenever you want with the Heavy Slam. But allowing the Whimsicott to just stay on the field is not much offensive pressure. It was able to completely stop the Iron Hands in its tracks with that Encore into the Fake Out. but the Moonblast isn't going to be threatening too much damage, even though it will be super effective into whatever is going to be in that slot, and it's not going to be the Iron Hands because it has switched out. It is going to be Miraidon. So we've seen the Miraidon under speed the Zamazenta. It's probably a pretty bulky one. Is it going to be bulky enough to survive these attacks that's going into it? And it's not actually, no, it's not even going into it. Attack the Zamazenta instead with Moonblast.
Wow, and I think Simon might have actually read that as well. Well played, because bringing the Miraidon in is so scary, as the double up is enough to pick off the Zamazenta. It makes so much sense now that you think about it, because the direct threat to all of the fairy types, at least with the Whimsicott or just dealing some respectable damage onto the Lunala, is the Zamazenta. But then again, you've allowed Simon a bit of more breathing space when it comes to being able to bring that Miraidon in safely, still have the option for going to Terrestrialization, and now you've got the Chien Pao on its side with its heightened speed in comparison to non-Tailwind conditions.
It doesn't even matter about Tailwind if you just go for Sucker Punch into the Lunala as well, right? The Shadow Shield's been broken, so even the Electric Seed shouldn't be able to save that the Lunala from the Sucker Punch. If Incineroar is the final Pokemon, maybe an Intimidated Sucker Punch is survivable, but we saw how much work the Urshifu did in that end game. It seemed like it did some really good work, so whether it's going to be Incineroar or Urshifu waiting in the back, we'll have to see. And whether the Chien Pao even goes for the Sucker Punch into the Lunala, because you could always switch out to avoid it. You could go for a Wide Guard just to avoid that as well. I'd be surprised if you go for Trick Room when there's Tailwind still active, and so you can just go for an Icicle Crash, threaten into the Whimsicott as well. So this Chien Pao is actually in a very, very solid position, so long as you get the correct attack, whether Lunala's attacking and you Sucker Punch, or if it's not attacking and you Icicle Crash or Crunch.
And that's why it's a lovely position for Simon to be able to bring a sort of pin, have that huge damage output on the other side of the field. No Sucker Punch indeed. Moonblast will be focusing onto the Chien Pao, bring it down to 21 hit points, and because of the Tailwind being in effect, Moonblast from the Lunala will pick off the Chien Pao. Simon did get that read wrong. There was a 50-50 though. Volt Switch going into the Lunala, not enough of course to be able to put it within range of a KO, as the light screen is still available. Simon does now have his final two Pokemon versus Roberto's three. The Iron Hands does have fake out pressure, but then again, there's a Covert Cloak Whimsicott and a Ghost type on the other side of the field. It's not going to be doing much alongside the Miraidon, as we have both Tailwind, as well as the Light Screen, as well as Electric Terrain, no longer being active.
And it's going to come right back on the field because Miraidon timed it perfectly. But yeah, you're not really, of all things, you're not really threatening the Whimsicott right now. You have to lock into Dazzling Gleam to be able to do some good damage. I guess even though it's resisted, a Wild Charge would probably still two-shot this Whimsicott, because Iron Hands is such a strong Pokemon, and Whimsicott isn't the bulkiest of Pokemon, and it's only got Light Screen to help its special defense. But then if you lock into Dazzling Gleam to be able to hit the Whimsicott properly, you can always Wide Guard that with the Lunala. And with the Electric Seed boost, that's going to be close if it can survive a Quark Drive boosted Wild Charge as well. So it's still a very awkward position for both of these trainers, I think. Really, really nicely done from Roberto on the previous turn, because that was a potential Sucker Punch that could have gone to the Lunala, and even with the Electric Seed, would have probably picked up the KO. You'd have kept your entire Chien Pao. Yes, its Focus Sash would have been broken, but you'd have still had it, and you'd have brought Roberto down to his last two Pokemon.
Yeah, and it's really tough because you can sort of understand Simon's point of view there. Roberto may have felt inclined to go for the Wide Guard to be able to avoid the Sucker Punch focus and still be able to block the Dazzling Gleam. Simon, unfortunately, did not get that right, but let's see if he's going to be able to push this back. Tailwind has now been set up. Moon, Geist Beam will be moving first with the Lunala going into the Miraidon, not dealing any sort of respectable damage. I'd even argue Chip, as Electro Drift will now pick up the KO. There's no longer any sort of Light Screen available on the field, and most crucially, the Iron Hands will now be allowed to go on the offensive. It doesn't have Heavy Slam, which we've seen in previous regulation set formats. It rocking Wild Charge, though.
It is a two-shot.
So much damage. I mean, it's because of Quark Drive multiplier, you've got the Ledge Terrain multiplier, and just Iron Hands being very, very powerful.
And it was Incineroar waiting in the back, so is that Miraidon going to be in range of Moonblast and Flare Blitz? That's going to be incredibly close, because we know it's a bulky one, so yeah, actually, if it was the Urshifu, you get to just go for Surging Strikes and that Miraidon. You pick up the KO, and then the Moonblast with the Wild Charge chip that you're forced into by going into the Urshifu would have been able to pick up the KO in your hands. But now we've got the Incineroar. Yes, you've got Fake Out pressure active, but Roberto doesn't know what Fake Out is. He just goes on the offensive. So
he's just popped it onto the Pokemon, not aware.
Yeah, exactly.
But I think you did call it out right. It's really down to whether the Flare Blitz and Moonblast combination to the Miraidon can pick up the KO, because then Iron Hands probably won't be able to 2v1 unless there's any sort of like funky crits that low kick can be able to deal onto the ice Incineroar. But actually, the fake out will come out now. Roberto did remember that was an option and went for it. Miraidon has been flinched. Drain Punch deals so much damage. Even with the Intimidate drop, one would wonder whether the low kick would be enough, but I think it may be, depending on the weight of the Incineroar, roughly around the same damage base power.
I mean, every Incineroar is as heavy as each other, right? So low kick is 80 base power against an Incineroar, so it's only a little bit stronger than Drain Punch. Wouldn't be able to pick up the KO. Yep. That recovery is the crucial part. Yes. The Iron Hands was probably in range of 2 Moonblasts because it's super effective, even though it's a really weak attack coming from Whimsicott. But now with that recovery as well, you're forced to attack this Miraidon with another attack, which will free up this Iron Hands. And we've already seen the Wild Charge will two-shot that Whimsicott as well. There you go. That's not much damage into the Iron Hands. And with that recovery, it was really able to help it.
Blitz needs to do it, and it does pick up the Miraidon from that range. Fake out clearly being enough chip damage to be able to, on aggregate, force this Miraidon down. But sort of what we're talking about, you know, naysayer Costa was saying, okay, how can Iron Hands 2v1 Incineroar and Whimsicott? And I think this may be the answer Simon has provided. Now, 1 versus 1 against the Whimsicott. Whimsicott, come on. We know it's got super effective Moonblast, but this is an Iron Hands. This is a Saltfest Iron Hands, and it is so bulky, especially with the Wild Charge still available alongside the Electric Terrain, most crucially.
The Electric Terrain still being here is going to be the kicker that should allow Simon to take this game. Based on that damage, that's got to be in range of another one, right? It's a little bit over 50%. It's not like it's exactly 50%, and we know that there's damage ranges that attacks can do, so maybe that was a super high damage roll, and then Simon ends up getting the lowest one, but yeah, this Moonblast won't do it. And it will do it with the Wild Charge chip. So this does need to KO now, but it's actually, that could be quite smart there. The Drain Punch allowing that little bit of recovery. Yeah. And that's out of range of Moonblast. It's not out of range of critical hit Moonblast, though.
So that's sort of my concern here. And I think for me personally, I would have gone for the risky, because what if you do fall short of this? We're going to have to see. No! Oh, Simon, good dodge there, my friend. You're able to go ahead and pick off that guaranteed sort of scenario right now, let's say, in terms of forcing a Game 3. Simon, what a way to be able to go ahead and weave himself around the board state to the point where Iron Hands was just able to clean house.
Yeah, I think it was looking really dicey when there was no Sucker Punch from the Chien-Pao, and it was just felled to the double fairy attacks when it had the opportunity to pick up that knockout on the Lunala, and it would have brought Roberto down to Incineroar and Whimsicott. And the game would have definitely been over at that point if you still have your Chien-Pao and your Iron Hands and Miraidon. So, yeah, it seemed a little bit awkward, but I think the fact that it was Incineroar in the back rather than Urshifu, that would have been the key thing. Even if it was the Ursaluna, we saw them Miraidon lock into Electro Drift, and then you just go for one headlong rush into Iron Hands and you win because you can't be touched anymore by the Miraidon. So I think the Whimsicott was reasonable, and the fact that it was able to light screen and you saw how much damage reduction that was doing, and the Encore lock into the Iron Hands, the Whimsicott was doing reasonable work. The Urshifu was kind of crucial there in that endgame. I don't think the Incineroar was the Pokemon that Roberto needed. It makes sense, but it wasn't the one.
It wasn't the one for that particular endgame, right? And do you think then there's room for the Urshifu to make a return, especially given the Tailwind mode? Because we just saw in terms of the 4 that Roberto brought, Game 1 versus Game 2, the Whimsicott was the Pokemon that slotted in for the Urshifu in that Game 2. Is there a case where Roberto just absolutely drops the Whimsicott, goes back to the board in terms of his Game 1 win conditions?
Well, the Incineroar and Urshifu Brain brought in the Game 1 did seem to be doing good work for Roberto. It did come down to that read of the Sucker Punch, or not Sucker Punch, into the Miraidon, and Roberto ended up getting the better end of that. Whereas that game, it seemed like he was getting the good predictions and just had the game locked up if it was Urshifu. So I feel like the Urshifu could be able to come to this game for sure. And you're obviously bringing your 2 restricteds here. Whether you still go with the Whimsicott, you didn't really need the Tailwind. Your Miraidon's faster. Your Lunala can shrug off a Heavy Slam very easily. I guess it was necessary to outspeed the Chien-Pao, forcing the Crunch to not be faster, and then you get the double fairy attack to be able to KO it. So Yeah, I would like to see the Urshifu, I think, from Roberto, and whether it's going to be Incineroar or Whimsicott, like, we're not even considering the Ursaluna, and Ursaluna is a good Pokemon against Miraidon, right? Definitely. That would have also locked up the end game, so is that still a consideration that could be brought for Roberto? It's not very good into the Zamazenta, but still pretty good into the Miraidon.
Especially as well against the Iron Hands that we saw put in so much work for Simon, being able to claw that one back for himself. Simon's a smart guy. He's going to be able to try to push all of the pressure back onto Roberto with the momentum he's been able to build up from that Game 2 win. And Jamie, we've got the lead. It seems like a bit of a run back to Game 1. Roberto, Incineroar, Miraidon, Simon, Zamazenta, and his own Miraidon.
Yeah, now we got the awkward mind games coming out because we saw that Simon was perfectly willing to go for the Volt Switch into that Terra Fairy Miraidon and bring it below half. And we've seen that Roberto has been very comfortable going for the Terrestrialization turn 1, both games, into the Fairy typing. So if you're predicting that, then you're probably going to go for the Heavy Slam and the Electro Drift into that Miraidon. Yes, there is Fake Out pressure, and we now know that Roberto is willing to click that Fake Out button. So what he goes for here, whether he's going to be stopping the Miraidon from going for any of its attacks, and that would free up the Miraidon completely. If you Fake Out the Miraidon, you do not need to Terrestrialize your Miraidon on Roberto's side of the field. And that would free it up completely, and saving the Terrestrialization might be crucial for Roberto.
Yeah, and sort of goes back to, do you tap into the mind games and try to take in your experience from that Game 1 or not? We saw the sort of idea of what Roberto wanted to do. He just wanted to focus down on being as high-octane damage output as he could from the get-go with the Electro Drift. However, we have got now Terra Fairy. I think this is mirroring just that same scenario of the Game 1 so far. You want to be able to forego any sort of pressure when it comes to Draco Meteors. Fake Out does indeed go for the Miraidon, but there's no Protect on the Zamazenta this time round to be able to scout out what the Miraidon over on Roberto's side is actually going to lock into, allowing the pivot, bringing the Lunala now in, proccing that Electric Seed, giving that damage boost, and if there is, let's say, a Heavy Slam going into that slot, it's going to be able to, you know, buff it off quite well.
Yeah, Incineroar is not that body press. That's easily going to be a one-hit knockout.
Oh, wow.
And already, we were saying the Incineroar wasn't that great for Roberto in that second game. It's already gone in this third one. So, yeah, we'll have to see what's going to be that Pokemon waiting in the back for Roberto. You usually don't leave Whimsicott in the back. You usually do end up leading it. And it is Miraidon joining the field once again. So, yes, you can threaten down both the Zamazenta and the Miraidon with a KO with your Miraidon for Roberto, because we know it is the faster one, and the Zamazenta taking that Volt Switch, that's going to be in range of that attack now. The Miraidon, it's going to be in range of Draco Meteor, or maybe Dazzling Gleam. Dazzling Gleam's going to be incredibly brave in the face of White Guard Zamazenta. Yes. But yeah, Lunala can pick up the KO on the Zamazenta as well. We've seen it do exactly, like, basically that much damage with the Moongeist being support, so that would also be in range.
And I do really love the situational pin Simon forced Roberto into there. A lot of Incineroars usually are able to survive a body press there, depending on the training of the Zamazenta, most commonly the safety goggles as well as other sets, but this is Assault Vest. Maybe there's more investment into the special defensive side. Electro Drift is going to completely ignore the Zamazenta. It goes for a read onto the Miraidon. They're hoping to find a Terra Fairy activation, essentially, as the Volt Switch from Simon's side breaks the Shadow Shield, most crucially allowing either of Iron Hands or Chien Power to make it debut on the field.
If you bring in Iron Hands, then you're going to be able to shrug off the attacks a lot easier, but then in the future turns, you're not really threatening too much because you'll be outsped. So, yeah, the Chien Power joining the field is no surprise at all because you're able to threaten that Lunala. Now its Shadow Shield has been broken and there is no Tailwind, you can just go for a crunch. And yes, you do end up losing your Focus Sash here. I say losing your Focus Sash, you're brought down to your Focus Sash, so the Chien Power is in range of any attack that Roberto would want to go for now. And we've seen the Miraidon did lock into Electro Drift as well. That's obviously going to be able to KO either Pokemon. But that means that you've got a very free switch into your Iron Hands, would you like to? Because we've seen Iron Hands is able to shrug off that attack somewhat comfortably, and then you'd be able to get Fake Out pressure back on your side of the field as well. Whether it's the Urshifu waiting in the back, it could be a switch-in potential for that Lunala, because that'll be able to resist the crunch that's most likely coming out from the Chien Power. You can't really go for Icicle Crash into the Miraidon because it has gone for its Terrestrialization, and therefore it wouldn't KO, and then you'd be freeing up the Lunala to just go for whatever attack you would want to go for here.
Yeah, I do really like the fact that Simon now has such a more fluid time in terms of the board states. Now that the Incineroar is no longer in the fields, they're not going to be messing about with any sort of damage calc uncertainties, guaranteeing the reactive play from Roberto's side, switching the Urshifu in. No Whimsicott got confirmed. It would have most likely come as a lead if it was chosen. Crunch, of course, not being very effective against the fighting typing, but the Electro Drift, first to move, of course, first to pick up the KO onto this Zamazenta on Simon's side.
Yeah, and so restricted down for Simon. You've got the Iron Hands waiting in the back, and you've got the fake-out pressure available, but then you don't have a follow-up KO from the Chien-Pao. If you go for fake-out into Miraidon, that frees up Aqua Jet potential into that Chien-Pao to pick up the KO. If you go for fake-out into the Urshifu, your Icicle Crash isn't strong enough to be able to pick up a KO on either Pokemon, and then your Chien-Pao would likely fall to that Electro Drift. I say likely because Icicle Crash does have that potential secondary effect of getting that flinch potentially. Yes. Incineroar's gone, there's no Intimidate available, so Icicle Crash could have the potential to two-shot the Miraidon, depending on how bulky the Roberto's gone for, because we know it is speedier than Simon's Miraidon. Depends on how bulky the Roberto wanted to go for with his Miraidon as well. Yeah. You're not really threatening the Urshifu too much unless you're going for the Wild Charge. But then if you go for Wild Charge this turn, you're not going for Fake Out, and again, your Chien-Pao is freed up to be KO'd with an Aqua Jet. So what do you prioritize here? Do you just sacrifice your Chien-Pao to be able to take care of that Urshifu to free yourself up a bit? Or do you go for that Fake Out and maybe go for the Icicle Crash flinch? Because if you go for Fake Out, it's got to be Icicle Crash, right? So try and get some good damage, but you won't get a KO.
We're going to have to find out, and depend on playstyle as well and how much of a risk factor you want to insert into your game in this crucial point. Icicle Crash can potentially miss as well, so Simon's going to have to really focus down on what he wants to try to do. He goes for the Icicle Crash. It does connect. Doesn't pick up the KO, but it puts it within range for a subsequent attack to be able to do so.
Yeah, and we've got this position once again. That Lunala is Sucker Punchable, and that is now a word. And that would out-prioritize the Aqua Jet that could still come out from the Urshifu. But then if you go for Sucker Punch into the Lunala, you don't need to go for Aqua Jet on this turn. You can go for Surging Strikes to be able to get some really good damage as well. And with the Chien-Pao helping out the Urshifu and the fact that it's Choice Band, I don't actually know that the damage calc of Choice Band sort of ruin Surging Strikes into Iron Hands. I wouldn't be surprised if Iron Hands is still able to survive given how bulky it is, but that's got to be one of the strongest attacks that could be coming out into it as well. Truly. So yeah, we got the Sucker Punch mind game. Maybe the Lunala switches out to avoid the Sucker Punch, and then that would free up the Urshifu, and yep, there it is. So was Simon able to call that and get some extra damage with the Sucker Punch, or maybe switch out into the Miraidon that could take an Aqua Jet from the Urshifu? Or did it just go for Surging Strikes for huge damage into the Iron Hands?
Oh, a lot of different branch lines. We may be going down, and we're going down the Sucker Punch route from what it seems. Lunala has absolutely left the field. Aqua Jet has been able to pick up the KO onto the Chien-Pao, but Simon is now free to go for the Wild Charge into the Urshifu. Of course, it's going to pick up the KO. It will force Roberto down to his final two Pokemon versus Simon's final two. We know the speed situations. We know the fact that Miraidon over on Roberto's side is faster than Simon's. Electro Terrain will come back online on the field. So if we do see a Dazzling Gleam commit from Roberto's side, it's just going to deal abysmal damage.
Yeah, I don't know what the Miraidons lock into here, because both have just switched onto the field. You can go for Dazzling Gleam to threaten down both Pokemon here, but then you've got the Terastallization available still on Simon's side of the field. Which one do you Terastallize, though? Because the Iron Hands, if it goes into the Water typing and then the Miraidon locks into an Electro-type move, then that's going to be very, very bad for it. But then you'll be able to survive any of the attacks that the Miraidon will be wanting to go for. The Lunala's in range of Wild Charge. The Miraidon's going to have to take 2 Wild Charges to be able to be KO'd. Do you go for the Dazzling Gleam to pick up the KO on the Miraidon on Simon's side of the field that could also Terastallize, and then it would be able to survive the Dazzling Gleam, and then you get the KO onto the Lunala, and then that frees up the Iron Hands to be able to go for the Miraidon? Yeah, I'm not sure what either player needs to lock into here to be it. I don't see a safe path for either trainer, because you're forced to lock into like a move for the rest of the game with both of your Choice Specs Miraidon here.
Oh, and there may be a white card, but there isn't! Electro Drift into the non-Terra Miraidon. Simon saying, you know what? I'm going to play you at your game, my friend. I'm going to give you an Electro Drift. I'm going to pick up your KO onto the Miraidon, and what a fashion to be able to do it. Lunala does still have the opportunity to move, but what a read from Simon's side.
Yeah, absolutely. Fantastic there. Yes, this is a super effective Moonblast, but it's shrugging it off every single day, easily able to survive and respond with this wild charge into the Lunala and able to pick up that KO and take this round 2 for Simon.
What a way to go about it. The man had terrestrialization still available, and he said, you know what, I'm aware of it, Roberto's aware of it, I think I'm gonna ignore it for now. It absolutely paid off. And now he has got his second win. He is still undefeated. My lordy Jamie, it's still the first stream round.
I know, right?
And we're absolutely amped up with what was such a spicy set between both of these great trainers.
Yeah, like I said, there was no safe path there.
No.
You had to commit to something. Roberto committed to Miraidon is going for its terrestrialization.
Yep.
And Simon says no, that is not what I want to go for.
Well,
so yeah, and it could have been Dazzling Gleam because the Miraidon, like, obviously, like, hindsight and all that, we saw them run and did not go for its terrestrialization. Dazzling Gleam would win the game.
Oh, yeah.
But then if the Miraidon did go for its terrestrialization, it would survive that attack, respond back with a KO of Electro Drift into the Miraidon, and then Wild Charge KOs the Lunala. So I think it mainly came down to, does the Miraidon terrestrialize, therefore you go for Electro Drift, or does it not terrestrialize, therefore you go for Dazzling Gleam. There was no safe path there. It was just, which one do you think you're going for? And Simon, brave in the face of that potential terrestrialization he could have gone for, and nope, able to resist the Electro Drift and take that game.
Yeah, and what a way to go about it. We can see game 1, a lot of momentum from Roberto's side, able to whittle down all of the resources over on Simon's side. Iron Hands trying to do the best that he could, but, you know, not being able to pull as much weight as he could have. But game 2, things changed up. Simon said, you know what, I'm going to try to go ahead and get all of that momentum pressure straight back onto the field to what was a tantalizingly crucial 2v1 Iron Hands versus the Whimsicott and the Incin.
Yeah, taking care of the Incineroar straight away with that body press, I think was really, really nicely done for Simon. Taking care of the Intimidates that could have gone down onto the Chien-Pao. Intimidate would have been really useful onto the Iron Hands as well, because then you'd have maybe been able to survive some of the attacks that it was going for. Being able to avoid the Sucker Punches was really nicely done from Roberto, switching around to avoid that and then getting the KO with the Aqua Jet. Yep. But then being brought down into this position, it was just, you have to lock into something, and which one do you go for? Is it going to terrestrialize or is it not going to terrestrialize? Simon able to get the better end of that.
Woo, it's getting a bit steamy here, folks, and Simon is absolutely vibing as he's able to go ahead and pick up that second win. Some would expect Simon to actually be running the Ursaluna Guts ability, but apparently he's not. He's just running it with himself. He's got those guts. He's able to go ahead and do the very best play for himself, albeit extremely risky.
Yeah, there was risky plays on both sides.
Oh,
right?
exactly.
No, throughout the set.
Oh, yeah.
Like the Roberto had his Incineroar that could have gone for Fake Out multiple times, and then was able to call it really nicely, like multiple times. No, Fake Out wouldn't have been the correct play in this situation. U-turn is much better, and was able to do that multiple times. Was able to go for, we saw Simon at the beginning of game 2, Volt Switch into the Miraidon straight away, and then do 50% damage in through the light screen to be able to get massive damage because it did go for the terrestrialization. Yeah. We did see Roberto commit terrestrialization turn 1 all 3 games. True. So I think that probably indicative of this was a game plan that he's theorized, because he had the potential of just not going for that terrestrialization, especially because you're going for Fake Out into the Miraidon. I don't think you need terrestrialization if you're faking out the Miraidon, because then the Zamazenta wouldn't threaten any kind of damage into that Miraidon. It would go for body press. I guess if you're going for the Terra Fairy, you'd be able to resist the body press a little bit better. So it still does make sense if you're going for the Fake Out into the Miraidon, but then Simon was able to capitalize on that quite nicely, especially with the Volt Switch in that game too.
Oh yeah, and clearly it must have been the most optimal path that Roberto had identified as well, right? And I think just reviewing the play styles of both of our trainers, Roberto was always with his mindset of being one step ahead. We saw in game 1 Simon play a bit more apprehensive or defensive, should I say. And then he just started changing things up because it's like, okay, well, I've got my back against the wall. I've got to be able to try to go all out and try to get a read or two to be able to build up a bit more confidence in order to say, right, okay, I've got this. Now I kind of know the tempo that I need to be able to match in order to be able to excel. And that's what he did exceptionally well.
Yeah, I think both players were doing really well with that. The switching around, so the fact that Simon was able, like, or willing is the word I was looking for there, willing to sacrifice Dauntless Shield immediately.
That's true, yeah.
Leading the Zamazenta, and then immediately in comes the Iron Hands. But then it was well identified because Heavy Slam was clicked most of the time when the Zamazenta was back on the field, so it didn't actually really need its defense boost. So really nicely identified from Simon's side on that side. Because Zamazenta switching in, you don't really want to switch it back out because sacrificing that +1 defense boost, not only does it reduce its defenses so it takes attacks a lot worse, you're reducing its damage output because body press is what you rely on. So yeah, really nice identified just there in order to identify that you just don't need the +1. You can just go for Heavy Slams in the future. It
was a very high-level gameplay from both of our trainers, no doubt about it. And Roberto, even though he has gone ahead and, you know, broken his undefeated streak, so to say, at the current moment, doesn't mean that he's probably not going to excel, because he will. Roberto, like, we've seen him multiple times. Great trainer, great guy as well. And, you know, this is just his first loss. It's just warming up still. He needs to go ahead, do what he's just been doing, playing exceptionally well, and he's going to be able to just, I think, do a really good job about it. He's just one of those really good up and rising Italian players from the Italian community. So a lot going for him, no doubt about it.
Yeah, well, we mentioned how crucial this tournament specifically is for both of the trainers that we featured, that they probably need a top 64, maybe a top 128 to be able to get that invite, because both of them are really on the cusp of getting that invite. So Simon obviously getting the slight edge there, being able to go 2-0 to be able to advance towards that potential top 128 and a lot nicer. And Roberto, it's going to be slightly harder, but as we mentioned, he is a very strong trainer. He's been able to do it multiple times. I wouldn't be surprised if he was able to bounce back from this and be able to find himself in that day too.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And I think with a team that we've sort of discussed quite a bit, it has so much potential. It's sort of the tail room composition where you've got multiple ways and modes of being able to better adapt against the certain team of 6 that your opponents will be able to bring. I really personally love that flexibility to be able to just absolutely on the switch up, go for the fast or slow mode. And although we did see the Miraidon was a bit speedy over on Roberto's side, just clearly not speedy enough to be able to match the Chien Pao's max speed.
Well, all you need is just 1 point faster, right? So if you manage to get that 1 point faster, and you manage to catch that, the rest can go into bulk or offense, and then that is the most optimal. So finding that balance is quite tricky, and I think Miraidon specifically is one of the trickiest ones, because in the previous regulations we saw it run max speed with its modest nature.
Yes.
And that was the most common speed stat to hit. And then in the World Championships we saw it just go a tiny bit slower, just to get that tiny little bit of extra bulk. And then as soon as we joined Regulation I, all of the bulk, none of the speed. So yeah, and because of that, finding the correct speed stat for Miraidon, like obviously finding the correct speed stat for every Pokemon, but I think Miraidon specifically in Regulation I is going to be the trickiest. Do you sacrifice all of its speed and go for bulk? You sacrifice all of its bulk and go for speed. And finding that medium, if you're trying to do both, is going to be very, very tricky.
I think that's a really, really good point, because we saw Milwaukee absolutely slow, bulky Miraidon that was able to just win all out, essentially, and set the scene in terms of so much more flexibility options when it comes to how you are going to try to team build around, let's say, a Miraidon team, but now with a accompanying restricted pairing buddy on its other side of the hill. You know, we saw Calyrex Ice Rider being such a good way to be able to utilize it with the Trick Room and the slower speed tierings.
Yeah, absolutely. So, yeah, we've been talking a lot about this game, but I'm really curious to see what the winner has to say as well. So we're going to throw it over to Marcus on the couch and hear what Simon says.
Thank you, Jamie and Costa. And Simon, first of all, I gotta ask, that was a nail-biting set, so how do you feel about that?
I feel very nervous. It was a really good set. Yeah, my opponent played very aggressive, and so I could use that to my advantage towards the end when it came down to the pressure of what are they gonna click? And so I was very nervous when making that call, and I still am, but it's I I had to trust myself, and that's why I made that play.
Yeah, you definitely also trusted your selection of Pokemon. In all 3 games, you went with the same kind of plan, Zamazenta, Miraidon up front. Did you at any point consider changing things up? Because, yeah, your opponent, he was switching things up constantly, right?
Yeah, my opponent was switching constantly, and the reason why I didn't is because they can always go for the Trick Room, right? And since game 1 was very close, like game 1 came down to a few plays left and right, I decided, hey, it's fine like this. I just always need to be prepared for the worst case, because if they decide to go for the Ursaluna mode, then suddenly I am on the back foot, and then I have to adjust, and that's like, I didn't want to do that, so I decided, hey, I will find a way out. I always have switch-ins into everything they do, and so I decided to stay with it.
Yeah, you definitely did. And then, of course, it all came down to the final prediction in Game 3. So we could see you hover over the buttons, like Jamie and Costa, they were also trying to analyze, like, do you go for Terra Water on the Iron Hands? Do you go for Terra Fairy? Is it going to be Dazzling Gleam, Electro Drift, Draco Meteor from your opponent? Like, there were so many options. So why did you decide in the end to go for no Terra at all, which, yeah, was also an option apparently?
I mean, I decided to go for no Terra because I want to keep my options open. I could have Terra Watered, but they could have called that and just go into the Iron Hands. So I was like, if they Electro Drift, I don't want to Terra. I don't want to Terra the Iron Hands at all. I can tank the Moonblast, so I went for the Iron Hands. I chose to target the Lunala with the Iron Hands, so that is off the table, so the Moonblast doesn't do damage anymore. And so with the Miraidon, I decided not to Terra, because they played very aggressive the entire time. Like they went for calls over and over. And so I was like, in this moment, they're gonna make a call. If they click Electro Drift, if they click Dazzling Gleam, then I still have my Terra on the next round. If they go for Electro Drift, then my Iron Hands is also fine. And so I was like, I'm just gonna try to cover as many possible options as I can think of right now.
Right, so it was still like a little bit risky, but you chose the path that you felt like was, the least risky.
I decided that they are gonna do the Electro Drift. Like I was like, they are going to Electro Drift here based on what they did before. And so I went with that. I went with my feeling. And
that, of course, worked out very, very well. So now you won this round, and I'm gonna ask you 2 things now. First, we're coming to the final, to the close of the season. So do you have any memorable moments of the season or any shout-outs you might want to give?
I think my most memorable moment had to have been Birmingham Regionals, because that was my second day too. And I have a rule where like I have to do things twice for them to count. So my first day 2 was in Gdansk. I got my second day 2 in Birmingham, but it was very special because I did it with my friends. Like all my friends also made day 2, and my girlfriend was also there. So that was really nice.
Awesome. Well, great to hear from you. And then I'll let you go back to play your next couple of rounds.
Thank you.
And while we are waiting and are setting up our next couple of matches, take a look at this.
Let's kick off the 2024 Pokémon European International Championships.
Secure Kabi-chans. Yes, they can! Yes, they can! They simply can't stop Fusion. No one could stop Fusion throughout this tournament, and that is why Fusion are your AL's Cup champions!
Emmy Weedle is about to clean up this game.
Emmy Weedle did a phenomenal job of reading that if Annihilate is out on the lead, I can win this game with Vigoroth, and Emmy Weedle is gonna 3-0 sweep Doombug to become your European International Champion.
See the Mirage Gate accelerate this Hisuian Gudra, and with this Jet Energy, it can move into the active spot, and a final boss's orders commanding one of these 2 Pokemon on the bench to come up will clench the game out for Johan, and he becomes your Europe International Champion. Gabriel can find himself an energy card and one of those counter catcher. He can bring up one of these benched 2 prize Pokemon. Let's see if it's there. It finds both the counter catcher and the dark energy. The back-to-back international champion, Gabriel Fernandez, wins it all in Europe.
One prize card remaining each. Can Tord find the knockout this turn?
Charizard EX in hand. One more piece of the puzzle.
And that's going to be it. The rare candy from the Pidgeot EX. will find the evolution needed. Charizard EX, the knockout. Tord Reklev is your European International Champion, 5-time international champion, and the greatest player of the modern era.
And a Saltfest variant.
Ivy Kutcher coming out again from the Ogerpon, picking up a huge knockout here, leaving the Incineroar. If it does outspeed this Fergar, if it's trying to go for the Trick Room, is going to be able to get the knockoff off, and it is going to pick up a huge knockout.
Huge knockout indeed.
But the battle is cancelled. We have our first juniors final in the EU 2024 Championships. Kevin Han.
In with this play, drag the pulse, targeting the Chien Pao. It is enough. It picks up the KO, and this Tinglu has a lot of pulling weight. It has to do. It will not, and we see it's been locked in. Benjamin Polster is your champion of the European International Championships.
One hit is all it's going to be taking to take that Pokemon down. And this match, Nils has been in such control the entire time. It was well played, but Nils, he never let out. Always was so close to the title and is going to claim it. Nils Dunlop is going to be your European International Champion.
I'm feeling pretty crazy with this win. I did not expect this coming here. I was happy that I managed to clinch out the win in those crucial moments.
Too happy almost. I won the European Championships and I still can't believe it.
I feel pretty normal. A bit in shock. Kind of getting used to this now, but still just a great feeling.
I feel very happy to have won EUIC because it was my first IC win.
Es un sueño haber logrado esto, la verdad es algo que siempre quería. Sentí mucho ese logro hace mucho querer también enfrentarme ante Kavi-chans.
It's been a little bit of time since, especially last year when I got so close and lost in the final. It felt really good to be able to get a little bit of redemption and keep the title in Europe this year.
We are back for Swiss round number 3 here at the 2025 Pokémon Special Championships of Bologna. Marcus, it's an absolute pleasure to have you on board, my friend. Welcome.
Yeah, I'm feeling good. I'm still bringing some Hawaiian vibe here to this tournament. I mean, out here in Bologna, it is quite hot out here. So
it is. You have clearly dressed up so much more efficiently and fancier than me. So yeah, I'm gonna have to go back to the drawing board myself, in all honesty.
Well, yeah, I think it's sort of like a good thing for the occasion and having this, Italian tournament of the season. And I know that there's a lot of Italian players out there who really care a lot about this. And we saw it just there on the stage already. Roberto not quite getting that victory. And as we were talking about, not that many opportunities left to claim those championship points. So yeah, really important tournament for everyone who's out there playing today.
It's true, yeah, because everyone is still trying to vie for that top 75 threshold. Obviously, as we sort of saw at the top of the show, there have been the direct invitations that may sort of like play a bit into the ratings, but we're gonna have to see how that unfolds towards the end of the season. But talking about the general sort of action we've already been seeing so far, we've seen the Calyrex Shadow Rider sort of interaction with that Zamazenta, should I say the Lunala with the Miraidon versus Simon's types. I think we were a bit skeptical in terms of whether Miraidon's going to make a big enough splash or not. I'm curious to see what your predictions were for this week, and unfortunately we weren't able to run through it back on the couch earlier, but yeah.
Yeah, let's have a look at what we all thought. And for me in particular, it's going to be I'll have my eyes out for Miraidon and Calyrex Shadow Rider.
Okay.
Probably a little bit more of the standard Pokemon that you would expect.
I would say safe.
In this format. Just because I feel like, yeah, both Miraidon and Calyrex Shadow Rider having at least one, maybe two, really strong special attackers is just so crucial in a format like this. And I feel like, yeah, at the previous tournaments, we haven't seen enough of those already. So, yeah, I'm expecting to see a lot of Miraidon and Calyrex Shadow Rider in this tournament. And then, yeah, the Volcarona, I really like Struggle Bug, which is an additional move that players have started to incorporate a little bit more, also on offensive sets with Quiver Dance.
Yeah, we saw Simon run that set just now as well. He just didn't bring it to the match.
Didn't come out, but that is something that I have my eyes out on for this tournament. And Grimmsnarl, well, it's a Grimmsnarl. You've talked about this as well in the usage stats. It's, yeah, so good at just disrupting or supporting your team. Has so many different options. So, yeah, that's a Pokemon that I have my eyes out for. But then, looking over there, Costa, is that a Palkia Origin form?
That is actually well spotted, Marcus. Yeah, as you can tell, I clearly went down the Chaos Energy path. I went for the Palkia Origin form because of the speed tiering it's got, which is actually quite exceptional. It's got the Water Dragon typing, which actually goes up quite well into, let's say, Kyogres, or, you know, like the Jamie's top pick over there. We saw he was able to go ahead and pick up Portland too. And then it's got Trick Room viability as well. So there's a lot going for it. I feel that hasn't been as explored as maybe we would have liked or expected in the current meta. But then that gets followed up, I guess, by Eternatus, which, sure, there are a couple of different sets that you could be going for, but the one that I've eyed out in particular is going to be the Cosmic Power Leftovers set. Because, yeah, we've already seen how Leftovers on Restricteds is actually working out really well. Calyrex Ice Rider, Lunala, even Calyrex Shadow Rider in previous formats too.
Yeah, absolutely. Taking a little bit of a defensive approach, I think, is also something that maybe Jamie Boyd is hinting at there with that Vochien. And the Brute Bonnet, of course, one of his favorites. And then, yeah, we'll have to hear from Charlie later on to explain what's going on with those picks.
Well, yeah, I was going to say, we did see Solgaleo actually put out a good performance at Portland, if I'm not mistaken. It had the Weakness Policy, Terra Rock, Rock Slide set, which, you know, much to Charlie's testament, is actually, in my opinion, an underexplored Pokemon, especially when you got that Bulldoze team sort of sync-up, let's say, with any sort of Calyrex Shadow Riders.
Yeah, of course, that is something that trainers have chosen in previous formats as well, when we had the Dynamax phenomenon. And we also saw the Dynamax Solgaleo. But yeah, maybe now it's time to see which match we will be choosing. And why don't we ask our community to support us in that? Of course, our viewers at home always there when we need them. And we have selected 4 incredible matches for you, and you will have the opportunity at home to vote. Which of these games do you want to see the most?
Exactly that, and we've got a vast array of actual interesting, not only matchups with our trainers, but also teams, a Ditto, as well as an Annihilate on Yannick's side versus Antonio's, I would say, relatively standard Fire, Water, Grass, a Moongus Redirect, and the Calyrex Shadow Rider and the Zamazenta. Rawny from the UK representative, bringing the Koraidon Calyrex Shadow Rider, but most important, is that a Pawmot, Marcus?
Yeah, that is a Pawmot. I mean, why?
I love that.
Some of our players, seemingly, Yannick with a Ditto, and then also Ronnie with a Pawmot, saying that, well, you know what, 2 restricted Pokemon, that's all good, but what if I had a 3rd? Right? So yeah, that is a quite interesting take as well. And of course, for you at home, you can head over into our Twitch chat, where we will have a poll for you to vote on which of these games we should be featuring. Also, giving a shout out there, Francesco Pardini. I believe also he was using Glamora all the way back in Liverpool in the very first regional that we had in Scarlet and Violet, where he piloted his team all the way to a top 4 finish, of course. A veteran of the game, wanting to get a little bit closer to a potential invitation to the World Championships here in Bologna. And then also 2 Kyogre teams being featured here with Luca and Giuseppe.
Yeah, and I think Giuseppe, I faced him, if I'm not mistaken, last year here in Bologna, and he was rocking the Kyogre once again. So at the time, he was actually rocking a very similar composition to Luca's 6 at the top with its Serena. So I'm really interested to see how the Iron Jugulus pick actually changes up certain matchups in favor, having that Tailwind via the booster energy activated speedy Iron Jugulus.
Yeah, so I can't wait to see what the results will bring. Of course, I feel like some of the teams are a little bit more standard, a little bit more of the trusted and expected. But then, yeah, every now and then there are a couple of Pokemon sprinkled in there that really go to show that, yeah, the creativity our trainers are bringing to these tournaments. Always, yeah, interesting to see and to learn what went into their decision-making. Why are they bringing some Pokemon that maybe some other players are overlooking a little bit?
Right.
Or in the case of, yeah, Palmot, Iron Jugulis. We have seen those Pokemon around in some previous formats, but they have not really yet made their appearance here in Regulation I.
Yeah, exactly. And I think there's so much more room for creativity, especially as, technically speaking, Marcus, the format is still kind of new. I would say it's still recent in terms of, you know, its birth properly, because we've only had, what, 4 or 5 major events so far, which have been quite compactly sealed back-to-back weekends with one another. So there's a lot more room to be able to explore, especially going into the next biggest point of the season, towards the end side of it, NAIC, North America International Champions.
Yeah, that is coming up, but of course before that we have a round 3 of Swiss here in Bologna.
Yeah, we do.
And while you at home are still voting for which match we should be featuring, maybe let's talk a little bit about the grand scheme of things in terms of yeah, going into this regulation. What do you expect at the end of the day? Will it be someone on top with a team that is super expected, or will it be one of the more niche Pokemon making an appearance here in the finals?
I think it might just be a combination. Similar to what we've seen with Michael Kelsch going ahead and bringing that Leech Seed Calyrex Ice Rider with a couple of other standard Pokemon. Makes sense, but being able to find that sort of granular change in order to alter certain matchups can really push you further down the line past what, let's say, every other player will be flowcharting against. So it's just those small optimal changes that could prove to be key.
Absolutely. So then let's have a look at the results and see which match we will have here for our round 3 in the Bologna Special Championships. It will be Ronnie with Palmot against Francesco Pardini. Yeah, with Glimora, Grimmsnarl. That could be a very, very slow kind of approach that Francesco is taking here, but Ronnie on the other side, I wouldn't be surprised if this was like, I don't know, like a Choice Specs Calyrex Shadow Rider, Life Orb, Koraidon, like really, really going on the offensive with a Tail Room option, Tail Room support by Whimsicott and Farigiraf. Yeah, that's going to be a good one for sure.
Yeah, and I mean, I've met Ronnie, lovely, lovely person. Rocking the Palmot, I swear we've discussed multiple times about Palmot and our appreciation of it. So being able to actually see her go to the point, round 3 right now, Bologna doing exceptionally well, 2-0 versus Francesco Pardini, one of our notable trainers for the weekend, is something that's going to be so exciting to be able to see. And like you said, we're sort of theorizing about a couple of the sets which feel like on paper would be a bit more standardized in terms of Life Orb and on the Ursaluna Blood Moon in order for it to be able to act under Trick Room. And like you said, having the more faster end spectrum when it comes to the damage threats, the double restricteds in that case. But who knows? It could be a very slow Koraidon that has, I don't know, maybe Iron
Breaking
Tail,
Swipe.
Breaking Swipe. Who knows? We're going to have to find out, right?
Yeah, and we will in a second. But yeah, I think you make a really good point there about how exciting it must be now to go to Italy for a tournament. And then, it's going well so far. You're 2-0, but then in the round 3, you're playing against Francesco Pardini, a 2-time national champion. A player that has represented Italy multiple times at the World Championships, and a player that is still out there, still trying to get better and better every year. And yeah, someone that is also undefeated so far and is bringing a strategy that they are used to playing, this kind of slow, maybe some Leech Seed in there as well from the Calyrex Ice Rider. We got to see that, but yeah, that's a really, really exciting and scary at the same time situation to be in.
Oh, 100%. You know, if you've got a veteran like Pilot at the helm when it comes to someone that feels so comfortable with that sort of play style, being able to seek the most optimal board state positionings that you can, and, you know, know, nothing, for example, that you may be able to see initially when you start the lead. But then Francesco is the kind of player where he's like, okay, I'm going to try to be 2 to 3 turns ahead and try to identify the win conditions. Like you said, Glamora, you've got really good options to be able to play around a bit with any sort of toxic spikes, you know, poison status ailments that you can try to rupture onto your opponent's side of the field to be able to whittle down their health resource availability.
For sure. And yeah, Francesco Pardini, a player that knows how this game is being played, a player who was around very, very long time ago. We can see it there in 2011 already, coming in with a World's Top 8 finish. So he's someone who's seen it all from way back in the day, all the way as tournaments grew bigger and bigger and bigger, and the scene got more and more competitive. Now, yeah, he's here, and he also showed in the past couple of years that he can still do it. Top 4 at Liverpool in 2023 and top 8 at the Dortmund Regional Championships in 2024 are just a few of the recent accomplishments that he was able to do. But of course, all the way back in the day, a 2-time Italy national champion. That is something that no one can ever take away from him.
No, definitely not. And I think we've already discussed with a couple of Italian players, Francesco is always one to look out for. He is so big in the Italian community, such a great guy as well. And I would also say, this sort of feels like, after speaking with a couple of Italian trainers, the national of Italy nowadays. We know
the spiritual successor in a way.
Thank you, exactly. You know, like, we no longer have national championships, but this is the big event that you want to be going to if you are from the Italian community.
Yeah, and it happens like, well, once a year. We were here in Bologna last year. Yep. Ruben taking it all and taking it against Luca Cherryberry as well, of course. Let's not forget the fact that the second place finisher here last year went on to then become our world champion. So this is definitely a tournament to look out for, to look at the Italian talent. And yeah, Francesco being the player that he is with all the accomplishments that he already has might be someone to, if he can qualify for the World Championships, he's definitely one of the most experienced players who would be there.
Oh, 100%. And like you said, this event is sort of like a stepping stone. And if you're able to get over the toxic debris ahead of you, and you're able to maybe have a lot of momentum going into North American International Championships. And I guess talking about toxic debris, Glamora, we were talking about it.
Yeah, Glamora.
It's a great Pokemon.
Absolutely. I think Glamora is a Pokemon that was like rumored, let's say, to that it would have a big showing at Portland because there was one testing group that was bringing it to the event. But then, unfortunately, it didn't go so well. Maybe they didn't hit the matchups that they wanted to see. But in the end, it didn't have this big finish that some of the players were talking about online going into this tournament. But now, Francesco was maybe looking at, okay, well, you got toxic debris, as you were talking about. You got a high special attack. You got a really unique typing in rock and poison that has a lot of... Well, it has some weaknesses. It also has some resistances, but...
Shout out to Nihilito. Sorry, I have to say it. I have to say it.
Absolutely. But stalling the game in a way where you try to put the toxic or poison condition on your opponents, and then you have a Pokemon as bulky as Calyrex Ice Rider with leftovers and with Leech Seed. This is just really a very, very difficult combination to overcome. In past formats, we've seen this paired up with Dondozo to take the same kind of slow approach, but now that you want to have two restricted, like the math doesn't work out there. You cannot have Glamora, Tatsugiri, Dondozo, and two restricted, so players are trying to adapt to the circumstances of this format.
And I think that's a really good shout as well, because you're able to try to incrementally find win conditions to get around the regular flowcharts that you would expect. But one thing that could prove to be a bit of an issue is a Pokemon that's capable of reviving its partner Pokemon on the other side of the field. That, of course, being the Pawmot that we're going to be seeing Rawny bring to this matchup.
And it is also a Pokemon that with the natural cure ability, which we will still gotta see which of them they are running, but it would be one of those Pokemon that while it is not naturally immune to poison, it can switch out and reset that status. So that is maybe something that, it can do even beyond reviving one of its allies with that Revival Blessing.
Oh, 100%. And it's such a great way to be able to have a bit more flexibility when it comes to it. I know that Pawmots tend to run Focus Sash, but I've actually seen some variants run run Assault Vest, where you've got speed control access via the nuzzle.
Okay,
and
like the Raichu back in the day?
That's it, thank you. It's a budget, I don't know which higher or lower budget Raichu. I guess higher, in a way, because you've got Revival Blessing.
Yeah, you got Double Shock, you got Close Combat, you definitely can do a lot of damage. But yeah, if you're using Assault Vest, then the Revival Blessing idea might not work out just as well.
You didn't catch me out there, it's all good. I was just, theorizing over here. But anyways, yeah, I think I cooked too hard. We, regardless, have to take into consideration, like you said, the types that this Pokemon has available to itself. It's not only there for the disruption, fake out, and all that stuff. You have got very powerful moves. Close Combat, the most preferred fighting type offensive move that it goes for. It's able to capitalize off of the fact that, it goes for maximum 120 base power damage, whilst most likely having a Focus Sash, not really caring about defense drops, but still being able to put in so much work against any sort of Dark type Pokemon or Rock type Pokemon. I don't know, I'm looking at Incineroar, for example. If it doesn't have Terra options, maybe Stellar Close Combat could put in some work, I'm just saying.
Yeah, and then pair that with Double Shock as well, and you get pretty good coverage, actually. And it is a pretty strong partner for Calyrex Shadow Rider, specifically for the points that you mentioned. Having coverage against normal types, against dark types, that is what you want with a Calyrex Shadow Rider. And then also, of course, Revival Blessing as a very unique way to kind of reset the board state by reviving a Pokemon. It's one of the only moves that can do that, and it is maybe one of the only moves that you can only be used once.
Sorry.
It can only be used once per battle?
Yes.
Yes?
Oh, well, unless you have a Lechu Berry.
Yep.
Yeah, and you get that PP going, the power points, of course, of the moves, so... But that's not commonly used.
Well, I'll refer to you if it comes to any, creative ideas. Yeah, I think it might be the Focus Sash variant, but yeah, for sure. That would be one thing that you could do to revive multiple Pokemon, and we can see here on the stage Palmet, not only there in the battle, but also on the sidelines to cheer everyone on in this match.
Exactly, and I mean, what a way to go about it, to assist both in-game and out. You see both of our trainers having a great time, being excited, being happy, all posy vibes going on right now between them. They are undefeated, and at this point, they're just wanting to extend that win streak further. Ronnie on the left-hand side, we've got Francesco on the right.
Yeah, but it is, of course, starting to get a little bit more serious as well. Being 2-0, that must feel great, but of course, extending that win streak to a third win would be amazing. And while, Francesco, of course, is having a good time there, he also knows, well, having the third win would be really important. Maybe he's counting it on his fingers right there.
Potentially.
Getting ready and, is looking forward, I think, to this match against, a pretty unconventional team, I would say.
Oh, yeah, 100%. And I think Ronnie is a great UK community representative. Has gotten very much involved with grassroots tournaments, organizing as well. So she's got a lot of passion for the game, a lot of love for the community. So being able to see her at this stage right now, going to try to vie for a 3-0 record after this round against one of the best representatives of the Italian community is absolutely hype.
Yeah, and that must be, an amazing spot to be in because, well, I mean, I guess it's pretty clear who the favorite would be just based on their achievements in the past. But, well, you never know what's going to happen. You never know if there's like a Palmet, coming in there, stealing the show. And but having this opportunity, being there on the stage against a veteran player like Francesco in Italy, that is probably what you dreamed of when you took the bus, the train, the plane, whatever, down here to Italy. And and showcasing one of your favorite Pokemon in the process with Palmet. Yeah, maybe this is them saying hey, look at me, this is Palmet. You might have forgotten about it, but it's actually really strong, and this is the chance to prove that.
Oh, 100%. And there was a cheeky Mimikyu plushie there. I was wondering around its viability last week, but then, I kind of remembered there's Calyrex Shadow Rider going on everywhere. So it's a bit tough and awkward, but then, you never know. The hope may still be there. But regardless, talking about hopes, both of our trainers are going to be waging their all right now to be able to pick up this crucial win on stream right now. And looking at the teams themselves, we're having a bit more of an insight. It does indeed seem to be the Palmer actually rocking the Focus Sash. But before then, I think it's a good way to be able to recap, hype up both of our trainers right now. We have got the accomplishments over on Francesco's side. As mentioned, we did see in the player profile before, no need to go over it again. Ronnie, on the other hand, no official achievements in terms of the major events, but I am confident that Ronnie's done really well as well at the local scene, looking for an opportunity to make the breakout.
Yeah, absolutely. Ronnie coming in here as the underdog, using Calyrex Shadow Rider and Koraidon, and both of them, yeah, very, very offensive threats. And already we're seeing some moves there that we're not that commonly seeing. Iron Head on Koraidon, Dark Pulse,
wow,
Terra Dark on Calyrex Shadow Rider. We got Misty Terrain on Whimsicott, and Imprison Farigiraf with Terra Grass. Palmot, yep, that is the trusted set. Terra Electric, Double Shock, very good combination. We can talk about that if it comes up. And then Assault with Ursaluna Blood Moon. So yeah, quite a few things that I'm pretty sure Francesco did not prepare against. They probably not expect to face this unique combination of Pokemon like this.
Yep.
But yeah, Ronnie at a 2-0 record. She knows what she's doing. So yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing how all of this comes together. If it's going to be a little bit more of a Tailwind approach, if there might even be some sort of Trick Room approach with the Ursaluna Blood Moon and the Farigiraf maybe. But yeah, usually I would expect a fast, dual-restricted Calyrex Shadow Rider and Koraidon to be a little bit more on the faster side of things. And yeah, seeing Trick Room, that would be a surprise for me.
Oh yeah, and let's not have any sort of disillusionments. Ronnie absolutely cooked, but talking about cooking up and raising the temperature, we have got Francesco's team, Calyrex Ice Rider, Miraidon, Incineroar, Volcarona, Grimmsnarl, and the Glamora. So we're sort of talking a bit about the incremental damage potential of Francesco's team. We've got a lot of options, the Leech Seed combo with the Toxic Debris, as well as the Mortal Spin to try to have a bit more of an active approach on trying to get those status conditions and whittling down the opponent's HP resources, being quite crucial. But generally speaking, I've seen a lot of ways for Francesco to either slow down or reduce the damage output of his opponent's side of the field. Struggle Bug on the Volcarona and Grimmsnarl with the screens as well as the speed control via the Thunder Wave.
Yeah, and Intimidate as well, of course, coming in from Incineroar. So yeah, a lot of ways to mitigate damage over on Francesco's side. And this might be crucial here, going up against such a powerful in Calyrex and Koraidon.
Yep.
But yeah, I think Calyrex Ice Rider with Terra Water actually would look in a very great spot against what Ronnie has brought if it wasn't for the Palmot. Because yeah, Double Shock, of course, that would still hurt quite a bit. And now, yeah, both of them are navigating through our team preview, thinking about which 4 Pokemon to bring to the battle. One more thing I wanted to call out here is the fact that Volcarona over on Francesco's side is using a set that I haven't really seen like that. Electric Seed, of course, great when paired up with Miraidon, boosting the defense, but then it doesn't actually have Quiver Dance. It is Fairy Dance, Struggle Bug, Giga Drain, and then Rage Powder for some support. So yeah, really interesting set on Volcarona, probably for some very specific matchups.
It does feel like a lot of different roles compressed into one set, but we have got Game 1 leads. Koraidon, Farigiraf over on Ronnie's side versus Francesco's Grimmsnarl and the Calyrex Ice Rider. We've immediately got a priority blocking potential from Ronnie's side versus any sort of Thunder Wave shenanigans the Grimmsnarl may be conspiring up.
Yeah, and already Koraidon on Ronnie's side under a lot of pressure by both the Ice-type attacks and Fairy-type attacks that could come out from Calyrex and Grimmsnarl. So I think, yeah, Terrestrialization is kind of needed here if you want to attack with Koraidon. And then Farigiraf could consider to go for Imprison to shut down Trick Room, or it could just give a helping hoof to its ally Koraidon just to guarantee a KO potentially. At the same time, Francesco has to consider, okay, is there Flare Blitz maybe going into Calyrex Ice Rider? So do you want to go for Terra Water right away? I think Reflect, though, seems like a very, very safe choice for Francesco here at this turn 1 for sure.
Yeah, and it does fit the team composition and playstyle of Francesco to do so. Just going ahead and starting to ramp up the damage mitigation as quickly and swiftly as possible. Terra Fire Koraidon, on the other hand, we know it's so powerful in terms of what it can dish out completely, forcing the Terra Water from the Calyrex Ice Rider. Most importantly here, Iron Head is a great way to be able to circumnavigate around these sort of Terra Fairies, but a Terra Water, you want to be able to just wage in as much damage as you can. Helping Hand boosted, it's going to deal a lot.
It will deal a ton of damage, but first let's see. Yep, Reflect will mitigate the damage just a little bit, but which target did Koraidon choose? I think it was aiming at the Grimmsnarl potentially.
Ooh, okay.
Flare Blitz, boosted by the Sun, boosted by Helping Hand, and it's a one-shot on Grimmsnarl.
Yeah, no need to try to figure things out when you've got Helping Hand on your side and so many different multipliers. I know it's not a Life Orb set, but it still deals so much damage as Glacial Lance will not be enough, anywhere near enough, on both the Koraidon as well as the Farigiraf, going to show why the Terrifier, even though it's an offensive option, it can also act defensively at the same time.
And now this is kind of risky. Now Francesco bringing in Miraidon very quickly and confidently, but they could be speed tying. Koraidon and Miraidon naturally could have the same speed, so since Terrestrialization is already committed on Calyrex over on Francesco's side, a Helping Hand collision course into Miraidon, yeah, might be able to do the trick. However, with Reflect and some bulk that Miraidon usually is trained in, it might just be able to take that attack. And yeah, if that is the case, then we might be looking at a double knockout here coming in from Francesco's side, as both Calyrex and Miraidon sitting very comfortable behind this Reflect.
Yeah, exactly. Going to show why it's so crucial to be able to at least get one of those screens set up as soon as possible, even if the Grimmsnarl does go down straight away. Koraidon will be able to outspeed Collision Course into the Calyrex, deals, I would say, pitiful amount of damage, even with the Helping Hand in play. Electro Drift, on the other hand, going for the Farigiraf right now. Very well targeted that you pick up the KO and then you force the Glacial Lance to be single target, and based off of the damage we saw in the previous turn, most likely being able to pick up the Koraidon.
Or you set up the Trick Room to get speed advantage into your favor. Miraidon, if it is a little bit slower than the usual Koraidons out there, then yeah, Miraidon typically, of course, a very fast Pokemon, but can appreciate Trick Room right here. Yeah. And yeah, that Helping Hand collision course just wasn't powerful enough to really scratch Calyrex in that position. But there we have it. Pawmot joins the battle.
This is going to be very interesting, Marcus, because the Pawmot is Volt Absorb. It's going to be able to be immune to the Electro Drift that the Miraidon has locked itself into at the moment, and allowing essentially the Calyrex to be in a position where it either has to go on the offensive or try to get a Leech Seed up, but that invites the potential of a double up into the slot if Ronnie wants to go on the offensive.
Yeah, and with Pawmot, you always have so many mind games because, yeah, it could go for a Fake Out or it could go for a Revival Blessing. So typically, of course, players would like to go for a Protect, just stall out a couple of turns, that there is no Fake Out. But here, big play, big decision. Francesco just going for the offensive, however, not quite enough to pick up a KO.
Oh, and the Electro Drift will on the Koraidon, of course. Given the speed interactions we saw in the previous turn, is able to pick it off. So Ronnie trying to go on the offensive and play aggressive, essentially. Francesco just sticking tried and true to himself, as actually the Revival Blessing will come out from Ronnie's side of the field. This very well could actually be the Koraidon, as there are options to go for the Farigiraf too.
Yeah, maybe predicting the Protect play from Calyrex here. Ronnie wanted to take a second to bring back one of the fainted Pokemon, and now, of course, they got to make the decision. Which one is it going to be? Should it be Koraidon or Farigiraf that would come back at half health? And yeah, deciding to go with Farigiraf.
Yeah, and I do really love the interaction of Revival Blessing. It allows you a sort of like mid-turn decision-making play where you can revive a Pokemon if it just got KO'd, or at least one of your Pokemon from the slots got KO'd, and then you could bring it immediately onto the field. It's such a good way, in a similar fashion, to how pivot moves work for mid-game sort of strategy decisions.
Yeah, however, now Calyrex Ice Rider is in such a strong position. Could just go for another Glacial Lance, and that might be enough to get the knockout on Farigiraf.
Okay.
And Pawmot will definitely go down.
Oh, but Farigiraf survives. The question is, how much actual action, or should I say pivotal board state interactions, can this Farigiraf force onto not one, but two restricteds? Calyrex, even at +1, of course, it's going to absolutely wave that off. And what is not going to be waved off is this Farigiraf being felled by the Electro Drift. Third KO from Francesco's side in an affair that I would even say, actually fourth KO if I'm not mistaken. We've had Revival Blessing, and now we've got Ronnie with the final Pokemon, most likely being that Ursaluna and the Trick Room. But we'll have to see. It could be Ursaluna.
Yeah, Miraidon just a little bit too powerful, and this Ursaluna joining the battle a little too late, of course. With a ground typing, it would have been a nice switch into some of the Electro Drifts earlier, but of course, if there is a Glacial Lance Calyrex Ice Rider next to it, that doesn't quite work. So yeah, Ronnie will have to go back to the drawing board and think about how to approach this matchup. It seemed like they were getting off to a very good start here with the first turn knockout, but this Reflect was just a little bit too much in this game.
Yeah, it really was. And as we can see, the Ursaluna was always worried on being swapped in at any given point because of the Glacial Lands. Obviously picking up the one-hit KO at +1 and getting that game one for Francesco. So yeah, off to a good start from Francesco's side, even though he had a lot of pressure when it came to the Trick Room being set up, but it just feels like Ronnie didn't have that immediate momentum she was able to bring under Trick Room to be able to counteract Francesco's sort of strategy of getting that set up.
It's really important in situations like that turn 1 to kind of understand how important is Grimmsnarl in this matchup. Right. Is it worth it to potentially give up Grimmsnarl just to set up one screen? And here Francesco made the decision and said, yeah, you know what? If I can just get up the Reflect, my Calyrex Ice Rider, if it's Terra Water, it will be so safe. And yeah, we saw that just how little damage Helping Hand Collision Course did there. And Ronnie just lacked the damage really against Calyrex Ice Rider. So I wonder what would be an alternative way of going about it. Calyrex Shadow Rider didn't come to this battle, so that is definitely something that we might see now in the second game. And then also, of course, we got to talk about the turn where Palmot decided to go for Revival Blessing. I just gotta wonder, maybe it would have been of a little bit more value to try and go for the Double Shock that turn.
Yeah.
I don't know how much damage that would have done, but boosted by the Electric Terrain, maybe it's enough to knock out Calyrex Ice Rider, and then all of a sudden, Miraidon would be in Trick Room against Ursaluna Blood Moon, and that is, of course, a position that would have favored Ronnie quite a bit. So yeah, I think there was the one opportunity. Francesco making a little bit of a risky play there, but it paid off, calling the Revival Blessing. And now we got to see how both players will adapt for the second game.
Yeah, exactly. And we did actually have a bit of a sneak preview of Francesco's other Pokemon, the final fourth being the Incineroar, so that could have been a bit of a strategy for him to be able to act with Fake Out Disruption and obviously having the pivot action going with the U-turn knockoff. Incineroar, we know it, it's a threat. But we have got Game 2 leads online. Calyrex Ice Rider now with the Grimmsnarl versus a more offensive lead from Ronnie's side. The Palmot and Calyrex Shadow Rider are going to be able to put immediate pressure onto Francesco.
Absolutely, yeah. With Palmot out there already, you have the threat of Terra Electric Double Shock right away. It could also be a Fake Out, and this first turn, definitely the pressure is over on Ronnie's side, but yeah, she has to make use of it now, because if Francesco can make it through the turn, maybe with like a Protect Light Screen play or something like this, yeah, and you don't punish that, then it will be really, really tough, because then Grimmsnarl will be around for another turn, could then also set up a Reflect, and then we are getting into that position where Calyrex Ice Rider is just so difficult to knock out when it is hiding behind the screens.
Ooh, and we have the reactive play from Francesco, not wanting to play around with that slot there, in particular the Calyrex switching out for the Incineroar. Now also able to get that Intimidate onto the Palmot, but most crucially, going to be able to tank any sort of Astral Barrage, even though boosted by the Life Orb from the Shadow Rider. But Palmot going on the immediate offensive with the Terra Electric.
Yeah, the little light bulb, it's got an idea.
Yeah, it does.
Go for Double Shock and yeah, not lose its typing. But no Fake Out, Grimmsnarl will get up Reflect, and this could be so important here.
Yeah, exactly, and Astral Barrage, of course, will be coming now. Even if there is going to be a Light Screen, this is still a Life Orb Calyrex. It deals very respectable damage, in particular on that Grimmsnarl, whilst the Double Shock, now having the additional damage boost, is going to deal so much damage. It's a 120 base power move. I say so much damage, and of course, Incineroar's that shut me down.
It's behind a Reflect. It is intimidated. There's no Electric Terrain this time around, and well, it is Palmot.
It is.
I mean,
hey, don't disrespect the Palmot.
We gotta be real here, and yeah, I think Francesco found a very, very nice middle ground play where, yeah, he didn't want to play this guessing game of, okay, where is Fake Out going to go? Is it going to be the Double Shock? Should I Terra? Should I not? No, he's just saying, okay, I'll put both of my Dark types there. this Calyrex, it cannot set up, there is no nasty plot, it cannot really hit dark types, and whatever happens, I won't take that much damage, and we just saw that, and now Grimmsnarl can set up the second screen.
Yeah, exactly. The fact that it is not off the field, similar to what did happen in Game 1, is so crucial. Close combat, not enough because of the different layers of damage mitigation onto this Pawmot. My lordy, U-turn will be able to, I was going to say break the focus sash, but my lordy, that critical hit dealt so much damage in favor of getting the pivot.
Just that interaction right there maybe goes to show a little bit why we don't Pawmot that often. I mean, of course, there was a critical hit, but yeah, Incineroar doing more damage with just a regular attack in the Pawmot, even with a super effective close combat, not quite able to knock out Incineroar here. Yeah, Farigiraf joining the field, that might be able to, stick around for a little while, but yeah. It is tough if you're rooting for Ronnie right here, but Francesco's got to make a decision, and if Miraidon is the last Pokemon, which is coming onto the field right now, there could still be an Ursaluna Blood Moon waiting in the back, so yeah, you kind of have to make the call now over on Francesco's side, and I feel like Dazzling Gleam is probably the move that you want to lock yourself into right here.
Yeah, and I think the fact that Pawmot is now susceptible to getting KO'd from the Miraidon, obviously it can go for the Dazzling Gleam or the Draco Meter, but most likely the Dazzling Gleam. Unless it wants to try to focus down the Farigiraf, pick that off, and sort of allow Grimmsnarl to go on the offensive Spirit Blade to pick up the Pawmot or even catch out a Koraidon switch-in.
Yeah, Koraidon is the final Pokemon for Ronnie and would not be a safe switch-in if this is a Dazzling Gleam, so very tough decision to make. I'm even wondering, does it make sense to set up a Trick Room right here? But yeah, it probably doesn't, because yeah, you have Calyrex and Incineroar waiting for Francesco. So yeah, just Terra Fairy Dazzling Gleam looking really devastating in this position.
Oh yeah, and of course it will be activated from Francesco's side. There's no reason to slow down the momentum. Keep pushing forwards. Talking about momentum, we've got the helping hand onto the Pawmot, hopefully.
Oh wow, it's actually faster.
Oh my lordy, turn of events. Is this going to be enough because of the electric terrain and the boost? No, it doesn't even go for the read onto the Miraidon, but most crucially, it does pick up the Grimmsnarl. What a turn, what a change of pace, quite literally.
Yeah, maybe there Pawmot had its time in the limelight, but I'm afraid after Dazzling Gleam, it will be knocked out. However, opening the path potentially for Calyrex Shadow Rider and Koraidon waiting in the back.
Yeah, although Francesco, as we know, had set up the screens both on the physical and special defensive side, Ronnie will have the speed advantage if the Calyrex is going to be brought out.
Now you have already Terrestrialized, so unfortunately there is no Helping Hand, Terra Fire, Flare Blitz play available. But maybe even without the Terrestrialization, that could be enough for a KO.
If you get a crit?
Well,
I think you might have to get a crit.
I'm not sure if you need it.
Yeah.
But yeah, Helping Hand Flare Blitz, actually, with the Reflect Up and with no Terrestrialization, maybe you need it, but you have Iron Head as well. That could be another option. Now, of course, you should run some damage calculations. Is it actually stronger than Flare Blitz? Because, of course, Flare Blitz is very powerful and boosted by the sun. But
you could go for the flinch.
You could also get the flinch as well, right? So, yeah, I mean, looks like Ronnie still has a couple of tricks up her sleeve.
Yeah, it's not down and out at all. Gonna really have to come down to read here. Ironhead will target down the Miraidon, going for the flinch action. Not online. Dazzling Gleam, of course, ×4, super effective on the Koraidon. Farigiraf, not having any sort of HP remaining, will go down, leaving the Calyrex Shadow Rider on its lonesome self. And Francesco's Calyrex didn't even move, but guess what? It set up the Trick Room just for good measure.
Yeah, just like in the first game, Francesco really understanding the pace of the battle and setting up Trick Room even in situations where Miraidon was next to it on the field, but understanding that, well, it is Calyrex Shadow Rider as the last, and now with Trick Room, Miraidon will outspeed, Calyrex Ice Rider will outspeed, and this game is over.
Yeah, but what a way to go about it as well. We're going to see the Glacial Lance move first, single target, under Trick Room first all the time against Shadow Rider, but it does survive. Then again, the double up will be able to clinch this third win up for Francesco Pardini, still undefeated.
Well played by Francesco. And yeah, we have a crowd here that is supporting the local hero with some chants and clapping. And he definitely deserves it after this victory. 2-0, very, very clinical approach here, showcasing why the Miraidon and Calyrex Ice Rider combination is so strong.
Very
potent. Of course, the typing overlap offensively so nicely. Very, very few Pokemon get to resist both electric and ice type attacks. And then also having this very, very fast restricted Pokemon with Miraidon, and then having a Calyrex Ice Rider that is slow and bulky and can manipulate the speed with Trick Room as well. Just a very, very strong combination. And yeah, in this battle, Ronnie definitely tried with Palmot, but
did a great job.
It was like, yeah, that Miraidon and Calyrex combination from Francesco, just a little bit too much to overcome.
It was, but hey, let's not sort of forego that impressive outspeed of the Palmot onto the, let's say, a slower Miraidon over on Francesco's side, but it wasn't enough to pick up any decisive sort of board state advantages for herself. But Miraidon there, absolutely getting felled in that game one. Glacial Lance was able to wrap things up quite nicely, even though there was the Revival Blessing, and Francesco had to go for 5 KOs versus the standard traditional 4 in a regular VG match.
Absolutely, yeah. That Calyrex Ice Rider didn't quite get the KOs in the first game, but then in the second game, it definitely did. That was the turn. Palmot outspeeding Miraidon. Maybe if it was helping hand double shock into the Terra Fairy Miraidon, if that somehow was able to get the KO. But then, yeah, in the end, unfortunately, yeah, we had to see Palmot go down, and then the path was cleared for a Dazzling Gleam sweep. This is one of the, I would say, yeah, a motive that keeps reoccurring on those Miraidon teams that also have a Trick Room option. If you can find the right position to put in your Miraidon, usually in the early game, you would want to go for those electric type attacks, but then later on in the game, when everything is chipped down, you maybe were able to get things into range for those boosted Dazzling Gleams, and then having speed control on your side as well. There are not that many Pokemon that resist fairy type attacks in this format. And then also, of course, there's not that many Pokemon that even if it's just a neutral hit, Dazzling Gleam isn't the strongest move, but when boosted by all the modifiers on Miraidon, then it can really pick up those 2-hit knockouts. So a very, very nice execution of that strategy by Francesco.
Yeah, truly. And it sort of pays testament to how flexible the Calyrex Ice Rider set is with the Leech Seed. You've obviously got the clear offensive positioning of, okay, I'm just going to go set Trick Room up, Glacial Lances, cool, having a good time, getting boost, whatnot. But then you've got the Leech Seed, where it just synergizes so well with, let's say, the general team composition of Francesco, with the slower Miraidon, with the Trick Room most likely being the set speed mode you'd like to go for if there are sort of any sort of weird interactions, faster Pokemon on the other side of the field, like we saw the Miraidon and the Calyrex Shadow Rider. And then obviously you've got the Glimmora if you want to bring it as well. We didn't see it being showcased. However, Grimmsnarl put in a lot of supportive work for all of its buddies.
Yeah, I feel like this mode that you were talking about with the Leech Seed, with the Glimmora, this works really well against some of the little bit slower paced teams that are, yeah, going for a little bit more balancey approach, that like to switch around, that also like to take the game a little bit slower. But then against a hyper-offensive team like the one we saw here from Ronnie, yeah, the approach with just setting up one screen, that can be decisive, because teams like Calyrex Shadow Rider and Koraidon, they really rely on getting those one-hit knockouts. And when you have the Reflect light screen, support your team, and you can just turn those one-hit knockouts into just not quite one-hit KOs. Then is really when those teams can fall apart quite quickly, and when you can create openings for your own restricted Pokemon, like Francesco was doing in both of those games.
Well, exactly. It's sort of taking advantage of glass cannon-like teams as well, if you're able to sort of sponge away the incredible damage that they have at display, especially when you've got damage mitigation options, like we've said. You've got the Incineroars for the physical side. You've got the screens generally from the Grimmsnarl. And yeah, I just really like Francesco's team. Obviously, I love Palmot. Unfortunately, we didn't see it do as well as I personally was hoping about. But
well, it got a KO.
It got a KO, and it showed off saying, you know, even though I'm using double shot, hey, guess what? I've still got my typing. Hey, and you just, you know, technically go for another double shot, which normally you wouldn't be able to outside of Terra.
Yeah, beautiful, shiny Terra Electric Palmot. In Regulation I, that's, yeah, was not on my bingo card.
No.
Yeah, maybe
to you at home out there. Maybe if you want to try and make Palmot work, then let us know using the hashtag #PlayPokemon if you have some ideas of how to make it work exactly. Because yeah, I think it is such a cool Pokemon. It has a really cool like concept going around it with the Revival Blessing as well, and with Volt Absorb, something that didn't come into effect in this game, but of course can be a Pokemon if you, let's say, went for a Terra Fairy, but I guess you can't really afford it with Double Shock. But you could do really, really well against Miraidon, basically.
Oh yeah, you could. You could shut it down type-wise as well if you're able to position yourself to a point where, you know, you're forced to get the Miraidon in a position where it's choice locked, obviously. But regardless, we'll see. It's not down and out for Rawny just yet. She has picked up her first loss, but she's got 2 more wins, and we do have the winner of our set ready for an interview, running 3-0, none other than Mr. Francesco Pactini.
You can't see it at home, but the support here for Francesco is massive. Can we get a cheer, everybody, for Francesco? Pretty massive. Is that going to see them all the way to victory? Congratulations, Francesco. Fantastic game. We had a Pokémon shocking us into life, but the screen time provided by Grimsnarl, absolutely huge. How are you feeling?
Well, I'm feeling great in a season very, very tough for me.
Okay.
So let's see how it goes. I want to play game by game. I have a goal, which is literally to win the tournament. 10 years later, my last major win here in Italy. So this is my reign, and I want to win again.
Yeah.
Because 10 years are too much.
Wow, have we seen the winner on stream already here in Bologna?
Well, regarding the Pomot and the screen, was a particular matchup.
Yeah, absolutely. Were you prepared for Pomot?
Of course not. Of course not, but it's the kind of Pokemon which could be particular, and so I had to Terra the Kali in the first game. So I had to pay attention, of course, because if I Terra water on the side in order to resist the Flare Blitz, then it's a problem for Pomot. So, in fact, in game 1, I also made an hybrid because I didn't protect the Kali. I think she thought I'm gonna go for the Protect, and I don't. So I want to play this way, very aggressively with Miraidon, Calyrex. You have to.
Yeah, for sure. Trick Room was so huge in that game. It felt like as soon as Trick Room went up, that was it. That was sort of the win for you. But then in game 2, Incin and Grimsnarl were putting in so much work. You had the Reflect, you had the Intimidate, and then, you know, that Pomot tried its best, the Terra Electric double shot, but into the Calyrex or the Pokemon that just switched in, it didn't do a great deal at all. So, yeah.
I like the way of playing screen. It's one of the archetypes I love. In fact, I like this format because permit me to play Grimsnarl. I've always been a great fan of Grimsnarl and Goldengo.
Yeah.
Because I think that it values a lot my playstyle. I'm a, as you can see, old player. Yeah. At my times, there weren't Miraidons and all these Pokemon. One-hit KOs everywhere, no? Yeah. So I like to play this way to calm all the damages and to also wait for the opponent's falls.
Yeah. How were you able to capitalize on that in that game? Did you feel like there was an opening Ronnie gave you, or did your game plan just work?
Well, honestly, I thought that Grimsnarl with Reflect was quite compulsory, because otherwise Farigiraf helping hand plus Kali Shadow or Koraidon could be a great problem, a big problem. So, well, Grimsnarl every day, every time. And then or with Miraidon or with Kali. In game 2, I wanted to start with Miraidon, but because of Pomot, I couldn't. So I won game 1 and I decided to go for Kali Ice again.
Yeah, well, so well, don't fix what's not broken. Well, you've just won 3 rounds in a row. How are you feeling about the rest of the day?
I've done nothing. Job isn't finished.
No, absolutely.
At Kobe.
Yeah.
No, it's a long run. I have the experience to say that you can be 3-0, 5-0, 6-0, and not even reach the top cut. So as I told you before, I want to go game by game.
Yeah.
Focused, having a chat with everybody of my community, which is here. You know, this is a special measure for me.
Yeah.
For the season I have, a very tough season, I thought. and also because in Italy everybody wants to talk with me, and I really appreciated this word. Okay,
absolutely.
So I'm making everybody is helping me today. So let's see.
It's all about the community, trainers. It's all about the community. How are you feeling about your Worlds invitation?
I have to be honest. This is the third major I attended this year. I didn't attend, for example, UIC. It's difficult. I have to at the least reach top 4, I think. But let's see. Okay. I want to fight, and today maybe I will not win, but for sure I will be a tough opponent for everybody.
Yeah.
So let's see. I have a good team. I am a good player. I prepared very well with lots of friends, lots of great players from all around the world, from James Beck, which helped me, Edu, all the Team Aqua. So I'm prepared, and let's see what it happens. Because you know this game, you have bad matchups, bad luck, and with screen it's also easy. So let's see. Let's see.
Fingers crossed for you, fingers crossed.
Thank you.
What would be your highlight, now that we're at the end, essentially, of our 2025 roadmap? What's your highlight of the 2025 season?
Well, this season, as I told you, it's the third measure. I hope my highlight will be this measure.
Fair enough. Fingers crossed for you. And you were telling me before that your first Italy National Championship came when you were 10?
2011.
2011.
I was the first Italian national champion.
Very first.
And I'm very proud of it.
Blazing that trail, absolutely. Well, you should be proud. You should be very proud indeed. That's absolutely wonderful. What's your favorite Pokemon?
My favorite Pokemon in the format, you mean, or in the...
Just generally.
Well, Snorlax.
Snorlax.
Yeah, because it reflects my way of living. Sometimes on the sofa.
Yeah.
No, Snorlax.
I like your use of the word reflect there as well. Thanks for that, cheeky Grimmsnarl too. All right then, well, you've given a couple of shout-outs there, Francesco, but any further shout-outs?
Of course. To, first of all, to my girlfriend, which supports every day this old trainer, to my second family, Team Aqua, and to all of my friends which are here cheering for me. Believe me, I really feel this energy. So
wonderful.
Thank you, everybody.
Yeah, let's keep that energy going. We're going to hear a little bit more now from Luca Cherubelli, our current world champion. I know we've just had Swiss round 3, Swiss round 4. You're going to want to be tuning in for more. Let's have one more cheer, everybody. I hope you can hear at home for Francesco Bardini, everybody in the venue.
They're all paid.
And giving Luca a huge lead in this game 3.
Luca was a little bit disappointed. It's going to be enough to take down the Mirage.
I love the way Luca was able to pivot this in here. And the big on. What's it going to be?
Luca Cherubelli.
Cherubelli, become your 2024 Pokemon World Champion.
Luca Cherubelli is your 2024 Masters Division Pokemon video game world champion. But just how did he get to that hallowed position? Charlie Merriman here, trainers, to take you through Luca's path to the peak. He attended his very first competitive Pokemon event in 2017, finishing with a respectable 4 wins and 3 losses. But what mattered far more to Luca was the firm friends he made within the passionate Italian VG community. Helping each other and building up experience at local events, just 9 months later, Luca claimed his first title as the 2017 Turin Special Events Champion. However, there followed a run of disappointing results, and Luca was frustrated not to be doing himself justice. In fact, he was even on the verge of quitting Pokemon VG altogether. But having qualified for the 2022 World Championships in London, he decided to give it one last shot. And out of the 300 best trainers in the world, he finished 36th. Luca Cherubelli was back. Worlds 2023 in Yokohama showed Luca how the standards he held himself to had shifted. He was pleased to reach day 2 again, but was hungry for more. Similarly, at the Europe International Championships the following year, he went all the way to top cut, but still knew he could do better, proved to himself that he could indeed be the very best. At Worlds 2024 in Honolulu, Hawaii, he took the tournament one game at a time, until all of a sudden he found himself in the grand finals against Yuta Ishigaki from Japan. The night before, Luca went out for dinner with his friends to take his mind off it all, paving the way for a good night's sleep and focused preparation on the big day. Identifying that his trusty Miraidon's Draco Meteor hit nearly all of his opponent's team for good damage, Luca won Game 1, but Game 2 went to Yuta. It all came down to one final battle. And with Miraidon supported by Luca's favorite Pokemon, Hearthflame Mask Ogerpon, Luca Cherubelli secured his spot in history. The first thing Luca did after winning? Rush into the arms of the friends who made attending events so special, that helped each other improve and grow, that was such a crucial factor in Luca becoming world champion. After all, in the phrase we all know so well, you teach me, and I'll teach you. As for what's next for Luca, well, in his own words, I'm not letting winning worlds be a hindrance to my growth as a player. I'm not just hiding behind, I won the world championships. Trainers, the best is yet to come. Want to walk your own victory road? Head to Pokemon.com/play. Who knows? It could be your first step towards becoming our new world champion.
Welcome to the first ever New Orleans pop-up Pokemon Center at the Pokemon North America International Championship. The casters are about to arrive, and we're going to follow along as they shop, play, and trade. Fun and exciting things to find at the Pokemon Center this year. But if you missed any of them, don't worry. We'll see you at the Collect and Trade Corner.
I started playing Pokemon with Red and Blue in 1999, I think. Started playing competitive Pokemon in 2010, and my first VGC event was in 2015. Probably go with Bulbasaur, I guess. Lots of players, but Amelia Forbes is the best player in the world. I'm here to have fun and just, enjoy the game. I think the game is beautiful, and building teams is great, and I'm just here for love of the game. My favorite event food is my cookies that I bring to every tournament. They're good and I get a lot of compliments. My favorite city is probably Melbourne. Melbourne's always great. Every time in Melbourne, it was a blast. Of course not.
Yeah, I first started Pokemon in 2007, and I started VGC in 2019, and I've been playing until now. My earliest memory about Pokemon was beating the Elite Four in Diamond and Pearl, and I remember it being such a challenge I had to try over and over again, and finally did it after like 10 tries. And my favorite starter Pokemon would probably be Chimchar. That was the first starter I ever chose. Originally, I started competitive play because once I beat the games, I wanted to see what more there was, and I love strategy games, so it was a natural transition for me to move into competitive Pokemon because it has a strategic component, but also the game that I loved as a kid. The most important thing that you will learn as like a competitor is that the difference between like top players and you know, just your average Joe is partially about their understanding of the game, but a lot of it is that more than anything else, confidence is how you win games.
Another stomping tantrum into Como, no protects. Not another critical hit. Como survives body press. Michael Zhang is advancing to the finals here in Sacramento, California.
I've always liked to use unique teams, and being recognized for that, and when other people are able to have some fun with the unique teams that I've built, that's always been a standout moment for me throughout the course of playing Pokemon.
Michael is just a couple of turns away from becoming our regional champion.
I wouldn't say there's just one person that I respect a lot. I think I'm really glad for people like Wolfie, who were able to bring a lot more competitive rigor back into the scene during like 2020 and whatnot. One of my best friends, Vishy, has also been a huge inspiration for me. He was someone who introduced me to VGC, and that's the reason why I got into it in college.
Como survives, fires back at Ironhead, and Michael Zhang takes down Riley.
I had originally not even thought about winning a regional, so, you know, coming and winning a regional, I have to reevaluate what really is going to be the next step for me. A2ing Worlds or making top cut of Worlds would be fantastic. That would be my goal for now.
Marcus, I was taking a walk in this cave yesterday, and this rock snake Pokemon just jumps out the ground. It was really unexpected. Welcome back, trainers, to the Bologna Special Championships. Charlie Merriman here, joined by Marcus Harmon. You got that, right?
I did.
Okay,
I
good.
did get that. Thank
nice.
you. Thank
good.
You.
Yeah, after our Seville chat, I just feel like... oh, have you got one?
I got one for you as well.
Oh, let's do it.
Okay. Why did the Wobbuffet cross the road?
Why did the Wobbuffet cross the road?
Why not?
That's really good. That is really good. Marcus, gotta watch my back. We got two budding comedians here. That was wonderful. Are you feeling proud of yourself? You should do.
I am.
Yeah,
Thank you.
really. When did you come up with that?
I thought of this, like, I think for the previous event, but then you weren't there. So then I saw you with the Wobbuffet, and I was like, oh.
Perfect.
Right?
Hey, we're just
I was riding on the bus, actually, as genius just, like, hit me.
That's always when the most genius things occur. And speaking of genius, Pormot, that was pretty cool. Yep. The previous round. We don't tend to see it. Well played to you, Ronnie. Hope you're feeling really proud of your performance there. Double shock, using up that electricity. I mean, how was it for you casting that game?
Well, I was shocked. You were shocked.
Double shock.
Yep. No, it was a fun set for sure. And yeah, it's always, of course, like going up against a veteran.
Yeah.
Like Francesco. It's always hard. It's always going to be an uphill battle. But yeah, I think just Ronnie attempted something there, right? Like making some reads as well. And Francesco was also talking about that in the interview that you had about, yeah, Calyrex could have gone for Protect, right? So it was just about getting some calls right and making some risky plays, which I think you have to when playing against someone like Francesco. So yeah, definitely respect to Ronnie for that.
Yeah, there's no margin for error really against such a veteran player. But from Pormot 2, well, let's expand it to the entire pool of Pokemon available.
There is quite a few of them.
Bit of Pokedex quiz time, trainers. Let's see. How well do you know your Pokedex? I kind of back myself, but let's see. Let's see how Marcus and I fare together. All right, here we go. In ancient times, this Pokemon was worshipped as the emissary of the sun. However, it was also viewed as a burden since it often caused forest fires.
I have an idea.
Yeah.
Do you have one?
I do, yeah. You go first.
So, the ancient times, okay? Plus the sun and like fires, okay? So it's like a fire type probably from the ancient times. And then the fact that it was forest fires, like I'm getting some Volcarona vibes here.
I'm thinking Volcarona too. I think this is reminiscent of the Generation 5 Pokédex entry for Volcarona. I know that it was worshipped as a sun Pokemon back then. This burden for causing forest fires thing is new to me though. That's interesting.
I didn't know about that as well, and I thought it was kind of in like a sandy environment as well, right? Like you go into the ruins.
That's true. Yeah. That's true. Yeah, but forest fires does suggest bug. I feel like we're on the Volcarona train. Should we lock it in?
But maybe we've got a couple of Pokemon to choose from here, of course. Volcarona is not amongst them, but Larvesta would be there. So yeah, you can vote in the chat for whichever Pokemon you think it might be. Entei, I mean, that is also definitely something that would be worshipped. Larvesta, yep, we just talked about the reasoning there.
Evolution of Volcarona.
Vulpix definitely also has something going with the ancient tails.
Yeah, then the sun
around it,
shine
right?
looks like its tails.
And then just like Vulpix, also Torkoal can bring the drought and set up the sun as well. So yeah, is Torkoal the reason for a bunch of forest fires? I don't know. But
yeah, I could see it. I could definitely see it. Entei, I feel like those Pokédex entries are more about volcanoes, but we could be entirely wrong here. Larvesta does throw a bit of a spanner in the works because it doesn't immediately have that
Vulpix also gives me a little bit of a like fiery vibe there, but yeah, I think I would lock in the Larvesta based on our previous.
I think I would too. Let's see. I hope we're not influencing you in the wrong direction, chat. Because we might be barking up the wrong forest tree. But yeah, vote in the chat over on Twitch. Let us know what you think it is. We're gonna say Larvesta, I think. What a cool Pokemon it is. I think Larvesta and Volcarona were the first bug fire Pokemon to be introduced. Very cool combination.
Yeah, absolutely, and it would be really fire if all of us got it right. But well, let's see about that. As yeah, you had the chance to vote in the chat, and yeah, let's see.
Yeah,
what the results will bring.
Twitch if you want to vote.
I think we were like kind of close with our Volcarona call.
We were, yeah.
So let's see if it was Larvesta after all. I did so poorly in the previous one.
Yeah.
So I hope that we can start off with a point in this one. But let's see.
Before, yeah, it's time to find out. What have you voted for? Which is going to be your answer? Okay, 74% Larvesta, and it's correct. Let's go, everybody.
Let's go.
Nice. Okay, that is one point to us. But there are going to be so many more coming out. Yeah, only 6% go for Vulpix. That's interesting. We could see the Entei. Yeah, we were talking about the Entei there too. Yeah. I wonder then what Volcarona's Pokédex entry is, if that's Larvesta's.
Well, yeah, if Larvesta was the one that was being worshipped.
Yeah, yeah.
What did they do with Volcarona? I mean, I don't know.
Yeah. Just worship a bit more? Worship a bit harder? Should we have another one?
Let's do it. Let's do it.
Marcus, take us through this one.
All right. Who is that Pokemon? The fur on its body naturally repels water. It can stay dry even when it plays in the water.
Interesting. I have an instinct. I mean, we don't get too many furry Pokemon in water, and it's making me think of Breezel and Floatzel.
Oh.
Which are covered in fur, and obviously they're water types.
That is true.
Can stay dry even when it plays.
And they play in the water as well. I think they're like
Breezel.
A little bit like playful.
Yeah,
right?
I could see that. What else could it be though? Fur. What's a furry water type Pokemon? Stay dry even when it plays in water.
I mean, looking up here, Kingdra. That's not really fur, right? We got Azumarill.
Oh, true. Maybe, yeah, that could work. Well, let's see.
Like a Marill.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Okay, Breezel's not even there.
I was just talking about Marill.
Hey,
right?
very nice. Marill, Brionne, Vaporeon, or Tauros.
Well, Tauros does have the fur.
It does, yeah. Get on over to Twitch and vote, everybody. The Aqua Breed Tauros, yeah. I don't see it playing, though. It looks too mean to play.
Yeah.
I wouldn't want to play with an Aqua Breed Tauros myself. Vaporeon, does that have fur? Maybe it does. I don't know. It's only got the mermaid tail, which is a bit more scaly. And then Brionne, I'll be honest with you, Marcus. There might be no Pokemon I know less well than Brionne. I don't think I could tell you. Well, I could tell you basic things about Brionne.
Yeah, of course. I always feel like with the forest partner Pokemon, like the ones that you don't choose, they're like middle.
Yes.
In the evolutionary line. Like those are the ones that you don't have that much exposure to.
Yeah. What is that exactly? Yeah. This evolves from Poplio, Brionne, and then into Primarina. But then there is Marill there, so. That's tough, because Brionne is pretty playful as well. You know, it's the seal who, you know, will play, do tricks with the ball, chucking around, balancing on its tail. What do you think? For me, it's between Marill and Brionne. What are you thinking?
I think I'm locking in Marill just because I was just like looking for some inspiration. I saw the Azumarill sitting over here, and then well, Marill shows up. So yeah, it feels like destiny to go for it, whether it's right or wrong.
I will stick by your side, my friend. We will go for Marill.
You sure for that?
Yeah, I mean, who knows? We'll see. We'll see.
Okay.
But I think your instinct was a good one. It could be Brionne, but your instinct was a good one. Let's find out.
But once again, it would be funny if once again, like we were thinking about the evolution, and then it's like it's not the Volcarona, it was the Larvesta.
Yeah.
Maybe it's not the Azumarill, but the Marill. But it could be anything really.
Well, very interesting. I mean, I think Breezel was a good shout. But it's not there, so clearly it's wrong. I'm now intrigued to know what Breezel's Pokédex entry is. I'm trying to think of the other furry water Pokemon. Like, whoever chose these 4 options had a tough job finding the water Pokemon covered in. I mean, maybe Psyduck, but that would be more feathers, I guess. Trying Try maybe, I don't know, maybe in a future generation we'll get just a big fluffy mouse that's a water type. I guess that's already Marill, but really fluffy, like a teddy bear. Maybe a regional variant of Teddy Ursa. I can see that. That'll be fun. Let us know. Let us know what you think it is over on the Twitch chat.
Yeah, and then let's see if chat once again believes in our ability to spot the right Pokemon here, or if they want to go with something else. But let's have a look at the result, and let's see if it is in fact Marill. Yes!
All very close.
Just barely.
Very close. Only 7% went for Brion there.
Yeah, well, the Taurus, apparently.
Yeah. Very popular.
Definitely up there, but in the end, hey, got it right once more.
Yeah, that Marill, 46%. Decent. Well, congratulations if you got that at home. I hope you're keeping a tally of the ones that you got correct. Larvesta, then Marill. Let's see if we have time to feature another Pokédex entry, but it's always nice to get a bit of a deeper dive into the lore behind these Pokemon, right? We see them so often on the stage, but it's nice to be able to just refresh our memories about the Pokemon that have been there by our side all along. You teach me and I'll teach you. And we've been teaching you Pokédex entries. That's going to be it for the Pokédex entry quiz. Hope you enjoyed that, trainers. Maybe we'll have time for more later on in the competition, but we are getting our next round ready and raring to go on the stage, and I cannot wait to hop onto our bikes, our Miraidons, our Koraidons, or our horses, our Glastriers, our Spectriers, and zoom right into the action. I say right into the action, but very shortly. Bear with us for just a moment longer as our trainers get set up. Marcus, what restricted duo would you be running this weekend if you were competing?
That's a very good question. I really liked some of the Miraidon and Calyrex Shadow Rider teams that I saw recently do well. But honestly, there's so much going on right now in the format and so many different teams that I would want to try out. Yeah, it's tough to say. I didn't really like prepare with like one particular team so far. So yeah, let's see what does well here, and then maybe that's the next thing on my list to test.
Yeah, exactly. Fantastic. There's a high chance if I were competing this weekend, I would be running Solgaleo and Calyrex Shadow Rider. I thought it was so cool at the Portland Regional Championships last weekend. Terra Rock Solgaleo coming out from Zach Emerzian with the weakness policy. Yep. Weakness policy boosting your offensive prowess if you're hit by a super effective move. Calyrex Shadow Rider going for the Bulldoze, activating it, and it works if you're a Steel-type Solgaleo or you Terra Rock, and then you get that boost, sweep with Rock Slide, flinches, mwah, chef's kiss. Shout out to you, Zach Emerzian. But that was Portland, we're here in Bologna.
Absolutely, and having a Pokemon like that, Solgaleo being like really the last lion standing with all the support around it, that is definitely something that we could also see here with maybe some different Pokemon as well. And on the topic of standing, why don't we have a look at our standings here in Bologna for the Special Championships. And after round 3, we still got a couple of trainers who are still undefeated at the flawless 3-0 record.
Yeah, really cool. We saw Simon Bernard earlier on stream, so do check that match out. I think it was our first Swiss round that we streamed of the day. Still a 3-0, really impressive. Carlos Cabal, this is a name that we've seen rising up through the ranks over the past couple of years. Eyes out for Carlos here.
Yeah,
of course,
Carlos,
Italians.
Yeah, Carlos, a player from Spain who I was looking at the rankings, and I feel like they are in a pretty good point in the season where they can feel kind of good going for their invitation to the World Championships. Yeah. But of course you want to be safe and just get as many points as you can and maybe even get a win here at a big tournament. And yeah, Carlos is a player who has consistently done well in the last couple of years, but is still looking for that really, really big win to their name. And using a very similar team like we also saw them use in Utrecht with the Ting Lu on a Calyrex Shadow Rider and Zamazenta team combination.
Tinglu reducing the special attack of everything around it. Really, really oppressive in this format, can lead to some slower games. But Marcus, there's a Copper Raja in the room here. We got the world champion right there. We got to talk about Luca Cheribelli, our current world champion, winning the Honolulu 2024 World Championships with that signature skip plume by this point. And it seems like an adaptation in a way of the team that they used to win the World Championships, but for the Regulations LA format.
Yeah, and it's the same 6 Pokemon, I believe, that they were also using in Utrecht. So definitely something that they have kind of, had their eyes on for a little while. It seems like it is very similar to what we were seeing in the very, very first regional championships that we had in this format. The team that Andrew Ding used to win there. But actually, yeah, with Whimsicott over Grimmsnarl and some other small changes here and there, I think it's a very, very strong archetype even still. And even though the meta game has evolved further and further, Luca Cherryberry out here still saying, well, this team maybe is a little bit overlooked by some, but is still very strong and yeah, still at an undefeated record here in Bologna.
It's unbelievable. And I think it must be so strange for Luca's opponents. Psychologically, you know, no matter what the matchup is, you know, I am facing the current world champion.
Yep.
And that is going to affect some of the plays that you make, for the better or for the worse. It just the psychology aspect of this game never ceases to fascinate me. And of course, the tournament is but young trainers. We're at 3-0 right now, some of these trainers. As we go through, there will be some losses that start to creep in, and we'll have to see which names will rise up to the fore. But as a reminder, these trainers have the luxury of losing at least 2 games before they're beginning to be out of contention for day 2 tomorrow. So, you know, got to keep it up as much as you can to give yourself the best possible chances. But, you know, just rest easy, take a breath, take one game at a time.
Absolutely, and taking it one game at a time, so important in these long tournaments. Yeah. Because, yeah, Francesco was saying it early on the couch. You might be at 3-0 now, but you might be at, I don't know, 3-3 in a couple of rounds, and then you're out of the tournament, so you really don't want to stop here, and you want to keep going. You want to get more and more wins. Of course, you want to qualify for day 2, but then you also want to do well in day 2, so the more wins you can get, the better it is. And yeah, that is, of course, what all these players will try to do. And yeah, we've got 2 of the undefeated players as well that we will be featuring in this round as well.
Very exciting. Yeah, Francesco Paldini, who I was just speaking to in the interview there, was, you know, just one, but very level-headed, just saying, on to the next.
Yep,
let's
on to the next.
On the next game.
Didn't achieve anything? I mean, of course. A player of his caliber, like if you're 3-0, like for a lot of players, of course, that would be a big accomplishment, but he's just like, well, okay, I've been here, I've been in this situation before. Things have gone well from this one out. Sometimes things don't go so well when you have a good start, but yeah, for him, it's really about the thinking game after game, and only like don't celebrate too early. Like celebrate when you've actually won something. And well, he did win the game. Like he is here to win the tournament. That is what he said.
Exactly. You've got to take those breaks though in between your games. Make sure you're hydrated. Make sure you're having a little snack along the way too, because again, it's the mental aspect of this game that can be surprisingly draining for the trainers here. All of those reads, trying to predict what your opponent's going to do, just decompress with friends, or just find a quiet space in the venue just to take a moment to yourself. All very important. Everyone has their own ways of dealing with it. I remember speaking to Marcos Perez, who was talking about how they will just keep pacing around the venue in between rounds. They just like to keep that momentum up, like to keep that energy up, helps them keep focused. So, you know, each to their own.
Absolutely. And yeah, well, we are waiting. It seems like the next round has been paired already. So we're, yeah, we gotta have a look at which players we will have and which pairings we'll have. One thing that I noticed when looking through some of the standings, there seems to be a new combination of restricted Pokemon on the block. I'm not gonna talk too much about it now. I'm sure we'll see it later on. We won't have it, I think, for this round, but yeah, there is something out there that I haven't actually seen so far in this regulation. You wanna take a guess?
Now, this is the thing. I don't know if it's going to be 2 restricted Pokemon that are fairly common, but we've never seen them together, or if it's going to be something brand new. Koraidon and Miraidon.
Koraidon and Miraidon. Okay. I'm not gonna say for now.
Okay, let's see.
You will find out at some point. I'm pretty sure. Like some of the players that I've seen are using this team, they tend to do pretty well. Yeah, let's see if we will have this secret team that is out here in Bologna. If that will be revealed later on. If you at home have some ideas of what it could be, of course, let us know using the hashtag #PlayPokemon. We love to join in the conversation over on X and social media. But yeah,
just ditch this out without harmonizing, Marcus. Let's sing that Play Pokemon.
Okay, let's do it. You want to count us down?
Yeah. 1, 2, 3.
Hashtag Play Pokemon. You're beautiful. You're beautiful. You're the singer.
And he's sending us right into our notable matches, trainers. Which matches are going on in the venue?
We're going right into our notable matches.
Hippolyte Bernard and Simone Zamito is what we'll be featuring. Simone, a player with such incredible achievements to their name, and exactly the same with Hippolyte, but we'll talk more about that team in just a moment. Mark Cotter, Alessio Fusca, Lewis Markle, of course, the runner-up at the Utrecht Special Championships versus Lorenzo Alamagna, and Salvatore Calogero versus Emanuele Briganti. Apologies for any mispronunciations there. Great to see a Ho-Oh coming out once more from Salvatore.
Absolutely, yeah, and yeah, coming with a lot of support Pokemon as well. the dual fake out there on Salvatore's team with Iron Hands and Incineroar. Yeah, one thing that draws my attention in here is Terrapagos and Calyrex Shadow Rider. That is a duo that we have seen quite a bit, but it didn't get that big win yet. And maybe here in Italy, I heard that some Italian players really like this type of team or this type of archetype. So yeah, maybe it's time for Calyrex and Terrapagos to make an impression here. But that's an amazing matchup that we have and that we will feature in this round. Simone Sanvito, Hippolyte Bernard, two champions, two Pokemon champions. Both of them have won major tournaments before. And yeah, that's going to be really, really exciting seeing both of them on stage right here going up against each other.
Plushy metagame online trainers. Simone running that Dragonite. Clearly not on the team, but a worthwhile partner. I remember in the previous season, Simone always carried around the Hisui and Arcanine plush with a Mudkip on top of it, which I really love to see that. It's Steed. I wonder if that Mudkip belongs to the Judge there or Simone. But either way, Simone's going to be happy that the Mudkip's on the field. No plushie to speak of Hippolyte, but oh well, the Dragonite is a friendly face to be looking at as well.
Absolutely, yeah, and Mudkip is as well. Of course, appreciation to all those Mudkips out there. And both our players, we talked about it, and we will see their accomplishments in a bit. But yeah, having two champions going up against each other on the stage as early as round 4, that is something, that they were probably hoping to avoid until a little bit later in the tournament. But nope. Yeah, sometimes it is how it goes. And Hippolyte there, he seems calm and ready to take on this challenge, and likewise Simone also having a good time there. Yeah, it's great to see, of course, some of our players that have done so well in the past. They are still hungry for more.
Simone is a trainer with a fantastic sense of humor as well, and I'm sure that's going to pay dividends, putting Hippolyte at ease. But I mean, they look perfectly relaxed there on stage. I believe I'm right in saying that Hippolyte did quite well at the Bologna Special Championships this time last year, and maybe we'll have the confirmation of that. Yeah, there it is, Bologna top 4 in 2024 here. But then, as recently as this year, 2025, top 16 in Stuttgart of Hippolyte. Then, of course, over on Simone's side, a 2-time regional champion and an IC champion as well. Hippolyte does have that one regional championship title from 2020. Looking to add another to their roster here in Bologna.
Yeah, Hippolyte, a player that was known for using Shedinja in restricted formats. So, yeah.
Yes.
Looking forward to seeing, of course, it won't be Shedinja, but
can you imagine if we had Shedinja
could be.
That is terrifying.
that is terrifying, for sure. But yeah, without too much further ado, we'll jump right into it. It is Lunala with Calm Mind. He is cooking, or he was cooking. Maybe that's what he's hinting at. Yeah, that is a team that I've used myself for a little bit. And I think it's actually one that is pretty strong. I know Hippolyte has quite a bit of practice with this particular team because he's used it to a decent finish at an online tournament very recently. And yeah, Choice Scarf Miraidon paired up with Lunala. This is a team where I can confidently say the pace of this team, Lunala is the star of the show, or it's the moon of the show. I don't know if you can say that, but
nice.
Setting up Calm Minds, having leftovers, grassy terrain support, double fake out support, Light Screen, Reflect, Thunder Wave support, Follow Me support. All of the Pokemon down there are there just to support Lunala, just help it get more and more Calm Mind boosts. And then Miraidon looks a little bit weird, but is actually very, very helpful to have against certain matchups like against Calyrex Shadow Rider, because it can outspeed and also do a lot of damage with Snarl, reduce the special attack. And also it can provide electric terrain, which is really, really important against the Mungus, because that is a Pokemon that can threaten to spore Lunala. And yeah, that is one of the dynamics that I'm looking forward. Simone there hinting at maybe Sleep is a mechanic that we will see coming up in this matchup. But yeah, that could be a great matchup for sure.
The electric terrain, of course, shutting down the sleep opportunity on any grounded target. You cannot sleep on electric terrain. Calyrex Shadow Rider and Zamazenta will be the restricted pair of choice for Simone. Raging Bolt, Chien Pao, Tinglu, and that Amoonguss that we just mentioned there. So this is a team. Calyrex, of course, likes to sweep, and so does Zamazenta. Calyrex a special attacker, Zamazenta a physical attacker here. Couples up so nicely with the Chien Pao, Sword of Ruin on the field, reducing the defenses of everything around it so that Zamazenta hits even harder. Calyrex running the Encore tech here as well, locking opposing Pokemon into the move they just used on the field. But if you want to slow things down, there comes that Ting Lu. Ruination is so nice. It's just going to halve the HP stat of any of its opponents, meaning that you don't have to invest too much in its offensive prowess. It just means that the Ting Lu gets off reliable damage. I say reliable, but it's not 100% accurate, that move. We'll have to see how well it connects down into Hippolyte's team. So now we can see the two teams facing down against each other. The moon of the show versus, let's say, the vessel bringing the entertainment to us in Simone's fantastic team. Two different restricteds here. The Snarl and Miraidon is going to be crucial, putting the pressure onto Hippolyte's Calyrex Shadow Rider here.
Yeah, and you're making some amazing points there, and I think all of these are things that the players would have to consider. Encore on Calyrex, of course. If you can lock Lunala into Calm Mind, that would be devastating. So that is something that Hippolyte will try to avoid. Maybe that is already enough to kind of force Ogerpon to be brought just for the follow me. And then Ting Lu, of course, is a Pokemon that you really have to care about as well. So yeah, Ogerpon might be a Pokemon to consider for Hippolyte, but it seems like they want to take things very, very slow here in this game one. Grimmsnarl and Incineroar.
Lead time trainers, Grimmsnarl and Incineroar, such a nice lead into Simone's Chien-Pao and Zamazenta, the cat and the dog. Both physical attackers, you're reducing their attack stat here, and you can set up Reflect with Grimmsnarl, keeping your Pokemon oh so safe. Hippolyte looking for the comeback here in Bologna. Simone looking to add to their already stellar roster. Which one of these trainers will be winning our Swiss round 4? Fake out. Zamazenta not able to act here. It's just going to have to sit and wait for a turn as Grimmsnarl does indeed peer at Simone's Pokemon from behind that sparkly screen. Screen not going to be cleaned by the Chien-Pao. Just going for the taunt. Not a move we see too often on the Incineroar, meaning that it cannot go for something like a parting shot.
Yeah, Taunt is actually a move that is seen on these Zamazenta Calyrex Shadow Rider teams quite a bit recently because of how good it is in stopping some of the supporting options. So yeah, really nice Taunt there, but I feel like the first turn definitely favoring Hippolyte just a little bit. Calling back Incineroar makes sense. You want to preserve Intimidate for later. And of course, you don't want to be hit by a body press.
Light screen now. Grimmsnarl able to set up its other screen. If you're watching on 2 monitors, trainers, that's exactly what Grimmsnarl is doing as well. Ice Spinner connecting into the Pokemon. You can see the dividends that the Reflect pays, even with the Sword of Ruin on the field and the Life Orb chipping away at Chien-Pao. The Heavy Slam super effective, but the Grimmsnarl bulky enough with all that hair surrounding it to take the hit.
Yeah, really nice double up there, but at the same time, Hippolyte also identifying that, well, Grimmsnarl is not actually in that much danger and now could go for a potential Thunder Wave into Zamazenta. That is something that Simone definitely would not want to see. Because this Chien-Pao does not have Crunch, the only Dark-type attack it has is Sucker Punch. So Lunala was a very, very safe switch in there. And that is something that Simone has to think about. How do you want to deal with Lunala? Because, yeah, those Pokemon on the field right now, Zamazenta and Chien-Pao, they definitely can't do it. And if Hippolyte wanted to, he could start setting up those Calm Minds right now.
Let's take a look. I mean, Grimmsnarl, yeah, it's got the screens up. You may as well look into one of your pesky support moves. Lunala, though, is going to be embracing the fairy side of things. It's become a fairy type on the field.
And it would make a lot of sense to maybe predict a taunt and just go on the offensive with Lunala right away, knocking out Chien-Pao. That would be a huge win for Hippolyte.
Let's see if Simone finds that play. Zamazenta, it might not be able to move this turn. There is the taunt into the Lunala. There's going to be no Calm Minds coming out from that Pokemon, but did Hippolyte lock into that move? No, just going on the offense with Moonblast. Chien-Pao's not holding a Focus Sash. This is going to be easily enough to secure the knockout.
A very, very big play by Hippolyte, taking out Chien-Pao. That is a huge win for Hippolyte, because now it means that, well, of course, Grimmsnarl gets knocked out in the process, but you were able to set up both screens. You were able to get a Thunder Wave paralysis down on Zamazenta. And, well, you had to commit Terrestrialization just to make sure that it wasn't some sort of Sucker Punch play. Maybe I would have even liked for Hippolyte to save the Terrestrialization for later a little bit, just to make it a little bit more ambiguous as to what their plans would be. But now Hippolyte might be able to just switch out Lunala, get rid of that taunt, and then be in a really, really good spot.
Are they going to be able to do it safely as Incineroar hits the field for Hippolyte, emerging into the wrestling ring? That will be Ting Lu joining the field for Simone as well, so the Lunala's not hitting as hard as it was before, reducing the special attack of everything around it, and of course the Zamazenta isn't going to be able to hit through that paralysis.
Now, not only is this a Ting-Lu, it's also a Salt Vest Ting-Lu. Yeah. So really, that Lunala won't do a ton of damage with Moonblast onto Ting-Lu. However, at the same time, there is not that much healing coming out. So if you can just whittle down at the Ting-Lu, and I think that is the strategy Hippolyte wants to go for, then yeah, they would still do a little bit.
Ooh, that's more than I was expecting, to be honest there, Marcus. Body press connecting into Hippolyte's Incineroar. That could have been super effective. Heavy Slam onto Lunala here and breaking the Shadow Shield. But no, needing to remove this Pokemon that's slowing down the physical attackers on Simone's side so much.
Yep, and yeah, while Ting-Lu will probably be able to get off at least one hit, it seems like Hippolyte has found a way to, yeah, beef up their Pokemon. With Reflect, we see just how little damage, well, it was still quite a bit, but not enough for the knockout with Body Press on Incineroar. So now that allows Hippolyte to reposition once more, bring in their fourth and final Pokemon, Miraidon. Another special attacker, but if the continuous Moonblast can come out here, yeah, maybe they can take down Ting-Lu like that.
Where's it going? Is Ting-Lu going to be hanging on? It certainly is. Only a sliver of HP remaining. Special attack drop really not mattering in the face of that physical attacker. Big body press there into Miraidon. Does about a third of its HP. Hippolyte's got to be careful, and there's the Ruination. So lovely. Just ignores the effect of the Shadow Shield there, so Lunala's HP has been halved.
Yeah, and with leftovers, of course, Lunala has a way to recover slowly but steadily. Now also Taunt ran out, so yeah, potentially, if you wanted to, you could go for a Protect, but there is not really any need to do that, as...
Big Electro Drift from Miraidon, careering around the Velodrome into Simone Zamazenta, but it does hang on. Is that going to be enough damage for the turn? Is Miraidon just now a sitting dragon on the field? One more Moonblast into Ting-Lu, and it's down.
But what will Zamazenta do? If this is Heavy Slam into Lunala, this could do a ton of damage.
The vessel is empty, but how is Zamazenta going to respond? No, just another body press into Hippolyte's Miraidon. Really fantastic damage. And the Miraidon has not got the choice specs, but it's still locked in with the choice scarf. It can only go for Electro Drift. Had it been holding the specs, that Zamazenta surely would have been down.
Yeah, and after a couple of Intimidates, yeah, it makes sense to rely on body press, which of course uses your defense to calculate the damage. And yeah, not quite enough for a knockout. And now as Simone is forced into their fourth and final Pokemon, Calyrex Shadow Rider, no way to switch out anymore. It is up to Hippolyte to decide how they want to play this endgame. They could try and maybe swap back Miraidon just to pressure a little bit with Incineroar, and also to be able to lock into another move. Because yeah, if you can, for example, use Snarl, that would be super helpful for Lunala against that Calyrex.
Reading Hippolyte's mind as the Astral Barrage connects down into that freshly switched in Incineroar for the Miraidon. Not very effective, of course, and Lunala taking it really well. Another responding Moonblast. Lunala has just been allowed to sit on the field and deal big damage. Now breaking the Focus Sash, just look at the effect of that onto the Calyrex there, and the special attack drop, which is going to be huge for that special attacker. Lunala, through the screens, just taking that Heavy Slam so well.
Yeah, and really showing how much of an impact Grimmsnarl has even so many turns after it went down. Setting up Light Screen, setting up Reflect, and also, let's not forget that there's always the chance for a full paralysis on Zamazenta. Well, it didn't happen the past couple of turns. It's always something that has to be on Simone's mind as well. And now with this special attack drop, let's see how much damage Astral Barrage can do.
Is he going to be able to claim the knockout and get a double Grimnay boost? It certainly is onto the Lunala, but not Incineroar. This means Hippolyte is going to have to switch in the Miraidon from the bat. The critical hit unconfirmed as to whether that mattered, whether it would have hung on without the critical hit there. That's the Terra option down. Simone with the two restricteds left.
Yeah, Incineroar needs to take a KO though now. But Body Press comes out first.
Not going to. The Body Press, Zamazenta outspeeding. The Rocky Helmet, really good chip damage onto the Zamazenta there. It's oh so low. It cannot take any attack. But now, with the Miraidon coming in, you could even potentially go for the Snarl, and it's not very effective onto Zamazenta, but it should secure the knockout.
Yeah, but there's always the threat of wildcard, so I feel like you have to think about, well, do you want to play for the full paralysis now? But then at the same time, Simone also could think about, well, maybe if Hippolyte is targeting into Calyrex, you could try and go for Protect, but that is not what's happening.
No Protect, just the Electro Drift into the Calyrex Shadow Rider. It is down and out. Zamazenta, all eyes now.
It comes down to this. Will Zamazenta be able to move or not?
Can Zamazenta hit through the paralysis? Can it secure this game for Simone? It certainly seems to. Hippolyte's Miraidon is down. It couldn't have been finer margins there, but the dog has barked straight out of the kennel. Simone Tanvito on home turf here in Italy is claiming game one of Swiss Round 4 at the Bologna Special Championships.
Finding a way back into this game, really impressive by Simone. It looked really, really dire after allowing your opponent to set up screens with Grimmsnarl, getting paralyzed on Zamazenta, but in the end, Zamazenta was like, well, I might be paralyzed, but you know what? I'm just going to hit anyway. I'm still going to outspeed Incineroar anyway, so it didn't actually matter that much in this battle. And while Lunala looked so strong there in the first couple of turns, getting Ruination down was a key moment for Simone, getting through the Shadow Shield, dealing so much damage in one hit. And that allowed Calyrex Shadow Rider to then later get the KO there with that cheeky critical hit. But yeah, well done by Simone, finding a way to set up this endgame kind of where it was both their restricted Pokemon, Zamazenta and Calyrex. And yeah, just putting the damage where he needed it so that Calyrex could get the KOs. Yeah, could have gone either way, but I don't know if there is any reason for either of these players to really switch up their game plan in terms of what they were doing here in this game.
There are a couple of things that could have gone wrong for Simone there. Yes, there was the Zamazenta that was able to hit through the paralysis, but also Ruination, of course, can miss. And then Simone's far more on the back foot than before. But, Marcus, we're approaching Game 2 between Hippolyte Bernard and Simone Sanvito, if you're just joining us, trainers. What adaptations can Hippolyte make? What would you like to see them do better?
Yeah, I think actually Simone would be the one that I would advise to maybe change something, because, yeah, this Zamazenta Champ Power lead, it looked pretty bad against Incineroar, to be honest. So that is something that Hippolyte already exploited, because the switch into Lunala is just so safe, because there is no crunch. So I would be surprised if we saw the same lead again, and yep, Simone is switching things up. And at the same time, yeah, for Hippolyte, I like the approach that he had. I like the grip that he had on the game, but he wasn't quite able to convert it into a win in the end. Yeah, the Calyrex Shadow Rider of Simone really threatened here with knockoff from Incineroar. Double super effective, of course. Calyrex is holding the focus there, so it'll be able to hang on. The Grimmsnarl setting up those screens that it did so nicely in that previous game. It's looking like, though, Hippolyte is locking in very quickly here and looking to go for damage with the Ting Lu. Yeah, Ting Lu doesn't really care about Intimidate that much, or about the screens, because Ruination, of course, does guarantee damage. And wow, big switch up here. Amoonguss is the Pokemon of choice for Simone in this battle. Spirit Break is going to reduce the special attack of Ting Lu, but Ruination is just going to be hitting just as hard. Knock off, though, removing the Assault Vest from the Ting Lu, making it far less bulky. That can be huge for Hippolyte in later turns. There is that Ruination connecting down once again into Grimmsnarl. Don't have either screen set up yet, which you probably want to do before you're potentially going to sleep. Yeah, and really, Hippolyte identifying Ting Lu is public enemy #1 at this point. You just really kind of want to commit all your hits into that Pokemon, but unlike in the first game, this time around, Simone has brought Amoonguss, and Amoonguss has Pollen Puff, so all the damage that Hippolyte was able to do here, Simone might just be able to, click Pollen Puff on Ting Lu, heal it all the way back up, and while getting rid of Assault Vest is nice, at this point, if Simone's Ting Lu can just sit there and spam Ruination for a couple more turns, it will be really, really tough to withstand the pressure of Calyrex. Ooh, and the miss of the Will-O-Wisp onto Ting Lu over on Simone's side. Ting Lu is currently running rampant. Its bowl is overflowing as Grimmsnarl is now trapped on the field. A bit of a sitting duck. There it is, Marcus. There's that Pollen Puff landing right into Ting Lu's vessel, and it's going to heal Ting Lu right back up to full. What was that sound? That's exactly how it sounds, yeah, Marcus. Just take notes. That's the bubbles in the vessel bubbling over. Now, is the Amoonguss going to be better at breaking through paralysis than the Zamazenta? Or the other way around? Will Amoonguss be paralyzed when the Zamazenta wasn't? Yeah, I mean, Grimmsnarl locked on the field. Well, might as well set up some screens. And yeah, seeing that the damage on Ting Lu is not permanent because of the healing from Amoonguss. Yeah, Grimmsnarl setting up Light Screen, and Incineroar, going out of there. But yeah, once again, lowering the attack stat of Ting Lu is not really going to help that much. Bringing in Miraidon, though, that would help, because that would set up the electric terrain, and that would prevent any sleep from Amoonguss. It's tricky into Simone's team here. You don't have Dazzling Gleam on Hippolyte. You have the Snarl being run instead, so you don't threaten the Ting Lu with super effective damage. Just give me another Ruination. This is what happens if Ting Lu is left all alone on the field, just connecting and reducing HP bars left, right, and center by half. And going for the Spore, of course, Miraidon switching in electric terrain prevents the sleep from going off. That Grimmsnarl, not much longer for this field with the Sand Tomb set up. And Miraidon, well, it's nice to bring it in here to set up the electric terrain. You really don't want it against the Ting Lu. So yeah, Hippolyte will have to have another turn where he doesn't really do any damage. Is forced to kind of go for the Volt Switch here, switch out, maybe bring in Incineroar back again. But all those turns are turns where Ting Lu just sits there, clicks Ruination, and there is no healing over on Hippolyte's team besides, leftovers on the Lunala, but that's not going to be enough here, I feel like.
You can set up the screens all you want, my friend, but Ruination is going to hit right through them, do exactly the same amount of damage. If you're unfamiliar with the move, it just halves the HP stats. So now Miraidon, for example, is at half. It would just halve that again. If the Pokemon were at 1 HP, it would eventually secure the knockout, but it's a great way to get that big burst of chip damage as Incineroar once again rejoins the fray. The Volt Switch, good for a little bit of chip into the Amoonguss here.
Yeah, and you really gotta wonder, there's no way getting through the Tinglu, but at the same time, there's also no way getting through this Amoonguss. And yeah, Grimmsnarl is not gonna do it. Amoonguss
you ready?
attempts
Here we go.
to do some...
Let's make that noise.
It's already full HP.
Oh,
I don't know
yeah,
if it makes the same sound.
I was so looking forward to doing that noise again, but maybe we will.
What's the noise of Sandtomb?
It's a...
Okay, that is going on right now. But yeah, like, the thing with Pollen Puff Amoonguss is, usually you would want to go through the Tinglu. This is what Hippolyte hinted at in the first turn, going for the double up. But if Amoonguss is on the field and just goes for some healing, you gotta go through the Amoonguss first. But then, okay, how do you do that? Looking at the team, there's no Flare Blitz on Incineroar, there's no Psychic type move on Lunala, Miraidon isn't even Choice Specs. How do you deal with Amoonguss? I feel like, yeah, Hippolyte kind of checkmated himself here, thinking that, well, my opponent won the first game, what are they gonna do here in the second game? But yeah, I feel like this Ogerpon Fire that we were talking about before the match, that would have been the key Pokemon to bring here against this Amoonguss and Tinglu combination.
Yeah.
But even with a couple of misses,
wow. I
feel like it doesn't really matter because
here we go.
More healing for Tinglu, and well, it is burnt now. I don't know. I need to work on my timing for that. I don't know when exactly it happens, but it's going on now. Yeah, Grimmsnarl is now eventually knocked out. Well, one could say it did its job, but like the job was like it was working on something, but then yeah, like they realized, oh wow, like this project, Grimmsnarl, the project you were working on, I'm sorry, like corporate told us, yeah, we're not actually going through with it. Like thank you for your work, but
we'll look into it for Q3.
The screens don't actually do anything against Ruination, and while of course Ruination also doesn't get any knockouts, together with Sandtomb, it is a really nasty combination because you can just whittle, you can just like whittle down at them with the Sandtomb.
Oh, and then also the Terra noise as well. There it is, the Terra Tinglu.
Oh, wow. Yep.
It's going to be the Terra Fairy Crown emerging from Tinglu's bowl. This is certainly the MVP of this game for Simone. Tinglu is taking Intimidate, it doesn't mind. It's Will-O-Wisp, it's burned, it doesn't mind. It's hitting through screens, it doesn't mind. It's got the Ruination, halving the HP. Lunala can set up those Calm Minds, and it does have its Shadow Shield intact. It's not going to be taking as much damage while its HP is at full. Knock off into the Amoonguss. Really respectable damage. That was the critical hit, to be fair to this little cat that could. Amoonguss's Rocky Helmet is down and out, so no more recall damage coming from physical attacks into that slot. No, the Snarl didn't do very much damage at all, but you've broken Lunala's Shadow Shield and a responding critical hit, giving Incineroar a taste of their own medicine.
Now, there is, of course, leftovers on Lunala, so it won't be for too long.
You ready, Marcus? Here it is. Pollen Puff landing once more, and yeah, just a tiny one this time.
Okay, that's the moment. Okay, I got it now. I'm not sure how much I agree with Snarl, just because of like Lunala. Well, the Tinglu is so damaged that. Or so like the special attack is reduced so much that even though it is a 4-time super effective hit, it doesn't actually do any damage. And Lunala can just like heal back up to the Shadow Shield. And yeah, it just can set up a couple of Calm Minds. You're giving Incineroar a little bit more time. So I feel like Tinglu should just maybe go for Ruinations. Because yeah, this Lunala, it's affected by Vessel of Ruin. It won't do that much. It can knock out Amoonguss here, but yeah, Tinglu is still sitting quite safe. But now actually, well, with the critical hit that we saw earlier, now Amoonguss is down, and maybe that is the opening that Hippolyte needed to get Lunala into position.
Maybe. It's kind of depressing seeing how many damage reductions are going into this Tinglu and knowing that it just does not matter with access to the Ruination here as Miraidon once more zooms onto the field.
And now, as Amoonguss finally went down, I feel like we're approaching the next kind of stage of this battle. So, in the early game, and this is a big Snarl against two special attackers. That is really important. So then maybe this is something that Simone was kind of anticipating, saying that, okay, even if you take out my Amoonguss, like that's fine, I'll just like lower your special attack and then I will force you to switch when you don't want to. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. But yeah, now with Amoonguss being down, well, Hippolyte would like the Electric Terrain for the boost, but it's not that important at this point. However, I feel like now yeah, now the pace will be completely different. Now Simone will go on the offensive and will try to go for some knockouts. We'll try to go for some attacks. Previously, Simone was fine just sitting there, just clicking a couple of buttons, like going for Pollen Puff, going for Ruination. But now it's the time where, yeah, you can just go on the offensive if you're
okay. Electro Drift. It's no longer in the electric terrain and the Vessel of Ruin. Look at that. And with the Snarl as well. Miraidon, we expected more. Body press, not enough to KO the Miraidon, but it is certainly brought down very low. Lunala using the opportunity to set up another Calm Mind tier. So it's +2 special defense, +1 special attack now, I believe.
I think it's neutral again.
You think it's neutral? Okay, well, Ruination, either way, will just be colliding with that Lunala. And there it is. So much HP down.
Yeah, almost like 50%.
Yep.
one could argue. But yeah, with leftovers, of course, Lunala has a little bit more sustainability as Ting Lu is being whittled down by the burn. And yeah, now Simone is fine getting some knockouts, and there are no great switches for Hippolyte either, because yeah, you can't just switch into Incineroar to take the body press. That doesn't really work, so forced to stay in. Poor Miraidon, yeah, being knocked out there finally.
Zamazenta just slamming things left, right, and center. He's doing what Ting Lu did in the early game, just able to spam that button. Spam, slam, as Moonblast connects once more into the Ting Lu, channeling the power of the Lunar Eclipse. It's decent damage, but another Snarl here, double super effective onto the Lunala. Yeah, it's not doing too much. It had a few parting shots to its name, but Lunala, yeah, it's only a matter of time. It feels like before it's able to go down in the face of Zamazenta. You've got the Calyrex Shadow Rider in the back as well, and no Wide Guard on your Lunala.
Yeah, this was I mean, the game isn't over, but yeah, already I was pretty impressed seeing this setup by Simone in action. Yeah. Mungus and Ting Lu board position was, it seemed impossible to break for Hippolyte, and now he has taken that advantage and yeah, kept it throughout the game. Now, of course, well, it's funny to see this Ting Lu like on the field since turn 1, -5 attack, -4 special attack, doesn't really care, it's just sitting there clicking Urination. But yeah, all of this is, of course, to set up for Calyrex Shadow Rider in the very end, when now there are no more switches available. Hippolyte could go for a Terra Fairy eventually, but yeah, it's just so tough to come back from a position like this.
Really looking like the writing's on the wall for Hippolyte here, but another Moongeist Beam just for good measure, and is it finally going to be able to KO this Ting Lu that's been such a thorn?
One round of applause.
Yeah,
for the Ting Lu.
You've done an absolutely stellar job in this game, but it's looking like it's going to be more of a win-Lu as the Lunala gets more HP recovery from leftovers. But now again, this Calyrex Shadow Rider is just going to race once more onto the field from its stable. Light screen does fade here as well.
At the perfect timing, now Calyrex Shadow Rider joins the field. Now, of course, Lunala was able to acquire a couple of special defense boosts through Calm Mind earlier, and Terrestrialization is still available. So yeah, this is not just an easy knockout, but Hippolyte is like thinking about it. Well, should I just go for the Terrestrialization? Should I like waste everyone's time? But no, he's forfeiting, and Simone will win the set.
It's like water off Psyduck's back. Look at how calmly and collectedly Simone is taking that victory. A little bit of a wake-up face rub there too, keeping themselves alive. And again, Hippolyte, speaking of keeping themselves alive, very much still in the competition. That's just their first loss of the tournament so far. They can afford to lose one more before they're starting to get nervous about whether or not they make day 2. But really, really cool to see Ting Lu doing what it does best in Regulation Set I here.
Absolutely, yeah, really seeing this duo in action here, Mungus and Ting Lu. This is something that we saw all the way back in Regulation C, I believe.
Yeah.
They're paired with a Gyarados, you remember that?
Yeah, Gyarados!
I was very... oh, yeah, well, he's still around, but like, yeah, he's not in this format, apparently.
Let's use his full name, Gareth Doss.
Anyway, yeah, that Ting Lu in a Mungus position, that was really tough to break in the second game, and I think it all came down to the first game where actually Simone, I thought, was in a pretty bad situation from the get-go. Ting Lu going down, Jianpao going down, but then in the end, finding a way back, this critical hit on Lunala might have been decisive, but then also having Zamazenta attack through paralysis, yeah, that is what sealed the game there in the end for Simone in Game 1. There we see the final body press, Game 1. Hippolyte not too happy to see that. But then Simone thought about it and was like, well, you know what? I think there's an even better way for me to approach this game. Even though I won the first game, let me do something different. Let me rely on this Amoonguss and Ting-Lu position. And even though Hippolyte was finally able to break through those two Pokemon, then yeah, he was greeted by a Calyrex, Shadow Rider, and Zamazenta in the back, and then realized, well, you know what, like actually, yeah, there's no way I can come back from this. And yeah, hitting the forfeit button, which means, funnily enough, the last knockout of the game was Hippolyte's, but then he was like, you know what, yeah, I actually don't want to I don't want to keep on going with this. Well, I got rid of the Ting-Lu, my goal is accomplished, but now I'm ready to forfeit the game.
And looking at the other two Pokemon that Hippolyte had available, they would have been really nice answers into the Ting-Lu. You've got the Pokemon Half-Flame and Rillaboom here, both threatening physical, super effective damage. And of course, it's the special attack that Ting-Lu reduces everything around it. I mean, the Rillaboom kind of anti-synergistic with your Miraidon. Of course, it's overwriting the electric terrain there. But Ogerpon, a very, very valid choice. And of course, you can just crit through as well with Ivy Cudgel, heightened critical hit chance. So very interesting as to why Hippolyte didn't bring those Pokemon, because they're not too disincentivized either from the other side of the field.
Yeah, I think it's one of those cases where like it really depends on which Pokemon everyone is bringing. Like, for example, if Raging Bolt made an appearance, then all of a sudden Ogerpon isn't that great into that. But yeah, I feel like Ogerpon, that would have been the adoption, that if Hippolyte was able to win one of those games, then maybe for Game 3 we would have seen Ogerpon make an appearance. But yeah, as it is, Simone Sanvito proving why he is a two-time regional champion and an international champion as well. And yeah, I'm pretty sure that required a lot of training for Simone, of course, to get as strong as he got, right?
Yeah, I think it did. And I think, Marcus, I have a suspicion that Simone would have been frequenting his local scene. So let's take a look at what's on offer. If you're thinking of dipping your toes into the competitive water, let's see what's in store for you.
Hey, do you want to play?
Yeah.
Nice.
One shot?
Wait, that card, yeah.
I'll use twin cannons.
Great game, guys.
Bye. See you next week.
Come play at your local Pokémon League.
That father figure, Marcus. That figure standing over our shoulder saying, good game, guys. Good game. We all need that. You've got the judge on the stage. I know that our trainers will be congratulating themselves as well. Well, you're going to want to have a little scan of this QR code on the screen so you know where your local is. Come and join us. Come and join all the action. Even if video game isn't your thing, Pokemon Go, Pokemon trading card game, come and get involved. We'd love to see you. That first step is so important. And I have no doubt that if you're considering it and you go along to one of those locals, it will not be the last time that we see you.
Yeah, absolutely. So much fun just yeah, hanging out and bonding with your local community, and of course, practicing together, playing together for fun, but then also potentially maybe, yeah, one day you'll find yourself in a carpool to one of our major tournaments to yeah, go there and try out everything that you learned at the locals. And yeah, Simone and Hippolyte, two players that are really, really strong. They went through that journey and yeah, now made it all the way to the stage here to battle it out. And yeah, this could be you someday. Who knows?
It could be you indeed. It's a game that's so hard to progress in if you don't have the support of your friends. You don't have the support of the community around you, people to team build with. I know that you're very tight-knit with your team building group, Marcus, and I'm sure that I speak for us both when you say that you wouldn't be the player you are without them.
Oh yeah, no way. Yeah, absolutely not.
Yeah, they are all there for you, and just it's sort of like you've got, I don't know, say 5 people's worth of development happening at the same time. And so you're just going to get better at the game 5 times faster than you would have done otherwise. But I think it's time that we hear from our winner of that previous game. It wasn't Ting-Lu's, it was Winlu with Simone Sanvito. We're going to throw it over there with that sound we know so well from the previous game. Marcus, you ready? 1, 2, 3.
And here we are. The magic spell has been cast, and we are over here with the winner of round 4, Simone Sanvito. Congratulations. How are you feeling?
Thank you. I'm feeling good. Clicking Ruination is a fun move, what can I say? Especially when you play against the low-pace team.
Yeah, I think that Ting-Lu was a huge star in that game. It's, well, obviously against a Miraidon and a Lunala, that's going to be
Yeah, that's obviously Ting-Lu playground.
Yeah, so what attracted you towards using Ting-Lu, or the Shadow Rider Zamazenta in general? Like, what made you decide for this team?
When the regulation I started, like everyone, I started using CSR Zama because that's obviously the top one core in the format. At least going in, that's what we assumed. I didn't like much the fake out Nass plot Calyrex, and I gravitated more towards Zamazenta centric build. I didn't like using CSR Zama because while being very good, you also bring upon yourself a lot of the bad things this format has to offer. You play a lot of games that come down to speed dice, and you play a lot of Wildguard mind games. For this tournament, I just didn't have anything better. I saw this team used by Aaron Brock. I think that I pronounced his name right. I used this team, which was something I was still trying. I was trying beforehand just to get a feel for the team because I wasn't finding anything. I would like to use Ice Rider Miraidon, that's like my dream comp, but I don't like it enough in how it's positioned in the metagame right now, which is silly to say because it just won a tournament a few weeks ago. But I don't like it very much, the builds that are right now. I don't like that Miraidon without Farigraph is very weak to fake out. I don't like playing that, so I just used this team because it felt good enough. And I love Tinglu. Tinglu is one of my favorite Gen 9 Pokemon competitive-wise. It's not good right now. It's more of a niche pick. Obviously, when you play against Miraidon, Lunala, as I said before, it's Tinglu playground. Game 1, I didn't use it very well because I didn't think Moonblast was going to do that much damage. I just didn't tear it and didn't use the Terra on anybody else. And also, I just used it in the back because I was afraid, because he had a lot of grass offense. Game 2, I tried just to read it. Honestly, game 1 was not my biggest performance, and I got kind of bad there, not gonna lie.
I mean, it was just down to a full para potential at the end, which is still in your favor.
It came down to a full para, it came down to a crit, and also, given that I got full para very early in the game, I think it was like turn 3 or 4, I just kept attacking, and all of the attacks were very crucial for me. And also, I got an Astra Barrage crit on the Lunala, which I don't think would have killed her through light screen, through a special attack drop. I don't think I would have killed. So I was just, at that point, I was just kind of thinking about my game 2 and 3 game plan.
Well, you didn't need the game 3 at all. You were able to take it.
If you have plot armor, you don't need to play for game 3. Take it from me.
Yeah, absolutely. And now you're 4-0, very good position to be in the tournament. How do you feel like your chances are going forward in the rest of the tournament?
I'm playing. I'm not playing my best today. I think I'm playing well enough.
I mean, you're already secure in your invite, right? You were saying you've got
that's true. Right now, I'm playing just for my ego, honestly. Also for to get maybe a travel award or a stipend for Worlds. But right now, I'm just playing just to get better at the game. NAC is next for me, and then Worlds. And given that my Worlds performance have never been so good, I just want to practice, play a lot of Regulation I to maybe hopefully come to Worlds with my best, in my best shape I can possibly be.
Yeah, that's a good mentality to go forward with. You mentioned that the Worlds is coming up on the horizon, and that means that our season is almost at an end. Do you have a specific highlight across the season?
No, my season is not being that good, honestly. I went for making finals to 2 regionals the season before, to being the guy you play at X3 tables during day 2. So my season has not been good. My highlight would have been, I guess, helping William, the guy that won Birmingham regionals. I helped him with playing Miraidon, learning it. Like before leaving for the tournament, we were on call, just analyzing games, discussing how to train the Pokemons, game plans, and all of that. So I guess that would be my my highlight of the season.
Makes perfect sense. And we're about to conclude this interview, but before we do, are there any shout-outs you want to give to anyone here or watching?
Obviously to my beautiful girlfriend who's watching me right now, that's helping me to get the months and always supporting me. Then all of my friends, thank you Justin Tang and Sheppa for helping me decide on the Sheppa moveset. Also thanks to my guy Lichess, who's been teaching me singles, and I've named my Team Blue after him. Fun fact.
Excellent, and good luck for you for the rest of the tournament going forward. Round 5 is right on the horizon, so I'm going to teleport back behind the desk, and we'll see you there very shortly.
Thank you.
Hi there, Pokemon trainers. Charlie Merriman here, and I'm joined by Marcus Statter and Lee Provost. And today we're going to be talking about Intimidate in VGC, traditionally one of the most useful abilities throughout VGC history. But there are, of course, ways to counter it. Marcus, why don't you kick us off?
Yeah, Intimidate, one of the best abilities the game has ever seen. And especially in double battles, of course, Intimidate affects both of the opponent's Pokemon, lowering their attack stat, and that is just so useful. Switching in a Pokemon with the Intimidate ability from the back, lower the attack stat, and then you can take a hit that you probably would not have been able to without it. So very, very high impact in basically every format we've played.
Yeah, and so many useful Pokemon get that ability, like Landorus, for example, Hisuian Arcanine, or indeed Cantonian Arcanine. We've seen some play with that Pokemon as well. Salamence, Gyarados, so it's really ubiquitous.
Yeah, there's a lot of users, probably not as many as there might have been in previous formats, but it's such a strong ability. But I think now, if you look at the format, we've got a lot more ways to kind of deter it and kind of counteract it. So it's not as effective as it has been previously in the past. You've got a lot of more defined ability Pokemon that can really take advantage of that and put you in a bit more of a precarious position if that is something that you activate, especially on something like, you know, King Gambit or Annihilate. So you have to be a bit more careful, I think, if you are utilizing it where you're not as freely as you were to kind of just cycle it in and out as you were once upon a time.
Yeah, of course, Defiant sharply boosts your attack stat when you're intimidated, so you go from a -1 in your attack to a +1. So yeah, that obviously can pay dividends on the damage output that you would be doing in King Gambit, but also there's the competitive ability, so you get a boost to your special attack stat rather than your physical attack, and of course that would be at +2 stages as opposed to +1, because Intimidate affects only the physical attack, and Pokemon like Empoleon now get access to that competitive ability. And Marcus, how about other ways like items that we might be able to counter Intimidate?
Yeah, Clear Amulet, of course, is a big one, and you can just put that item on any Pokemon and make it immune to Intimidate, pretty much. So Landorus Therian is one Pokemon that can make good use of that item, and yeah, with that, then the question is, do you even want to bring your Pokemon with Intimidate to the battle if it's a battle, if the ability is nullified? And of course, there's also other ways that we've seen recently where with Urshifu, with their attacks always getting critical hits. And of course, that also bypasses the negative effect of Intimidate. So I feel like trainers have to think a little bit more than just
putting a Pokemon with Intimidate on their team if they want to stop those physical threats.
Yeah, those guaranteed critical hits are going to ignore any Intimidate attack drops. So that's a really useful technique to be able to have. And of course, we've been indexing quite a lot on the physical attackers in this discussion, but Intimidate doesn't really do anything when you're using a special attacker.
No, of course not. And I think that's one of the big, pluses. You've got a lot of Pokemon that are just relying on that special attacking stat, so they can kind of just bypass the Intimidate and not really care about it at all. We've got big attackers like Flutterman. We've seen the impact that that's had since its introduction in Scarlet and Violet, and that has been, primarily a special attacker, a big special attacker. So you've got a lot more special attackers that are kind of making waves in the format now, so it does make it more difficult, like Marcus touched upon, to kind of always bring that Intimidate user, especially because you've got these item choices that negate it. You've got a lot more of these abilities in Defiant and Competitive that can make it and hinder your ability to kind of utilize it like it once was.
Yeah, making waves, or indeed making it rain with something like a Golden Go, dealing that big spread damage with its special attack stat. And here's a niche suggestion for you. What about an Adrenaline Orb? We don't see that too much in VGC at the moment, but you get an Intimidate drop, but then boost the speed, and a special attack, I remember especially in the Sword and Shield era, a Pokemon like Milotic would be running perhaps an Adrenaline Orb in the face of something like an Incineroar. You get that Intimidate, which obviously doesn't affect Milotic too much because it's a special attacker, then a boost to its speed, and obviously it's super effective against Incineroar as well. An item that we haven't seen too much, but maybe there's a place for it still? Not sure.
Yeah, actually, I think maybe on a Golden Go, you use Nasty Plot, similarly to how Circuitry back in the day also made use of Adrenaline Orb with Tail Glow. Maybe Goldengo could fill a similar role. Maybe you're onto something there.
Well, you heard it here first, trainers. Maybe Adrenaline Orb is something we'll have to look out for in the future of VGC. But thank you so much for joining us in our little discussion of Intimidate. Will it continue to be as popular? Only time will tell. So let's get back to the action.
Hi Pokemon trainers, David Partington here, shining a spotlight onto some of the best items being used right now in the Scarlet and Violet era of competitive Pokemon. This time, be on your guard for the Ability Shield. This item prevents any other Pokemon from affecting the holder's ability in any way. For instance, their ability can't be nullified by the Mold Breaker ability, nor by neutralizing gas. Therefore, the Ability Shield is the ideal item for a Pokemon that heavily relies on its ability to do its job on the team. One effective use of it is on Landorus Therian form. If paired with a Weezing as a teammate that has set neutralizing gas on the field, its Intimidate ability can still function. But on top of that, it means Landorus can now drop the attack stat of opposing Pokemon who would normally block Intimidate, such as Kingambit with Defiant or Dragonite with Inner Focus. So trainers, keep the valuable ability of your Pokemon insured. Arm up with the Ability Shield.
Welcome back, trainers. We are here at the 2025 Pokémon Bologna Special Championships. And guess who I found? I found Mr. Simon Vardebort.
Yes, that's me.
That's you. Hello. How are you doing, mate?
Thank you for sticking me up in the crowd.
I saw you. I was like, oh my God, let's get Schwan straight away.
Thank you for that. I'm having a good time, honestly.
Yeah?
I just have lost my last round, but honestly, all really good matches. They've all been so tight and so exciting, really. It could have gone either way every time, and it's been like really good, like the energy here as well in Italy, because of course Italy is like one of our strongest regions.
Oh yeah,
like,
no doubt about it.
Strongest players, and you can feel that as well. And the motivation that these players have to get a solid result in is honestly astounding to see, because every round I'm fighting for my life.
I get it. I absolutely get it. And I've spoken to quite a few Italian trainers as well. They're sort of treating this as their own Italian national championship, you know, like we used to have back in the day, but obviously no longer. But regardless, it sounds like the competition has been very fierce. What are your 6 that you've brought for today?
Well, I brought a team with Calmite Lunala this time around. I've got Scarf Miraidon, I brought Urshifu Rapid Strike, Incineroar, Rillaboom, and Volcarona. So
That sounds like my team that I brought the previous event, except at the Volcarona.
Well, yeah,
we should talk.
Different. Yeah. No, I was actually inspired by Paschalis as well. Because they had Smurgle, but the French team, the French players were also playing a version, but with Volcarona, which I really liked as well. Adam Chefaoui came to our locals. Destroyed a few players there with that team, but the team seemed really fun, and it already clicked with me because I liked Calm Mind Lunala, and I was like, honestly, if the team is working for him, why not for me?
That's very true. I mean, if you have a potent team, it allows you a lot more flexibility to be able to sort of manage certain board position states and whatnot. So I guess so far then, 3-1.
Yeah.
Really good effort, mate.
Still really
Congrats.
good.
Keep it going. Do you have any advice, generally speaking, to any new viewers that would be interested in participating in the competition, sort of tips and tricks in terms of either preparing for the event or whilst at the event, having better ways to be able to go through it all?
My first would be have a good breakfast. That's very important. It is the first meal of the day. It is how you just work out, and that is how all the energy that you have in your brain, in your body to get going.
Nice.
Then you, when you're sitting at your table, try to take notes. Maybe you're not the fan of taking notes, but taking notes helps you remember if your opponent terrors or not later in the game, because sometimes games can take long. And my third one would be, honestly, do some stretches. Like sometimes you just need some stretches in between rounds. Get them in.
There we go.
You just gotta get them in, because we're sitting down a lot, but that doesn't mean that we don't get to move, because sometimes I move a lot when it's a high match on stream, of course. But
you do.
In between rounds, sometimes just a little stretch here and there, always good to have.
It makes sense because, you know, there's so much going on in your mind and there's so much energy being used, then the rest of your body kind of forgets, and you're like, oh, well, I need to give it a bit of a reminder, shake it up, wake it up.
Exactly. Sometimes just shake it a little bit. That's absolutely, no, honestly,
I
that's
agree.
absolutely fine.
Yeah.
Because even if you win a round or lose a round, there's always the next round.
Yeah.
You've got 8 of these rounds at the very least, and those rounds, you want to be in peak condition with your mind, with your body, and honestly, with your belly as well. So definitely don't forget to eat.
Optimal performance is peak and very big consideration. So I guess talking a bit about yourself, we spoke a bit about your day so far, the team, general advice that you have. What other events are you rocking up to? I know that we're still in Bologna, but do you have any other events currently planned? Because I know you're still in the running for the top 75 qualification.
Yeah, I am very much trying to get that top 75. There's one more event, and I'm looking very much forward to it. NAIC. That is the big one. It is the one that I wanted to do because it is an event I've never done before. And honestly, I just wanted to get that energy from there because I love EUIC. EUIC was my first tournament, and it's a tournament I do every year. So I want to see how our American brethren have that energy, how it is, because of course they tend to be a bit larger as well. So I want to just throw my head in there and flip it up backwards.
I was gonna say,
flip
you
it
have
backwards
to say it.
and have some nice battles there.
That's really cool, and I think that's a really good inspiration as well, and motivation for trainers that want to explore different regions as well, because, you know, we've got perhaps different play styles sometimes depending on meta evolutions and preferences when it comes to, let's say, EU, NA, LATAM, Oceania, the whole bundle,
honestly.
I mean, there's so much.
Like, there's a lot of culture in these events. Even when we're just playing Pokemon, we all have the same amount of Pokemon. We have the same amount of Pokemon that we can bring, but still the culture in between, like what these players love to bring, what these players love to play as well. And it also gives a little bit of shine of the personality of the players as well. So it's always like fun to see.
It's very rewarding.
Yeah, exactly.
100%. But, I mean, I'm going to leave you to it because I know that the rounds are going to start again. So thank you so much for your time, Simon. Greatly appreciated. We're wishing you the very best in the next couple of rounds.
I'll do my best.
You got this. You got this, boy. You got it. But yeah, so that's been us. Thank you so much, everybody. I will be catching you very shortly.
Hey, Pokemon trainers. Welcome to Pokemon Championships History, a series where we showcase important matches throughout the history of competitive Pokemon. It's time to flash back to the 2014 World Championships to relive arguably the most iconic moment in competitive Pokemon history, Seijune's Pachirisu. It may be true that the Electric Squirrel stole the show at Worlds, but first let's focus on this story's true protagonist, Seijun Park. From South Korea, Seijun was known as an innovative team builder who performed consistently at the world's largest stage. 2014 was Seijun's 4th consecutive top cut of the World Championships.
certainly one of the game's legendary players. I think that most people in the community around the video game would probably agree that Sejun is the best player who's never won a world championship.
But if Sejun wanted to take home the title this time, he would need to utilize his creativity. Many people think Sejun's team was built around Pachirisu, but it was actually a team revolving around another uncommon Pokemon, Mega Gyarados. 2014 was a new era for VGC with Pokemon X and Y, and the first 3D installment of VGC introduced a very powerful game mechanic, Mega Evolution. Mega Kangaskhan dominated the 2014 metagame with its ability Parental Bond, and Mega Mawile was also picking up momentum before Worlds. Because of the prevalence of physical attackers in VGC, Sejun viewed Gyarados and its Intimidate ability as a great counter that other trainers wouldn't expect. Then once Gyarados Mega evolved, it became surprisingly bulky, and after a Dragon Dance or two, it would become unstoppable. Sejun's team of 6 Pokemon for Worlds is a quintessential example of how to properly team build in VGC. Whether it was Talonflame to hit first and hit hard thanks to its Gale Wings ability, or Gothitelle to endure almost any hit, or Garchomp and Gardevoir to provide valuable chip damage, each Pokemon had a clearly defined role on the team and a way to aid Mega Gyarados on its path to the peak. With those 5 Pokemon on the roster, how did Sejun decide on the final slot for his Worlds team? To answer that, we have to look back at Sejun's previous team at Worlds. At the 2013 World Championships, Sejun lost in top 8, but there were 2 major influences on his team, Marowak and Magmar. By no means were these 2 Pokemon staples in VGC, but they provided Sejun's team a specific type of support needed for success. Marowak had the Lightning Rod ability, which redirected electric attacks away from his Jellicent and Tornadus. And Magmar used the move Follow Me, which was another way to redirect attacks from key targets. How could Sejun combine both Electric Immunity and Follow Me with only 1 slot left on his team? The answer was Pachirisu. Many trainers were aware of the support Pachirisu could provide to a team, but Sejun was the trainer who fully realized its potential as the ultimate teammate. As a bulky electric type, it only had 1 weakness, and with its ability Volt Absorb, Pachirisu was immune to electric moves, so it was the best choice to redirect electric attacks away from Mega Gyarados. Nuzzle was a new electric move that dealt a little bit of damage, but would always inflict the target with paralysis.
Sejun showing off what Pachirisu exactly can do. Nuzzle, I've never seen that move actually been used in competitive play, and now it comes out at the World Championships.
And Super Fang would deal half of the target's remaining HP, which helped the rest of Sejun's team secure knockouts.
Pachirisu just won't go away.
Now that Sejun had locked in his 6th Pokemon for Worlds, it was time for Pachirisu Mania to take Washington, D.C. and the Pokemon world by storm. In the finals, Sejun would face off against Jody Azzarelli. The VGC newcomer was the underdog, but thanks to his double mega team with Lucario and Charizard Y, Jody had multiple roads to victory. Jody wished to be the home country hero and give the US a 4th title in VGC's top division, but the crowd was rooting for the little Pachirisu that could to be the hero of this story.
Yeah, and we do see the Pachirisu on the field, and the crowd goes crazy as soon as Pachirisu makes it out.
In Game 1, Sejun's skills as a trainer were tested.
Ice Punch into that Talonflame. That's some good damage onto Talonflame. And the freeze! The Ice Punch gets the freeze onto Talonflame. It's stuck in mid-air.
An Ice Punch freeze onto Talonflame could have been disastrous. Normally, freeze wouldn't be a problem because most Talonflames use Flare Blitz and could thaw immediately, but Sejun's Talonflame had Overheat, which is not a fire move that automatically thaws. In order for Sejun to get back into this game, he had 1 chance to thaw out and successfully hit Overheat.
The thaw as Overheat comes out from Talonflame. Sejun is not playing around. Overheat gets the KO onto the Mo Rotom. Tyranitar is still out though. The Life Orb from Talonflame as Super Fang from Pachirisu, not dealing quite that much, but the paralysis. Tyranitar fully paralyzed.
With luck back on Sejun's side, once he was able to KO Jody's Mega Charizard, Garchomp and Talonflame had enough left to give Sejun the victory in Game 1.
With that extra damage there, you're going to feel very safe that even intimidated, Talonflame could finish off this. But we see the forfeit.
Yeah, Jody going ahead and forfeiting, and Sejun Park takes Game 1 of this best-of-3 set.
Jody needed to change up his strategy in Game 2, and Mega Lucario packed quite the punch. This, however, was exactly the situation Seijun's Gardevoir was trained for.
Yeah, Mega Lucario making its first appearance on the stream here. Going to go ahead and Mega Evolve, get a lot of additional power on the field for Jody. And Bullet Punch coming up from Mega Lucario onto Gardevoir. Not quite enough for the one-hit KO. Dazzling Gleam, the choice from Gardevoir. Super effective damage on Salamence, and the Earthquake. Is it going to be enough? Is Mega going down? The Mega goes down. Turn 1 for Jody.
Once Gardevoir was knocked out, it was time for Pachirisu to show the world what it could do. On a field with some of the most powerful Pokemon in VGC, Pachirisu would shine brighter than them all.
The story unfolds in the minds are outdrawn. The moment is now to claim your glory.
Salamence dropping a Draco and Pachirisu shrugging it off will go down as one of the most iconic moments in VGC history. With just one Pokemon remaining, it was time for the Prince of VGC to finally reign as king.
Pachirisu is not going to do any of that. It's going right on the offensive. Super Fang going to take away half of Mo Rotom's health. Dragon Claw right back after a critical hit. Station Park takes down Mo Rotom, and Station Park is your 2014 Pokemon World Video Game Champion in the Masters Division. The crowd is on their feet. Let's hear it for Satan, everybody.
Seijun Park and Pachirisu are forever tied together in the story of competitive Pokemon and have inspired countless trainers across the world to play VGC. It takes a well-rounded team of 6 Pokemon to become world champion, and Seijun proved that success is a team effort. Seijun's lasting impact is not that Pachirisu was the greatest Pokemon ever, but instead it was a great Pokemon for the role he was looking to fill. Thank you for watching, and let us know some of your favorite moments in VGC history by using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
Now, I was going to open with a terrible joke just like Charlie usually does, but we can't all be such a merry man. Hey. Welcome back to round 5 of the Bologna Special Championships, here with Charlie Punchline and Jamie Boyce. So, yeah, Charlie, how are you feeling after such a terrible joke?
Well, I'm feeling really good because you know I love a terrible joke, Jamie, and I've actually got one for you. I've just had lunch, and did you hear about the meal that contained plant Pokemon?
I did not, for the sake of this joke.
It was an odd dish. Are you having a really good time? Did you have a good lunch?
Yeah, I think it was reasonable. I don't think my dish was too odd.
Wasn't an odd dish. No,
it's actually pretty good.
Trainers. Yeah. We got acquainted in the last round with Marcus and I talking about Gyarados, but of course, to the people less familiar with Gyarados, that's Gareth to you. Gareth Dose. Of course. Yeah. Are you on first name, or are you on abbreviated name terms with Gyarados, or is it still Gareth to you?
No. I think it would be just Gyarados for me. But then I'm apparently on last name terms with Boyd Bonnet as
Boyd Bonnet. There we go.
Yes.
Yeah, you're welcome. Yeah. Hey, you teach me and I'll teach you. And speaking of teaching, let's learn some more Pokédex entries, shall we? Let's see what's cooking up underway. I mean, Marcus and I had some great fun. Had a 100% win rate, Jamie, so I back us as well. Let's see. Take us through this one, Jamie.
Yeah. So starting us off, using the pointy tip of its trunk, it's an elephant. It carves off chunks of hard rocks to eat. It is very docile and helps people with physical labor. So the elephant Pokemon are Donphan,
Cufant,
Copperaja.
I think that's it.
Would that eat?
The thing is, right?
Hard rocks.
Well, Fampi as well, but very pointy tip of its trunk. I know that Cufant has a pointy tip on its trunk. And docile also suggests more that rather than Copperaja. And we're going to have 4 options coming up on the screen for you, trainers. If you want to vote, go over to the Twitch chat, tune into the Twitch stream to be able to cast
your votes as to what you think it is. Well, there they are.
Okay, so we can get rid of Cranados and Drillbur straight away, right?
Wow, Jamie,
Right?
wow, you're not building up the suspense at all. But Vampy, Cranados, Cuban, and Drillbur, we don't know.
Where's their trunk?
Don't
like,
know.
what?
Yes.
Cranados does not have a trunk.
Yeah,
that would be a
his head just
stretch.
Headbutting to try and cast stuff out. But you know the Drillbur trainers, get over to Twitch and cast your vote for what you think it is. My suggestion is Cufin, but you know, what do we know?
Cufin was my initial assumption as well, yeah.
We'll have to see. We'll have to see. We could do some more elephant Pokemon, I think. Some more elephant-based Pokemon. Yeah. I do enjoy an elephant.
Would you consider Drowsy as having a trunk?
Yeah, yeah.
It's snout, trunk.
But it's got some length to it, so I would say trunk, yeah. No, I think that's a good point. That's a good point. It's trunk that's lost when it becomes Hypno.
Yeah.
Hypno, if anything, would be more apt for this question because it's slightly pointier. You see it using its nose to carve into rocks. Yeah, so that's what we reckon, and we'll get the answer, the verdict from all of your votes whenever you're ready, really. But as you all cast your votes for these elephant-based Pokemon, we've got Fampion, Donphan Ground, Cufin, Copperajah of Steel. If you were to come up with an elephant Pokemon of a new type, not one of those two, what would it be?
I mean, Grass is, I don't want to say signature, but, you know.
Yeah, Grass and Ground I could see.
Yeah, like a lot of the Pokemon I tend to do well with and somewhat niche end up being Grass type, so.
Yeah.
Yeah, Grass type Elephant.
Grass Elephant.
Yeah.
I like it.
Make it one of the first partner Pokemon, maybe.
Ooh,
so, yeah.
Very nice. Yeah, I could see that. That would suggest that when it's fully evolved, that has a secondary typing. So what secondary typing?
Usually. Some of them don't. Like,
some of them don't, but assuming it does get a secondary typing.
Cinderace doesn't, and all
yeah,
that. So.
No, for sure.
Yeah.
If it did get a secondary typing, what would it be in your ideal world?
See, I'm just trying to think competitively.
Of course you are.
Like, Grass Steel's a really good typing.
Yeah.
And then... Yeah, I'll go Grass Steel.
Grass Steel, yeah. Do a bit of a Ferrothorn vibe. Not Iron Barbs, though. What sort of a bit? Maybe Soundproof, got the massive ears. Or Grass Steel Elephant. Or heavy... What's the light metal, heavy metal?
Light metal,
that's
heavy metal,
something like that. Well, let's take a look. Was it Cufin? How many people went for Cufin? How split was the vote? Let's take a look as to how many people. It was 87% for Cufin, and it was the correct answer. GG, Jamie.
GG.
Excellent. 6% Fampi, and then 4 for Drillbur and Cranados. Very nice. Cool. Well, maybe the next one will be slightly tougher. I don't know. Marks and I had some...
stop bragging. Come on. Just because you're on a good streak right now.
Jamie, you were the one who was bragging. You were like, well, we can immediately eliminate Cranados.
That was not bragging. That was just saying it's an elephant.
It's that energy. Right, here's the next one. All right. There are scant few reports of this creature being sighted. One short video shows it rampaging and spouting pillars of flame. Wow. I feel like this went from 0 to 100. That's real tough. We're going to have to look at what the options are. So, scant few reports and short videos suggested the Paradox Pokemon, but I don't think it is that. Or maybe...
Gouging Fire would be the most reasonable out of those, right?
Yeah, true.
If it were to be a Paradox Pokemon.
True. I would suggest Heatran. It's got Lava Plume, one of its moves. And it's a legendary Pokemon, so scam for you, that makes sense.
Yeah, I think Heatran would be reasonable.
We'll have to see. We'll have to see what the options are.
Heatran's not reasonable, but I did mention Gouging Fire. So.
Okay, Magmortar, Gouging Fire, Delphox, Chandler. So scant few sightings of this Pokemon. There's a short video that shows it spouting fire. Okay.
I don't think it's Delphox, because it's a first partner Pokemon, so we'll see Delphox a reasonable amount, right?
Yeah, it's true. Having said that, you know, you can't find the first partners too easily in the wild in those generations. True, but no, I don't think it is that. Chandler doesn't seem to make sense. I mean, it has fire coming out of its head, but then Magmortar...
Then you won't be able to see it.
Yeah. Magmortar spouting scant few reports doesn't really make sense. I think you're probably on something with Gouging Fire there, actually.
Yeah, and I'm between Magmortar and Gouging Fire now, I think.
Yeah.
But given my initial assumption, I think it would be dishonest of me to go away from Gouging Fire after saying it was an option and then it is actually one of the 4. So
yeah.
For me, I'm going to stick with Gouging Fire, but I wouldn't be surprised if it's Magmortar.
Love to see a principled person. I think I'm with you. I would say Gouging Fire, but let us know on the Twitch chat. This is going to be far more split decision, I would guess. Guess the percentage of the winning Pokemon here. What do you think it's going to be?
83%.
Oh my goodness, that's high. Wow.
I mean, it was 87% for Qfan, right?
I know, but I'm going to say maybe 54. I'm going to go with 2.
Really? Wow, you think it's going to be that split?
Yeah, I really do. Okay. One of the ones with Marcus earlier was like 30, 40 something.
Really?
So, yeah.
Okay. Well, that was the Marill, wasn't it? Yeah, because I was watching backstage and I was like, it's Weasel or Floatzel, locked in.
Yes.
It wasn't one of the options.
Well, I thought so as well, as you could see. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Marill, though, there it is. Chandler, so if we've got Fire Ghost, Fire Psychic, Fire Dragon, and Pure Fire. Oh, I do love Magmortar, I've got to say. Those evolutions in Generation 4 of original Pokemon, I thought.
Oh, yeah, I do really like them.
Which is your favourite of those?
Electivire, I think.
Oh, nice.
I do like a good Electivire. Well, I thought that was really cool when we saw that for the first time. I did like Electabuzz as well, so.
Yeah, might be Magmortar for me, but I think it's maybe Porygon Z, actually.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, I do love the Porygon.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Get on over to the Twitch chat, vote for which Pokemon do you think that is. Scant few sightings. Yeah, my instinct when I saw that was Paradox Pokemon, so I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised, Jamie. And it's time we can take a look. Let's see which Pokemon is that going to be. Am I going to be making like my Wobbuffet pin here and going all wrong? What's the percentage? Oh, wow,
84,
Jamie.
That's not bad. Come on.
What you said, 86?
I said 83, thank you.
83.
Go back and see. Like, much closer. That 1% is crucial.
84%, well, what do I know? There we go. 10% for Magmortar, and then 4 Delphox, 3 Chandelure. Wow. Okay. Gouging Fire, very much. Well, you're clearly feeling on it today, trainers, and we respect that. We salute you. 84%. Going for the correct answer. Gouging Fire. I haven't seen too much Gouging Fire regulation at Let's hope
haven't, have we? No.
that we get to see more of it soon. But that's the Pokédex quiz, but why don't we now take a look at some of the other Pokemon we've got running around in the field out there in Bologna this weekend. Our usage stats. Which Pokemon are making a splash? Well, no Kyogre, speaking of making a splash, that won Portland last weekend. Calyrex, Shadow Rider, and Zamazenta. This is the pair that everyone was hailing coming into Regulation Set I.
Well, it was the most obvious pairing that should be good and have really good synergy. Like, you've got Wide Guard to protect Calyrex Shadow Rider from opposing Calyrex Shadow Rider, and obviously all the other spread boosts, but that is the most significant one. Ghost and Fighting is amazing coverage, because the Fighting covers what would resist or be immune to the Ghost-type attacks absolutely perfectly. So, yeah, the synergy is obviously there. And we've been seeing some slight innovations. Like, I think there's been 2 main Shadow Rider and Zamazenta teams that have popped up. We had Luis Markle get second place with the very classic rotating fake outs to support the nasty block Calyrex.
Yeah.
And we just had Simone Samito just on stream in the previous rounds going with, well, I'm going to have the Focus Sash Calyrex. And he said in the interview that the Zamazenta was actually the main focus and the main damage dealer of the 2 restricted partners.
Yeah, that's true. Now, Calyrex Ice Rider and Miraidon there. That's sort of, I guess, the other pairing that was hailed coming into this format, and we saw it have success in Utrecht, for example. Michelle Kelch. Lunala Miraidon, that won the very first Regulation Set I Championship in Milwaukee for the NA region, at least the very first. And Calyrex, Shadow Rider, and Koraidon. I mean, it's one that we've seen here and there, but it's not one that has really made a massive impact as of yet.
Yeah, it was able to get second place at Portland's with the Ability Shield, and I think it was able to win. I can't remember which tournament it was in Australia.
Oh, wait, it was Melbourne.
I think it was Melbourne, right? It was able to win that as well with a very similar composition.
Right.
That Ability Shield Koraidon with the Weezing was quite a cool innovation to be able to just stop all the abilities except for Koraidon, and then suddenly you still have the Orichalcum Pulse going off and getting that huge damage increase. So, yeah, I think that's the main Koraidon Shadow Rider team that we've seen pop up. But I think there still can be some innovation. If people don't want the Weezing to stop all the abilities and free up the item on the Koraidon, because we saw, like, Life Orb was very, very good in the EYC, overtaking Clear Amulet a little bit, but I think the Life Orb was... Well, I want to say the Life Orb was dropped off, even though it was the main set that won the International. So
yeah, you're right.
Quite curious to see.
Really has picked up a new item that we have access to. Very exciting. Those are the pairs. What about the individual restricted Pokemon? How are those stats looking? We're going to see Kyogre surfacing from the Sea Basin on this. I suspect we will. And there it is in 6th place. Now it's Miraidon out in front. Even though there were no Miraidon in the top 8 of the Portland Regional Championships, it is just such a strong Pokemon. Calyrex Shadow Rider in 2nd, and there's Zamazenta in 3rd as well. It's puppy, partner, brother, nowhere to be seen at that station.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if it's got a couple of percent usage, but yeah, obviously we've only shown the top 8, going down to 7% usage for Terapagos, which, you know, it's been here and there. It's been paired with Calyrex Shadow Rider most often. I don't think there's too many other pairings that we'll see, unless anyone's come up with any kind of extra innovation for this, this tournament that they've been holding off on, but... yeah, I think the Kyogre rising in usage, that just obviously makes sense if it just won one of the regionals that we've just had. I don't think it broke into the double figures previously, and now with 15% usage, that's pretty significant.
Yeah, you certainly can't turn your nose up at that. And nearly 50% for that Miraidon. And Koraidon holding its own too. Pokemon that we saw far more in the top 8 of the Portland Regional Championships than we did of its electric, futuristic brother. Yeah, I think these are fair, relatively expected stats here. As you say, Jamie, you know, the Calyrex Shadow Rider more splashable, let's say, with other restricted Pokemon. Terrapagos kind of, at this point in the metagame, locked into being run with the Calyrex Shadow Rider. It'd be great to see some more innovations coming out there. I know that Groudon's been picking up in usage as well, but there's none out there. And in fact, speaking of Groudon, I did speak to a trainer out there who has just brought the one restricted as if it's Regulation Set G, and it is Groudon. And a Psyduck. They saw Rayquaza and thought, nope, I see your airlock. Instead, I'm going to bring Cloud9 with Psyduck. And it's got Icy Wind and Disable, and it sounds glorious.
Yeah. I'm going to have to look up their team afterwards. You've really intrigued me with that. Like, yeah, Psyduck turning off the weather. I mean, you've got your own drought as well to turn off. So
exactly.
Yeah,
Kyogre winning last weekend, and of course as a water type, resisting that. Now, let's take a look at the overall usage stats here at the Bologna Special Championships. Our top 12 Pokemon, non-restricted, okay. So the 3, I would say Horsemen, but of course we've got Calyrexes running around in the field now. Incineroar, Urshifu, Rapid Strike, and Rillaboom, they are out in front, but time and time again in these recent regional championships and regulations at I, we have seen Grimmsnarl and Iron Hands overtake the Rillaboom there. My prediction, Jamie, is heading into day 2, that Rillaboom will no longer be in 3rd spot.
I think that's a reasonable shout. No, we have for sure been seeing Pokemon like Grimmsnarl really pick up in usage. It was used a little bit back in Regulation G when we had just a singular restricted, but having screens to reduce the damage on 2 restricted partners is obviously going to be more impactful than just 1. And then it starts to really compound with the extra bulk that the restrictors have available because they have extra stats on top of just the regular Pokemon. So yeah, Grimmsnarl being in the top 5, that's no surprise at all. I don't think there's really anything too surprising coming out from this graphic that we're seeing. We got a Amoonguss that was really picking up because of the lack of Miraidon in the top cut, so that was able to go for its spores. You'd have thought that Amoonguss, because Miraidon is the most popular restricted, wouldn't be used as much because it obviously turns off the spores, but still up there in the top 6.
Yeah, Ursaluna is so threatening there. My goodness, it's scary against certain teams. I was enjoying running Ho-Oh teams earlier on in Regulation Set I, and yeah, Ursaluna did just kind of shut down that team. Really tough, really tricky, and having a resurgence, a renaissance here in Regulation Set I. Interesting because it was the talk of the town as we headed into Regulation Set D for the World Championships in Yokohama a couple of years ago. Well, yeah, I think with Grimmsnarl as well, as we saw in with Hippolyte Bernard going up against Simonis Amvito, you set up both screens. And then you just, you have the luxury of going for something like a Thunder Wave. You just go for those pesky moves. And Grimmsnarl has such a wide move pool of those nuisance supporting moves that it's hard to know what to go for. I know that your Grimmsnarl, Jamie, at the Utrecht Special Championships wasn't even running screens. Well, it was Fake Out and Fake Tears?
Yes.
Thunder Wave.
It was a fake Grimmsnarl, yes.
Yeah. And what was the last one?
It was Foul Play, Thunder Wave, where they're rounding off the moves, which, Grimmsnarl can be used in more unique ways, but I think that overall the screen set has been settled on as just the most effective because, as mentioned, being able to reduce the damage output on Pokemon that have really good defenses makes it even harder to break through. So it makes perfect sense why the screen set is the most common.
What are we going to bring to your screens now? It's the standings of our trainers in the venue. Let's see how they're getting on. Let's take a little gander. Let's see which of those trainers are having that undefeated run thus far. There's Carlos Cabal again. Giuseppe Musico, these are some names that are jumping out to me here. Liam Westland from the UK. Yeah, Carlos running the Tinglu that we saw run absolutely rampant in that Hippolyte Bernard versus Simone Sanvito match just a couple of moments ago.
Yeah, I think the Tinglu was very, very well positioned. Obviously, if you're going up against a Miraidon, you're a ground type, and a Lunala, you're a dark type, and you reduce special attacks coming out. It makes perfect sense why Tinglu is going to be able to slot on very, very nicely. Of course, you do have the slight downside of reducing your own special attacks, so the Raging Bolt and the Calyrex, and technically the Amoonguss is reduced as well, but I don't think that matters too much, given that the Pokemon that you'd want to face down with the Tinglu, that's the more important thing to shut off. Even if you make yourself slightly weaker on your side. Reducing them is the important part.
Yeah, and it was Ruination that really was the MVP.
Yeah, that was really nice.
Reducing your HP bar by half, and you can just keep spamming it. But Giuseppe Musico as well, of course. We're in Italy, an Italian player. Really interested to see what team they're running, what restricted pair they have opted for here at the Bologna Special Championship. So we'll take a look at Giuseppe Musico. Cavalry Shadow Rider and Zamazenta. Okay, so repping the most populous restricted pair here in Bologna.
Yeah, this is a very obvious pairing to go for. It would look like from this, like these 6 Pokemon, this would be more likely the setup Calyrex.
Sure.
Because as we've seen, we kind of had a split of Shadow Rider Zamazenta teams where you either set up the Calyrex and you fully support it, or you just go with the offense, you got a Sash and you just try and blast with offense. And based on the composition, you've got the double fake out, you've got the redirection. Wouldn't be surprised if this is going to be that setup Nasty Plot Calyrex Shadow Rider.
Will it be able to sweep through the competition this weekend? In fact, will it have access to Encore, perhaps? That's also a tech that we've seen picking up on our Calyrex Shadow Rise. We've got double grass here with Rillaboom and the Amoonguss too, which really nice in the face of all those Miraidons that we've seen running around, our most popular single individual restricted Pokemon here. Scanning my name down here, I don't see Francesco Pardini on that list here. So yeah, I mean, we featured Francesco on stream earlier today. Make sure you go and check that out. It has so many supporters here in the venue. There might still be 4-0. We can't feature all of these names on the screen here. Simone Sanvito we featured too. There are plenty of Italian players out here in full force, and it's unsurprising. We're at the Bologna Special Championships, and the last chance saloon for so many trainers to get the last championship points they need.
Yeah, potentially there's going to be some trainers that need to make it into day 2, some that just need any kind of points and maybe we'll make them secure, and some that need to win the whole thing to be able to get to that to World Championships with the direct invite. So yeah, everything is still absolutely on the line in this tournament. It is the last chance. It's the last chance for us to influence the meta as well. Like, our regional level tournaments are going to end with this tournament. Yeah. But then there's, of course, the North American International. Then there's going to be the World Championship, which is still going to be Regulation I. So this is our last chance to influence the meta going forward.
When you said us influence the meta, I thought you meant me and you. And I was very flattered for a moment.
Yes, like you know, fake Grimmsnarl will pick up, right?
Well, you, for sure. What am I? My Kingdra Swift Swim with my Kyogre. That's why it's on my caster predictions. Because, hey, you can set out the rain and maybe Kingdra can sweep. Maybe Wolf, you did it in Toronto. Would love to see it again. Please. Anyway, let's see what matches are going to be going on in the venue and potentially what match we're going to be able to bring you. Very exciting indeed. You love to see it. Oh my goodness, Lorenzo Silvestrini, a regional champion from our previous season versus, oh yeah, have you heard of, what's his name? Luca Cherubelli, he's the world champion from Honolulu. That is coming to your screens right now.
Yeah, what a match to be able to feature. Yeah, a very, very strong pairing. Of course, we do have the other matches that we can see there. Some really cool picks coming out. I'm drawn to Andrea Pagono down at the bottom there with a Dondozo team with a Iron Treads. And I don't think I've ever seen an Iron Treads paired up with the Dondozo before.
Yeah, very cool. We have seen Iron Treads start to be put onto more teams beyond just that Ho Miraidon team that did so well at the Milwaukee Regional Championships. But other notable Pokemon here, Tommaso Benedetti, apologies for any mispronunciations, running the Zacian and Rory Moon. Koga and Zacian, this has been it's certainly a classic pairing in the Sword and Shield era of competitive Pokemon. Not one we've seen do so well since then, but Tommaso clearly believing in it, so really fascinating. Another Volcarona on Lorenzo's side, great to see Clefairy coming out for Ferdinando. Pokemon that offers such ample support, and Raphael running Smeargle as well as Groudon there.
Yeah, we did mention about the Groudon.
Yes.
Well, Groudon and Zacian were 2 restricted Pokemon that didn't make it up onto the graphic of the top 8, but still putting on a good performance here. They're still very reasonable. Just because they're in the single digits of percentage usage doesn't mean that they're not viable at all. They've definitely got their niches. Like, Groudon is obviously going to be good if Miraidon is the best Pokemon in the format, or at least, I'll rephrase, the most used.
Yeah.
Some might consider it their best Pokemon in the format, but it's definitely the most used Pokemon.
Yeah. Precipice Blades, though, got to be brave to click that move, and to a certain extent, high horsepower as well. Also not 100% accurate. Earthquake, you're fine, but then, well, if you're running it with Zacian, then that's certainly pretty anti-synergistic. But that is the main issue with Groudon. I think we'd see far more of it if it had a signature move that was more reliable. But that's Groudon. We're in Italy. We're at the Bologna Special Championships. Lorenzo Silvestrini, and I'm trying to remember the regional level event it was in 2024. It might have been Gdansk or...
I want to say Dortmund.
I don't think it was Dortmund.
I think it was a German one.
Because I think it was like in the autumn of 2023, in the 2024 season. I think it was Stuttgart. But anyway, regional champion, yes, it was Stuttgart.
There we go.
there we go. Hey.
It was German.
You might be influencing the meta, but I've got the memory of our 2024 season. I know which I'd rather have. Lorenzo Silvestrini, an absolutely wonderful player who's been around for a very long time and has recently had a resurgence back in the game. Great. We can take a look at their run. Really exciting to be able to feature this for you for the first time, trainers. Look at those 4 bright green wins there, and we can see the teams they went up against too.
Yeah, for sure. So facing down the very, very classic Calyrex and Terapagos team that's, I think, the most common version of the Terapagos team, where you fully commit to, I'm going to Calm Mind and sweep you with the Terapagos, and then everything, including the Calyrex Shadow Rider, is there for support. So able to take that down very nicely, probably being able to boost up with the Calyrex, most likely through that opposing Terapagos.
Another Calyrex Shadow Rider in Lexi Visor's team. Again, apologies for mispronunciation there, with Ogerpon and Rillaboom as well. Really nice into something like the Tinglu that we saw earlier on in stream and that's been picking up in usage. There's another Kogarization run by Simone Bernardi and a fellow Italian player of Lorenzo here. Then otherwise, another Calyrex Shadow Rider and Zamazenta team that Christian was running too. Very interested to see how those matchups go throughout the rest of the tournament. With Lorenzo running the Calyrex Shadow Rider and the Zamazenta too, just clearly able to find the way through in that mirror match. And of course, Wide Guard is going to be a big element there.
Yeah, always will. That's one of the main reasons why we said that Zamazenta is a very, very good pairing with Calyrex. So it makes perfect sense why we are going to be seeing that. And of course, Lorenzo going to be facing down somewhat famous person, I would say, at this point, in Luca Ceribelli, able to take the World Championships back in Honolulu. And we'll be able to see their run as well. As we can see, they were sticking with that Miraidon and Lunala pairing that they did bring to the Utrecht Special Championships.
Koga Zamazenta, that's very cool. Lunala and Miraidon. Lunala
look at that round one.
Again. And then, Calyrex Shadow Rider and Zamazenta. Yeah, round one.
Like, what a match to start off this tournament.
Very, very cool. Yeah, Victor Medina versus Luca Ceribelli. Wow, Victor,
second place in the championship points at the moment.
Wow.
Medina. He was able to get second at both a regional and an international this season. So, yeah, wow, what a start for Luca to be able to take down Victor.
Huge. And of course, Victor looking for that first major win. Has never got that, and maybe here in Bologna would be that opportunity. Yeah, I mean, this is the thing with these tournaments. There are always so many stream-worthy matches. I mean, they're all stream-worthy matches in their own way. But to be able to have Luca and Victor going up against each other is always so tough to call. Maybe they'll meet later on in the tournament, because, of course, you have to lose more than 2 matches to then be out of contention for day 2 tomorrow. So Miraidon and Lunala, and going up against 2 other Miraidon and Lunala teams. And in fact, those teams are all exactly the same. Lucas Simone's and Lucas, the other Lucas there. So again, Luca clearly practiced into the mirror.
Yeah, and then facing down Zamazenta Kyogre, which isn't the most common of pairings, but seem to be working out until you face down a world champion. Yeah, not surprising there at all that Luca was able to still get an undefeated run. So we can see the players on the screen now. We're going to have Luca on the left and Lorenzo on the right.
And Whimsicott and Clefairy, the 2 little friendly, cheeky fairy-type Pokemon supporting Lorenzo. Got our eye on our developing plushie metagame. No plushie to speak of for Luca there. But hey, you've got that world champion difference, so let's see as they do a little bit of table tennis on their play table.
Oh, there we go. It's like they heard us. Wow.
That's skidded across really nicely. Hey, we see you. Now Luca's got a friend. You love to see that. Lorenzo looking out for their fellow Italian.
Yeah, very, very nice. And Luke's the one running the Whimsicott, so it makes sense that he does end up having that. And we were saying about like the fairies, or at least Costa was saying about which fairies is going to be effective in this, and here we go. Whimsicott versus Clefairy.
Whimsicott versus Clefairy, which is going to emerge on top. Lorenzo and Luca, they're looking really relaxed on stage right now. Wouldn't be surprised if they've done a lot of practice together in the run-up to this event. Of course, I have no idea, but, you know, we are talking about your local community and getting involved there, and that's certainly something that Luca and Lorenzo surely will have been able to do in the Italian community. So supportive. Hey, we see you, Luca. We see Whimsicott. Jamie, give a name to that Whimsicott.
Well, I was about to say it's the world champion Whimsicott, but it's Lorenzo's Whimsicott. So that's already thrown my own brain slightly.
Right.
I was trying to come up with a name and it's going to be a world champion, but actually it's not a world champion. But it is in spirit, so as we can see there.
Stuttgart the Whimsicott. Let's just go with that for now.
Stuttgart the Whimsicott,
Regional champion for Lorenzo. And Luca, I mean, you can't ignore that world champion 2024, but Luca's not stopped there. He's a player who's always looking to develop. And in the 2025 season, went all the way to top 16 at Stuttgart.
Yeah, and worth mentioning, he was able to get to the finals of last year's Bologna special event, ending up getting that double heat wave miss that was quite unfortunate from the
You and I were
GU.
casting that, Jamie.
Yeah.
That was so sad to see, but huge congratulations to Ruben there. I wonder how Ruben Genzini is doing this weekend if they're here too. And turning our attention over to Lorenzo. Yes, a regional champion in their own right. Now looking to get that big win this season after an EUIC top 64.
Yeah, and Stuttgart was the regional that was able to win. My memory failing me just very, very slightly there, but
yeah, you're welcome.
Still a regional champion and absolutely worthy of it for sure.
I'll carry you in terms of those regional accomplishments, Jamie. And now Luca's going to carry us right into our team preview. Maridon and Lunala Incineroar, Earthtree Rapid Strike, and there's Ursaluna Whimsicott. So this is a Tail Room team. You can set up the Tailwind with Whimsicott, you can go fast, or you can flip the dimensions, go for Trick Room, make the slower Pokemon act fast too. That's going to be keeping Lorenzo on their toes. Which play mode is Luca going to go for? It's certainly a flexible one.
Yeah, we saw this, or at least this version of the team with a Grimmsnarl able to take the Milwaukee Regional Championship, but then this version was able to go undefeated in Swiss and get top 4 as well. So it's not surprising to see it be slightly interchangeable between the Whimsicott and the Grimmsnarl. Both offer Light Screen and both offer speed control, whether it's going to be Thunderwave or Tailwind. And it seems like the Whimsicott opting for Tailwind here is Luca's preference. Not surprising, it won him the World Championships. So yeah, it makes sense to be able to have both versions of speed control. Tailwind to be able to go super fast, and then that means that the slower Pokemon, like the Ursaluna and the Incineroar on the team, should have a little bit of speed investment to be able to make use of that Tailwind as well.
Team sheets exchanged. Lorenzo looking at the team we've just seen, but now we can take a look at Lorenzo's own. Calyrex Shadow Rider, Zamazenta, Incineroar, Raging Bolt, Rillaboom, and Clefairy. So don't have so much speed control on this team, but you certainly have that redirection from Clefairy. Gonna want to be careful not to leave it alone on the field. It has access to 0 damaging moves, so that would just be the automatic loss if Lorenzo were to be brought down just to that Pokemon. This is, as we were saying before, a team, this pairing of restricted, special damage and physical damage, really reliable, good stuff Pokemon here, but will it be able to overcome the world champ difference?
Yeah, you've got to always consider that you're going against one of the best, but is your team going to be one of the best to be able to take him down? We've seen this work out for a lot of trainers before. You've got the double fake out, so you can always go for Incineroar and Rillaboom paired up with the Calyrex. You can go for fake out and Nasty Spot, and you can go for U-turn and protect, and then you can go for passing shot and protect, and all the pivoting around. And then you've got the redirection with the Clefairy as well. And with that Friend Guard, even though you're running the Life Orb and you don't tend to run too much into bulk in Calyrex if it's got a Life Orb, that Friend Guard will act as if you've invested bulk into that Calyrex. So then you get the best of both worlds. You get to go as fast as possible, you get to hit as hard as possible with the Life Orb, and then you get the bulk of actually somewhat being invested thanks to that Friend Guard.
Bolstering the defenses of the ally Pokemon. Lunala does have wide guard for Luca. Huge against the Astral Barrage that can come out from Lorenzo. World champion versus regional champion. Flexibility versus the good stuff. Let's see which emerges out on top. As Calyrex Shadow Rider runs out of its stable, joined in a meadow by the Rillaboom, facing down Incineroar and that Lunala for Luca.
Yeah, so we got Fake Out active for both trainers here, but facing down a Ghost type restricted, so the Fake Out into that slot wouldn't be that effective. Of course, they could be going for the Terrestrialization with either restricted here so that you can take on the opposing one a lot better, because either Ghost-type attack, whether that's going to be the Astral Barrage or the Moongeist Beam, is going to be able to do huge damage to the opposing restricted if it doesn't end up going for that Terrestrialization. But because you're somewhat forced into the Terrestrialization to be able to survive, that makes you Fake-outable, and yes, that is now a word. So, yep. Yeah, it's already somewhat of an awkward mind game, especially on top of the fact that there could be wide guards just stopping the Astral Barrage as well. And that would really put a stop to the opposing Calyrex. And you know what else is going to stop this Calyrex? It's switching out. Switching out. It's going to be something else taking its place, and that's the Zamazenta.
Fake-outable is definitely going to enter the dictionary, Jamie, at least for Pokemon, as Zamazenta emerges from its kennel and gets its defense boost thanks to Dauntless Shield. It's time to sparkle trainers. Let's terrestrialize for Luca Cherubelli, heading right into Lunala. It has embraced the fairy typing. Those Moonblasts are going to be hitting a whole lot harder, channeling the lunar energy with its victory cry. And it will be the Rillaboom acting first. Really nice to be able to chip away and break the Shadow Shield, but not going to be able to capitalize on it on this turn. Lunala will just be able to recover that HP thanks to that sweet, sweet grassy terrain that the Rillaboom set up. Lorenzo now has to choose to switch in the Clefairy to take potentially an attack in the Rillaboom instead. Here comes a big Terra-boosted Moonblast, and it's going to be eclipsing this Zamazenta. It's good neutral damage here, and every little bit of chip helps. Knockoff into Zamazenta doesn't do much at all. It cannot lose its held item, so Knockoff not doing a great deal at all here.
Yeah, I think you recover more from the grassy terrain than you took from the Knockoff because of the resistance and the +1 defense, and also the Friend Guard as well, helping out the Zamazenta. So it was able to switch in very, very comfortably here. That's not much damage at all, and you've already used the terrestrialization on Luca's side of the field. That means that this Incineroar is incredibly vulnerable to the body press, as it can no longer defensively terrestrialize out of that. You've also got the Fairy typing on the Lunala, so you're able to very comfortably go for a Heavy Slam super effectively now into that slot. But of course, that Incineroar needs to be taken care of, and it is immediately with a one-hit KO from that body press.
There it is, the body press. The Incineroar didn't want to see it. The dog has felled the cat as the Moonguy's Beam now. That's also going to be neutral damage into the Zamazenta, maybe hoping for a switch in there coming out from Lorenzo. But an Encore now, so the Lunala will be locked into the Moonguy's Beam. But I don't think you mind that too much if you're Luca. What you certainly mind is the now lack of ability to fake out and intimidate with Incineroar down.
Yeah, so the Encore stops any potential Trick Room that could be coming out. So with the Miraidon joining the field here, that could have been the option of going for Volt Switch, KO the Zamazenta as you Trick Room and bring in something like the Ursaluna that could be waiting in the back. I wouldn't be surprised if the Ursaluna is going to be waiting in the back. You're facing down a Calyrex, so getting that normal typing would help out a lot. Of course, you get that Electric Seed activated on the Lunala, so even though it is a Fairy type and can be hit super effectively by the Heavy Slam, that Electric Seed, as well as the Shadow Shield still being intact, is going to really, really help out. And I wouldn't be surprised if the Heavy Slam just does pitiful damage thanks to that Shadow Shield. But Miraidon joining the field here is threatening a lot of damage. Whether that's into the Clefairy, which, well, it's definitely into the Clefairy, it's going for its Follow Me. Is Clefairy bulky enough to survive this? Because it's got its EVO light, so that does help its bulk.
Clefairy loves the spotlight, but does it like this Nightlight as Miraidon is colliding into Clefairy with a big one-hit KO, boosted by the electric terrain. It wasn't even a critical hit. It just goes to show how powerful this amped-up bike is, and now it's going to have to take a lot of damage for its troubles. The heavy Zamazenta colliding with the Miraidon there. It's a collision course with no Miraidon on the field, but the Moonguy's Beam not enough to secure the knockout onto the Zamazenta. It's hanging on a sliver. It's not a cat, but it seems to have 9 lives.
Yeah, that's a very, very crucial survival there, because that Calyrex is now able to join the field. Miraidon has been chipped. I say chipped. It's been absolutely chunked by that body press that's put it into range of Astral Barrage for sure, and you can't wide guard. So the foresight of going for that Encore with the Clefairy, even though, you know, Lunala's probably going to click Moonguy's Beam anyway, it's taken away the option of the wide guard, so Calyrex can absolutely safely launch that Astral Barrage if it does want to be able to go for that. And then you can follow up with the Heavy Slam into the now Shadow Shield broken Lunala. And yes, you've got the Electric Seed boost, but you're still going to be taking a lot of damage from that.
Ursaluna, you say you can't switch into that, Jamie. You're not going to be taking much damage, but the Ursaluna will be immune there. We'll be shrugging off the spooky specters coming out from Calyrex's side, and it's now gone for its Terra Dark. It's embraced a cheekier side of life, as it will let out an equally cheeky neigh. Is that going to be enough for this Calyrex Shadow Rider? The Astral Barrage, again, Ursaluna immune. Big into the Miraidon here, but you do still have your Shadow Shield intact, and yeah, Lunala is going to be taking that pretty nicely, but will it be able to take a follow-up Heavy Slam from the Zamazenta? It's going to be hanging around on the field, but looking a lot less healthy. Moonguy's Beam now able to secure the knockout onto the Zamazenta. Rillaboom is going to be dragged back out. The terrain is going to be overwritten, but you just have the Miraidon lurking in the bike shed if you're Luca.
Yeah, and the terrain war's been won at this point, so with the Rillaboom having to join the field, that's not actually the worst thing, because you are threatening super effective damage into this opposing Ursaluna, and with a Wood Hammer in grassy terrain, that should easily be enough to pick up the knockout on Ursaluna. In electric terrain, that's going to be a little bit closer, because Ursaluna does have very good defenses, and it is still currently at full HP. But then this Ursaluna is on a team that does have Tailwinds. That means you probably sacrificed at least a little bit of bulk to get some speed. And then might that tip it over the edge as to whether Rillaboom would still be able to KO that supposing Ursaluna if the Miraidon does switch in? You can very safely just go for a Psychic KO into that Lunala, and it would KO the Miraidon if that switched in as well. And then it might come down to if the Rillaboom is going to be able to be strong enough to KO the Ursaluna. You may not even have to go for the Wood Hammer this turn. You can somewhat safely actually just go for the Fake Out into the Ursaluna, because the Terrestrialization is no longer available. It can't turn into a Ghost type.
Will it be flinching? Will it be acting? Miraidon will be charging the ground up again with its electric terrain. Fake Out, yep, there it is, into the Ursaluna. It'll take further chip at the end of the turn from the burn. Astral Barrage wants more from the Calyrex. It's just really reliable damage now into Luca's Rhydon. It's also pretty low on its health, and that's going to be the first Grim Nade boost coming over to Calyrex over on Lorenzo's side of the field. Lunala's going to be coming back out. It doesn't have too much health to its name either. At least, though, you've got the electric terrain. You cannot overwrite that again with the grassy terrain. So Ursaluna can be dealing a whole lot more damage with those earthquakes if it should choose to go for that.
Yeah, I don't think it's really going to get the option to do that, though, because you managed to get that little bit of chip with the fake out and a turn of burn onto that Ursaluna. So even in electric terrain, that's still got to be in range of Woodhammer. And even if it's not, you can go for a Psychic into the Lunala to avoid the wide guard that could be coming out. That's definitely a KO. You go for the Woodhammer into the Ursaluna, that's probably a KO. But even if it's not, the only options you would have would be Facade to get a KO. It will get a KO on either Pokemon here, but then the other one just attacks on the next turn. Or if you go for Earthquake, well, that's not going to KO the Rillaboom because it's a grass type, even if we don't have grassy terrain here. So it looks like Lorenzo does have a very, very safe pin into Luca.
And thus we see the doubles competitive format and the mind games it introduces versus the singles that we more commonly play in-game. Fascinating decisions as Luca locks into their move. And of course, this is also valuable thinking time approaching Game 2, the adaptations that Luca would like to make. But we'll see. Maybe it's not a clear path for Lorenzo, but with the Psychic coming into Lunala here, channeling all of that mental energy, certainly will be Lunala being eclipsed. And now all the attention moves over to the Rillaboom over on Lorenzo's side of the field as another Grim Nade boost come through from the Calyrex, and it's threatening that Ursaluna oh so more with those Psychics. Big Woodhammer is outside of train. Interested to see how much it does. Will just be enough for the knockout. Ursaluna is retreating into hibernation. Lorenzo's Rillaboom and Calyrex Shadow Rider seal this game 1.
Yeah, it seemed somewhat reasonable at the start for Luca, but then it did start to fall apart. I think that KO in the Incineroar very early on was very useful for Lorenzo, and then just getting the Encore into that Lunala, it didn't seem like it would be that important, because Lunala, it's probably going to Moongeist Beam regardless on the next couple of turns. It doesn't matter that it's locked into something. Yes, it does, because it takes away one of the other options if it wanted to switch up moves, which it absolutely did when the Calyrex joined the field. So, yeah, really, really nice foresight from Lorenzo there to just take away the option of Wide Guard a couple of turns in the future.
Yeah, you're so right. It's so often that the MVP of a game is one that stuck around on the field for the whole time, for example, but Clefairy really wasn't around for a very long time at all. A good time rather than a long time, but being able to go over the Encore, the effect of it lasted beyond the Clefairy being knocked out there. And that certainly was something that sealed the deal and meant that Luca was going to be our loser, unfortunately, in that round. Lorenzo taking the victory. But as we approach Game 2, Jamie, you know what I'm going to ask you? What would you like to see coming out from Luca to adapt?
Yeah, I think getting the Ursaluna in Trick Room might be quite useful.
Yeah.
But then that was quite tricky in the face of the Clefairy, because Clefairy is naturally slower than Ursaluna, and it is usually run as slow as possible so that you can be a much more effective counter to Trick Room. So if that's not really an option, then maybe you do need to bring the Whimsicott to get the Tailwind going, because that's the point of having both forms of speed control, right? If you need to go slow, and I've had this debate with Costa earlier, if you click Trick Room, do you start going slow because now you're going fast because you were slow? But you know, that's the debate I'm still having with myself now, and I'm confusing myself, and I'm probably going to not even have an answer at the end of this tournament as well. But yeah, so you've got the option of going for Trick Room or Tailwinds, and Trick Room might not be so effective in the face of that Clefairy, so maybe it is time to go for that Whimsicott that did end up winning Luca the World Championships and go for that Tailwind instead.
Well, we don't have to wait any more time at all to find out. Zamazenta and Rillaboom, this time hitting the field for Lorenzo. Just Lunala and Incineroar once again here for Luca.
Yeah, so sticking with what worked for Luca. Well, it seems like it was working at least at the start for Luca, because it seemed a pretty reasonable position. You've got the Fake Out available on the Zamazenta and the Rillaboom now, because it was both the Calyrex and the Lunala facing down the Fake Outers, and that is also now a word. So, yeah, now it's a slightly better position for Lorenzo, because this is the position he ended up in after the second turn, with already Zamazenta threatening down that opposing Incineroar. And then if you go for that attack into the Incineroar, you take care of it. If you force the Terrestrialization on the Incineroar, well, then suddenly Lunala doesn't have the Terrestrialization available anymore. And if you can take care of the Wide Guard, then suddenly Astral Barrage will be able to pick up the KO.
Essentially, my favorite terror in the entire game is Bug. We see it so rarely, and seeing any Pokemon, whether they're a bug or not, get those antennae on its head, it's always a treat. And we're going to be treated to it right now. Incineroar, no longer a cat, it is a bug. It is feeling out the metagame with those antennae sprouting from its head and those tiny, cute wings to boot. It's now taking resistant damage from body.
Would you call it a caterpillar?
Caterpillar, very good, Jamie, very nice. We love to hear it. We also love to see the body press being not very effective into Incineroar, or at least Luca Charabelli does. That's going to be the Caterpillar. That's definitely going to catch on.
I hope so.
Hanging on for Luca as the Moongeist Beam now will be charged right into Zamazenta for Lorenzo. Every little bit of chip damage counts.
Yeah, absolutely does. And it was quite brave for going for the fake out into the opposing Rillaboom there, because Rillaboom is naturally faster than Incineroar. But then again, we've seen max speed Incineroar be able to take a regional, regional level in Nutrax just a couple of weeks ago. So whether the Incineroar is going to be faster as well, that could be very, very important going forward in the rest of this game. You've managed to get a reasonable amount of chip damage onto the Zamazenta, but you've already used your Terastallization. And as mentioned, now this Lunala is going to be a lot more vulnerable to the Calyrex Shadow Rider that is almost certainly waiting in the back. Yes, you will have White Guard available to stop that, but you don't have the defensive Terastallization available to you anymore to be able to just, well, I don't need to click White Guard this turn. So you're going to have to be extra careful if you are facing down that Shadow Rider. But at the moment, the Incineroar, its defensive Terastallization of Bug type, it's been working out so well so far because it's taken 2 body presses now and a U-turn, and it's still in the yellow.
Bug doesn't resist Bug. If you're unaware of that, more niche type interaction, trainers, there's the confirmation, just neutral damage. Incineroar certainly brought down incredibly low as Clefairy rejoins the field, arguably the MVP of the previous game. Just another Moongeist Beam this time connecting down into the Zamazenta. So Lorenzo Zamazenta, it shouldn't be able to take one more attack. I love to see a Terra-boosted U-turn. And Clefairy takes it so well. There's nothing more depressing than seeing a roar of victory from the Terra Crown. And then the damage is slightly insignificant. But Incineroar will be switching, and something else is going to be rejoining the fray. It will be Miraidon, overwriting the terrain here, getting all electrified.
Yeah, not surprising at all. We saw the Miraidon able to pick up the one-hit knockout on that Clefairy with the Electro Drift, and it for sure will if it's taking a little bit of the U-turn chip as well. You get that Electric Seed activated once again on the Lunala, and actually it's not Terastallized this time. It's going to be able to take on the Zamazenta a lot better because it's immune to the body press, and now it's going to be a neutral hit at the Heavy Slam. And with the Electric Seed boost and the Shadow Shield still intact, that's going to be very, very easily shrug-offable, and I'm coming up with all of these words. So yeah, I'm reinventing the dictionary here.
Jamie Boyd, everybody is just spewing out all of the treasure, and it's certainly a treasure chest we're showcasing here between the world champion Luca Charabelli and current regional champion of Stuttgart, Lorenzo Silvestrini, or in the 2024 season. Unsurprising to see the Rillaboom switch back in. It's going to be taking a walk in the meadow, a little frolic, as Zamazenta will be keeping itself safe from potentially another incoming Moongeist Beam. Electro Drift was targeted down into that slot. In fact, Zamazenta does have one more turn at least to be able to play with. Trick Room does go up now from the Lunala. Huge. We've seen that Luca does have Ursaluna lurking in the back, and it's what you were talking about before, Jamie. The Trick Room potentially so game-defining for Luca in this matchup.
Yeah, getting the Ursaluna into Trick Room could be very, very impactful here. Lorenzo preserving the Clefairy, though, very nicely. So you've got the option of, if the Ursaluna's on the field and it wants to protect to get its Flame Orb activated, well, then suddenly you can Encore that, and then it will be entirely useless. So, yeah, well preserved from Lorenzo. It makes perfect sense to switch in a Rillaboom in the face of a Miraidon, be able to reduce the damage output quite significantly. I don't know if it's significant enough that it would stop the KO of Electro Drift on the Zamazenta. Maybe it would now that almost certainly the Clefairy, the Clefairy is switching in for the Rillaboom. Will that Friend Guard allow the Zamazenta to be able to survive?
Ooh, tricky. Without the terrain, let's find out. Well, Moongeist Beam, I imagine will hang on with the Clefairy on the field. Let's see, there's another move. Oh no, that's going to be the critical hit. That's going to be securing the knockout onto the Zamazenta. Lorenzo clearly upset about that one, as one of their restrictors already down and out. Another Electro Drift. It was so big in the last game, but this time it's not in the terrain. It will be colliding with Clefairy. It's still huge damage, really, really low HP. The Clefairy seems like it's going to be around for a good time, not a long time in this game as well.
Yeah, it does seem like it. But it is in Trick Room now, so you do have the option of encoring either Pokemon into whatever move you'd want. You've got the Calyrex Shadow Rider that has joined the field as well. It was Moongeist Beam that was just clicked by the Lunala, so if you go for Encore into the Lunala and Terra Dark, then you'll be able to shrug off that attack quite nicely. But then a Moongeist Beam resisted and an Electro Drift, Calyrex should still just about survive that because we're in the grassy terrain and Friend Guard would be helping out.
Yeah, true.
So you do have the option of getting at least one attack off with the Calyrex. I don't think you have any time to be able to set up a nasty plot because you've got Sweepers waiting in the back for Luca. You've almost certainly got that Ursaluna that could switch in at any point, and if it does manage to switch in mid-turn, it will get its Flame Orb activated immediately, and then it doesn't have to take that turn protecting, which would make it vulnerable to the Encore, and then it'll be able to just go on on the offensive immediately.
It's clearly something Luca's considering pretty seriously here. Miraidon will be retreating switching once more. Ursaluna hitting the field. Will get its Flame Orb activated on this turn so it can hit so hard on the successive ones. And now it's time for the responding terrestrialization over on Lorenzo's side. We saw Incineroar becoming that Caterpillar with the Terra Bug, and now Calyrex Shadow Rider is going to be all the cheekier. That Terra Dark Grin atop its crown. That means it's going to be taking not very effective damage from the Moongeist Beam, and once it did super effective. Encore locked into, very wise from Lorenzo there, going for the Terra Dark, really utilizing those resources well. The Moongeist Beam is connecting into the Calyrex. It's going to be shrugging it off, but crucially, now you've got the Ursaluna staring it down. What did the Calyrex lock into? If it was Astral Barrage, which it was, the Ursaluna's not going to be taking any damage. The Lunala, yeah, it's going to be very super effective here, colliding down, but with the Shadow Shield, you can see, even then, the Lunala just so weak to those Ghost-type moves. It's down so low, but the Trick Room is still up, so it's going to be moving faster.
Yeah, that was a very crucial survival there for the Lunala. It is locked into Moongeist Beam, but that's not the worst thing. Yeah. It's going to be slowly chipping away at the opposing Pokemon here. You got the option of switching Miraidon to get rid of the terrain, and that means that you can click Earthquake without the reduction in damage power. Would that be enough to be able to pick up the knockout on the opposing Calyrex? With Frenguard, I'm not so sure, and that would be incredibly risky to just take care of your own Miraidon with Rillaboom waiting in the back. That means you're probably locked into going for Facade instead, and there's nothing wrong with that. It's one of the strongest attacks we have in the game, and will for sure pick up either knockouts, whether that's into the Calyrex without a Follow Me, or if it is the Clefairy with that Follow Me as well. But then Lunala can still follow up with some really good damage afterwards. I think the Calyrex should still be able to make it through this turn, though, because you've locked the Lunala into Moongeist Beam and is that Dark type, and especially so, it's not going to do any damage this turn as it is switching out into the Incineroar. Your Calyrex should be able to launch off one more attack here, even in the Trick Room.
Terra Bug, hey, there it is again. Our Caterpillar's crawled back out onto the field. Trick Room should be expiring very soon as well, but Clefairy will be following me as opposed to a Protect to stall out the remaining turns, becoming the center of attention. The most excessive Facade you've ever seen into the Clefairy would have done more than the HP bar showed there, but that's all it needed for the knockout, and now it's going to be Rillaboom. You can switch that in for the one time, and then that's it. That's going to be grassy terrain, no longer an option for you with Miraidon able to switch things up. Yes, the Calyrex Shadow Rider now does get a Grenade boost, and with the Trick Room expiring, that could prove huge for Lorenzo here. And of course, it has access to Psychic as well, so you're not just locked into a move that the Ursaluna takes no damage from.
Yeah, and with the boost that it's been getting, and as well as that Life Orb increasing the damage output even further, it's probably going to be able to knock out this Ursaluna with a Psychic now. So if you can get out of Trick Room with your Calyrex still around, that could be very, very useful for Lorenzo. You do have a turn of Fake Out this turn because you do have Rillaboom that is forced to switch in here, but the Miraidon's still waiting in the back that can overwrite the terrain, and because we are in the Trick Room, if the Rillaboom switches it, well, I say if the Rillaboom switches in, it has to switch in. If Miraidon also switches in, because of the reverse speed orders here, that means that the Rillaboom would have activated its Grassy Terrain, can't, the Grassy Terrain was already on the field, and therefore here's the Hadron Engine to get rid of that terrain immediately. So very, very nicely recognized there for Luca. And now the Rillaboom is going to be a lot less effective. It's not going to be able to go for its priority Grassy Glide to try and get around the fact that Trick Room's up to be able to do damage to the Ursaluna. It does still have Fake Out available though. But if you go for Fake Out into either partner, well, if it's Miraidon, Facade KOs the Calyrex. If it's Ursaluna, Electro Drift KOs the Calyrex. So it's somewhat of an awkward pin here. Maybe you consider protecting the Calyrex because, well, which one I Fake Out, the other one KOs the Calyrex. If you protect the Calyrex, like Lorenzo is apparently doing, that could open the opportunity for Rillaboom to get the KO with a Woodhammer into the Ursaluna.
The Fake Out was connecting into Ursaluna here, and where has this Miraidon targeted? If it's going for an electric type move, it would surely have been into the Calyrex. Rillaboom would have been resisting it there, so Calyrex does have the opportunity to scout out for a turn. And Ursaluna, a little bit more burn damage there too. That will be whittling away, and you can't ignore it, but crucially, there they are. The Twisted Dimensions have returned to normal. Calyrex remains the fastest thing on the field here, but is it too little too late?
Yeah, they're getting rid of the Trick Room turns. The Calyrex has been boosted twice now. Miraidon's a very specially defensive Pokemon. Is the Psychic going to be strong enough to KO the opposing Miraidon? Because if it is, that means you get to KO the Miraidon with your Calyrex and then Woodhammer KO the Ursaluna. So I think it might just come down to, is Miraidon able to survive this attack? Because if it is, it will be able to respond with its Electro Drift into the opposing Calyrex. Ursaluna going to be protecting for the Woodhammer here because it's almost certainly going to be Calyrex try to take care of Miraidon and then Woodhammer follow up. And there is the Psychic. Is it going to be strong enough?
Psychic into the Miraidon with a couple of boosts. It hangs on with 6 HP. So well trained in this scenario. Now the Electro Drift is just going to be enough. The bike has overcome the horse. The most motor is what we're dealing with here now, trainers. As the Terridark Calyrex Ice Rider has gone down. I nearly called him Terry Dark there, but no, Terridark Calyrex Shadow Rider, sorry, excuse me, not Ice Rider, is going to retreat to the stable. Now, that would have been the Woodhammer connecting into the Ursaluna, would have been super effective, but that's it. And it looks like Luca, the world champion of all people, taking us to a game 3.
Yeah, clutch survival there for the Miraidon, but then that could have been an opportunity for the targeting to be Psychic into Miraidon and Woodhammer into Miraidon, because if the Miraidon is able to be KO'd, Woodhammer is redirected into the Ursaluna. If the Ursaluna protects and the Psychic was not enough to KO the Miraidon, then the Woodhammer is able to follow up. But then, of course, if the Ursaluna does end up attacking and Miraidon survive, which it did, then you would have been KO'd to the Facade afterwards. So it's not surprising to see the Woodhammer go into the Ursaluna, but if the Woodhammer would have also been targeted into that Miraidon, then I think actually it would have come down to a double protect from the Ursaluna, because then you get to Woodhammer KO the Ursaluna, and then the follow-up Moongeist Beam from the Lunala probably isn't strong enough into the opposing Assault Vest Rillaboom. But at this point, it's been chipped too low. We're still in electric terrain. Miraidon's going to be able to take the KO and send us into that game 3.
But as it is, of course, we saw the Rillaboom was able to take the Electric Drift relatively comfortably. If it hadn't had the recall damage, might have been able to take another one. But yeah, that's the downside of Woodhammer. It's a big attack, but it also, that means it does big recoil damage. So it puts itself in range of just one more Electro Drift. We can't overstate it as well. Luca's HP bars on the Miraidon and Lunala couldn't really have been lower. Miraidon on 6 HP, I think Lunala on 27 or something like that. So once again, fine margins. And you'd expect nothing less from two trainers so decorated as Luca and Lorenzo. 1-1. It all comes down to a decisive game 3 in this best-of-3 thriller. Swiss round 5, but it could be a final in itself. We're loving it. Jamie, what are you thinking about for game 3?
Yeah, I think it was good adjustments from both players there. And as mentioned, getting Ursaluna and Trick Room is probably a good thing. And Luca was able to get Ursaluna into that Trick Room.
Yep.
It was only able to get, I think it was maybe even just 1 KO in the Trick Room. It was going for that excessive Facade into the Fairy, I believe. And then the Trick Room was able to be stalled out by Lorenzo because Trick Room was set while the Miraidon was still on the field. If you can set Trick Room as Ursaluna switches in, that is obviously the most ideal situation to be able to make use of the Trick Room as much as possible. But then you do still need to contend with the fact that Clefairy is underspeeding. It's getting that Encore in, like, it's actually being quite impactful.
It really is.
We always see Follow Me protect on Clefairy. Helping Hand is incredibly common, and then there's usually a tech slot, and that Encore has actually been quite useful here. It doesn't seem like it's doing much, but yeah, Lunala, it likes to Moongeist Beam. I will continue Moongeist Beaming, but then it just stops the White Guard, and that's incredibly important when you are running a Calyrex Shadow Rider, especially so when the Terrestrialization was used immediately on the Incineroar, and that freed up the Astral Rajas to be quad super effective into that opposing Lunala.
So we're setting up the Trick Room. How are you going to do that? You have to use the move with your Lunala. That's the only Pokemon on Luca's team that has access to it. How can they do it safely? They could go for another flinch, going for the Lunala Incineroar lead, perhaps. Or maybe you could try and step on the gas, but it could be a risky adjustment for this game 3. But Lorenzo will be pulling out all the stops to try and stop the Trick Room going up. The world champion versus a regional champion. The flexibility over on Luca's team versus the tried and tested, the reliable good stuffs on Lorenzo, which is going to emerge victorious. You can see that both teams are so well versed in going up against each other. They both have their merits, and now we'll see which of these trainers is going to be capitalizing on those merits. It's time to get into our final game of Swiss round 5 here, trainers. We're around halfway through the day, but the action doesn't stop coming. Calyrex and Rillaboom hitting the field for Lorenzo. There they are once more. Lunala and Incineroar for Luca.
Yeah, we're back to game 1, it seems. We're going with the fake-outers that aren't going to be able to fake out the opposing Pokemon because they are the ghost types as well. So, yeah, we're back in the situation where Lunala wants to Terrestrialize, otherwise it takes huge damage from that opposing Astral Barrage. You can go for White Guard, though, and if you go for White Guard, then you don't need to Terrestrialize this turn. But then, at the same time, you won't be doing any damage, and that could open the opportunity for Calyrex to potentially get a Nasty Plot. If the Calyrex gets a Nasty Plot, that's going to be a very, very bad position for Luca. So you can't let that happen, and that means that you probably do need to go on the offensive. But then that allows the Calyrex to go on the offensive, and if you play defensively with your White Guards, then it doesn't get the opportunities to get its damage. So we saw in the first turn that neither player clicked Fake Out. It was just U-turn and knock off into the Calyrex. And we've seen that the Rillaboom is actually faster than the opposing Incineroar because the grassy terrain went before the Intimidate, so you can go for the Fake Out into the opposing Incineroar, when Luca was comfortable going for Fake Out into the Rillaboom in the previous game, even though it was slower. But it looks like we're getting, at least to start off with, a repeat of that game 1. The Calyrex is switching out into that Zamazenta once again.
You're phenomenal, Jamie. You really are. So well summarized all of the ins and outs of that turn. Zamazenta barking into action, and time for our game 3 Terrestrialization. It's been Lunala recently, and it's going to be Lunala again, becoming charging that Terra Fairy. It now is going to not take super effective damage from those Dark-type moves. It's just going to be resisting them instead. Here comes U-turn from Rillaboom. Nice neutral damage into the Incineroar. Again, it might not look like much, but every little bit of chip really does add up, especially against a bulky Pokemon like the Incineroar. You now cannot Terra Bug that Incineroar to get away from your fighting type weakness in front of the body press from Zamazenta. There's Clefairy once more, the cute little one that has been putting in far more work than it might initially seem. Moonblast, nice neutral damage into Zamazenta, boosted by the Terra Fairy, of course. U-turn into that Clefairy too. Seems like Lorenzo Zamazenta has kind of been a bit of a punching bag the past couple of turns. It's just taking these hits and dishing out damage where it can, but that Incineroar once more threatened down so much from body press. Gonna be Miraidon overwriting the terrain.
Yeah, and Luca able to switch out his Incineroar immediately this game. In the previous game, well, at least in the game one, it was a knockoff that did just nothing into the Zamazenta, and then it was just fell to the body press afterwards. But now that you've got the Incineroar waiting in the back, you've got your Miraidon switched in. Well, that's going to be able to take the body press. We've already seen it took huge damage from the body press, but it is able to survive that. This could be where Helping Hand comes into play with the Clefairy, because we saw it did about 70% to the opposing Miraidon, and you get a 50% boost on Helping Hand to be able to get that damage output even further, and that might be what's necessary to tip it over the edge for a body press KO into the opposing Miraidon, because we've seen before, the Clefairy does drop to just one Electro Drift. Maybe you switch in the Rillaboom to be able to survive that, but if you switch in the Rillaboom, the Zamazenta will not be able to pick up a KO this turn. The only way that Zamazenta can get a KO would be going for that Helping Hand body press into the Miraidon. Helping Hand Heavy Slam wouldn't even take care of the Lunala because it's got its Terrestrialization, it would be super effective, but it's still got the Shadow Shield and the Electric Seed, so it would be able to shrug that off very, very nicely.
No Helping Hand at all, or Helping Paw into the Zamazenta. Just protect, just a double protect, in fact, for Lorenzo. Kind of risky, because if you set up the Trick Room here for Luca, we can see it be so impactful in that previous game, but Lorenzo deciding that's the best course of action, just the Electro Drift into the Protect there, and it was just a Moongeist Beam. Lorenzo anticipating that Luca was angling to remove one of these Pokemon as soon as they possibly could.
Yeah, it seems like nothing happened that turn, but being able to see what a choice Pokemon does lock into is always useful information. So Lorenzo did still gain information there. That is going to be the Electro Drift, and it was targeting down the Zamazenta. Is that going to be strong enough to KO the Zamazenta while Frengard's still active? If Frengard wasn't on the field, that is absolutely in range of that electric terrain-boosted Electro Drift. You'd probably have to consider switching in the Rillaboom, but with the Frengards, it's going to be close if that's able to pick up the KO. And you still got the threat of the Helping Hand body press into that Miraidon, but again, not going for that, playing slightly more defensive. Here comes the Rillaboom once again, overwriting the terrain. That should allow the Zamazenta to survive the Electro Drift for sure now.
Well, barring any critical hits, one would hope so, but let's find out how much damage the Miraidon will do outside of the terrain. Is holding the Choice Specs into the Zamazenta. Is going to be charging it up, but not quite enough to electrify it with the knockout. Responding body press. Hitting that Miraidon hard. My goodness gracious me, that caught my breath away. And there's the Trick Room being set up from Lunala. This is exactly the position that worked out so well for Luca in the previous game. Let's see if they can capitalize on it once again.
Yeah, looks like here you've got the option for Lorenzo to go for Fake Out into the Lunala, because it is now Fake Outable, and I'm going to say that as much as I can because I've coined it now. And then we've seen that the Miraidon outspeeds the Zamazenta, therefore the Zamazenta would move first in the Trick Room. You can very safely body press that Miraidon slot, because the switch-ins are an Incineroar, that would be KO'd. And there's an Ursaluna. That should probably be KO'd as well, because even though Ursaluna's got great defenses, so does Zamazenta, and it gets a +1. So I don't think it's really too much wrong with just going for Fake Out into the Lunala here and body press into that Miraidon slot. If the Miraidon stayed in, you would have given the free switch into this Ursaluna, but who needs a free switch when you just hard switch in?
Okay, Fake Out into the Ursaluna. Where did Lorenzo target? It was into the Miraidon there. That's going to be that big restricted Pokemon down for Luca. However, Trick Room is up, and Miraidon is a very speedy Pokemon. So as long as this Ursaluna can clinch this game before the Trick Room expires potentially, then maybe. But Lorenzo has the opportunity to protect and switch around. Certainly the resources to be able to wait out this Trick Room for their own very speedy Pokemon, the Calyrex Shadow Rider, that's chomping at the bit to join the fray, just lurking in the stable.
You know what's really dangerous?
Tell me, Jamie.
A world champion who has just leant forward in his chair. Now he's really focused. That's an incredibly dangerous thing to see across the playing field from you. But yeah, very, very smart from Luca there. Like I said, Fake Out into Lunala and body press into Miraidon. There wasn't really a punish except there was, because hard switching in the Ursaluna activates the Flame Orb immediately. Now it can go on the offensive. You can go for Facade into the Rillaboom, and that's usually a KO into that Pokemon. There's the switch-in of the Calyrex, but if you manage to catch that with a double up, maybe a Facade and a Moongeist Beam into that Rillaboom, that would cover the switch into the Calyrex, and that's a perfect pin, because then there's no switching at all. Clefairy is probably going to be KO'd. It's taking a little bit of chip damage, and usually Clefairies are run very defensively. So if this is the Clefairy, and a Facade does end up going into that slot, well, it's not going to be the Clefairy. I was curious if the Facade was able to KO, but if this is a double up of Facade and Moongeist Beam, there was nothing Lorenzo could do to stop that slot being KO'd.
Absolutely massive. Did Luca make the right call? Facade was targeted into the Calyrex Shadow Rider, but the double up of the Moongeist Beam, there it is. Big double super effective damage. Lorenzo not liking the look of that one bit. Into the Calyrex Shadow Rider, and it's down before it could achieve anything in this game. That is a huge footing for Luca to claim here with that speedy Pokemon down for when the Trick Room will expire. Yes, the Ursaluna is now vulnerable. It goes down to the Body Press. You're down to just the Lunala and the Incineroar. Do they have the gas in the tank? Do they have what it needs? Do they have what it takes to take Luca to victory in Swiss Round 5?
Yeah, and we're in the Trick Room as well, so the Incineroar should be moving before the Zamazenta, but not the Clefairy. So by bringing in the Clefairy here, and the Clefairy's actually very, very healthy, it's going to be able to shrug off quite a few attacks from the Incineroar and Lunala. They're going to be able to do good damage, but not great damage. So I reckon Clefairy could probably take at least 2 of the attacks, whether that's a Flare Blitz and a Moongeist Beam, should be able to survive that. And that would free up the Zamazenta to just go for the Body Press into the opposing Incineroar. And then if you are able to survive, obviously you've got to double protect here because you've got Fake Out active. But actually, no, you can't even Fake Out. If you go for Fake Out, then you get Encored as well. So you have to go on the offensive here. Just playing it extra safe to stall out one of the turns of Trick Room makes perfect sense, but it was Fake Out. You can go for Encore into that Incineroar now.
Okay, and Fake Out, of course, only works on the first turn that the Pokemon hits the field, so Incineroar would just be a sitting cat for the rest of the game as opposed to a sitting duck there. Lorenzo stalling it out, and of course those turns of Trick Room as well. The loss of the Ursaluna really huge there, and for what? The Facade did nothing into the Calyrex Shadow Rider. Yes, you're doubling up that slot, but that could be what seals the deal here and takes Lorenzo to victory.
Yeah, I'm just debating, would Encore be the correct play here? Because you got Frengard active. Is that going to be able to allow the Zamazenta to survive? It doesn't seem like Lorenzo thinks so. So Follow Me overall is going to be the safest play. Because, yeah, Flare Blitz is a reasonably strong attack, but that's still in the green. So Clefairy should probably be able to survive this Moongeist Beam as well. And, yeah, it is going to be the Moongeist Beam into that Clefairy. And then that just allows Body Press to go into that opposing Incineroar.
Moongeist Beam, and the Clefairy is going to be KO'd here. Okay, so it goes down. Now it's just Zamazenta and Rillaboom for Lorenzo remaining. Where has it targeted? Of course, the super effective damage. The wrestler has been wrestled to the ground with a critical hit. Apparently not mattering in this situation as Incineroar returns to its trainer. Now Lunala has a big mountain to climb here. The Zamazenta's not looking the healthiest. Twisted Dimension returned to normal as well, so it's not in its preferable situation. And the Rillaboom will be resetting that grassy terrain when it hits the field momentarily.
Yeah, so that means you get to bring in the Rillaboom here. What's the Lunala currently, Charlie, as it's a fairy type? As the Pokemon Fake Out switches in? What's the Lunala?
I think that's Fake Outable.
It is Fake Outable. So you get to go for Fake Out into that opposing Lunala and follow up with Heavy Slam for some very good damage. That stalls an extra turn, allowing this grassy terrain that's just been set to give another tick of grassy terrain recovery to the Zamazenta, and I reckon that puts it out of range of a Moongeist Beam. And therefore you just get to go for Fake Out, Heavy Slam this turn, and then Heavy Slam Wood Hammer for the rest of the game. And I think that Luca has recognized that, and that is going to be the forfeit locked in, and Lorenzo Silvestrini able to take down our reigning world champion.
The regional champion overcomes the world champion. What a thrilling game that was, trainers. And I hope you were taking note because it's such a rare treat to be able to see so skilled trainers on the stream. I say rare treat, but actually, Bologna's crawling with them. If you want to see some of the competitive Pokemon talent the EU has to offer, then Bologna is the place to be this weekend. Such well played by both competitors there. Lunala, of course, for Luca, didn't even have access to Protect there, so you can't stall out the Fake Out. And yeah, just a sitting target. That's Luca down. He was Fake Out, and he's been faked out, Jamie. That's our world champion, not out of the competition by any means, still has the luxury of losing one more game before they might be nervous about not making day 2 tomorrow. But Lorenzo, our Stuttgart regional champion from 2024, coming in clutch.
Yeah, very, very nicely done. I think it was some solid plays coming out from both of the trainers. The Facade and the Moongeist Beam to cover, even if the Calyrex switches in on the Facade. Very, very nicely done. But it's just, I think the Clefairy was the MVP of that match. Like in the first game, and then I've said it a few times now, just the Encore to stop wide guards. Yeah. That's the crucial thing. that Moonguy's Beam is like doing some good damage. You can see here, was able to put on some good pressure and get some KOs. But just in the first game, there was no White Guard available, and there was a position where just Astral Barrage and Body Press just sweeps the game. And that was because of the foresight of the Clefairy going for the Encore. And then again in the future games, it was able to provide that Friend Guard, allow some Pokemon to be able to survive attacks they wouldn't have been able to do otherwise. It was able to get the Encore in the Trick Rooms as well. So. And then in the game 3, it was able to redirect, keep the Zamazenta safe, allowing that Body Press into the opposing Incineroar, and then that just turned it into a 2v1 that was definitely going to be won by Lorenzo.
Lorenzo with the Clefairy plushie as well, the Pokemon that's come in so clutch for them in that game, and I'm sure for the entire tournament. So 5 wins and 0 losses for Lorenzo. You just have to win 1 more to guarantee your spot in day 2. Absolutely wonderful to see. And of course, I'm sure it's not the first we'll see this weekend. 2 Italians on the stream as well. The region that's really been locking up those championship points. I mean, Marco Silva way out in front of our EU Championship point leaderboard here. And so to be able to be here just soaking up all of that talent, absolutely massive. Yeah, the Calyrex just going down immediately to that double up, but it just did leave that Ursaluna exposed. But, you know, not doubling up that slot is also really, really risky in that situation.
Yeah, it was for sure. And so we saw there the Body Press that was freed up by that Clefairy into that Incineroar just turn this endgame into a perfect pin for Lorenzo. It would have taken a couple of turns because you've got the Electric Seed activate on the Lunala. And did we? I think it might not have been. I think it switched out actually, so it wouldn't have even had that defense because it would have taken just a couple of turns. You'd have done a Fake Out and a Heavy Slam, and you'd done a Heavy Slam and a Wood Hammer, and that would have probably been able to seal the game. But yeah, really nicely done from both players. I really hope that Fake Outable catches on because
I think it is.
It seems like a very reasonable. And I also hope that Caterpillar catches on because
Caterpillar's really good.
I like Caterpillar.
Jamie, I take my hat off to you.
Right?
Yeah. No, it's really good. Really good. The cat that became a bug, the Caterpillar. Wonderful stuff. So, Calyrex Shadow Rider and Zamazenta, our most used restricted pair here at the Bologna Special Championships for day 1, has emerged victorious. Is it going to emerge victorious over the course of the entire weekend? Of course, only time will tell. But really interesting to see that the Miraidon on Lunala that Luca was running, that of course won the Milwaukee Regional Championships, was felled. How's the meta just moved on to a point where Miraidon and Lunala are no longer there? We've had so many regional level events over the past couple of weeks, really coming thick and fast, that maybe, yeah, it's moved on. Maybe they're old news. We'll have to see.
You say that. It was the 3rd most used restricted pairing, so...
I know.
I wouldn't call that old news if most of the field is...
I'm creating drama, so. Jamie.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah.
For goodness sake. Miraidon a Pokemon from the future, but is it going to be old news? Only time will tell. Lorenzo now progressing with that undefeated record. Also makes me wonder which Pokemon we have lurking like the 5th most used restricted pair and the 9th most used individual restricted. It really gets the brains whirring. I wouldn't, you know, what would you reckon is the 5th most used restricted pair?
My initial instinct was just about to say Ice Rider Kyogre just because it won the most recent regional championship that we had. But I don't know how many people would have adapted based on that to say, oh yeah, this is a good team. I'll spend this entire 1 week in between what I probably planned to bring to this tournament and adapting from what ended up winning Portland. I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of the trainers that came here would have already locked in. This is the restricted, or at least this is the team that I'm going to be using. Portland happens, yeah, that's cool, but I practice with this, so I'm not going to switch up. So I think, like, yeah, my initial instinct would have been to say Ice Rider Kyogre, and I think if we had a few more weeks in between the Portland Regional and this, then I would have said Calyrex Ice Rider, but who knows?
Yeah, well, Jamie, you've been inventing words all game. It's my turn now. Let's see if Lorenzo is feeling interviewee. There with Costa on the couch, just taken down the champion of the world. How is the rest of Lorenzo's run going to be unfurled?
Thank you so much, Charlie and Jamie. We've had a couple of revelations as well as fake-outed situations, but we've got Lorenzo Silvestrini.
It keeps falling.
Very polite, helping hand situation. Yeah. But of course, we've got Lorenzo Silvestrini, winner of the last match against none other than Luca Cherry-Bailey. Lorenzo, you are Stuttgart 2024 regional champion, my friend. You're looking at Luca on the team sheet and you're just looking, oh my God, what are your thoughts?
Let's say that when I saw the team sheet, it's I think the team that I expect from Luca, because he's the Miraidon master, let's say, and the Miraidon Lunala, the most common one is that one. So I expected that, but I also prepared that matchup. Also, you saw my Clefairy with Anchor is right there exactly for that matchup, because with the the anchor I can disrupt, like the Trick Room or anchor to Munga's Beam, and I'm safe to Terra Dark with Calyrex. And yeah, because yeah, of course, Lunala can one-shot Calyrex with Terra Moonblast or Munga's Beam, depends which is my Terra. So yeah, it's really important to anchor Lunala to keep safe my Calyrex, let's say.
It's essentially to lock it in and prevent it from going for the wide guard, right?
Also the wide guard. That was what I did in game 1, exactly. Because in game 1, when I was trying to put all his Pokemon in range of Astral Barrage, except for Ursaluna that was pinned by Rillaboom, that was okay. And yeah, and Lunala that was anchored to Munga's Beam, I can do Astral Barrage, and it's Vodammer, and that's it.
Well, exactly. It was a really good way to be able to pin essentially the Lunala on the other side of the field. We saw Dark Terra being an option for your Calyrex Shadow Rider. Exactly. So going into game 2, though, we did see Luca was able to get some really good adaptation to his game plan. He was able to bring the Trick Room and the Ursaluna, and under sort of Trick Room conditions, try to sweep essentially with your Pokemon Clefairy. MVP, but what were your thoughts in his adaptation?
Yeah, I tried a different lead in game 2 that was Zamazenta Rillaboom, because yeah, in testing was pretty good against Incineroar Lunala, but not that pretty good, because I'm not forcing the Terra on Lunala if I lead the Zamazenta Rillaboom, and what I need is to force the Terra on Lunala, because then I can body press all the other 3 Pokemon with Zamazenta, Incineroar, Ursaluna, and also Miraidon. Yep. And yeah, my lead was not so good because yeah, he could try to do some adaptation, and also there was a crucial turn in which he set up the Trick Room where exactly I was not in with Clefairy that can anchor in the Trick Room or stuff like that.
Well played.
Yeah, and that's what yeah, was really... Also, I saw a critical hit on Munga's Beam on my Zamazenta, but was not... yeah, Luca, that is more expert than me in these things, Munga's Beam ignores Friend Guard, and so I did a play that was meaningless, because I put Clefairy to try to have the Friend Guard, but Munga's Beam, also like Ivy Cudgel, but I always forgot about this.
I mean, that's a very hard mechanic to remember because it's not on the target Pokemon.
Exactly, but the other one.
The partner one.
Yeah.
That's a very good point. But, I mean, there you go. That goes to show, obviously, he was able to push through, pick up the KO on the Zamazenta, unlock the rest of his matchup in Game 2. But going into Game 3, we saw both of you lead the exact same as Game 1.
Yeah.
And you're just trying to pivot around and have the Clefairy available encore-wise under Trick Room conditions.
Exactly. That was my plan, and there was another crucial turn that was really important, in which where my Clefairy was pinned by Facade and Munga's Beam, and I brought in Calyrex Shadow on a Facade and Munga's Beam to absorb the Facade, not take the Munga's Beam on Zamazenta, and then do the body press. That was, I think, the most important read that I have to do. Fortunately, it came, so I mean, I think that was the one that let me win the game.
And I think it's not a very obvious read as well, because you're like, what's Lorenzo doing? He's bringing in the Pokemon to get KO?
Calyrex against Munga's Beam is not so safe, so yeah, but was safe to absorb the Facade.
Exactly, to be able to sort of use it just to absorb the slot damage, and then bring in the Pokemon. Exactly. That was very exquisite play from yourself. Very nice to see.
Very risky, but yeah. High risk, high reward. Yeah.
I mean, that's sort of like why we say, you know, the most high-level players, they need to be able to sort of notice where you have to make the sacrifices in terms of the board state to be able to give you more of a chance towards your win condition. And that's exactly what you did to a very, very high level, my friend. So yeah, I guess you are now undefeated, 5-0, my friend, going into Swiss round number 6. Must be feeling really good. I did want to ask you a bit about your general goals in terms of your current championship race potential. Like, where are you on the board?
I'm, I think, 48 or 47 right now on the leaderboard, leaving away the wildcards. And I am something like at 934.
Okay.
but I have all the slot full in the regionals. But my worst slot is top 256, so I have to improve it today.
Okay.
Fortunately, should be enough, I think, with 5-0 to get the top 128. But let's see. Let's try to win one more, so it's guaranteed.
Okay.
Yeah, that one, and so I can take the 20 more championship points to reach the 950. Should be, I think, should be enough.
Fingers crossed for you, my friend. I have been told that the rounds are going to start progressing and starting, so we want to make sure we give you as much time as possible going into it, but keep it going strong, my friend. Forza Italia, Forza Lorenzo.
Forza Italia.
So finally, before you go, do you have any shout-outs that you would like to give?
Yeah, of course. Yeah. I want to shout out for, first of all, my wife that is always with me in this tournaments. He tried to play this time, but well, not so good. But yeah, and also I have to I want to thank you all my friends, all my my competitive team, Parrots, and all the ones that are supporting me every time. Also, it's good to be back here in Bologna in our Italian nationals. I was on stream in the last year, and it's really good to be on stream also this year and to win, of course.
Of course, and I mean up against Luca as well.
Yeah, against Luca, it was I think the worst one to face. Yeah,
but you did exceptionally well, both you and Luca. With that being said, we're going to give you some time to get refreshments, have a little break before you go into Swiss round number 6. And with that being said, we're going to go ahead and give it a bit of a preview ourselves, as we're going to be coming back very shortly with the next round. So make sure you get your refreshments too, and we'll be back extremely soon.
At least a couple of times a day, every day leading up to a tournament. Don't not excessively, because you still have to maintain that work-life balance. But if you want to do good at these tournaments, you can't do good if you're not practicing.
I frankly don't practice very much. I more do things to ground myself mentally. I do my practice before the tournaments, and then just between. It's just to regulate my mood.
I think it depends. Right up before the tournament is definitely where I get the most practice in. I will slack kind of in between, but I try to practice pretty consistently.
I practice every day just to learn the decks and how all the matchups go. And just to see how the meta goes. It's just fun, and I like to play Pokemon, and it helps me focus and all them, and I have good testing partners, so it just actually helps me. So yeah, I practice every day.
In between tournaments, literally every day, and I literally do viewer battles on stream, so we practice like that too. Usually I like to practice against the matchups that are good into my team, so counter teams, so that I can see if I can strategize a way to play around that and kind of outsmart my opponent. I think those are my main ways of practicing, and then of course just reps, just getting as many battles in as I can.
Let's hear it for Wolf
My name is Wolf Glick, and I am from Washington, D.C. I first got into Pokemon when I was probably around 5 or 6 years old. I really hated getting my hair cut. And so my mom took me to one of those places where they had TVs for the kids to watch so that they would, sit still and get their hair cut. And they had an episode of Pokemon on. And, my mom and I watched it. I loved it. And I was just obsessed. I had the Pokemon cards. I had, action figures. I had pretty much everything. I eventually was able to play the games when I was a little bit older. And I really fell in love. And, ever since then, I've just kept playing. And it's just, turned into something so much more than I ever could have expected. When I was in middle school, I found out that you could play Pokemon against other people, and that really got me hooked because I have such a competitive personality. And so I was playing online. There were these forums, and you would go and you'd basically schedule a battle over Wi-Fi. And on one of these forums, I saw that there was a sub-forum that said real-life events, tournaments in real life. And I thought, that sounds cool, so I clicked on it, and I saw that there was one in Chantilly, Virginia, 30 minutes from where I grew up. And yeah, so I ended up winning that first event, and it kind of snowballed into everything. I think some people, when I talk about, I'm still playing, I've already won Worlds, I've, won every level of tournament, I think some people are, surprised, or they're thinking, okay, well, why? Why are you still playing, right? And I think the answer that people expect is something I want to be the best ever. I want to be indisputably the best ever. But The truth of the matter is that I really just play because I enjoy it. Like, I really enjoy and appreciate the game, and I love that it's always changing. I love that it makes me feel like I can always change, like I can always be better. The best thing that I've gotten out of Pokemon is my friends. Some of the best people I've met in my entire life are people who I've met through this game, and I really love Pokemon because it gives us a chance to kind of all see each other a couple times a year. You know, none of my friends are really even that close to DC, so being able to come to these events, being able to work with my friends towards a common goal, being able to celebrate their successes, being able to kind of commiserate in their losses, I don't know, it's really meaningful to me. I think the game's also taught me a lot about failure, you know? People look at me and they see like, oh, all the trophies, all the accomplishments, right? But there's a lot more failures than there is victories. It's really hard to kind of truly try to be the best in the world at something because when you fall short, like, been kind of told pretty directly, you are not good enough, you are not the best. And so one of the best things that I've got out of that is just the ability to cope with failure, to say I tried my best and I wasn't good enough and I'm okay with that. Well, I mean, I'm a little biased. I think winning Worlds for me will be probably one of my favorite moments from competitive Pokemon history. I think there's lots of other great moments, but personally, if I'm being honest, the fake out Swords Dance play in the finals of my Worlds, it'll always kind of have a special place in my heart.
Wolfie Click is your 2016 World Champion after so many years of hard work. I can barely stay in my seat right now.
Probably my favorite player is Shoma Honami, the 2015 World Champion. When I watch him play, I feel like he sees the game in just such a completely different way that I do. I just think it's so cool. Aaron Traylor is another one. He just is so willing to break apart the way that the game works at a higher level, and I think he's doing something that nobody else is doing. My starter Pokemon, that's a tough one. My first starter Pokemon was Charmander, but I really like Emboar. He's one of my favorites, so I feel like I have to kind of represent my boy. My goal every season is to win Worlds, just plain and simple. It's a lofty goal. It's one that I've achieved before. It's also one that I failed much more than I've achieved. And barring that, I would love to see one of my friends win the World Championship.
Next up, from Japan, our video game senior champion, Rei Yamanaka!
もし僕がポケモンだとしたらノーマルタイプだと思います。特に何の特徴もないから。一番最初の好きなスターターポケモンはニャーハです。見た目が一番可愛いからです。スカーレット・バイオレットから対戦を始めて公式大会にも出るようになりました。
Ray himself, I mean, relatively newer player, so this is humongous.
私がポケモンをプレイするのが好きなのはやはり対戦相手に勝つことが楽しいと感じられるからです。対戦する上でいろいろな言語のポケモンの名前を知ることができました。今回の WCS でマスターカテゴリーで出場した秋山翔さんが自分の憧れのプレイヤーです。他のものがありましたけど今回の WCS で優勝できたことによりそれに変わりました。
Rei Yamanaka is gonna be your Pokemon World Champion!
世界大会を優勝できないと思っていたのでとても驚いているし嬉しいです。
And welcome back to the place where everything is fake-outable and I make up brand new words. And my name is Jamie Voigt, and I'm paired with Costa Dynamos.
Hello.
And yeah, we're going into round 6 of the Bologna Special Championships. After such a thrilling match between a world champion and a regional champion, and the regional champion taking down our reigning world champion in Luca Cherubelli. Very well done from Lorenzo.
Oh, yeah, and the way that he went about it too, it's not like it was a very straightforward affair. Both of our trainers really put in all of the work they could. They were both undefeated. This was an all-Italian battle between them both, and, you know, they're no strangers, let's say, to the upper echelon level of achievements.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Like, when we put up the achievements, seeing world champion on that graphic is always
a massive flex.
Yeah, it absolutely is. But then when you got ex-champion on your graphic, then that's always absolutely fantastic. And we've got Lorenzo that's going to be absolutely gunning for that second title here in Bologna. Already 5-0, so very, very nicely done from him. There's going to be plenty of other people that are currently 5-0 undefeated, and we'll be able to have a look at who those are going to be going into this tournament, because that's the place you want to be. Just one win away from being able to make it into that day 2 guaranteed.
Oh, 100%. And I think just being able to be at the point where you just got so much momentum going for you is the absolute key thing. But we do have a couple of those trainers we have been talking about, a couple that just come straight to mind. We have got Team Masol, recently had such a good performance at European International Championships, of course. I believe getting, was it top 8? Top 8.
Top 8, falling to Wolfgleich in the top 8, so well, yeah.
To the eventual champ. So,
exactly, yeah.
You know, absolutely running through, trying to still keep their position on the top 16, which they most definitely have, if I'm not mistaken, maybe around 10th position or whatnot.
Oh, they've had a fantastic season. They've got so many championship points. They were all top 8 at another region. I think it was even top 4 at a regional that was it was midway through the season. I think it was it Dortmund?
Might have been.
I want to say it was Dortmund.
I think it was a German one.
The one that Eden Bachelor won was able to get top 4.
Stuttgart.
I think. Stuttgart, okay,
Stuttgart,
yeah, cool.
Yeah.
So, yeah, so very, very strong showing from tier team there. Plenty of other fantastic names, as we see. Well, every single name is fantastic here that's been able to get that 5-0 record.
Yeah, but then we've got more Italian representation. We have got Riccardo Stellini, actually rocking a very cool and tried and tested sort of core. We've already seen it and featured it on stream, actually. Miraidon, Lunala, mixed with the sort of tail room compositions, and Riccardo doing such a stellar job on being still undefeated.
Yeah, very, very good showing from them here. They were able to get top 4 in Utrecht last season as well, so they're no stranger to the top cut positions. Yeah. So, yeah, using the team that's, we know it works at this point. It was incredibly successful at the start of the season, and it's good enough that a world champion thinks that it's worthy of this tournament, so no surprise to seeing more Italians being able to pick up that core and being able to run it very successfully.
Yeah, and I think that's sort of one of the things around team building groups, and especially when you've got a vast array of community members that you can rely on and sort of team and workshop build with, to the point where, you know, if you all feel like, hey, you know what, I think I've actually got the play, it's going to be this, let's try to work together on trying to reach the most optimal peak performance we can with it, depending on what the meta is looking like. And that's clearly what the Italian community's done, at least with the players we've been featuring thus far.
Yeah, speaking of the players we've been featuring, we're going to be able to see some more matches that are going to be taking place in this championship. And we'll be able to see that we are featuring Liam Westland versus Miguel Paquette going for our stream match. So, yeah, Iron Jugulis paired with the Kyogre. There's the Calyrex Ice Rider and the Kyogre pairing that was able to win the Portland Regional Championship. We were saying that was going to be quite effective at the start, but yeah, Iron Jugulis is an adaptation here.
Yeah, and I think it's got a lot going for itself, aside from the typing, which is so crucial, especially going up against the Calyrex Shadow Riders, trying to force Terras. But most crucially, you've got a couple of vast array of tools. Essentially, you've got Snarl, you've got the Tailwind, you've even got Air Slash if you want to try to go for any sort of cheeky flinch, but most importantly, get that chip damage onto very important targets.
Yeah, I'm facing down the Calyrex Shadow Rider and Zamazenta. It's basically very similar to the core that Lorenzo was ending up using, although that had a Clefairy and this has an Ogerpon as the redirection Pokemon. Well, we can see there Lorenzo was at one of the matches that we were able to feature just recently. We can see his team still that are represented there, going up against a Miraidon and Hoa coming out from Diego De Vivo.
Yeah, and I think I think we spoke about it at the top of the show, if I'm not mistaken, Jamie. The Miraidon Ho-Oh has so much synergy going for itself, especially when you've got a Trick Room heavy sweeper in the form of the Ursaluna. And sure, you could even see Iron Hands as a form of sweeper if it's in the right conditions, especially as now it can finally utilize its Quark Drive ability, get that attack boost, 1.3 multiplier added to its overwhelming existing strength.
Yeah, absolutely. But we're going to be moving on to our feature match here between Liam and Miguel. So, yeah, very, very strong showing from both of these trainers so far. Currently still undefeated, and a win here on stream would secure their place into that day 2 with a 6th win.
Yeah, exactly that. And on Liam's side, actually one of the up and rising UK trainers in the previous season actually was still in the seniors division. So this is actually their first Masters division division debut, should I say, at least on stream. They did actually get a top 128 at Dortmund Regional, so Liam really put in all of the work, and clearly it's paying off.
Yeah, it's always a difficult one to age up into the division above. Going from seniors to masters is a pretty big step up because there's just so many more players available. For senior players, we usually get maybe 20 or 30 players, and then suddenly here's the hundreds that we have in the Masters, but Liam's still able to keep his own there with the 5-0 record currently.
Yeah, exactly, and we do have Miguel Paquete on the other side of the field, or should I say on the table, having quite a few recent strong showings all the way from the previous season. Lille top 8, EUIC top 32 the previous season, connecting into a top 64 for the current, and of course, Sevilla Special Championships top 32. Absolutely on fire.
Yeah, and has been able to make the top 8 at a regional before in the previous season, so I wouldn't be surprised to see him continue to do very well, as he is already doing. Like we said, that 5-0 record is nothing to scoff at this point in the tournament. You've still got that comfort of just, well, one more win out of 3 will be able to take you through to that second day, and one of our trainers is going to be able to achieve that. Is that going to be Liam with that Kyogre and Calyrex Ice Rider that's holding a Never Melt Ice item?
Wow, okay, I was half expecting to see the leftovers and Leech Seed, because I saw a grass type move, that's got to be Leech Seed, but no, Seed Bomb is fascinating in combination with the Terra Grass as well. Clearly actually being a really good way to be able to ignore any sort of powder redirection or even Spore focuses on that slot and capitalize off of the damage output, especially when you could bolster it with Rillaboom's Grassy Surge ability. And there is that Urshifu Rillaboom tried and tested core between them, alongside an Amoonguss of his own, which will have so much more board state pressure that the opponent's going to have to respect. Yeah,
very, very nicely well-rounded team here. Although I believe we got that was able to achieve top 4 at the Portland Regional Championships just recently, with the Iron Jugulis getting that speed control with the Tailwinds and the Calyrex getting the speed control with the Trick Room. We've been mentioning a couple of times across the stream, because this is a strategy that players have opted for, going for a Pokemon with Tailwind and a Pokemon with Trick Room, so you can control either a spectrum of the speed. Kyogre's usually somewhere in the middle of that speed. It's usually trained pretty speedy as far as a Kyogre can be, but there's still plenty of Pokemon that outspeed it. So you get the Tailwind to outspeed that very comfortably, but actually it will underspeed a significant amount of Pokemon as well if you do opt for that Trick Room.
Yeah, exactly that. And there's a lot of different speed dynamics you do need to factor in, depending on the mode you're going to be going for. But we have got Miguel Paquete on the other side of the field. Calyrex Shadow Rider Life Orb variant with a nasty plot. We definitely, I think, did come off of a very strong set just this previous round with that. Alongside the Zamazenta, you've got the Heavy Slam, no Behemoth Bash available. However, Urshifu, Choice Scarf with the Rain Dance, Jamie, and the Terra Water.
Yeah, I think that's the standout thing from this team, because well, these are Pokemon we expect to be together, and the sets are pretty reasonable coming out from this composition of a team as well. But the Rain Dance tech, that's a really cool one coming out from the Urshifu. You always see Surging Strikes, Close Combat, and U-Turn on a Choice Scarf Urshifu, and it is usually Aqua Jet to out-prioritize something like a Chempao Sucker Punch, or if you just need to, the opposing player has speed control, and then you get to out-prioritize even just with the Aqua Jet. But not opting for that here, going for that Rain Dance. Maybe it's almost certainly a nice tech against something like a Koraidon or a Groudon that could be coming out, because then it really stops the damage output that could be coming from an opposing Koraidon. And
it's so crucial as well with the speed tiering of the Choice Scarf to be able to get the jump on any other Pokemon, especially, let's say, for example, if there's any sort of Prankster, Weather type moves coming on the other side of the field, you're still going to be guaranteeing that Rain Dance. But, Jamie, we have got the compositions side by side. What do you feel is the main sort of pivot of points I would have asked from both of our trainers before we actually get the insta reveal of Game 1? Zamazenta, Calyrex Shadow Ride on the other side of the field versus a very shiny Iron Jugulis as well as Kyogre.
Well, I'm glad you asked, Costa. I reckon that Liam should go for an Iron Jugulis and Kyogre League.
Are you sure?
And probably be countered by a Zamazenta and Shadow Rider. So yeah, opting for both restricteds immediately for Miguel is usually indicative of a very aggressive approach where you just want to be launching pushing out the massive damage as much as you can, but it makes perfect sense to bring an Iron Jugulus in the lead against a Shadow Rider because you get access to the Snarl, so you can really reduce the damage output. Probably doesn't pick up the KO, but it would absolutely chunk it because of the quad weakness, and get that special attack reduction on top of that. But then if you're concerned about something like the Y-Guard that can come out from the Zamazenta, you can just go for the Tailwind as well. And the Kyogre does have access to Hydro Pump. It doesn't have Origin Pulse here. It does have Water Spout, obviously, but then it's got the single target Hydro Pump that would be able to get around a potential Y-Guard that could be coming out from the Zamazenta.
Yeah, so I think Liam's going to have to try to commit here in anticipation of any sort of adaptations from Miguel's side, as we do have the first Terra commit. It's going to be the Zamazenta into the Dragon typing in order to resist those very powerful Water-type moves bolstered by the Mystic Water. And most likely going to be seeing potential Tailwind setup to guarantee it does outspeed.
It will outspeed for sure. That Kyogre is going to be moving before that Zamazenta now. And it was Hydro Pump, but into the switched-in Rillaboom that... Wow! That's so much damage. Yeah, that was obviously going to be a critical hit. That's an Assaultus Rillaboom. Yeah, that was massive damage. That body press basically did exactly the same amount of damage to the opposing Rillaboom. Resisted Hydro Pump. Kyogre is incredibly strong.
Yeah, it truly is, and that's why having a Water-type boosted item of choice, being the Mystic Water, is such a prominent set when it comes to this Pokemon. But Tailwind has been set up. Fake Out is now available over on Miguel's side. There is going to have to be a bit of respect in terms of the board position right now, but no protects from Liam's side, actually opting to go and say, right, you can flinch away that Iron Jugulus. I want to go for the Zamazenta with a Hydro Pump, deal about just over 1/3 worth of damage, and the body press isn't even enough to pick up the KO on the Iron Jugulus.
Yeah, so the Kyogre got away with it on that turn. It was open to the potential Grassy Glide, it was open to the body press, and based on the damage it did before, it was probably going to KO. Even with that little bit of Grassy Terrain recovery, based on the damage it did before, it is entirely reasonable to assume that the body press should KO that Kyogre. And the Iron Jugulus is down into the reds. That's got to be in range of Grassy Glide as well, right? It wasn't on the ground, so it couldn't benefit from the Grassy Terrain recovery. And if it did have that little tick of a recovery, it would have probably been out of range of Grassy Glide, based on the damage that the body press was able to do to it, which was absolutely massive damage. The Iron Jugulus does need to be concerned here, and that is probably why we are seeing Liam switch out that Iron Jugulus into the Calyrex.
Okay, it's going to forego its booster energy item, which can only be procced once per game, bringing in the Calyrex instead. And if this is a bit of a speedy Calyrex, it's going to be able to potentially capitalize off of the Tailwind, as the Grassy Glide will be targeting down the Calyrex slot, but the Hydro Miss will come out onto the Zamazenta. Body press in return does pick up the KO. You can see Liam was a bit dismayed from that KO, perhaps hoping for it to have been a positive roll with that additional incremental recovery via the Grassy Terrain.
Yeah, we saw how much damage the Hydro Pump was doing even into resisted hits, but that is obviously one of the major downsides of running Kyogre. Water Spout is incredibly reliable if you're at full HP, but as soon as you've taken any kind of damage, that doesn't do the opposing damage that you want to be able to do. That means you have to fall back on these inaccurate water attacks, whether that's Origin Pulse or Hydro Pump. Liam obviously opting for the Hydro Pump, and that was 3 times that it was clicked, so you're getting closer and closer to a miss, and we do get that on the 3rd hit, because, you know, that 80% accuracy is not the most reliable thing. Urshifu coming in, that's usually pretty reliable, especially in the rain. That's going to be able to threaten some really good damage, like we've been seeing. A Hydro Pump resisted was still doing good damage. A Surging Strikes with Life Orb in the rain is also going to do some pretty good damage, I reckon.
Unless you get crit by a Hydro Pump, especially in the rain with the Mystic Water. But we're going to have to see how this does evolve. We do have the pressure from Liam's side. He's just going to have to make sure he picks up the correct targeting here and maybe anticipates, like you said, that Rillaboom focus.
Yeah, he does need to concern with that. Well, maybe not the Rillaboom focus here. Going to be preserving the Fake Outs for the future turns. Instead, it's going to be switching into that Calyrex. That's not a switch into a Surging Strikes if that's what was opted for from Liam's side of the field. You got the Glacial Lance that can come out as well, but there was no Y-Guard. Wow, no, that wasn't a Surging Strikes. That was a close combat. What a switch in.
Wow, and Body Press going into the Calyrex, getting a critical hit as revenge from the previous scenario. And then this is the brilliant of Tail Room in effect. You had Tailwind set up, but you know what? You wanted to change things based off of what is on the other side of the field. The moment Tailwind ends, you get the Trick Room set up.
Yeah, it's one of the absolutely lovely things that you can do when you have access to both forms of speed control. Calyrex should theoretically be in a good position here, but the issue is that Zamazenta is still on the field and can just click that wide guard. Yeah, you can go for Seed Bomb to be able to get around that, but I don't think you need to. A Surging Strike should just be able to clean up that opposing Calyrex. And even if you do click wide guard with the Zamazenta, then it will survive the Glacial Lance because it will be immune to that. But then the Surging Strikes, there's nothing you can do to stop that. If you switch in the Rillaboom, that's still taking absolutely massive damage. And yeah, the Calyrex is immediately switching out. So if that is the Rillaboom, we'll find out if the Surging... Yeah, it's going to be the Rillaboom. We'll find out now, most likely. Would the Surging Strikes have been able to KO the opposing Rillaboom, which you could have done to KO the Calyrex as it was switched in?
Yeah, and to cover for the Glacial Lance potential threat, you have to go for the wide guard. Rillaboom is going to stay right now on the field until we can determine what this Urshifu is going to get locked into, at least for right now. With this turn, Zamazenta being the focus there, it's going to maybe put it... No, with that range, I wouldn't even say it puts it within a subsequent follow-up, at least from the Urshifu.
Yeah, this is a never meltized Calyrex, and we're incredibly used to just... Well, I say Clear Amulet. It's probably not Clear Amulet anymore, is it? No. But at least in the previous regulations, we've been seeing Clear Amulet and, like, neutral Glacial Lance. Yep. That 20% boost could be quite impactful here. But I think the main issue for Liam at the moment is that the Rillaboom was able to switch in quite comfortably yet. Yes, the grassy terrain disappears, but you've still got Fake Out available, and both Pokemon are Fake Outable on Liam's side of the field. So then you can still put a stop to either Pokemon here, whether that's going to be the Calyrex, which means you don't need to go for Wide Guard this turn, or you just go for the Urshifu, or you don't even need to Fake Out. You've still got Wide Guard available. That's going to keep the Rillaboom safe from any Glacial Lances that could be coming out. And yeah, once again, Glacial Lance into that Wide Guard.
It makes so much sense because you've essentially established a pin right here where the Calyrex isn't going to be able to pick up any sort of vital damage or KO because of the Seed Bomb option as coverage. Woodhammer, however, will do just that, forcing Liam down now to his final two Pokemon. Calyrex likes being at the Trick Room. Iron Jugulus, not so much.
No, not at all. We've seen the Rillaboom underspeed the Urshifu. That's going to be the case for the Iron Jugulus that's switching in as well. So I don't really see anything that Liam can do if Miguel was just able to click Wide Guard and Woodhammer once again into that Iron Jugulus. Yes, you could go for Seed Bomb to avoid that, but you're into 2 resisted hits, and even if you were able to break through this, there's an entire Calyrex and Mystery Pokemon waiting in the back. So yeah, very, very nicely done from Miguel there. Able to comfortably take this first game. It seemed like Liam was doing pretty well. They got the speed control with the Tailwind, and then as soon as the Tailwind was finishing, the Trick Room was activated. But yeah, Miguel able to take this first game as there is the forfeit locked in from Liam. Very, very nicely done from Miguel.
Yeah, a good way to be able to sort of adapt to the changing conditions of speed order with the Tailwind into the Trick Room, like you said. And most crucially, do you just feel like it was pretty much revolved around the general team composition, the 4 that were brought? It just felt like Miguel's side could sponge up all of what Liam had to offer, especially because of that Wide Guard. I just think that must have been so crucial there.
Well, the main way to hit a Dragon type on Liam's side of the field is Glacial Lance, and that's about it.
Yeah.
So if the Zamazenta does go for the Terra Dragon and clicks Wide Guard, how are you comfortably dealing with that? Do you have to rely on your water type attacks that are not very effective? Like, yeah, 40% is pretty good with Hydro Pump, but then we saw the shaky accuracy of it. Maybe if that Hydro Pump would have hit, the Zamazenta would have been raging the Surging Strikes. That would have freed up Glacial Lances in the future. So there is still ways through the Zamazenta, but it's going to be tricky for Liam because, yeah, the only real true way of through the Zamazenta is the Calyrex, assuming it turns into a Dragon type, which it kind of wants to do against the rest of Liam's team. And then if it does that, then you just click Wide Guard, and then suddenly it's safe from all of Liam's Pokemon.
Hear me out real quick, Jamie. What do you think about Amoonguss? Does it fit anywhere on Liam's 4 in order to be having Trick Room set up and at least disrupt the Zamazenta from getting those Wide Guard focus?
Yes, Amoonguss is probably one of the better ways not to break through the Zamazenta, but allow the other Pokemon to be able to as well. Because, yeah, like you said, it can go for Spore. And if it's asleep, it can't go for Wide Guard. And if you don't even need to go for Spore, you can go for Rage Powder. If the Zamazenta is going on the offensive, then you can just go for Rage Powder, and suddenly the Rocky Helmet will pick up because Body Press won't do too much because it's into a resisted hit. Heavy Slam will do a reasonable amount, but yeah, Amoonguss could be a reasonable shout here. So let me ask you this time, what do you think the both players should lead going into this game too?
Well, you know what? I think based off of what we saw in Game 1, Kyogre and Iron Jugulus still has a lot of potential when it comes to going for the immediate damage and forcing a potential defensive switch of this Calyrex Shadow Rider, which, oh my lord, it so happens to be just that. Well played.
Yeah, both players sticking with what they went for in that game one. So, like we said, you've got the threat of the Snarl into the opposing Calyrex. That means it does want to switch out here. But now we know that Miguel did want to switch out the Rillaboom. You've got Hurricane available on your Iron Jugulus. Yeah. If you catch a Rillaboom with a Hurricane, that's going to do absolutely massive damage and probably put it in range of even any kind of water attack that the Kyogre would want to go for. The issue with if you don't click Tailwind this turn is that you would be taking the body press most likely into the Kyogre for another 2-shot. And if you wanted to go for something like Water Spout, you probably need to Tailwind, but then you wouldn't be doing as much damage to the opposing Pokemon that could be switching in, or the Zamazenta could just go for Wide Guard, which means you want to go for Hydro Pump as well. But we've seen this shaky accuracy of the Hydro Pump as an issue for Liam as well. So, yeah, it's going to be at least a switch out of the Calyrex once again. Almost certainly going to be the Rillaboom, as we saw in the previous game like that. Is that going to be caught by a Hurricane? Because that would probably be the best case scenario for Liam here.
And we did see that, at least based off of damage calc in game one, Body Press wasn't enough to pick up the KO onto the Iron Jugulus, but no Hurricane commit, just a Tailwind.
No
wanting
terror
to make sure
as well.
Exactly. Oh, and it's a Water Spell. No Dragon Terror online deals so much damage onto the Zamazenta. Will put it within range, potentially of another Surging Strikes within the rain, as we saw in game one that Liam wasn't able to do so. So what a great way to be able to adapt and just play gutsy, essentially, and get that read right.
Yeah, that is a significantly better start for Liam coming out there. Going for Water Spout in the face of a Zygarde Zamazenta is always incredibly brave, and it really, really paid off because the Zamazenta also didn't Terrastallize. If it went for its Dragon typing, yeah, you still get the Water Spout into 2 resistances and do some okay damage. But actually, because the Zamazenta didn't go for its Terrastalization, it's down very, very unhealthy now, and it's probably in range of even a resisted Hydro Pump if it does opt for the Terrastalization. So that's probably not going to be the Pokemon that Miguel will prioritize for that Terrastalization in this game now, because it's taken so much damage. But at least you've got the Rillaboom on the field that's going to be able to threaten the big KOs into the Kyogre. You've got Grassy Glide potential that could be able to pick up the KO, but instead, not going for the Grassy Glide, just stopping the Kyogre in its tracks for now.
Yeah, Hurricane is going to be able to retaliate and just barely miss the KO. Get the confusion, though, maybe for the subsequent turn, but the fact of the matter is Zamazenta is still free to go for the damage and does pick up the KO onto the Iron Jugulus. And something I do want to call out as well, Liam playing brave yet again, not even going for the Terra Grass on the Kyogre to be able to, you know, supplement all of the damage. Grass type super effective coming up from the Rilla.
Yeah, and now you've got the switch into, it would look like the Calyrex joining the field. It's probably not going to still outspeed the opposing Zamazenta because Calyrex is usually pretty slow. It will depend on the training on whether in the Tailwind the Calyrex is able to outspeed the opposing Zamazenta. It should outspeed the opposing Rillaboom, though. That's usually going to be the case. So that means that, really, you've got, I was about to say safe Hydro Pump. It's never safe, but risky. Assuming it would connect, a Hydro Pump into the Zamazenta and a Seed Bomb into the Rillaboom would be able to pick up the KO. Because that's the case, you're probably not inclined to go for Wide Guard with the Zamazenta because you've got the option of just 2 single target attacks, and that would kind of be a waste. But then does that free up the option to go for the spread type attacks because you've got the option of the single targets and there's not going to be a Wide Guard. So we've got this mind game going forward with the Zamazenta here. The Rillaboom is incredibly low, so if you're able to get a KO with that with the Calyrex and get a Chilling Neigh boost, then that's going to be very, very nice for the future, but it's not going to be at least the spread attacks coming out on Miguel's side of the field because that was the Wide Guard click. Did he opt for... Oh, no, it's Hydro Pump, but it missed again!
Oh, Hydro miss is so unfortunate for Liam. That would have been such a clean KO there. Seed Bomb, however, is enough to not only pick up the KO, get that +1 in the attack of Calyrex. You've got the Chilling Neigh online, and yeah, what a big miss. I guess that's sort of the risk that we're just talking about in order to connect and sort of say, right, well, I don't have Scald available on this Kyogre. This is my best option, aside from maybe a Terra Blast, Water Terra, but that just doesn't work with how Liam has built his team. However, we've got a reveal of the Ogerpon Hearthflame now available over on Miguel's side. It's got redirection potential too.
Yeah, it does. So if you go for the single target attacks, then that could be susceptible to the Follow Me. So we're in this awkward mind game again. Water Spout is the most preferable attack to go for because that would probably KO both Pokemon here because the Kyogre is still at full HP. That forces the Zamazenta into Wide Guard, and because you're going for Wide Guard, you go for Hydro Pump to get around that. But then, if you go for Hydro Pump, then the Ogerpon can redirect, and like this is the awkward thing with the Wide Guard. Right, he's going to get the Terrastalization, so it's most likely going to be something defensive coming out here. And it looks like it's the Calyrex, so it's going for that Grass Terror. So if you do end up going for, well, if you go for the Ivy Cudgel, it's still going to be as effective as it was previously. So we'll have to see if that's just for the boost to damage on the Seed Bomb. There's also going to be another Terra in response coming out from Miguel's side of the field. It has to be the Ogerpon, right? Because the Calyrex would have probably still undersped the Zamazenta, and that means the Order Terrestrialization is going to be that way around. So yeah, very, very brave going for the Fire Terrestrialization in the face of a full HP Kyogre.
Indeed, and now it does have the +1 in its attack. Is it going to be able to pick up the KO? Yes, it does, with a Grassy Terrain boosted. +1 of the Grassy Glide. My lordy, the way that this Pokemon is able to switch from a redirection option to a full offensive one. The Calyrex will not get that 2-shot KO put in by the Body Press, but most crucially, does get the Trick Room set up. So this may open up the board for Liam to be able to start sweeping in this game too. And who would have thought it's a Moongus?
Yeah, Moongus makes perfect sense against the opposing Zamazenta, and the Ogerpon has gone for its Terrestrialization. It is no longer a Grass type and would be susceptible to Spores as well. If that would have been the Terrestrialization on the Kyogre instead, that would have been a lot more impactful because it would have been able to survive that Grassy Glide quite comfortably. The Grass Terra on the Calyrex, not really going to be too impactful because, like we said, the Fire types are still as effective against it. Maybe the fact that the Heavy Slam wouldn't be super effective anymore, but that doesn't really matter because Calyrex is so heavy. So yeah, maybe a little bit of a missed opportunity for Liam there, but now we're going to be relying on this Amoonguss that is in Trick Room, so it's not the most unreasonable of positions, especially because your Calyrex has already got a +1 boost, so it's already going to be able to do some really good damage, even though it would be into some resisted hits here.
And I think it is a really good call-out that you mentioned that the Amoonguss would have been a really nice way to be able to sponge up all of the damage. But talking about no damage, that will be the Spiky Shield on the Ogerpon. However, the Amoonguss actually got the right slot. It went for the Spore onto the Zamazenta. It will force it now to take a mandatory sleep as the Glacial Lands will be coming out. Sure, it's going to be resisted damage onto the Zamazenta. It is a +1. It's not bad, exactly. And I think right now, Miguel's sort of in a weird spot where he either has to try to go for the switch here or just accept that the Spore will be targeting down this Ogerpon, although there's always going to be the case of maybe a double Spiky Shield.
Yeah, the Spore is going into that slot, and whether it's Ogerpon or Calyrex that goes to sleep, I think it just has to be the Ogerpon, really, because if you switch in the Calyrex, it hasn't taken any turns of sleep. At least the Ogerpon will be able to burn a turn of sleep on this turn. Yeah, no Spiky Shield double attempt there, because if you do fail it, then you get 0 turns of sleep, and then you have the force to sleep in the future. So it makes some perfect sense in this position to take the sleep from the Spore. But that Glacial Lance, it's still resisted, but now the Zamazenta's down into the red, so it's really adding up. I reckon that it'd be close if another Glacial Lance is going to be able to KO, but it does wake up, and there's the Body Press for very good damage into the Calyrex.
But the really good thing about having Amoonguss under Trick Room right now is that you still have access to Pollen Puff if you want to go ahead and heal up the Calyrex whilst focusing down on a potential KO from the Zamazenta if it does not go for the Wide Guard, but that introduces other mind games of whether you try to commit to a Spore onto the Zamazenta or not, that both of our trainers are going to have to really consider. But I think Miguel's just going to want to really hope to get maybe a wake up with the Ogerpon. It's still healthy enough, and there it is, the Wide Guard.
Yeah, so if this is a Pollen Puff into the opposing Calyrex, if the Ogerpon wakes up, it's the Pollen Puff. It's not a Spore, so this gives the opportunity for the Ogerpon to be able to wake up, because there's no longer the rain on the field, so that's probably in range of it. Well, I'd say probably. It's got its +1. It's in body aspect. Of course it's going to be in range of any attack. So the Ogerpon, if it wakes up, KOs either Pokemon here, whichever one it does target, it does wake up. So that means it's able to launch off the Ivy Cudgel into either Grass type here, and with that +1, it was into the Calyrex. So that is going to be able to pick up the KO. The rain disappearing means that is not going to be protected, and there goes the restricted. And we were saying that Amoonguss was a really nice adjustment, and I don't think it can 1v3 here, unfortunately.
No, I mean, if there's going to be one Pokemon that could try, it's definitely going to be Amoonguss, but yeah, it's not that kind of set right now. It's got the Pollen Puff. We were saying it's trying, but at this point, I think it's just going to be Miguel wrapping this up, still going undefeated, going for the Ivy Cudgel, Terra, Fire, Terra, Blast. I'd say every sort of Terra you can think of in body aspect +1, more than enough. Miguel Paqueche has progressed with 6-0.
Seemed to be a little bit strange seeing Fire-type Ogerpon be very good into the opposing Kyogre. and then just the one shot of the grassy glide was so impressive. Like, it was like, oh, are we going to protect the Ogerpon with the wide guard here? But no, just the fact that the grassy terrain was on the field, you got priority to be able to Kyogre, and it didn't terrestrialize. I think that was a very crucial part. If the Kyogre went for the terrestrialization, that's going to survive the grassy glide very comfortably, and then Hydro Pump, Water Spout, whatever it went for, because there was no wide guard on that turn, then that would have been able to probably KO at least one of the Pokemon, maybe both if it was Water Spout. That would have probably been the game for Liam.
I'm trying to think if there's a scenario where Liam was considering the Kyogre not being fast enough under Trick Room against some of the Pokemon that Miguel still had available, maybe even the Rillaboom. But regardless, like you said, it just would have paid off so much better. But regardless, Liam has done such a really good job. We saw the Rillaboom absolutely dishing out the damage it needed to, picking up the Urshifu. We have the Iron Jugulus being felled as well by the body press. And Calyrex, even though it does have Seed Bomb, even though it did get +1 there, it just wasn't able to pull through. And that crucial grassy glide that we were discussing right now, Miguel, pretty much it feels that all of the momentum was in his favor from that point onwards.
Yeah, I think it's important to remember there was two very crucial Hydro Pump dodges.
True.
And if the Hydro Pump would have connected, we'd have got the double K on the Zamazenta and the Ogerpon, and that should have probably been the game based on how the rest of the match ended up progressing. There was also the fact that there was the first turn wake for both the Zamazenta and the Ogerpon. And I reckon if the Ogerpon stayed asleep on that turn, because it was a very crucial Pollen Puff that turn rather than a Spore or Rage Powder, if the Ogerpon would have stayed asleep on that turn, then there would have been a potential way back into the game, because then you get to go for the Rage Powder and then the Glacial Lance or even the Seed Bomb to get around the wide guard. So yeah, I think like a little bit of misfortune from Liam's side of the field, but then if you're running Kyogre, you're probably going to miss a few Hydro Pumps here and there, and if you're running Spore, Pokemon are going to wake up straight away sometimes.
That is true, and sort of like one of the main sort of foundational things you need to take into consideration when you go and you're in the workshop, you're trying to go ahead and formulate sort of really good composition and what works and doesn't depending on the different matchups you've got. But Liam did a really good job in sort of being able to try to best adapt in that scenario. It didn't pull through, but then again, Miguel didn't let go of the gas. He was still there, he was ready, he knew what he needed to do. And that Ogerpon, even with Terrifier, the moment that the Kyogre was gone, it just felt like it can take all of what Calyrex had, because it's not running high horsepower, at least this set on Liam's side. It was running Seed Bomb.
No Calyrex.
Oh, sorry, sorry. I'm thinking about the previous format. My bad.
Yeah, what's high horsepower on Calyrex?
Wait, what is that? Is it a horse even?
Like, you know, it's high horsepower.
It's just a little plant now.
I know, right? Yeah, that's just how the meta's been adapting. It's been quite interesting to see. So,
wow.
Yeah, and things like, well, Iron Jugulus is quite a nice adaptation to the meta, I think, as well. Like, it makes perfect sense on a Kyogre team, because then you're able to get that Tailwinds available to it very speedily because of the booster energy, and then you get the perfectly accurate Hurricane in the rain, which is really nice.
Yeah, and it worked out so well indeed. However, I guess Liam, we've seen he is actually really rising to be one of the most, I would say, great potential UK players so far, you know, just being able to progress from seniors division into the masters right now, already having an accomplishment under his belt too, just goes to show testament to also the local community scene. You know, you've got great opportunity to be able to go ahead and experiment with all sorts of different team compositions, things you may want to try in terms of any events that are coming up, but most crucially, you get to be able to meet like-minded people and, you know, engage a bit with the community. It's actually very fun. It's the first way that I was able to get introduced to the VG. So yeah, I would highly, highly recommend it.
Yeah, a lot of people end up starting at the locals, and if you want to be starting, well then, here's your hint how to right now.
Hey, do you want to play?
Yeah.
Nice.
One shot?
Wait, yeah.
I'll use twin cannons.
Great game, guys.
Bye. See you next week.
Come play at your local Pokémon League.
What best way to be able to do it? At the moment, we do still have local events that are available and will be for the next period of time, I'd say, to the build-up of Worlds. Even if they may not be rewarding championship points, there's still a great opportunity for you to be able to get involved. And we do have a handy little QR code that you can use in order to go ahead and scan and find any events that are occurring around your area.
Yeah, and if you're watching on your phone, then get off your phone, get onto a computer, so that it frees up your phone so that you can are able to scan this QR code.
Come back!
You're able to scan a QR code just on a computer.
You can try.
I think you can. You should try. If you're watching at home on a computer and you don't have your phone currently in your hand, you should try scanning that QR code just on a computer.
And let us know at #PlayPokemon whether it was able to work or not. That would be great.
Yeah, absolutely. And then locals are great. Like I've been to plenty this season. I've been able to test out a lot of my teams. Like I ended up testing out Leech Seed Calyrex at my local scene, and I thought I was being like this, like, you know, I like to say I'm quite creative in my team building, and I thought I was having a moment. It's like, no one's using Leech Seed. I've got the secret tech. Oh, just won a regional. Oh, okay, fine. Leech Seed's pretty good there. So, yeah, so testing out things at locals is something that even I've been able to put into place, and it allows me to have my little boy moments of testing out, well, this Pokemon's probably not that great, but let's try anyway.
I would say Seed Bonnet, but that doesn't work, does it?
It's Boy Bonnet. It's Boy Bonnet.
I know, but Boy Bonnet's so much better, though.
Yeah, Boy Bonnet.
Because of the bonnet part.
Okay, fine.
Oh, I was going to say, so I'm going to rip a page out of Charlie's book very quickly, because we're on the topic of Calyrex. Joke time. Super quick. And clearly I have to read because I can't remember it. Why did Calyrex start a gardening blog?
I know the answer, but for the sake of the joke, why did he start?
Do you actually?
Yes, why did he start?
Because its content really planted the seed for growth.
Aha.
The Leech Seed. Get it? The Leech Seed or Seed Bomb, you know? Like... Okay.
Seed Bomb in this case.
That's
a Seed Bomb for us, yeah.
I couldn't say...
It's all the seeds coming out from the Calyrex. I mentioned my Leech Seed on the Calyrex. I was running Electric Seed on that Calyrex as well. I was going for all of the seeds.
He's going off on one again.
So
okay, cool.
You started it. All right, let's finish it there. We've had our moment. We're ready for our interview, so we're able to kick it over for Miguel to hear how he was able to take down Liam. Fantastic showing. Please take it away.
Thank you, Costa and Jamie. And yeah, I gotta ask Miguel himself, how are you feeling after that win?
Thank you for having me. I'm feeling pretty good, although like I was saying, it does not really feel as big as Day 2s usually feel because my World's Invite is actually on the line in this tournament, and I need a way better result than just a Day 2 to lock that.
Well, you could not have gone much better so far, at least. So you're doing
that is true.
right? So what do you think? Like, what are you projecting? Like, which finish are you looking for here at this tournament?
Wait, I didn't understand that, sorry.
Which finish are you looking for then? You say you need to go further? Like, how far do you think you need to go for your World's Invitation?
I think top 16 would, like, be barely okay. Top 8 would lock it 100% because it's a GCP difference.
Yeah, it is tough out there, right? Like, so many great players in attendance, and yet, at least in this tournament, you're still undefeated after, really close set against Liam, who has, in my opinion, a very, very scary team. Now, it's of course a team that we saw come out of the last regional championships last weekend. Was it a team that was on your radar, though, in your practice? Like, did you play against this type of Kyogre composition before?
Yes, actually. So this... Usually my prep ritual goes something along the lines of I will play a lot, I'll test a lot, and then the week before the regional, I won't play any single game of Pokemon. But this time I kind of broke that rule because there were still some things I wasn't sure about, and I decided to run some matchups with friends, and that was one of them. And I actually figured out it was not that bad on paper, although there's not that much room for mistake either. In game 2, honestly, I started feeling myself way too much. I made some plays that were pretty unsafe.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, like the first game, it felt like you were able to establish this very, very safe position with a Terra Dragon Zamazenta next to Rillaboom, and it seemed like it was like pretty tough to break because you have the typing advantage against the Kyogre, you have Wide Guard against the Calyrex. So in the first game, were you feeling like pretty confident throughout it?
Game 1, so not really for one reason, which is Among Us. Among Us is like the biggest pressure point that Kyogre Ice Rider has against my team, because usually positioning to cover for Among Us means that I am pretty unsafe against every other threat the team has. And when I saw my opponent did not bring Among Us in game 1, I thought to myself that the game was just over. And in game 2, my gameplay changed a little when I thought that my opponent would realize that Among Us was such a big pressure point into my team that I felt I needed to save up resources to deal with it later on, and that usually involves Ogerpon's Terra, even though it's a little bit counterintuitive to Terra out of Grass type against the Pokemon that can Spore me. But once Rain wears out, the team's counterplay against Ivy Cudgel is actually very slim because the Ice Rider usually can Terra out of Fire Weakness, but the one on that team can because it's Terra Grass.
Yeah, and we saw that with the +1 Grassy Glide, getting the knockout on Kyogre, and then Liam was able to position a little bit better, like setting up Trick Room, then bringing in Amoonguss.
Yeah.
And I gotta ask, though, you had this position with a Terra Ogerpon and Zamazenta, and were you afraid of Amoonguss and Calyrex kind of like reverse sweeping the game under Trick Room?
So what happens in that position is that if I manage to get Shadow Rider and Ogerpon on the field at the same time as Trick Room wears out, which I feel like I would have been able to, even if I did not get both turn 1 wakes, like, all I needed was to not get 3 turns, basically. And once I have those 2 on the field, I can just Psychic the Amoonguss and cudgel the Ice Rider, and the game just ends from there. Like, it's not that simple because of the sleep RNG, but you gotta do what you have to.
Yeah, and well, you woke up both times, so then it was like not really any question.
Yeah,
I guess at that point, but also before then, like we had some calls needed to be made at some point, right? Like Water Spout or Hydro Pump. Sometimes the Hydro Pump crits, sometimes the Hydro Pump misses, like all of that. There was a lot going on, but yeah, I thought you managed to work through it like pretty nicely.
Thank you.
So there seemed to be at this point, and you are a Calyrex Shadow Rider expert, I would say, at this point. Like you used it in quite a few tournaments previously as well to some really good results. Now there seem to be like 2 main kind of ways to build Calyrex and Zamazenta in this regulation. Yeah. So there's the Chien Pao and Raging Bolt version that we saw also, like Ting Lu is a Pokemon that comes with that. And then also there's the team that also Lewis won for 2nd place in Utrecht, which is very, very similar to the one
which
that
is
you are
basically
using.
what I'm using.
Yeah. So what do you think like are the, I don't know, like differences or advantages? I'm sure you also tried out the other version, and like why do you think that this one fits your style best?
So my take on this is that like I am still looking at the format on a very short-term perspective. Like things are still relatively fresh. My opinion is that by the end of the format, an optimized Shadow Rider Zama team is going to look more like a hybrid of both styles rather than like just a Reg G team with a 2nd restricted slapped onto it. But for this event, I did not have that much time to hash out what I think a perfect Shadow Rider Zama team is going to be. So a lot of my team building choices were inspired by comfort, by stuff I had already used in Reg G. And when Lois put up a good result at the last special event, I was confident. It also gave me some validation because it essentially told me that I was on the right path when it came to my thinking.
Yeah, and certainly you are so far. The flawless record still already guaranteed for day 2. Before we let you go to finish your last 2 couple of Swiss rounds, any final words from you, any shoutouts that you want to give?
If I give all shoutouts I want to, we would be here the whole day, so I'll try to keep it short. Shoutouts to my family. My mother's been nagging me for a while that I travel way too much, so this time I decided to take her with me. And she and my niece are currently walking around Bologna, which is something I sadly won't get to do much of because I have to play a day 2 tomorrow. I want to shout out my local community, all of the Portuguese guys. If it was not for them, I would probably not be here, even though I went 0-2 at my last local when I need the CP, but can't have it all. I want to shout out my friends from overseas. Big shout out to Townsville, the Savlight chat, my friends from the AMQ community as well, and probably a lot more that I'm forgetting in the heat of the moment. Well, sorry, guys.
Well, that's fine. I mean, we still got some more Pokemon to play, so you can't get all the shoutouts in. But yeah, thank you very much for taking the time.
Thank you for having me.
Best of luck in your remaining 2 rounds of Swiss. Best of luck.
Thank you.
And then while we are getting ready for some more action here in Bologna, take a look at this.
Hey there, Pokemon trainers. Lou Actress Chromie here, ready to shine a spotlight on the unsung heroes of VG, the support Pokemon. While the heavy hitters often steal the show, it's these strategic partners that lay the groundwork for victory across all competitive formats. So what exactly are support Pokemon? They're the backbone of your team. providing stability, causing disruption, and they essentially help your team gain control of the match. Instead of going for knockouts, they excel at creating favorable conditions, such as controlling speed, changing the battle environment, or protecting your key attackers. They enable your offensive and defensive teammates to perform at their very best. What are the functions of support Pokemon? First up, speed control. Moves like Tailwind and Trick Room can drastically alter which Pokemon moves first. For instance, Whimsicott uses its Prankster ability to set up Tailwind early in the turn, allowing sweepers like Ursaluna Bloodmoon to outspeed and overwhelm opponents. On the other hand, Porygon 2 or Farigiraf can use Trick Room to reverse the speed order, turning bulky powerhouses like Ursaluna or Torkoal into first strike threats. Next, we have Disruption. Moves like Taunt and Fake Out prevent opponents from executing their strategies. For example, Mousehold can shut down setup moves with a well-timed Taunt, which blocks status moves from being used. Incineroar uses Fake Out to flinch an opponent on the opposing side, creating a safer environment for its partner to execute its move. Damage mitigation is another vital role. Setting up a Reflect or Light Screen reduces incoming damage for 5 turns, bolstering your team's defense or special defense respectively. Alolan Ninetales excels here, setting up Aurora Veil to simultaneously protect against both physical and special attacks. You can also reduce the offensive potential your opponent can deal out, with moves such as Will-O-Wisp, Snarl, or Parting Shot, all of which reduce the attack or special attack of targeted opponents. Weather control also plays a part, with Pokemon like Pelipper bringing the rain to power up water-type moves and support teammates like Basculegion, or even Tyranitar kicking up a Sandstorm with its Sandstream ability to give a special defense boost to Rock-type Pokemon and help activate other sand-based abilities. Then there's Redirection and Healing. Moves like Follow Me and Rage Powder redirect attacks to your support Pokemon, subsequently shielding your main attackers from single target damage. Indeedee Female, for example, uses Follow Me to protect its partners, allowing for a key setup move to be performed or a damage-dealing blow to be dealt. Healing can be given in the form of a Side Pollen Puff or a Heal Pulse from a partner Pokemon, both of which grant HP recovery to the target. As you can see, support Pokemon can take on various roles, adapting to the needs of your team. They might set the tempo, enabling your sweepers to hit hard and fast, or they might protect and sustain momentum, keeping your team resilient. To maximize support effectiveness, synergy is key. Pair support Pokemon with complementary attackers. For example, Amoonguss and Porygon 2 create a formidable Trick Room core, allowing slow but powerful Pokemon to get positioned to sweep through opponents. Other synergy strategies involve coordinating Pokemon types, such as the core of Incineroar and Rillaboom. Allowing Rillaboom to provide protective support and pressure against a Pokemon the Incineroar is weak to can be a winning combination, especially when they both have tricks up their sleeves to pivot in and out of play. The final step to consider when building your supportive core is item optimization. Your item choice can enhance the survivability and utility of your Pokemon. Equipping a Citrus Berry on Amoonguss restores its health when needed, enhancing its longevity on the field. A Focus Sash on more delicate Pokemon ensures it can continue to support the team even if it takes a heavy hit. Covert Cloak can be used on Whimsicott to ensure secondary effects do not disrupt its supportive plans. And Eviolite on Porygon 2 provides extra bulk, making it one of the best Trick Room setters of all time. Support Pokemon may not always be in the spotlight, but their impact is undeniable. Whether you're a veteran fine-tuning your team or a newcomer stepping into competitive play, incorporating strong support Pokemon is essential. As metas shift and new challenges arise, alternative options may bring fresh faces to the forefront to fulfill this essential role. But there will always be the tried and tested combinations from history to rely on when you need a helping hand. So trainers, as you build your teams and prepare for battle, don't overlook these unsung heroes. They might just be the key to your next victory.
My favorite Pokemon is Xerneas. I just really enjoyed clicking Geomancy back in 2019. I really like its design and being a setup Pokemon with so much power and pressure, I just really enjoyed using it. My favorite generation of Pokemon, I think it's both Gen 4 and 5. I started playing Gen 4. I love the Sinnoh region, I love the Pokemon of Sinnoh, and Unova also have great games with Pokemon Black and White and Black and White 2. I learned VGC pretty much by watching better players than me on YouTube. Back in the day, we didn't have official tournaments in Brazil, so my role models were pretty much players playing roads. There are a lot of people that I look up to in the competitive scene of Pokemon. I think mostly it has to be Wolf and Edu. They are two of the best players, and I really like their approach of the game. And also, there's a lot of videos of them playing on the internet. So when I was younger, I was able to watch a lot of their play style and their team building. And yeah, they're just so good. My favorite city was definitely Yokohama. I had a great time in Japan. Food is great there, people are nice, and the country is just really beautiful. I think the favorite thing I did in Japan was going to Nara when I saw all the deers, and it was really, really cool. They are so cute. And yeah, of course, playing roads there was also amazing.
Mishka, we can't keep meeting like this.
Again, hi, welcome to the prize ball again.
Thank you so much, Mishka. Yeah, this is our third or fourth interview we've done. It's often at the Europe International Championships, but now we're at the Bologna Special event, ready to show you all the goodies on offer. Mishka, what is the prize wall?
So the prize wall is the place where you go when you play side events. You will win the tickets and you can exchange them for anything you see around here. What's new? We have an online catalog, so you can check everything online. You have the pictures, you have the prizes over there, which is amazing. We also have filters, so you can filter your items. So if you want something for TCG, you just put there TCG. It will find you everything for TCG. So this is prize wall. You can get anything from here, but you have to get the tickets for it.
Exactly, and to get those tickets, you've got to participate in those side events, and they take all sorts of forms. We've had Chaos Cup before, some predetermined teams that you battle with to try and win against your opponent. Maybe there's a theme like Cats versus Dog type Pokemon or Mono-type Pokemon teams, so you've got Ice versus Bug or something like that. And then also for the trading card game and Pokemon Go as well. There's so much on offer for people who aren't even competing in the main tournament this weekend. And I mean, I gotta say, Mishka, this is one of the best stocked prize walls I've ever seen.
Yeah, we have plenty of stuff. Look at the plushies. We have the plushies, we have the backpacks, we have the stuff. We also have wallets, we have totem bags, we have seriously fluffy backpacks. Like, have you ever seen a fluffy backpack? It's very nice. Very good. Yeah, also we have puzzles, we have board games, we have socks, we have binders, everything. And we do have very nice Pokemon Center stuff. So if you like to have something special, you can get like sleeves or pins or binders or play mats. So we have a lot of stuff. Yes, it's hard to choose, actually.
Very nice indeed. I mean, look, I love this fluffy Woobat here. It's so fluffy, and it's just such a little friend flapping away. Can I give you a little kiss with his heart-shaped nose there? Thank you, Woobat. Your service much appreciated.
It's Mariel because it's cute and small. Look at it.
It's balancing on its tail. Very nice. Which would you choose, trainers, out of all the sitting cuties we've got here? And here we go, Labyrinth, if you're a fan of the board games here as well. Ravensburger, Pokemon Connect with Labyrinth here. You just lay out your tiles, see how they all connect up into each other. Here you see there, you organize them around, and then you progress through the board game here. And yeah, so these are the pins that you were talking about. Yeah, I love Ledaba.
Yeah, this is the special Pokemon Center pins. So if you like to have something nice, so you can choose any of the pins, or we have a special plushies from the Pokemon Center.
Look at it.
This is a comfy plushie. It's very soft, and it has a little feet on the down. So
it certainly does. Oh my goodness.
This Swablu is the best.
Mishka, this is it's going to be hard for me to leave here without this Swablu, but...
I know, but we have Pikachu and Snorlax as well.
Oh, so you do. I'll do my best. I'll do my best, though. Absolutely phenomenal. So that lives up here. Yeah. Let me put that back there. Our friend, Mishka, you've got to give this Psyduck a name. What are you calling it?
A Psyduck?
Psyduck, the Psyduck traders. Absolutely phenomenal scenes here in Bologna. Got some Soda Pop plush as well. Now the caps. Got to get kitted out. Got to look fashionable, ready for the part. Blastoise. That is, Squirtle is my favorite first partner Pokemon, so yeah.
Go for the Blastoise. We do have a Snorlax as well. If you
have a Snorlax, okay. Yeah, any Snorlax fans?
Snorlax, we have Squirtle as well, and I love this one.
Yeah.
It's the
I like it.
And we can battle.
Yeah? Well, to do that, we've got to do this.
I will ruin my hairstyle with
Smooth.
nothing. So yeah.
I've certainly ruined mine as well. Well, very nice indeed. Yeah, the fashion, the cuddlies, we've got water bottle too, got Nintendo Switch apparel down here. There's all sorts, trainers, all sorts. So if you're not the competitive type, if you don't want to be battling in the main event, you just want to enjoy more casually, then you certainly can get involved in some of those side events. Come and join us at a regional level event like the Bologna Special Championships, or even higher than that as well, the International Championships too. We would love to see you, and just come and hang out with your friends. Mishka, it's always a pleasure. Thank you so much for taking me through this.
It's a pleasure for me as well. Have a nice day here and come to the prize wall again, huh?
And you, come and exchange those tickets, trainers. But we've got something very interesting to show you next. Take a look at this.
Hey Pokemon trainers, welcome to Pokemon Championship History, a series where we showcase important matches throughout the history of competitive Pokemon. Let's flash back to the 2017 North American International Championships. This was the final event before Worlds, so it was the last chance for trainers to earn an invite. We turn our focus to round 3 of day 1. Giovanni Costa is a West Coast VGC trainer that had one simple phrase, "Believe in Eevee." For the entire 2017 season, Gio played a team revolving around Eevee and its exclusive Z move, Extreme Evo Boost. But at the start of Game 3, Gio's Eevee plans fell through as Tobias gets a perfectly timed poison.
Will knock out the Eevee.
And it would only get worse for Gio, because after Whimsicott and Incineroar were knocked out, he was now in a 4-to-1 Pokemon disadvantage. A situation so dire, even 3-time world champion Ray Rizzo didn't believe in a comeback.
Yep, so that is going to be game having 4 against 1.
With the whole world counting him out and facing impossible odds, Gio had to place his faith into one Pokemon, Dragonite, his favorite Pokemon of all time. Dragonite was added to his Eevee team just in time for NAIC, and now it was time for Gio to show the world that anything is possible as long as you believe.
So Smeargle maybe fake out Spore.
But after being put to sleep by Tobias' Smeargle,
Put it to sleep. And Tobias now completely free to just relax, play out the last few minutes of this game.
and taking a huge amount of damage from Nihilego, things were looking dire for Gio.
Not a one-hit knockout, though.
Then the unthinkable happened.
Dragonite wakes up and goes for an Earthquake, targeting down this Nihilego and this Hariyama. It gets the knockout on Nihilego. It gets the knockout on Hariyama after the burn damage. What just happened?
Wow.
Dragonite miraculously woke up and knocked out 2 of Tobias' Pokemon with a powerful Earthquake.
The Life Form Hidden Power Ice from the Nihilego, waking up using Earthquake.
Tobias was down to his last Pokemon, Smeargle, who still couldn't knock out Gio's bulky Dragonite. The tides had turned, and Tobias could see the writing on the wall.
I don't think Smeargle's able to pick up that victory. So, wow, what a comeback there.
Oh my man. Okay, Gio defying all the odds. He believed in Dragonite.
And with that, Giovanni Costa's Dragonite delivers one of the greatest comebacks in VGC history. Gio proved that truly skilled trainers can win with their favorite Pokemon. Thank you for watching, and let us know some of your favorite moments in competitive Pokemon history by using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
Hello trainers, Charlie Berryman here, and I'm joined by Ben Kiriakou and David Partington. You'll have noticed there are 2 main structures in which this beautiful game is played. There is closed team sheet best of 1, like you might find in the global challenges or on the online ranked ladder, and then there's open team sheet best of 3 that you'll find at live events. So today, we're going to be breaking down the differences between them, how you can approach them in the right way, that sort of thing. So David, kick us off with closed team sheet best of 1.
So, closed team sheet best of 1. You might be familiar with this when playing on the ranked battles, for instance, on Battle Stadium in Scarlet and Violet, but also at the global challenges as well that we've had over the last few months and may have more of later to go. So this is where you have your team of 6, you get into battle, but you do not know what your opponent's Pokemon are going to be, or what moves they run, or what abilities they have. So there's a lot of information finding out throughout the one game that you have.
and that makes it really, really difficult to react to what your opponent's doing, maybe different strategies. Conversely, of course, regionals, internationals, maybe Premier Challenges or mid-season showdowns, the locals that we can play as well. We have open team sheets, best of 3. Now, you get a little bit of information on your opponent's teams, what moves they're running, what items they're holding, of course, what the Pokemon are as well, and their abilities. So you get a lot of idea what you want to be using in your own team to be able to counteract their strategy. And then, of course, you play a best of 3. You have more than just one opportunity to get it right.
It might sound from that best of 3 open team sheet is inherently easier, but it's not. We can assure you, just knowing what your opponent can do doesn't mean you know what they're going to do. And so that throws up a whole new realm of possibilities. So David, best of 1 closed team sheet, how are players approaching that?
Okay, so you obviously want to take a team of really good 6 Pokemon, usually ones that have done very well, maybe at previous tournaments or had really good success. So you might be looking to the previous tournaments of Scarlet and Violet and taking a team from there. But obviously that's been a team where it's probably been open team sheets, best of 3. So it gives you an opportunity to, when you go into best of 1, to maybe change things up a little bit, to put some surprises on there that if somebody had your open team sheet, they would obviously know about, but this time they do not. So I really like Terra Blast, for instance, as an option, because as soon as you go for a Terra, could be a really unusual Terra that something doesn't usually go for, like a Raging Bolt going into, say, Terra Steel to be able to hit a Flutter Mane with a Terra Steel Terra Blast and get a one-hit KO, which is not usually what happens from a Raging Bolt. So something like that really tends to spice up a game in best of 1.
Absolutely love playing those little, just like odd little changes that really does change a matchup. But of course, in best of 3 open team sheet, where you're approaching lots of different games and you're playing against many opponents in one tournament, not just a best of 3, but many opponents as well. You really do want to have this more consistent approach to the way that you build your team and prepare for the event. Make sure you've got game plans into all of the different strategies that you come up against, because you have to maybe play a couple of Trick Room games, maybe you have to play a few matches against Tailwind, and you have to have different strategies available for each different way that you have to play against your opponent's strategies.
For sure. I think the key word in this discussion really is surprise, right? I think in open team sheet, there's far less opportunity for surprise because you see everything there. Having said that, if you run a Pokemon that people aren't necessarily expecting, let's use Kingdra as a completely random example, of course, then players aren't necessarily familiar with the stats of that Pokemon, what moves it has access to, and so in closed team sheet, you see that in team preview, you don't really know how to handle it, but then also in open team sheet, you're thinking, oh, well, I'm not sure how bulky that Pokemon is, for example. I don't know what's going to be able to knock it out.
One defining thing, friend of mine, Tommy Coolin from the North American region, used to say, I fear what I don't understand in those sort of closed team sheet environments. That's definitely a way to approach it. So I don't know what that one's doing. Let's try and knock it out as quickly as possible.
And what a perfect note to end on there. Thank you for joining us, trainers, for this discussion of best of 1 closed team sheet versus best of 3 open team sheet. We'll be getting back to some best of 3 open team sheet action very shortly.
Only 2 Swiss rounds remaining here in Bologna. You know what HGN Power would call this?
Oh, what?
Crunch time. I'm Marcus, joined by Costa here behind the desk to bring the action to you. And yeah, we've had so many great games so far. Usually we only ask this at the very end of the day, but do you already have like a personal highlight?
Oh, that's going to be a tough one. I did really appreciate the high-level play between Lorenzo and Luca earlier. Honestly, I think it was just so close between both of them, but the fact that Lorenzo was just able to do such a really good job in really, I would say, MVP carrying with the Clefairy Encore under the Trick Room scenario. So he did a really good job about it. Luca did an exceptional job too. It's just the fact that he was able to get ahead momentum-wise in that game too. And Lorenzo did mention in the interview, he just felt a bit outpositioned with the Clefairy. He didn't bring it onto the field in time, but he was able to do that just fine with the Game 3.
Of course, there was an amazing match having a world champion go up against a regional champion, and those two are just some of the players out here. Of course, we have some more players to watch that we kind of have our eyes out on how they are doing over the course of this tournament. Francesco, we had him on earlier. We already know he needs a couple of championship points from this event, currently ranked 141st in Europe. And yeah, it's crazy to think how, like, a player like him, right, with all the accomplishments that he has and also all the effort that he's put in. But yeah, the scene is just so big and we have so many strong players on the circuit. So yeah, still needs a couple more championship points. And then, well, someone who doesn't need that, of course, is Marco Silva.
Oh yeah.
Who's still going strong in this tournament. Not quite undefeated like we are used to seeing from him at these tournaments, but of course, he is the first spot in the rankings in Europe and he's qualified for Worlds already.
Yeah, exactly, and he's currently 4-2, so he's trying to fight for his placement into the day 2. It's still not over just yet. Francesco is at 5-1, but I'll tell you someone else who is also at 5-1.
Please
Ruben.
do.
Oh, I shout, thank you. Ruben Gianzini, our current reigning Bologna Special Champion, doing such an exceptional job and really representing, not only in terms of the Italian community, but also himself, you know? It's tough to be able to try to follow through, let's say, someone as notorious as Michael Kelsch when it comes to trying to do the repeat season to season, but Ruben is literally one of those players so close on being able to do so, at least for the day 1 progression.
Yeah, Ruben really had their breakout performance last year here in Bologna, coming into the tournament as someone who was already kind of known within the Italian community, but hadn't really made that big appearance on the international scene. And yeah, winning the Bologna Special Championships last year over who would then on to become world champion, Luca Cherryberry, in that amazing finals, of course. That is someone that now, of course, Ruben is established. He went on to finish in the top 16 of the World Championships that year. So, yeah, has really left his mark on the game for sure.
Truly.
But is still fighting for qualification for Worlds here in Bologna, as he's currently, I believe, 96th in the rankings?
Yeah, I think so. Just thereabouts. But 5-1, you know, like doing a really good job so far. But Marcus, I'm curious to see, is there any possible way for us to be able to have a bit more insight onto his day? Oh, wait, there is! And we actually see the 5-1 record, so it's a bit of like a historical log rap sheet in terms of how his day's been going.
Yeah, he's just coming off of a loss in the mirror match in the Calyrex and Zamazenta mirror here against Stefano Greppi, who will now be at 6-0. So Stefano already, has the day 2 kind of secured. But Ruben still needs a couple more wins after playing against Francesco in round 1. That is a name that I've seen before as well, someone who's also always up there and who's also fighting for their invitation to the World Championships.
Yeah, and at the moment, it seems like Ruben's gone up against 4 out of 6 Italian trainers. So kind of what we were expecting, 530-ish Italian players, makes a lot of sense.
And a lot of those Calyrex and Zamazenta teams, we've, I think, saw it earlier in how popular this archetype is here at this tournament. But yeah, a lot of Calyrex Shadow Riders. In fact, every round except for the first one, Ruben had to play this Calyrex Shadow Rider mirror match, and of course he is an expert when it comes to Calyrex Shadow Rider, as that was also the restricted Pokemon of his choice in both his run at the World Championships and also to win the Bologna Special Championships last year.
Yeah, and if I'm not mistaken, he did actually lose out on the top 16 world platform against none other than the current reigning world champ, Luca Cherryberry.
Absolutely, yeah. So those two definitely had their seasons a little bit tied together there last year. But yeah, now Ruben, unlike Luca, of course, as the world champion, qualified for Worlds already. But Ruben has to fight for it here, and we were actually able to get a little bit of a word from him before the tournament. He said that he was really putting a lot of practice into this tournament because, well, it means a lot to him. Because it's about defending his title. That is something that he wants to try and see how he can perform under this extra pressure.
Oh yeah, and under the heat as well.
Absolutely. And then of course there aren't that many tournaments left in the season. And he's also stated how, yeah, he didn't play that many tournaments this season, so he really has to make this one count. Yeah, if you're only playing like a few couple tournaments, then yeah, you really need to have a couple of really, really good runs if you want to make it into our invited players for Worlds.
Yeah. And something that I just thought of, Marcus, there's a potential from a point of view of entertainment and storyline spectacle. There's a win condition this weekend. Yeah. And I think it's seeing Ruben versus Luca in the finals.
Wow.
That we have not considered.
Well,
it's potential.
That is a very, very long shot, of course. We're still in A1, but I mean...
You never know.
Yeah, you never know. You never know. But then, yeah, I mean, how is Luca doing? Well, shall we have a quick look at the standings and see if Luca is up to the test as well? I mean, both of them, of course, would need to advance and further and further. But currently, it is another familiar name, Giuseppe Musicio. They're all the way up there at first seed with a flawless 6-0 record. Yeah. And yeah, he is also one of our, I believe, like top trainers in the season.
Yes.
He might be like ranked currently around like 5th in Europe, something like that. So yeah, another very, very strong showing by him.
Yeah, exactly that. And a lot of really good representation. Just the top 4 at the moment being the Italian players having the best resistance, still being undefeated, but...
And look all the way down.
Oh, there he is.
You see that? Right next to each other.
Hey, we see you, Luca.
Luca and Ruben.
Yeah.
Well, maybe it's fate that is tying them together in some way. I don't know, but both of them at 5-1, and both of them still fighting to advance to day 2 here.
Mate, can you imagine if that does happen?
It doesn't have to be not have to be the finals, right?
No, it doesn't.
At any point, if they play against each other, that would be a great match.
Oh my God, yeah, that'd be so good. But not to, not celebrate the remainder of our trainers. A lot of great representation when it comes to all sorts of European regions as a whole, different ends of it. We've got quite a bit of representation from the French side, Team Massot, which we did mention as well earlier. And I think if I'm not mistaken, we did see some really good representation from some of our Spanish trainers, which are very low in number, something a bit uncharacteristic, depending on which European event they go to.
Yeah, very notable, of course, how strong the Spanish community is. And yeah, we also have some players like Victor Medina, who I think, in fact, lost in the first round against Luca Ceribelli.
Yeah, I know, which is crazy.
That was also another one. But yeah, so many great games going on, and we'll have a quick look at what are some of the matches that are very notable. And we can see...
Oh, hello.
we can see in Eintracht, but we'll talk about that in a second.
Yes.
Because, we will be featuring Ruben here in round 7. But some more very interesting games going on. Let's start from the bottom there. Team Massot using, I think, the same team that we saw used by Hippolyte earlier. So I'm assuming this is the same kind of Calm Mind Lunala composition, the moon of the show, as we called it earlier. Going up against Kyogre, another combination of restricted Pokemon that we haven't seen that much of.
Yeah, and that's sort of what we were talking about at the top of the show as well. Will the doubly named Swordfish pairing come to fruition? It's got a bit more room based off of Kyogre's previous result at Portland, just being able to win it out. But Zacian, on the other hand, I think high-level trainers will do the best with it because they'll be able to understand which board states and flows to be able to bring it into.
Absolutely. And then, we see a couple more Calyrex, Shadow Rider, and Zamazenta teams. There on the left-hand side, Carlos and Max, 2 players from the international sphere.
Yep.
Carlos coming from Spain, Max, I believe, from Ireland, and Antoine, another player from France, also using that Calm Mind Lunala. So yeah, maybe this is really like the new French special. We had a couple of generations ago. We had French Rain. That was a team that everyone knew about. Yeah, maybe it's time for a new team that they can then all run. But this Miraidon and Lunala combination, but with a twist. We saw a lot of this Trick Room play coming out from Lunala, but on their team, it is a Calm Mind version, and that plays completely differently.
Yeah, and a final shout out as well to Alessio Fusca, which just this last year, in the previous time we were here in Bologna, was able to run, if I'm not mistaken, 15-0. Made absolute history. Unfortunately, wasn't able to run out on top, lost out to Hippolyte Bernard that we did see earlier. However, we have got our trainers for the next stream match. You see Ruben over there nodding his head. Yeah, you know we're talking about you, my friend.
He remembers this very hall that we're in, because it's the same one. That
it looks familiar.
No. You were here as a player. I remember that.
I do too.
I was here. I was right here casting over some of Ruben's game back last year in Bologna. But no, he is familiar with the stage. He is ready to try and defend his title. But first, of course, if you want to play a final, well, you need to play a top 4 and so on and so on. But you need to make it to day 2 first of all.
I wasn't sure that's how that worked.
What Ruben is trying to do right here. One win in our stream match would propel him into tomorrow.
100%.
But a loss here would set up for a very, very dramatic kind of win or lose scenario in the last round. So you really want to secure that qualification for tomorrow's rounds right here and now.
Yeah, and it technically would be his 3rd win and in, if you really think about it, in that case, because 5-1 and then dropping a game, you know, you feel like you're just that one win away from guaranteeing that day 2 placement. So there's going to be a lot of mental games and fatigue that may be able to wear you down over time. But clearly Ruben, a player that is very well versed because of his recent achievements.
Yeah, and Santiago Molina, on the other side, is a player who just recently aged up into the Masters division.
Yeah.
Someone who has had quite a bit of success already in the Seniors division, but now on their first full season in the Masters division. So someone who is even younger than Ruben, someone we already call like he's one of the new stars, new players on the scene.
Yeah.
But now already like he's a veteran player, right? Like he is already the established player. He is a Bologna champion already. And we'll try to repeat that here. Also, of course, top 32 at EYC, World's top 16, Bologna champion. All of this was with Calyrex Shadow Rider. So that's when I say he's an expert on Calyrex Shadow Rider. Like, you can really trust me on that one.
Yeah,
and then Santiago on the other side, top 4 at EYC in the Seniors division.
And I mean, just being able to do that is such a huge accomplishment, especially because of how, I would say, good the seniors have become throughout the years. They just keep on upping their game. And clearly Santiago being able to convert that into the Utrecht top 64 just several weeks ago, looking to try to make a bit of a repeat or potentially break through even higher.
Yeah, but now, of course, that might be his toughest challenge yet. Going up against Ruben, our reigning Bologna champion, once again using their trusted steed, Calyrex Shadow Rider, paired up with Terra Water, Zamazenta, and then some Pokemon that we have seen before, but no Ting Lu this time around. It is still going to be that Taunt, Life Orb, Jianpao that we've seen before in similar compositions. Sludge Bomb on the Amogus, so no healing coming out from that Pokemon. Magnet, Terra Electric, Raging Bolt, which just complements the Calyrex Zamazenta core really nicely with some more coverage, more defensive synergy. And then Rillaboom is always great to have, right?
Oh, yeah, 100%. I think you've got the Chi-Power there, even though it's Life Orb, it does have Taunt, which is quite fascinating. Maybe in order to try to shut down any setup potential or perhaps Trick Rooms being set up, because you really have a Amogus to be able to rely on, and maybe the Rillaboom synergistic sort of pivoting to be able to capitalize off of it. But the fact that it's Stellar Terra does mean it has a lot more oomph when it comes to damage output if it does need to do so, because usually you'd see Ice Shard in the slot of Taunt, especially with these Life Orb sets.
Yeah, or Crunch, of course. But the synergy between Taunt and Sucker Punch cannot be underestimated, because, of course, with Taunt, you can stop your opponent from using any non-damaging move, but for Sucker Punch to work, you need to have them to use a damaging move, so that works out pretty nicely. But yeah, Santiago's team, I think, also has been working out pretty nicely so far. Looks like a very, very similar take to what Dill has been using at EYC, right, for that second place finish. But now slotting in a Calyrex, I mean, yeah, if you have the option to use a second restricted Pokemon, why not do that? Some other things to call out here is a Terra Bug, Rocky Helmet, Incineroar. We have Iron Hands, Assault Vest, that is kind of the regular. Terra Ghost, Choice Band, Iron Treads. Yeah, I think overall, probably what we would be expecting on most of these Pokemon. Terra Fairy on the Frigoref, probably not the most standard, but probably also not that impactful in this particular matchup.
I'll tell you what's not standard anymore. the high horsepower on the Calyrex Ice Rider.
That is true. Yeah, right.
All the leech seed and seed bomb. Like, oh my!
What do you mean clear amulet? Like that's so that's so like 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, exactly. Just a testament to how quickly the meta can evolve. But yeah, really going to be fascinated in terms of the matchups here. I know that we've seen Iron Treads pick up some ridiculous KOs, especially on like even bulky Pokemon such as the Iron Hand. So the fact that it's got Choice Band means it's got a really quick way to be able to not only pick up KOs on the Electric types, but most importantly, have coverage for Ghost types. But what do you feel are the main sort of cruxes for each of our trainers?
Yeah, I think both of them will want to bring both of their restricted Pokemon. I think that is very important to utilize them in the best way possible. Farigiraf would be a nice way to stop Fake Out or Sucker Punch. So yeah, having some priority block is important. And then having Rillaboom. I think Rillaboom is really important on Ruben's side to override the terrain. We see this interaction right away. Both Miraidon and Rillaboom are on the field, and yeah, the slower Pokemon will prevail, so Rillaboom will be able to override the terrain right away, giving a slight advantage to Ruben already in this very first turn.
Yeah, and it's sort of the thing that we discussed quite a few times, Marcus, around the interactions of the Rillaboom versus the Miraidon. Naturally, you feel compelled to bring the Rillaboom in a lead in order to be able to not allow the Miraidon to run amok, essentially. But we've got the Calyrex Shadow Rider. It does have access to Encore. It is Focus Sash. It's not the nasty plot that we have been seeing a couple of times today.
And this is a situation that we have seen so many times in previous regulations, and there's always the mind game. Is there going to be a Helping Hand and attack from the Miraidon? Because Helping Hand, Draco Meteor, even outside of terrain, would be able to get a big KO here potentially. Now, we know Calyrex has the Focus Sash, so it feels safe just to go for an Astro Barrage right away.
Okay, and not even going to be able to pick up a two-shot from that range, at least with that damage roll. Volt Switch will now target the Rillaboom, deal, I would say, some chip damage, to say the least.
But you were like, they were expecting a Protect to come out from the Calyrex, because, yeah, of course, if you anticipate that there is no Protect, then you can just double up into the Calyrex and take a big KO, but this is not what happened. So, yeah, that's good for Ruben, I would say.
Oh, yeah, 100%, especially now that you're able to bring the Incineroar in. Sure, you get the Intimidate off, but the fact that you've got the U-turn immediately followed afterwards allows you to get your pivot action going. You're going to be able to do that mid-turn rotation. Looking at the 4 that Ruben has brought, most likely going to be that Amoonguss.
And this is such a deadly combination. Rillaboom and Amoonguss. Rillaboom already kind of nasty to deal with for those Miraidon teams, but Amoonguss usually a Pokemon that you don't have to worry about at all if you're using Miraidon, because you would set up electric terrain, and then, yeah, what is Amoonguss going to do? But if it's paired together with Rillaboom, then you can use Rillaboom to override the terrain and then use the Amoonguss to put something to sleep. And typically, teams like Santiago's, they don't have that many immunities to Amoonguss. They don't use safety goggles because, yeah, they don't need to.
Exactly.
Because usually they would have electric terrain, but yeah, now that Trick Room is up as well, yeah, this might be something that Ruben can really capitalize on. Nice positioning there with the Amoonguss.
Yeah, essentially, even though the Trick Room has been set up, it's more so the fact that you've got the availability of going for those spores. And like you said, under Trick Room conditions, it's going to have to be a bit varied in terms of which Pokemon is going to switch out in order to allow for which terrain to take hold, essentially. But just for now, Amoonguss wanting to go for the Protect and scout out Santiago's play.
Yeah, this is a really, really high-level play, I would say. Pretty advanced there. Ruben potentially scouting out. First of all, is there going to be like a fake-out coming in? Is there going to be a switch into Miraidon to override the terrain just to set up for the next turn where Ruben could switch Calyrex into Rillaboom, go for a Spore, and there's nothing that Santiago can do to stop this Spore from putting something to sleep.
Right, yeah, and sort of trying to find that pin is really key, and something to a testament of high-level play, like you mentioned, in order to be able to really comprehend the speed ordering, especially under tricky conditions. But now it's more so Santiago wanting to go and scan out what Ruben goes for. It's just going to be the Spore, not even going to be bringing the Miraidon in as the grass terrain's still on the field.
Yeah, I believe that Ruben understood that Santiago would be aware of this play, therefore going one level above, kind of, right? And just going for the obvious play, just going for the Spore, because he had the counterplay available. And now Santiago has to make a decision, because whatever comes in there probably has to take an Astro Barrage.
Yeah, and I think if it's going to be a Pokemon on Santiago's side, it's going to have to be the Iron Hands, especially because there's still Grass Terrain recovery available on the field. Straight after Assault Vest means it is so bulky, no damage boosting item means that is pitiful damage, even from such a powerful Pokemon and move as Astral Barrage.
Yeah, great switch in there. Iron Hand's really good Pokemon to have in this particular situation because you could also now stop Amoonguss from moving for a turn with Fake Out, and you can buy another turn for Feraligatr to wake up, even though Santiago is not making that much progress under this Trick Room.
Yeah.
Ruben isn't making too much progress either. Like, there's no, I don't know, like boosting move, there's no nasty plot or anything like that. So, yeah, even though Ruben can put something to sleep, there's not really much to capitalize off of it.
Yeah, exactly. I think it's more so, like you said, a bit of a stalemate in terms of damage output from either side, and I think both of our trainers are trying to identify a really good flow or path, should I say, in terms of being able to start dishing out the damage, but it's going to be a double switch, Marcus.
Okay, wow, yeah, I really like this positioning actually, because yeah, it means that this turn there's going to be this electric terrain, and unless Ruben predicted this and switched in Rillaboom, Spore will fail, and then for the next turn, you once again you have Fake Out available, so even if Calyrex will try to switch out to Rillaboom to override the terrain.
Okay.
Yeah, you can stop Amoonguss from moving, and yeah, also switching an Incineroar into Psychic. Now, it wasn't going to do like that much damage on the Iron Hands because of the parting shot drop, but now, yeah, not taking any damage this turn, nullifying both attacks of your opponent, kind of stalling out your own Trick Room, and now you kind of have a position where with Miraidon and Incineroar, yeah, you can go for a Fake Out into Amoonguss, go for a powerful attack with Miraidon, and potentially, yeah, get a little bit back into the game, I would say, for Santiago.
Yeah, and you probably, if you're at home, you're thinking, okay, well, I don't see a lot of damage, guys. Sure, there's a bit of damage on the Miraidon, but this is like next level, very advanced play. You see both trainers are really trying to be that one step ahead and allow themselves to be in a spot where they could start finally dealing damage. And you see yet another switch out from Santiago's Miraidon, now in favor of the Iron Hand.
Oh, I wonder what is happening now, because there seemed to be a pretty safe Fake Out and Volt Switch, but maybe Ruben, or maybe Santiago rather, didn't want to run into a double protect kind of play.
Yeah.
And instead now going for the hard switch with Miraidon, but let's see what Incineroar is going to do. Yep, it will just be that Fake Out.
Yeah, Fake Out, just wanting to make sure it can stop any sort of shenanigans with the switching of the Rillaboom to try to get the jump on Santiago's Pokemon with a Spore. But now we've got Zamazenta on the field. This will be a big threat. Sure, there is the Iron Hand, which is super effective against it if there's no Terra, but the Amoonguss still having redirection available is key here.
Yeah, and Trick Room just ended, so now finally, well, Santiago set up Trick Room, but then didn't really accomplish anything. Well, he got some information about which Pokemon Ruben was bringing, and now can, plan accordingly, but nothing really happened on the Trick Room. Well, Feraligatr is still asleep and doesn't have this electric seed any longer, but now Zamazenta is really a big threat, because also, yeah, there is no Pokemon that really wants to switch into Body Press, but once again, Ruben understands the pressure that he's applying and is using that to make a little bit of a different play, not going for the Body Press right away, maybe instead trying to force out a Terrestrialization by his opponent, and trying to get off another cheeky Spore.
Yeah, and something to make note as well is this Incineroar does not have Flare Blitz. It's got Will-O-Wisp, knock off, Fake Out, Parting Shot. Can't directly threaten the Amoonguss, but there we have it. The situation of the switch up. Now Electric Terrain's back on the field, anticipating Ruben's sort of trick in order to get that Spore going, not falling for it. Incineroar will now Terra into its Bud form, or as Jamie said before, Caterpillar form.
that is quite funny. So yeah, Santiago gets half of it right, I would say. Oh, getting the Will-O-Wisp, that is going to help for sure. But switching in Miraidon, that is the big the big thing here this turn. Blocking Spore, and yeah, that is not something that Ruben anticipated, because usually in this Rillaboom versus Miraidon kind of dynamic, you want to keep the Rillaboom off the field, and whenever it's on the field, you want to U-turn as they are like trying to switch in their Miraidon. So you would always have like the upper hand in that way, right? But now Rillaboom is on the field, but it's in electric terrain. Usually if Rillaboom is on the field, it's supposed to be in grassy terrain. So really nicely switched in there by Santiago. And of course, this only works out because of the speed order in which the Pokemon switched out. So very aware there of what was going on there by Santiago. However, Ruben still gets a little bit of a win this turn because he forced out the Terrestrialization on Incineroar. Incineroar didn't want to take a Body Press, obviously. And now Ruben knows, okay, Terra committed. Now, let me try and play off of that.
Yeah, that's still a respectable amount of damage with the Volt Switch because the Electric Terrain is on the field, and we've got a bit of a reverse scenario to the turn 1 lead between both of our trainers. Iron Hands now back on the field. Most crucially, the Miraidon, even though it was able to get some really good damage, it's still in the back, so it's going to be better positioned to force a scenario where we've still got terrain wars between both the Rillaboom and the Miraidon, as it's also going to switch out right now.
Yeah, now that's a dangerous position to be in, because Incineroar could very well go for another Will-O-Wisp into that slot if you want to switch into Zamazenta, but it could also go for a knockoff and try to catch the Calyrex on the switch in.
Yeah.
There was no Rage Powder, right, coming out from Amoonguss?
No.
So
yeah.
I think it's going to, or it will try and go for a Sludge Bomb just to get a little bit of chip damage. But yeah, this puts a lot of their restricted Pokemon in a little bit of a danger here this turn.
Yeah, because the Focus Sash could easily be broken even from a Will-O-Wisp as well if Santiago wanted to play a bit safe, but it's going to be the parting shot, not even trying to go for either the status condition or the offensive move. It's going to still now further reduce the damage output of this Calyrex. It's at -1 special attack, but once again, most crucially, we've got another pivot action going right now. Santiago gonna bring the Miraidon back in for the immediate damage.
But it might be susceptible to a Sludge Bomb here this turn.
True.
And every little bit of chip matters so much in this matchup, because the plan for Ruben is going to be put as many Pokemon as you can in KO range for Calyrex Shadow Rider.
Yep.
And yeah, Miraidon, well, Calyrex is at -1 now from this parting shot, so this is not the turn to go on the full offensive. But Ruben has shown previously that he is willing to click that Astro Barrage button when other players might be a little bit afraid, might want to protect. But if the situation comes up where it's time to go on the offensive, and it seems like Ruben has decided, okay, it is now, you can get off a couple of Astro Barrages because you have the Focus Dash still intact, you have Rage Powder support from Amoonguss.
Yep.
And yeah, maybe this is the right moment, because of course we all know if Calyrex gets a couple of KOs, then things can really spiral out of control so quickly.
Exactly. Redirection is indeed online. Astral Barrage will be unleashed. How much damage can it do? Can it even pick up the Miraidon is the question from this range.
I don't think so.
No, it does not, but it puts it definitely within range the following turn. But Iron Hands, I would say, is in a good spot to get some damage of sorts if the Amoonguss gets essentially knocked out here. But the Amoonguss surviving on 2 hit points will allow Ruben's Calyrex Shadow Rider to still have its Focus Sash intact.
Yeah, and even with the -1 and the Terra Ghost here, like, yeah, there is still quite the damage output there from this Calyrex Shadow Rider, especially if Iron Hands has to take a little bit more recoil from Wild Charge as well as from Rocky Helmet as it knocks out Amoonguss. And yeah, we're entering kind of the late game of this first game here, I would say. Zamazenta does not have that defense boost anymore, but could still threaten some decent damage with Body Press and Heavy Slam.
Yeah, exactly, and I think that's what Ruben was really trying to target here. How can I get as much damage output as I can whilst bringing both of my restricted Pokemon freely, safely on the field? You utilize that Amoonguss as he's done exceptionally. And the Farigiraf is still asleep.
Yep. Yeah, of course, Farigiraf would love to set up a Trick Room now that Amoonguss is gone. But that won't be an option unless Farigiraf, of course, wakes up. Yeah, and with all this damage threatened on Iron Hands, Santiago makes the decision to switch out probably into Incineroar. And let's see if Ruben called that.
All right, so Intimidate is most likely not going to have any effect if, of course, Ruben goes for that Body Press to be able to deal some damage. But the Sidekick will be targeting the Incineroar. Just about 15 to 20% damage, not too much. Body Press, similar fashion, maybe around 30, but the Farigiraf is still asleep. Sure, you're wondering, Electric Terrain is on the field. Well, why is it still like chilling and sleeping out? It's just because it was previously affected by that status condition before, of course, the Electric Terrain was available.
Yeah, this is a really nice showcase of why Terra Bug on Incineroar is so good in this matchup. And Santiago was okay going for that Terra Sterilization, being pressured by Body Press earlier in the match, but now I think even a double up from Ruben might not be enough to get the knockout here. And of course, yeah, it can switch in and out more freely.
Yep.
And yeah, Calyrex just has to go for a Psychic into Farigiraf. That's not going to do it.
No, and I think Ruben might be trying to look for a special defensive drop as well. Farigiraf not actually waking up. This does sort of have positive RNG in favor of Ruben to the point where you can still try to offensively threaten.
Can you get the knockout now on Farigiraf? Calyrex still at -1. Zamazenta not boosted because it switched out earlier. And yeah, if that double up could get the KO, I mean, how do you get past Incineroar though? There could still be a Will-O-Wisp into Zamazenta this turn. Like Will-O-Wisp and Trick Room seems kind of safe for Santiago. But yeah, this one's really coming down to the wire here. Rillaboom in the back is already burned for Ruben, so mainly there to override the terrain, but let's see how much this combination can do.
All right, it's going to deal just about 10 to 15%. Can the body press pick it up? It can, actually. It's able to finally get rid of the Farigiraf before it could even wake up, but the Incineroar has yet to move. It goes for a knockoff, finally being able to deal the super effective damage onto this Calyrex Shadow Rider and put it closer to a timer in terms of its expiration date.
Yeah, and it's 3 against 3, but everything over on Santiago's side has already taken some significant damage. So yeah, can Ruben set up this board even better? Maybe try and get things more in range. And let's not forget this Calyrex is at -1 special attack, so it could swap out, come back in again, and then with the Terra Ghost and the boost, it might be able to just run away with the game.
Yeah.
If Ruben can manage to get just a little bit more chip damage on Incineroar.
Yeah, and I think it's a really good way to be able to also allow more recovery and fake-out support in the following turn with his grass terrain on the field, especially with the Zamazenta by his side. So it's really a good way to be able to slow things down, and that's exactly what happens, as you mentioned, Marcus. And Santiago's going to really have to take into consideration when to try to bring in this Miraidon. Most likely, I'm anticipating maybe a parting shot and try to get the upper hand from Santiago towards Ruben with that fake-out focus.
Parting shot would be huge here.
Yeah.
But that would be so risky, right?
Oh,
yeah, you want to go for the knockoff, I guess. But this is good for Ruben, because now you have fake-out available, and you can go for an attack with Zamazenta, while not really being threatened that much. However, now Santiago can actually use the grassy terrain to their advantage. Just let Incineroar, like, just have it park on the field for a little bit, so that it recovers more, so that it's definitely not in range of Astro Barrage later on. But, oh wow, yeah, this is really, really very, very thin margins that both our players here have to maneuver. Miraidon in the back has already taken some significant damage, might already be in range of Astro Barrage, so yeah, maybe Ruben just has set up this perfect endgame.
Yeah, and I think Santiago's really having to try to find a win condition here. Both of his Pokemon are still on the field, I would have said, if not for the Iron Hand switching out now for the Miraidon, maybe wanting to anticipate a fake-out focus into that slot, and maybe the Zamazenta trying to target down the Incineroar, but Electric Terrain's on the field. The Heavy Slam, well, Body Press, sorry, will pick up the KO onto the Miraidon. No fake-outs from either side. We have got the Rillaboom now trying to focus down on the Woodhammer. Even though it's going to resist, the crucial thing here is to try to whittle down as much health resource as possible, allow the Calyrex to come back into the subsequent turn. As the Will-O-Wisp connects.
Yeah, Will-O-Wisp connecting is important, but Santiago had to switch in Miraidon there. And yeah, that Pokemon went down while he was able to successfully deny any boosts that Ruben's Calyrex could acquire here. We already saw the timer message on the screen. There's not that much time left in the battle, and as long as Ruben has his ace still available, that 7 HP Calyrex Shadow Rider waiting in the back, Terra Ghost ready to throw out some Astro Barrages. It is so tough for Santiago, because yeah, you will have to take more attacks from the Zamazenta. Well, it is burned, but it can still move.
Yeah.
And you won't be able to stop that from happening. And then I believe eventually both Iron Hands and Incineroar will be in range for Astro Barrage. So maybe the win condition now is for Santiago to play the timer.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking, because you just want to be able to better position yourself against, you know, all of the damage that Ruben's taken from his Rillaboom and Calyrex. But then again, the Zamazenta is standing strong and true. Even though it has been burned, it's just got so much defense, even without the Dauntless Shield activated with a +1 defense. most crucially, especially against this Incineroar, if there's an end game of pick up the KO on the Iron Hands, allow the Astral Barrage, focus in combination with the Heavy Slam or Body Press of your choosing.
Yeah, so you can stall one turn here with Fake Out for Santiago. And Ruben has to think about, well, how can you bring in, or how you would usually bring in Calyrex in this position would be, of course, U-turn.
Yeah.
But if Santiago calls that, then that doesn't work, because Rillaboom would move first. Well, actually, it won't move at all. It just will be faked out. But now the timer is running down, and even though Ruben seemingly has a winning position, just would need to go for Astral Barrage, and that would probably end the game. The timer is running down, and if Santiago has enough time left, they can like run out the time here, and then it comes down to which team still has most HP remaining percentage-wise.
Yeah, exactly that. So gonna have to find out, see if this final turn will be able to go through. Astral Barrage is selected. You can see this. Oh, there's the Your Time as well from Santiago's side, which
Santiago does not have enough Your Time.
No, 5 seconds less than the overall game time. So we're gonna have to see how this does pan out. They have to now. They're forced to. They can't play to the timer anymore. 6 seconds we're seeing. 5 of Your Time on Santiago's side. He's struggling. He doesn't know what to do.
Yep, there is nothing he can do.
No, Fake Out does fail, of course, because he just wanted to rush, select, double Fake Out in that slot, hoping to be able to pull through, but seems like Ghost Terror Astral Barrage will be enough. It will force this Incineroar to get KO'd on the Iron Hands down to a slither of HP with the follow-up KO from the Zamazenta. What a close game one between these two exceptional trainers.
Yeah, well played there, and you can see how Ruben was able to get everything in range of this Calyrex plus Zamazenta combination. And yeah, Santiago only missing a couple of seconds, but they could not even try and play for this win con on the timer.
Exactly.
I think that, yeah, with a healthy Zamazenta, even if the game went to timer, I feel like Ruben probably still would have won, but their Calyrex was just such low HP that, of course, Santiago would have liked to try it, to try and see how that math works out. But now, because there were a couple of seconds missing on Santiago's Your Time. Maybe they were thinking a little bit too much in some of the previous turns. Had they locked in a little bit quicker, then they would have had enough time to like let the time run out. Well, but yeah, that's how it works in Pokemon. And Ruben played to a winning position and then also got to execute there. So yeah, definitely deservingly winning the game one. And it didn't really look that great, I must say, after a certain point. I think especially when Miraidon switched in there to block Spore, as Ruben had also switched in their Rillaboom. Yeah, it felt like there was a big opening for Santiago, but then Farigiraf kept sleeping for a couple of turns.
Had a little nap. And
Ruben identified exactly, okay, if I can go for Psychic, Body Press, it was -1 Psychic and also non-boosted Body Press, so really not the strongest moves coming out from Ruben, but identifying exactly which way he had to take to victory, and it worked out perfectly.
Well, it's essentially what was a battle of attrition between both of our trainers, just trying to make sure you get any sort of damage to put it within range. So going into this game too, I think what I've seen quite a few times, Marcus, is when there's been such a drawn-out game one, someone may break and go full offensive. There's a chance for that happening, saying, you know what, I don't want to mess about, I just want to catch you off guard. But do you feel that could be the case between both of our trainers?
No, we must see that Santiago did not bring the Calyrex Ice Rider. Yeah, maybe a little bit afraid of Zamazenta. Of course, that is a natural enemy, so to say, to that Calyrex. But against Rillaboom and Amoonguss, it would have been really nice to have Calyrex Ice Rider available. So that is definitely one way to switch things up here for Santiago. Yeah, I don't think Iron Threats is really the Pokemon that you need in this matchup.
And that is a really cool call-out as well, the fact that Santiago was fighting with just one restricted.
Yeah. Yes. So yeah, that is something that they could try and switch up, but no, it looks like it's actually Ruben who says, oh well, I won the game, but I still want to make some changes here. Maybe it's Ruben going on the offensive here, bringing out the Qianpao. Crunch time.
Oh,
it doesn't have crunch.
It doesn't have crunch, but I think the pun is so well deserved. But it does have Life Orb, and most crucially, it can directly threaten a KO onto the Miraidon with the Icicle Crash. No doubt about it, with that Life Orb damage boosting if there is no Terrestrialization on Miraidon's side. So this naturally will force Santiago to have to consider the turn one Terror.
Yeah, Life Orb, Icicle Crash. That would knock out Miraidon in one hit if it does not Terrestrialize or like Volt Switch out or whatever. So yeah, Santiago definitely has to make a play here, and that opens up the opportunity for Ruben to make a read on their behalf or on their end and go for a double up into Farigiraf, for example.
All right, and it seems like Santiago has gone for the Terra Fairy, wanting to make sure he does not fall short of getting KO'd straight off the bat and absolutely throw the board state awry, essentially, as the Icicle Crash will connect, but there is a chance for a flinch, even though it wasn't enough to pick up the KO. We're going to have to see if it's going to be able to move. It doesn't seem to be the case. The flinch did connect. Body press dealing just about 40-ish% onto the Farigiraf, and the Chien-Pao will get some damage.
Yeah, and no Trick Room either. Yeah, really, really good turn for Ruben. Bad outcome for Santiago, who of course would have loved to get off a powerful attack with Miraidon. Now we don't know, of course, was it going to be Dazzling Gleam potentially that would have knocked out Chien-Pao right away? Electro Drift that might have knocked out Zamazenta. So either way, that could have been a big knockout here for Santiago. And now instead, he's at the mercy of a potential another Icicle Crash, but no, it's actually the taunt coming out.
Wow, anticipating the defensive switch of that slot. Santiago capitalizing off of it, going for the Electro Drift onto the Zamazenta. It's enough to pick up the KO. Absolutely punishes Ruben's scenario there. We're going to have to see if there's going to be a follow-up of the Farigiraf, going for the foul play or the Trick Room, which it did seem to go for the speed control option.
Yeah, try to go for the Trick Room, but now this is an interesting position because even though, of course, Ruben lost one of their restricted Pokemon, here is another one to join the battlefield. And because Miraidon is at such low HP, it would be in range of Astro Barrage. So now Santiago has a taunted Farigiraf. It could go for a foul play into the Calyrex slot, but there could be a double up as well. Icicle Crash and Psychic might be able to knock out Farigiraf. Either way, one Pokemon that looks really good for Santiago right now would be Incineroar. That could switch in, pretty much uncontested here. There's no Sacred Sword or anything on the Chien-Pao to really threaten Incineroar. So yeah, if the cat comes out to play, I think that would be good for Santiago.
Oh, it does seem like Incineroar wants a bit of the action, will be brought in. But the question is, does Ruben make the read, anticipating the Incineroar? Sort of on the first level, you're like, okay, surely he's going to be able to do it, but there's just been so many mind games between both of our trainers, and a Terra commit from Ruben's side is going to be max damage output with the Ghost Terra. Even though it's Focus Sash, the additional 1.5 multiplier really pulls through.
Yeah, this is almost as strong or a similar strength as Life Orb with additional Terra Ghost here. Only to deal a little bit of extra damage to Incineroar, but yeah, this might be the little bit of extra chip that decides the fate of the battle. Another Icicle Crash, though. Farigiraf will take that, and now another chance to flinch.
It's got another chance, and it's not going to flinch this time. It's going to go for the foul play, and because of the terrestrialization, it is no longer quad weak. It is only ×2 weak to the foul play, and obviously the fact that the Calyrex Shadow Rider isn't very invested when it comes to its physical attack. But we've still got the speed advantage over on Ruben's side. However, there is a consideration with that fake out available on the Incin.
Yeah, Farigiraf is still taunted, so could go for another foul play. And Calyrex has to think twice about this position because, yeah, there's a normal type and a dark type. Not really that much damage that you can do here. So, yeah, I understand the decision of Ruben to swap it out, but this is so predictable. And Santiago, yeah, I would assume will try to do something to advance their board state further.
Yeah, surely, based off of what we've seen, the interactions between both of our trainers in that game one, it's going to have to be the case, and there is the confirmation. Farigiraf will be brought out in favor of the Iron Hands now being brought in. Icicle Crash targeting that slot, trying to make sure it can guarantee any sort of damage onto it, pick up a KO if it can. However, we have got Knockoff now dealing a lot of damage because of the Sword of Ruin in play onto the Rillaboom, getting rid of the Assault Vest of the Rillaboom. Sure, it doesn't matter that much with a Iron Hands and Incineroar facing it down, but the Miraidon is in the back, and any sort of damage you can deal onto Rillaboom will be so crucial for you to sustain your own terrain.
Yeah, I think there is a really nice play now for Santiago. They could go for a fake out and switch into Farigiraf. That way you would stop the Rillaboom from going for a powerful Wood Hammer with Sword of Ruin. And Chien-Pao is already intimidated. Well, maybe it's also due for a miss at some point. And that way you would gain some more grassy terrain recovery while then also preserving Incineroar for later. Because, Incineroar is such a key Pokemon. Probably not one that you would want to terrestrialize in this particular situation, but definitely one that you want to keep around. And so, I wouldn't be surprised if we saw something like that. But looks like Santiago might be okay giving up Miraidon in this spot, actually.
Yeah, and I think that's more so in favor of resetting and bringing the Iron Hands or even the Farigiraf in that case. Miraidon, of course, will be failed. The Icicle Crash has been connecting. Reminder, there is a small chance for it to miss. But Miraidon now down. Rillaboom, if it does go for the pivot, will be able to ensure it's got grass terrain on the field, but wanting to go on the offensive, goes for the Wood Hammer, deals so much damage because of a critical hit, because of Sword of Ruin still being available, and the Intimidate's essentially not mattering at this point.
Now, okay, you can Parting Shot, you can bring in Farigiraf, then you can bring in Incineroar again, and then you can go for Fake Out Trick Room. Maybe that's the plan for Santiago here.
On sweep with the Iron Hands is what you're thinking?
Yes, yeah, and then set up for an Iron Hands and Incineroar under Trick Room. Okay, or you can go into Iron Hands and do the same thing with Farigiraf and Iron Hands.
I guess maybe you want to try
Incineroar as well. I mean, Farigiraf was kind of low, so maybe even with another round of Intimidate, Santiago is not confident that Farigiraf would be able to take a hit.
I think that's definitely a good consideration, and something that you want to be able to still have available is your Fake Out being online, especially...
Or two of them.
Well, yeah, in this case. But the Iron Hands is in a really good position to be able to get a cheeky Drain Punch if it wants to, but it has to be aware of the Calyrex Shadow Rider in the back. But we're not going to see any sort of switch-ins. We're going to see a Protect from the Chain Power Wood Hammer into the Iron Hands and dealt a lot of recoil damage there. Not enough to get KO'd, but because of this follow-up of the knockoff, just enough.
And this is more and more chip damage onto the Pokemon of Santiago. And now, while the health is super low for Ruben, there is still Terra Ghost, Calyrex in the back, and Life Orb Tianpao. And with the power of friendship, maybe Astro Barrage is enough to get the knockout on Incineroar.
I mean,
and then, if you go for Icicle Crash and Astro Barrage, maybe you can get a KO on either of them or get a cheeky flinch, or you could also try and go for a Protect with Calyrex if you're anticipating a double up into that Pokemon.
Yeah, and just for clarity, the single-player playthrough mechanics do not function in this case.
There's no
the friendship of power is still real in our hearts. But regardless, we've got a scenario similar to Game 1 where the Incineroar and the Iron Hands are very low in terms of HP. They're in the yellow, and they're facing up against two very fast, very powerful Pokemon. Spread damage available, of course, on that Calyrex Shadow Rider. So it's going to really have to come down to whether there's a way for Santiago to be able to survive with any of his Pokemon.
Oh, and Santiago really taking their time. Have to make a decision there, waiting until the very last second, but now this is all coming down to this.
All right, Astro Barrage will be unleashed. Doesn't pick up the KOs. Wow, similar to Game 1 at the end of the case. The
critical hit on Incineroar.
Oh, my lordy, that may have really mattered there. Picks up the KO, gets the +1 in the Grim Neigh. Now in special attack.
And Icicle Crash connects as well.
Wow, okay, so we've just... Ruben's just been absolutely running wild with his Pokemon. There was a bit of an instance there with a critical hit, but... that's tough. That is so tough to be able to come back from, especially when this has been such a high-focused resource management affair between both of our trainers.
Yeah, and now you can just lock in Psychic and Icicle Crash, and this Farigiraf will go down. And Ruben, advancing to day 2, still in there to defend their title.
What a way to go about it. Ruben is running strong, like we said, clinching that day 2, especially in what you would see on paper didn't look like, a 2-0. It doesn't look like it was as close, but the fact that it really came down to the finest of margins between both of our trainers was so crucial. And all right, we're going to talk a bit about the critical hit. Do you genuinely feel like it mattered? Was it within range or not of the Ghost Terra Astro Barrage?
I think Incineroar would have taken the Astro Barrage.
Okay, would have survived.
Yeah, I think Santiago went for a double up into the Calyrex.
Okay.
So then we would have seen Icicle Crash. Do you remember where Icicle Crash was targeted? Because I think that with the double up, it might have been enough to knock out Incineroar potentially, depending on at what range it was after the Astro Barrage. So then maybe the double up would have knocked out Incineroar, and then Iron Hands and Farigiraf, I think, still lose against the Calyrex. So yeah, it still wasn't like over if it didn't land the critical hit.
How much damage did the foul play deal on Ghost Terra Calyrex? It was about 30-40%.
Yeah, 45%.
So it would have survived because it was around 55-60%.
Yes. Yeah, it only took foul play damage so far.
Yeah. And I mean, what a way to go about it. We saw it was such a terrain-focused affair between both of our trainers. A really key,
especially in game one, I would say.
Especially game one. Key KOs there after what was such a tantalizingly long, drawn-out, but battle of attrition match that we saw. The Iron Hands just surviving. We got a bit of deja vu from game one and game two. With
once
that.
Again, it wasn't quite enough because there was a partner Pokemon next to Calyrex that could get the KO. Then game two, it felt like this very big flinch on turn one already was giving a huge advantage to Ruben, but then fantastic call by Santiago. Staying in with Miraidon, going for the Electro Drift, getting the one-shot on Zamazenta, put them right back into the game.
Oh yeah, that was absolutely sick. I mean, the way he was able to go about it was so crucial. And there, we saw the Miraidon being felled.
Yeah, I still feel like that Miraidon switch-in was maybe a little bit of a mispositioning. I will need to review and analyze the game again, but I think there was a way for Santiago to bring in Farigiraf and Incineroar at the same time and then go for a fake-out Trick Room. I guess you could have been afraid of a potential taunt coming out from the Chien Pao, stopping the Trick Room, or Icicle Crash, maybe getting the flinch, maybe getting the KO. It was kind of close in the damage range. But I feel like losing Miraidon there, it is so tough because Ruben played this so well. Ruben was continuously applying pressure, and even when we said, okay, now there is a safe switch into Incineroar, it always came at a cost. It always came at a cost of taking just a little bit more chip damage, and eventually Ruben was playing towards that final goal of his to get everything into the range of Astro Barrage plus one more attack. And he was able to execute that plan in game one. He was also able to execute it in game two. And with that, our winner from last year is still in it, 6-1. Really, really good showing. And of course, also getting Ruben just a little bit closer to their invitation to Worlds.
Oh, 100%. And, obviously he wants to be able to keep the wins going. The more wins, the better, because obviously you win the tournament in the end, right? If you get enough. But still, the fact that it was up against what was, I would personally say, a bit of a 50-50 matchup, just depending on how you want to try to tackle it and which Pokemon you bring. The incremental damage was so crucial, like you said, in order to be able to clear the board to allow those rapid KOs outside of Trick Room. So it was really a battle of, do you try to go for the Trick Room mode, but at the same time have enough damage output to throw off Ruben's progression in terms of wanting to just, I don't know, limit your availability of what moves you can go for. Foul play wasn't doing as much as Santiago would have liked against the Calyrex after the Terrestrialization too, which wasn't the best, I would say.
Yeah, the Terra Ghost definitely coming in clutch there by Ruben, not only as an offensive tool, but also, as you said, defensively to resist. Well, you didn't resist foul play, but you could take it just a little bit better. And that was really important in the second game because it gave Ruben, I think, the confidence or that little bit of extra HP that allowed him to play towards this endgame board state where he was okay potentially taking another foul play from Farigiraf. But yeah, I think, if you want to learn something more about Calyrex Shadow Rider, I would definitely recommend to watch some games of Ruben. And I think we can all learn some more from Ruben in that regard for sure, right?
Yes, right about now, as we've got the interview ready, of course. So we're going to go ahead, throw there, and hear from the champ himself.
We're going back to the future Pokemon trainers, our previous winner of the Bologna Special Championships from the 2024 season, Ruben Gianzini, just clearing through that round as well. Congratulations, Ruben. How do you feel?
Thank you so much. I'm feeling really good for this day 2 because it means that I'm closer to getting my Worlds qualification. And this is amazing because it will be my second World Championship and I'm just so excited to play again in such an important tournament.
How secure do you feel right now with your championship points?
Right now I feel pretty secured because I had an empty slot for tournaments, so I will get many points from this tournament. I hope it will be enough, but it should be. So I'm pretty confident that I will get my qualification again.
Fingers crossed for you, Ruben. But before we get too ahead of ourselves, that match that we just saw, first game went essentially to time, all 20 minutes of the game there. You were running a very present threat in the meta game with that Calyrex Shadow Rider and the Zamazenta. Then your opponent was going back to the past a little bit with a team that was so similar to Dill Yeomans' EUIC team, just adapted for Regulation Set I. How did you feel when you saw your opponent's team?
Okay, so while preparing for this tournament, I played against similar teams, and I didn't really know what to do because even if I lead with Rillaboom, that Fiery Giraffe is really hard to damage because of the electric seed and its defense boost. And I think that that Calyrex Eyes was a big threat because of Glacial Lens, and since my outs to Iron Hands plus Electric Terrains were Amoonguss and Rillaboom, Calyrex Eyes was really good into those two, so it was a threat. So Fiery Giraffe, Calyrex and Miraidon combined with Incineroar, that gives that team a really good synergy with Will-O-Wisp that can basically make my Zamazenta useless along with Fiery Giraffe defense boost. It was tricky to figure out a game plan, but I think that using Zamazenta, Rillaboom and Chien-Pao to make sure that every Pokemon of the opposing team is in range of one Astral Barrage with the Terraghost. I think that the plan I made in Game 2 was the best one. It was better than the Game 1 plan, but it didn't go as well as I thought because I thought that Zamazenta survived the Electro Drift, but apparently that was that Miraidon was really invested in special attack, and so my Zamazenta got KO'd in only one hit.
Yeah, that was a massive KO that we saw coming out over from your opponent there. And heading into the rest of the Bologna Special Championships with this team, how confident are you feeling?
Well, I don't really feel that confident because there were tournaments where I was way more prepared than this one, such as Worlds, for example. But while I think that my team is good, I think I can pilot it well and face almost every team. So I think that I choose a good team. So even if my preparation isn't that good, I didn't prepare as much as I could. I think that it was still a great choice, and I think that I can get more wins and maybe get through the top cut. I'm pretty confident.
Well, you heard it here first, trainers. You've guaranteed your spot in day 2, and that's absolutely fantastic to hear. Maybe we'll have a repeat Bologna Special Champion, but we will just have to see. Only time will tell. We wish you all the very best for your rounds. Now, going away from that competitive side of things for a moment, what's your favorite Pokemon?
My favorite Pokemon? Calyrex Shadow. I mean, I think that using it in VGC has had its effect. So, like, winning the Bologna Special event last year, cutting Worlds and getting other really nice results with Calyrex really helped me like the Mon. So maybe in the future I will get other results with other Pokemons and then they will become my favorite Pokemon. But, well, I really like Calyrex aesthetically, to be honest.
Yeah, no, it's a very beautiful Pokemon indeed. And yeah, as long as getting you the wins, of course you're going to like that Pokemon. Okay then, Ruben, so now your opportunity to give any shout-outs to anyone who helped you for the tournament.
Yes, so I would like to shout out some of my friends. So, for example, Chagol, Lorenzo, who helped me preparing for this tournament and gave me some tips about the team. After that, I would like to thank Marco Fiero for giving me other tips about the team, and Luca Lusignoli for helping me select the team and figure out what kind of team I should have brought. And well, of course, I want to shout out my family and everyone in the Sax team that is supporting me and cheering me up during this tournament. You are all amazing people.
All amazing people, and it takes a village to raise a Pokemon trainer. Congratulations to you again, Ruben. We wish you all the very best for the rest of the tournament. Well then, trainers, it's nearly time to see which trainers will seal their fate heading into day 2. Nearly time for this round 8. But first, let's take a look back at EUIC.
The 2025 European International Championships was the largest VG event to date. Let's take a look back at what went down during this historic event. It was a champion showdown to start off the day in the juniors division, with previous LASC champions Fabian Musicant and Ismail Ogi taking the stage. This was the 8th time these two have faced off at a major event, and everything was on the line. Calyrex Shadow Rider for Fabian was a strong pick across divisions, and it would prove to reign supreme once again as it took down Ismail's Calyrex Ice Rider in 2-0 fashion, earning Fabian his 2nd international title. In the seniors division, Louis Fonvier was on a tear, winning 3 regionals back-to-back and looking to earn another title. On the opposing end was Ian Larson, who had beaten Louis in Swiss and was looking to defeat him once again. Miraidon for Ian, Calyrex Ice Rider for Louis, and an exciting 3-match series ahead. Draco Meteor from Ian was key, taking massive KOs in games 1 and 3 and brought Ian to victory. In the Masters Division Finals, history would be made either way. After 6 years, Wolf Glick was in the finals of an international yet again and was coming off not 1 but 2 major title wins, having revealed himself to be the Global Challenge 1 champion. Dill Yeomans was the hometown hero, the underdog looking to keep the trophy in the UK, with the crowd standing firmly behind them. Electric duo Miraidon and Furgraf paved a path to victory in the first game of the set, and Wolf was down but not out, utilizing Miraidon to great effect to even the score. In the final game, Miraidon was taken out early for Wolf, and the match was closer than ever. In the end, Dill brought Wolf down to his final Pokemon, Incineroar, but it was just the perfect piece, being able to 1v2 the endgame and make Wolf Glick your EUIC champion.
1,400 people showed up to this tournament, hoping and dreaming to win the entire thing. But it wasn't enough!
With history made and news stories always emerging, you could be next. Check out Pokemon.com/compete for more information and see if it could be you as our next Pokemon champion.
Hi there, I'm Anna Prosser here on the competition floor at the Pokemon North America International Championships, and I'm standing here with AJ, who is the side events lead. Now, if somebody has never participated in side events before, AJ, what are they?
Side events, it's fun. That's all I can say, really. It's a lot of fun. So anybody who's not playing the main event, we have all kinds of alternate formats, try something different, earn some prize wall tickets, and just really experience a whole enjoyment of Pokemon. We're running all the games, so.
All the games? So which ones could they sign up for?
So we have trading card game, standard pods, build-in battles, just like pre-release type formats. For video game, we have some video game tournaments. We also have, it's called a Catch Cup, where they have like a limited number of time to catch certain Pokemon, then they battle with those Pokemon. We have Pokemon GO side events, so Pokken Tournament, so lots of really cool things every game.
And it's not just the fun, there's also points that can win you prizes, right?
Yes, it's also fun, but you're gonna earn some really cool points. We have an amazing prize wall with lots of really cool prizes. So play some games, the better you do, the more prize wall tickets you get. And there you go.
What advice do you have for a first timer as they go to sign up for their first side event?
So check out the schedule. We have it listed by the registration booth. Once you get signed up, check out, kind of make your plan for the day, you know, what events you want to play in. And as you pick your events, just sign up and then get ready to have fun.
Easy peasy, get to it.
I'm Michael Kels, and I just won the Stockholm Regional Championships, and I think it was a phenomenal one. I played against really good players. I had a ton of fun. My friends had really good runs. So overall, just a fantastic experience over the weekend again. And just having incredible stream matches was the peak, the highlight of everything.
He's Michael Kels. He's Stockholm Regional Champion. He's doing it again, and he has done it.
Undisputed regional champion of Stockholm, Michael Kelch.
One of the key moments over the whole tournament was just the final set. It was incredibly close. In game 2 of my final set, I survived on 1 HP, and in game 3, I didn't know if my Smeargle would survive a Grassy Glide from Rillaboom.
Into the Smeargle. It's not enough! 7 HP!
So the finals had a really key moments that flipped the game and that were really deciding and super close in the end. There were a lot of matchups that I just wasn't familiar with. In my final set, I played a Lunala team that didn't exist before. In my semifinals, I played against a Koraidon team that didn't exist before. So there were a ton of very weird matchups that I could just not prepare for it. But instead, I had to just get a little creative, and with spontaneous decisions, I had to make my own way to the finals. And I was able to do it because I knew what the team can do. And if you know what your team can do, you can pretty much beat every matchup.
He does pick up the KO, and Kalarisaida has led Michael into his second consecutive Stockholm Regional Final.
This tournament showed me where I was lacking some stuff and where I was getting better as well. I'm doing coaching to help newer players, but also veterans to also get better in the game. So my life completely shifted from being the student who sits at home, now trying to help others at the game. And because of VGC, I also made a ton of new friends that I'm really, really happy I got. It is very important to not get crushed by losses or by unlucky games, because mentality is actually a thing a lot of players really struggle into, and that is my advice I will give to newer players.
Marcus, what if there were a Golden Go that produced US dollar coinage? It would just make sense. Welcome back, trainers. Charlie Merriman on the desk with Marcus Harmon. You like that?
I would say there's no shame in making bad puns, so absolutely.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks very much indeed. Yeah, no, I was pleased with that one.
Did you get that? Did you catch that?
I'm not sure I did.
There's no shame in making bad puns?
Shame in. Hey.
Absolutely.
Wow. Marcus, they are flying left, right, and centre. Costa was trying some jokes earlier. Jamie did one on me as well. I'm glad. Glad the merriment is infusing.
Absolutely.
Hey, speaking of which, got another question for you. Do you know how magnet Pokemon float?
You might have to say that again.
Do you know how magnet Pokemon float?
They're using the Magnezone?
Hey, nice. I don't, but Magna might. There we go.
Nice.
Yeah. Yeah, you got any more that you've been cooking up?
Well, no, not for now. But yeah, ask me in a few, and maybe
I'll come back to you. What about now? I'm joking.
No.
Trainers, are we enjoying the stream? Swiss round 8 online. We're nearly at the end of day 1.
Yeah, it's the last round already.
I know.
Where did time go?
Yeah, well, time is very much the topic of the day. Koraidon, Miraidon, past and future. We're zooming through. Went back to the future. Ruben Genzini just won their last round. Potentially Bologna Special Champion once more this weekend, but we'll have to see. Again, only time will tell. Our winner of Bologna last season, let's see if they can do it again. But we've got so much more action to go before we can even contemplate that point, and I know we'll have an absolutely fantastic match coming up for our last round too.
Yeah, there's so many great players, and I just was looking through some of the standings, and we will have some really incredible matches in this last round. Of course, there are some players who are still fighting to make it into day 2. There are still some players who might just be like on the bubble for championship points, so they really want to win this round, even though they maybe cannot go into day 2, but they might still walk away from this tournament with a couple of championship points to their name. And then there's, of course, some players who are already qualified for day 2, but they want to make sure that they get another win in here, because every win that you get today will count tomorrow just the same as if you won in a round tomorrow. So yeah, it's really important to get ahead and then stay ahead.
And the last chance to harvest these championship points, of course, our last regional level event. For those trainers who won't be participating in the North America International Championships, which is only a couple of weeks away. Absolutely crazy, Marcus. Where has the time gone coming back to that time thing?
Yeah, absolutely. We've got to ask Dialga, maybe?
Yeah. Phone him up. We'll go for a knock-knock. On Dialga, see how Dialga responds to that.
I feel like there's like a knock-knock joke in here, but I don't know what the answer would be. It's like knock, knock, knock.
I'm going to try and improvise something. Knock, knock.
Who's there?
Dialga.
Dialga who?
Nah, it's not.
that's how far I got as well. I was like, wait.
Trying to come up with something to do with Roar of Time. There's going to be something in there. There's going to be something. Anyway, you let us know. Maybe you'll be able to come up with something better at home. You can let us know in the chat.
How do you call Dialga?
I don't know.
You Dialga its number on the phone.
Nice. Okay, we can workshop that. No, there's something in that. There's something on that.
Okay, we'll figure it out.
Dialga, really good. Really good. What are your favorite Pokemon one-liners or joke trainers? Use the hashtag #PlayPokemon to let us know. We'd love to see it on the socials. You know me, I love a good joke. We'd love to be merry over here. What would you say in terms of the restricted pairs that we've seen? Fairly expected from your end?
Yeah, I feel like this is something that we also saw last year. Like last year, going into this tournament, the Bologna Special Championships, we were expecting at the time to see like a lot of Miraidon potentially. We were expecting some Ice Rider, if I remember correctly. But we actually saw a lot of Calyrex Shadow Rider in this tournament, and this really also then set the pace for NAIC and also Worlds, where players had kind of like lost hope in Calyrex Shadow Rider. So maybe something similar can happen this weekend, where players are using Calyrex and Zamazenta, which is also a duo that, well, after the initial hype, I would say, players were like, yeah, you know, it's decent, but maybe it's not that good. But maybe now, down here in Italy, they know how to use a good Calyrex Shadow Rider.
It's a really good point, Marks, actually. Yeah, I'm remembering now, basically exactly a year ago when we were in Bologna for 2024, how Calyrex Shadow Rider had finally sort of found its footing in the meta game. Really interesting to see that developing here. Well, let's see, shall we? Let's see what restricted pairs we've got out there, because we can show our matches for community choice. You get to choose which match we'll be featuring next in the Twitch chat. So get over to Twitch to vote if you would like to. And we've got some fantastic ones for you. Marco Silva there, currently the #1 in terms of championship points. We were talking about you only really ever see Terrapagos with Calyrex Shadow Rider, but no, Marco's saying Terrapagos can work with that Miraidon too. And Marco ran Terrapagos at EUIC, so very familiar with how that Pokemon works. So that's just one of these teams.
Yeah, remember when I asked you earlier about which unexpected or unexpected duo there might be in there? Yeah, that's the one I was talking about.
Yeah, very cool.
Terrapagos and Miraidon, that's not something that we've seen so far, but Marco isn't actually the only player using that team. But yeah, of course, there are some more matches. Groudon, Calyrex Ice Rider there by Raphael. Also not something that we see every day.
Yeah, and they're all win and ins trainers. All of these matches, the winner has to win it in order to progress to day 2. Otherwise, they are not out of the tournament. So we cannot wait to see. Will there be an upset? Will Marco Silva not make day 2? Will Groudon make day 2? And then we've got some other teams that we're more familiar with here. Kevin Salvetto running a very similar team to Luca Cherubellis with that Miraidon and the Lunala. And then we've got Kyogre and Zacian too. We've seen barely any Kyogre today. So really fascinating, given that it won the Portland Regional Championships last week, albeit with the Calyrex Ice Rider, we could see Kyogre with Zacian.
Yeah, we could certainly. And just looking there a little bit more, we got the Calyrex and Koraidon combination from Matteo. Well, calling something like a Walking Wake and Wheezing on the same team standard, like, feels a little bit weird, but yeah, it feels like it's the standard composition for this particular team with Koraidon and Calyrex Shadow Rider. And then Alessio, yeah, it's quite a few fun normal types here, with Porygon 2 making an appearance, with a Terrapagos on Marco's team together with Miraidon, and then also Smeargle for Raphael and Mark. Now, of course, you might say, well, how fun is that? But, well, it can lead to some interesting game states for sure. And then Kevin Salvetto also using an Ursaluna here.
The two Smeargle between Raphael and Mark might have totally contrasting movesets. We just don't know. Smeargle can learn essentially any move that there is available in Pokemon. So that really could turn the tide and pave the way for something quite exciting. I mean, you could run Decorate on your Smeargle, boosting up the offense, all sorts of options.
Yeah, so in the Twitch chat, there is the poll for you to vote which of these games we will feature. And yeah, make sure to make a decision wisely, because this is the last Swiss round of the day. And yeah, half of these players we will see tomorrow, but the other half we definitely won't, because they will be knocked out, as all of these games are win and ins. And while we would wish, of course, for everyone to qualify for the next day, and we would also wish to feature every round, unfortunately, due to constraints with time and you know, maybe we should dial up Dialga and ask him about it. But anyway, we can only feature one battle. It's basically
really
what I'm
run
saying.
with that joke. Did you hear Jamie's where we've got Terra Bug Incineroar, a caterpillar?
Yes.
I enjoyed that.
Yes.
Enjoyed that one. Good on you, Jamie. Make sure you cast those votes. We can't wait to see. They're all going to be incredible. So you're in for a winner either way. Is it going to be the big names like Marco Silva? Is it going to be the more unique restrictors like Groudon and Kyogre and Zacian? I think we're nearly ready to find out. Let's take a look at our community choice results. What have you gone for? Will we be complimenting your taste? We will either way. There it is. Marco Silva running that really fantastic, unique combination with Miraidon and Terrapagos versus Matteo Ferrari. And it will be really fascinating, these restrictors matching up against each other. This team that we saw doing so well in Portland last week with the Walking Wake and the Galarian Weezing going up against this brand new kind of composition.
Yeah, and I mean, looking at Marco's team, it doesn't stop with a restricted duo, but then you have Iron Treads. Okay, that is something. But then you also have a Screen Tail and Sinistcha. Basically, all three of those Pokemon are, yeah, I would say they're around maybe like below 5% usage, maybe even less than that. So definitely some cool things coming out from Marco right here. And while he did struggle a little bit early on in the tournament, he seems to have found his flow, found his rhythm, and now we'll be playing in this win and in to make it to day 2. Of course, Marco Silva is the #1 ranked player in Europe right now, so doesn't really need any like championship points. But of course, you want to get the practice in. Yep. You want to see if some of your ideas that are maybe a little bit out there, maybe this is not the team that Marco would run at any IC, but maybe if it's going well, yeah, you want to build up that confidence. You want to try out some ideas, and maybe you can take away something. I mean, there are so many pieces in there. Right, maybe it's just the Sinistcha that felt really, really good on that team, and then that is something that you can expand on. Or maybe it is the Scream Tail, I don't know. But yeah, Marco out here trying out quite a few different things, I would say, in a way that we haven't seen them yet. But if anyone can make day 2 with a team like this, of course, it is Marco Silva.
And it's really fascinating that there are definite similarities between this team and the team that Marco ran at EUIC just a few months ago. Maybe 3 months ago now. How crazy is that? But yeah, so it's clearly a composition that Marco is skilled with piloting. Let's see. Clearly, you know, finding that balance between comfort and new and anticipating the metagame. Do we know for sure if Marco is competing at NAIC?
Well, I would assume so.
I would assume.
I don't know. I don't know for sure.
Yeah, I mean, well,
he wouldn't. Either way, he wouldn't need to. Well, he's already above 2,000 championship points.
I sort of. Marco Silva's name and ICs are synonymous at this point.
Yeah, he's already won
Latin American
this season already, of course.
Exactly.
Yep.
Yeah, huge number of championships to their name. Let's take a look at how they're doing in this tournament right now, though. What was their run in order to reach this point? Are they going to be undefeated in this last round too? Okay, so yeah, as you mentioned there, Marcus, or alluded to, started out with a loss against Lorenzo, and the only other loss was to this Koraidon Lunala, and that first team was Zamazenta and Calara Shadow Rider, the most common restricted duo here. Beating a Ho-Oh team, that's very cool to see. We had an Entei that Marco went up against, was able to beat them as well. So yeah, a couple of Calyrex, Shadow Rider and Zamazenta, and a couple of Entei, actually. Yep. What's jumping out to you from here, Marcus?
Yeah, well, Marco only played against one Koraidon and lost to that. So,
true.
Yeah, maybe now he has to fight his demons from the past again. And we'll try to overcome, of course, this time the Psychic and Ghost type plus Koraidon combination. Other than that, looks similar to the metagame that I guess we were expecting. A couple of Miraidon and Lunala teams in there. Yeah, and I think it is... Well, besides the Koraidon and Lunala team, we have either Miraidon or Calyrex Shadow Rider on all of these teams. This is kind of what I was expecting going into this tournament, like less Calyrex Ice Rider. In fact, I think, yeah, so far he only played one. But yeah, you gotta beat anything. So far, yeah, 5 wins, 2 losses. That's a decent result so far. But of course, Marco has very, very high standards to himself. And I know that, well, he wants to win this round. He wants to win this tournament. And yeah, then he will have to add another win. Or else, going out with 5 and 3, well, that would definitely be an upset, I would say.
An upset, still a wonderful achievement, but would mean that Marco wouldn't be progressing through to day 2. Really fantastic. I hope you're enjoying this new ability that we have, trainers, to see our players run through the tournament, because it really adds a new dimension.
Did we use like an ability capsule, or what was going on there?
Oh, yeah, Marcus, very nice. Now we're cooking. Now we're cooking. I want to pick up on something you said there, Marcus. Yeah. You said you weren't expecting to see too many Calyrex Ice Riders.
Yes.
Why is that, briefly?
I think the trend of this tournament, or of this regulation, really has been that we go from one tournament into the next, and then everyone's like, oh, this team won the tournament, let's like try and focus on it. And so whenever everyone's focusing on kind of one thing, then there's always something else that pops up, and the thing that everyone's focusing on maybe, yeah, is a little bit less successful than in the previous week.
That's true. We'll see if that bears fruit, that prediction, Marcus. But first, we're going to take a look at Marco's opponent's run, how they reached this point. Also at that 5-2 record, has to win this. Matteo Ferrari here. Okay, so Clefairy, saw that on stream earlier. Up against a Smeagol there as well. We've got some Caloret Shadow Rider and Zamazenta's Miraidon and Lunar. That's an I'm Valiant as well. Versus Eduardo in Swiss round 3. Yeah, I mean, again, same question. What's standing out to you here?
Yeah, the fact that, well, Matteo was 5-1, so 2 chances to clinch that final victory, and then you're playing against Victor Medina and Marco Silva back-to-back.
Yeah, wow.
2 players who are currently, I think, well, they're definitely both, like Marco is first, but then I think Victor is also, like, in the top 5 of rankings. So yeah, that is definitely not the kind of like last 2 rounds that you want to face. But at the same time, of course, it's a great opportunity for Matteo to play against some of the best players in the world, essentially. And doing that on stream, that will be an amazing opportunity for him as well. Let's see if he has some experience playing against Terrapagos. Nope, not so far in this tournament. So yeah, that's going to be the first Terrapagos for Matteo to face. And yeah, actually, they're ranked 1st and 2nd. So he's just pulled the second player, like rank 2 in Europe in terms of championship points, Victor Medina in the previous round. And now, well, how do you top that? Well, you pull Marco Silva for the final win-in on stream. Wow, this is a day that I'm sure Matteo Ferrari will remember for quite a while.
Yeah, I hope that Matteo's feeling happy about that achievement and happy about the learning experience rather than disheartened about going up against such fantastic trainers. Because as you say, Marcus, as you alluded to, it really is something that doesn't happen every day.
Yep.
So it's wonderful to be able to harvest that experience. And it's worth saying as well, talking of experience, that Marco is going to be far more used to going up against the kind of team that Matteo is running, rather than the other way around. This Miraidon Terrapagos. Right. New adaptation. And also, of course, Matteo, a trainer that we're less familiar with, but making a name for themselves right here, right now, at the Bologna Special Championships.
And beating Marco Silva on stream, of course, that would be something that, everyone would look at that and try to see what they did.
Yeah, I would take that.
Players will be able to look back on this match, and that is an opportunity to really, I don't know, leave a mark in your career. Like that is a big chance. But yeah, of course, while these players are still fighting to make it into day 2, there are a couple of players who are kind of chilling at a 7-0 record on top of the standings. And yeah, let's not forget about those either, because also there, of course, there are some great matches going on. But yeah, there's only a handful of players that are still undefeated. In fact, it's just 5 of them.
Giuseppe Musico, Antoine Goyader, Stefano Greppi, Miguel Paquete, and Teati Massot. Apologies again for any mispronunciation there, trainers. But Teati Massot reaching top 4 maybe at EUIC this season, which is an absolutely phenomenal achievement. And also took down 2 world champions in that run, then fell to the 3rd in Wolf that they went up against. Absolutely insane run that they had at EUIC. Huge congratulations to you, Taya team. Carlos Cabal,
kind of proving the really great result there. Now with another spectacular performance here, 7-0. And also I think Antoine, another fellow Frenchman, using a very similar team. So maybe, they were preparing something. We were talking about the French Lunala Call Mind team. That seems to be one of the takeaways from this tournament, potentially. Of course, there's still a lot more Pokemon to be played. But definitely something to look at.
Yeah, and just the list of names goes on. Lucas Gerabelli, our world champion, currently at 6-1, so guaranteed their spot in day 2. But of course, you want to have as many wins as you possibly can in order to give yourself the best possible chances tomorrow of making it into top cut. The longer the tournament goes on, the more tired these trainers get, but also the more brutal the competition gets too. And yet you have to somehow keep eking out that energy and take really good care of yourself so that you're raring to go when the rounds matter the most. And this, so far, is the round that matters the most. And we're going to be featuring an absolutely incredible match for you with Marco versus Matteo.
Yeah, I hope our players, they have their energy boosters ready, because
yes,
this is what matters. This is what it comes down to. And yeah, we were talking about the fact that, yeah, this is really a great opportunity, potentially, for Matteo.
Yeah.
Claiming victory in a win-and-in against a player of Marco's caliber. Yeah, if we would need to ask Costa how that feels like, because of course last year here in Bologna, Costa had the same situation. He was attending this tournament as a player, and he was playing his win-and-in against Francesco Camporesi.
Yeah.
And he was able, Federico, apologies, Federico Camporesi. I was like, yeah, that didn't sound right. Yeah, Fede Campo there in this win-and-in, and Costa was able to beat him. So yeah, it definitely, we could see this kind of underdog story repeat here on stream, and this time it could be Marco Silva who could go out like that.
Right here, right now, we'll see if that win-and-in comes to fruition. It's great to see Matteo looking so chill on the stage with that Hariyama plush as well, our plushie metagame.
Oh, yeah.
Developing nicely. You can't quite get an iron hands yet, but Hariyama will be the next best thing. He's looking very happy, just balanced and rolling back on the table. Marco, plushie-less, but Hariyama giving us all the smiles all the same as the trainers get locked in and ready to go. Marco just having one of the most phenomenal competitive Pokemon seasons ever, I would say.
Yeah, I think he's reached the point where in Stockholm, he finished in the top 16, and then he didn't get any additional championship points because of the best finish limit, because he's already had so many great results this season alone. So yeah, he's not here playing for the championship points necessarily. He's already got over 2,000 of those. Yeah. But he's here playing for the fame and glory. And of course, and we talked about this before, this tournament in particular just means so much to the Italian community.
Oh, yeah.
Because this is the one where everyone from Italy comes together. They have a very, very strong local scene, but this is the one that really matters. And of course, it would mean a lot for Marco to win yet another tournament, but doing it here on their home turf.
Or will it be Matteo rising up, a trainer that we're very much less familiar with, and going all the way into day 2? They're getting ready to go, and it's great to see that they're looking relaxed. I think it's so often that we see the trainer who is more relaxed going all the way, taking that pressure off themselves, just focusing on the task at hand.
Yeah, and Marco is ready for any task. He's been in this situation countless times. He has played in 2 finals this season already. He has played, of course, in many finals over the course of his career. And then Matteo, yeah, I think they've played in some regionals as well. They got some good results as well, but they would need a really, really deep run in this tournament in order to qualify for Worlds.
Yeah, well, all of those points on the line as well, those Worlds qualifications, and Worlds is just a couple of months away at this point. I cannot believe I'm saying those words, but yeah, the time is absolutely zooming by, just like we will zoom through the achievements of these incredible players. I mean, Marco, we've talked so much about. I want to highlight Matteo's Stuttgart Regional top 32 in the 2025 season. So clearly this is the breakout season for Matteo, and we're so excited for you, my friend. Let's see how much further you can go at the Bologna Special Championships this weekend.
Yeah, currently Matteo right around the 176th place. So would need to climb a couple of ranks in order to qualify for the World Championships. But then, yeah, Marco Silva, Toronto regional finalist, of course, the very, very famous finals against Wolf Glick over there.
The Kingdra one.
That Kingdra one, yeah, well, there it is here on the desk for us as well.
Have to add that at any opportunity.
And yeah, a player who has won a regional before, a 3-time international champion, and also for Worlds, still waiting to break through that top 16, but coming close twice already. And yeah, he's said it before that he wants to win Worlds. And yeah, well, he's of course a very, very skilled player. But if you want to win Worlds, of course, you also might want to do well here at the last major in Europe. And this is the team that Marco decided to bring to this tournament.
The team Marco's believing in comprises Miraidon, Terapagos, Incineroar, Iron Treads, Screamtail, and Sinister. It's a really interesting melding of 2 modes here. Miraidon likes to hit fast and hard, although a little bit less so holding the Assault Vest. It's not holding the choice specs that we so commonly see. It's bulking out its special defense. And speaking of bulk, that's exactly what Terapagos are going for as well, with the Electric Seed to give it a defense boost on top of that. This is a team that Marco wants to get completely unremovable from the field. But in terms of damage output, you've got the choice band Iron Treads there. You cannot ignore that. Sinister, Screamtail, Incineroar, really good support. And I love to see the play rough on Screamtail as well. So that you can deal some damage if your back's against the wall.
Yeah, we got to talk about some item choices here. So Terrapagos holding the Electric Seed. Now that is not something that we got to see every day. Of course, it is able to boost the special attack and special defense with Calm Mind. So then getting also a defense boost can be very, very helpful, especially when paired with Sinistra. With Hospitality can heal up Terrapagos potentially to make up for the lack of leftovers. And then also we had a Focus Sash on Sinistra. Let's see if that is something that will make an appearance here in this battle. And over on the other side here, Mateo does have a couple of Pokemon that could do a ton of damage to Sinistra. And especially I think Koraidon will be super strong as it could hit the Terrapagos really hard, and if you combine the Koraidon with Weezing, you can use Weezing to shut down any abilities. You can stop Electric Terrain from going up, so no Electric Seed. You can also bypass Terra Shell, and that is definitely something that Marco will have to watch out for.
So Mateo's team really likes to hit fast and hard with those two restricted Pokemon in the Calyrex and the Koraidon here. And when you talk about the item choices on Marco's team, I want to talk about the move choices here. Scale Shot on Koraidon we don't see too commonly. Hitting multiple times, but it's not holding the loaded dice. It's not a guaranteed 4 or 5 hits. It's going to be holding the ability shield, so it might only hit 2 times there. And then the Walking Wake holding the Life Orb as opposed to the Assault Vest that we saw do so well at the Portland Regional Championships last weekend. That means it can use the move Protect. This is the Walking Wake that's been trained far more offensively. So offense meets bulk. The newcomer meets the veteran. Which is going to rise to the surface? On whom is the sun going to be shining the brightest? And who's going to be electrified by Miraidon's terrain? Let's get into it, trainers. It's your final Swiss round of day 1 at the Bologna Special Championships. Make some noise for Marco Silva versus Matteo Ferrari as the leads hit the field.
And it is Koraidon and Weezing, the lead that we were talking about, shutting down all abilities, and against Incineroar and Miraidon, that will definitely help Matteo. No Intimidate, there's not going to be any Hadron Engine, and it's only going to be the Sun for now for Matteo.
Yes, holding the ability shield so Koraidon can still get the sun set up in the sky with its ability. All other abilities will be shut down. You've got 2 big dragons staring each other down and threatening big damage here.
Yeah, you don't have Dazzling Gleam, but of course Draco Meteor still is such a potent way of dealing with Koraidon, so maybe already Matteo might be forced to go for a Terrestrialization this early on.
Incineroar will be running back to its trainer as the Screamtail hitting the field, ready to provide some nuisance pesky support on the following turn. Koraidon doesn't like the look of all the damage coming out from Miraidon, and so doesn't the Weezing. Just scouting out, really nice. Of course, the Miraidon, it's not holding the Choice Specs here, it's the Assault Vest, so it can still lock into a different move. It's not like Marco is locked into whichever move he chooses on the first turn.
And really, really nice way there by Marco, utilizing the Fake Out Pressure, forcing out a double Protect on Matteo's side, but now switching in Screamtail to give yourself the option to go for Encore, lock any target into Protect. And of course, we don't have the Photosynthesis active for Screamtail, so it might depend a little bit on how exactly are Koraidon and Screamtail trained. Can Screamtail outpace and lock Koraidon into Protect, or are you just going for the Weezing potentially with that Encore play?
Encore, such a threatening move, and one I've fallen foul of so many times, trainers, you don't even want to know. But Miraidon will be stepping on the gas now. That bicycle Pokemon, it's Terra Electric, it's amplified, it's charged up, it's ready to go. But the Scale Shot connected down, just how many times is it going to hit? That's 1, that's 2, and that's 3. How many more is Miraidon going to take here? That's 4. Are we going to get the max 5 with a critical hit as well? And 5. Is it going to hang on? Oh. It's going to be 11 HP. That's the maximum number of turns. Mateo got very lucky indeed there. And now a really nice way of speed control. Koraidon gets a speed boost at the expense of its defense. That's going to be Draco Meteor connecting, though. It's going to be super effective. Koraidon is going all the way back to Area 0 in the one-hit knockout.
And now Screamtail will get the chance to move with
That's an Encore, yeah, into the Galarian Weezing.
Yeah, still shutting down all the abilities, but now Weezing, crucially, will not be able to knock out Miraidon. And yeah, this Terrestrialization, a little bit paradox in a way. Using Terra Electric defensively, not something we see every day, but calling out the scale shot and then, yeah, getting 5 hits and a critical hit, still not enough for Mateo.
That's phenomenally lucky, trainers. Miraidon hanging on, living on a prayer, as Calyrex is zooming out of the stables to join us on the field for Mateo. It's going to be outspeeding the Miraidon here, and you do have a nice Grimnay boost online because the Miraidon is on such low HP, it cannot protect.
You know, that's the perfect Pokemon, of course, to bring in here, as you will be able to outspeed Miraidon and knock it out, get the Grimnay boost, but of course Marco knows that as well, and we know that there is a Terrapagos and Incineroar waiting in the back, so I'm expecting a couple of switches coming on from Marco this turn.
Yeah, Incineroar taking not very effective damage, the Terrapagos taking 0 damage, being a normal type in the face of the Ghost-type Pokemon. The Weezing very much locked down on the field here, being useless into Protect, but not as useless as some on-called Pokemon might be. The neutralizing gas is still in play. All the abilities are still offline. Does that mean that Mateo is actually going to want to be keeping the Weezing on the field? Let's find out as the Incineroar joins the fray.
Yeah, double switch, kind of like we were expecting from Marco to yeah, improve his position a bit. And yeah, you really don't want to give this Calyrex any opportunity to stack up some boosts.
Exactly, and the Incineroar threatening down so greatly right now. The Weezing is going to switch back. Okay, so this means that Grimnay could very much be getting on line here. The neutralizing gas wears off. Intimidate doesn't matter into the Calyrex. It's a special attacker, not a physical attacker. And coming in instead, it's going to be Walking Wake. Very cool indeed. Going to be benefiting from the sun that Koraidon set up. That's its legacy left to this other past Paradox Pokemon. As the sparkles hit the field, one of these Pokemon is going to get a whole lot shinier.
Yeah, but I'm afraid, unlike in the previous round with Ruben, this time the Terra Ghost Calyrex Astro Barrage will not do that much here. Terrapagos, the perfect switch in, and also Incineroar, yeah, should be able to take this quite nicely. Let's see how much damage that's going to do.
Colliding with the Dark-type Wrestling Cat, and it's going to be more than I expected. To be fair, more than I expected, but it still takes it really well. It's hanging on in the green.
You know, this Calyrex has Encore, so Marco cannot as easily go for like a Fake Out into the Walking Wake and a Calm Mind setup, because then you risk being locked into Calm Mind. But yeah, I mean, you could still think about doing that. There is the threat of Fake Out and Terra Starstorm, but no Fake Out coming out instead. It's just going to be the Hydro Steam, and that is a one-hit KO here on Incineroar.
The Walking Wake has got its boiler going, the water bubbling away, and the Incineroar is down and out. It's the Life Orb, more offensive variant than the Assault Vests that we saw in Portland last week. Now, Psychic breaking the Terra Shell on Terrapagos here. It's not holding the leftovers, so it can't recover that as easily. Let's hope the Marcus's Turtle has enough gas in its shell. Just a raw Terra Starstorm into the Walking Wake, and it does huge damage.
Absolutely, and with the abilities back online now, Walking Wake, of course, outpacing anything, including Miraidon over for Marco. So there could be a potential, like, Snarl, knock out the Miraidon, and then Encore the Terrapagos play. So Marco is kind of forced to go into Scream Tail. But yeah, this Calyrex looking really strong there with the Terra Ghost all of a sudden.
And in fact, Screamtail might even be able to secure the knockout onto the Walking Wake if it were to go for play rough here. We'll be taking, yeah, super effective damage from the Astral Barrage coming out from Calyrex too. Terrapagos, I mean, it tends to be the Pokemon that we see terrestrialize the most often, but no, Marco's used the Terra Electric already on their Miraidon. But again, the Terra Starstorm did a whole lot of damage, so maybe that's all that Marco's going to need, as Weezing is once more going to be shutting down those abilities. However, the As-1 from Calyrex, the Grimnay, is still very much online.
Yeah, protect from Screamtail. You really don't want to be knocked out here, and there was nothing really to Encore. Okay, but Encore into Terrapagos, so that means it will be forced to use Terra Starstorm, which will not be able to hit Calyrex, but the targeting into the Weezing, definitely what Marco wanted to see.
And the sunlight fades from the sky. The Terrapagos, I don't think you mind being locked into this Terra Starstorm at all. It's really putting in a whole lot of work. Calyrex Shadow Rider, of course, not the bulkiest Pokemon either. This is something we can say about Mateo's team. It hits fast and hard. It doesn't have all that much bulk.
However, of course, now this Calyrex, all of a sudden in a really nice position because Incineroar is down. This Terrapagos is locked into a normal type move. There's no terrestrialization available for Marco. And, well, Screamtail might just be knocked out in one hit. So, yeah, maybe this Calyrex, yeah, you can just go for Protect and Astral Barrage and see how much that can do to Screamtail.
Well, we're about to get the answer to that very question here. Screamtail isn't going to be screaming into the abyss as it gets KO'd by these Spectres. They clatter into the Psychic and Fairy Pokemon. It's going to be enough. Going to be enough, Screamtail. Very bulky Pokemon, but that is a one-hit KO. It's screaming right back to its trainer with one last-ditch victory song.
Yeah, and being locked into Terra Starstorm, that means, yeah, for the time being, Terrapagos cannot hit Calyrex. Miraidon is at such low HP, will be outsped. It cannot protect. It is carrying the Assault Vest. And yeah, it seems like Mateo has found a way to just take home this game 1.
Well, that's a turn up for the books, isn't it? The Terrapagos is all of a sudden not looking so pretty on the field, going for those Terra Starstorms. Mateo able to identify the Pokemon needed to be KO'd in order to try and run away with this game. You know, this hyper offense is something that Marco maybe wasn't able to weather. That 5-hit scale shot on turn 1 really coming into play here.
Yep. Absolutely. If Miraidon could take a hit right here, then, yeah, it might be a completely different story. But now, Astral Barrage will come out. It will knock out Miraidon. It doesn't hit Terrapagos, but that doesn't matter because Terrapagos also cannot hit Calyrex right now.
This means that Terrapagos, it doesn't have its Terastallization available. We can see it's been used on the Miraidon. And so it cannot now deal spread damage. It's got to be one at a time. Has to be an Earth Power down into the Calyrex Shadow Rider as well as that Grimnay gets online. Just targeting down the Galarian Weezing instead. But Marco, being such a skilled trainer as they are, able to now use this time to reflect one adaptations coming into Game 2. And one of them has to just be, don't get hit 5 times by Koraidon, but you're going to want a more stable win condition than that.
Yeah, of course, the battle still isn't over for a couple more turns. Mateo would need to Encore again. Then Terrapagos can probably knock out this Walking Wake. Yeah, eventually Calyrex should be able to just take the game. Yeah, nice play, Mateo. That is exactly what he needed to do. Walking Wake can go for another Hydro Steam potentially. But yeah, as you were saying, Marco really needs to come up with another way of approaching this game. I feel like this Terastallization on Miraidon didn't really help that much. Because in the end, Miraidon ended up being in KO range from Astral Barrage anyway. And not having Terastallization on Terrapagos is really what made this so difficult. Because, yeah, being encored into Terra Starstorm, that's not something that we see too often, but here it was a huge swing of momentum. All of a sudden, Calyrex just had that tiny opening, outspeeding, getting the one-hit KO on Screamtail. Maybe not something that Marco was expecting, but now he has to be aware of this damage roll. And it was all possible because of Weezing shutting down the speed boost of Screamtail.
Huge scenes here at the Bologna Special Championships. Whatever else you might have going on in the background, trainers, get your focus on the stream right now. Just have Matteo Ferrari, a relative newcomer to the scene, taking it down. Marco Silva, multiple-time international champion and defending Latin America international champion in 1-0. If they win the next game, then they claim this last Swiss round of the day, and Marco Silva is knocked out of the tournament. Marco has to win this next game to keep their tournament hopes alive.
Yeah, and he might have some flashbacks from last year. Well, it was his very good friend, Federico Camporesi, up in the same spot, also facing elimination against an underdog. No shade to Costa, but some of these players are just so good and so well established. And yeah, Marco Silva, well, he has been in this position before. He has lost games on stream before, of course. But yeah, he really will not want to go down like this. And yeah, must be thinking about what would be the best way to adapt. Because yeah, Screamtail wasn't it. I'll be frank. Like, Screamtail just didn't do anything in this game. With the Weezing and the Terra Ghost Calyrex, if anything, the Weezing, it was just hurting Marco how Screamtail went down and gave a boost over to his opponent essentially for free. So I would be surprised if Screamtail came out again. It was a really nice idea, like the turn 1 play. You switch in Screamtail as your opponent goes for the double protect, and then you have the benefit of locking something in with Encore. But because of that scale shot doing so much damage, everything seemed to be in range of Astral Barrage all of a sudden. And yeah, that same game plan won't work for Marco, I'm afraid. I think he needs to switch something up.
What's nice in the Screamtail is that you do immediately threaten the Koraidon. If you lead it, you could bait out a Terra there, even a Play Rough. It's not the most offensive Pokemon, but it's dealing double super effective damage. But what's going to be the switch up? Weezing and Koraidon once more hitting the field over on the other side. Sinistra and Miraidon this time. It was Terra Electric on Miraidon last game, but maybe you wanted it to be the Terrapagos instead. The Pokemon that we see so often being a so-called Terra Hog. If it's lurking in the back, let's see if Marco is able to retain that Terrestrialization. This could be the end of the road for Marco at the Bologna Special Championships. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, leading Sinistra is not something that you typically would want to do, but against Weezing, at this point, well, you can't really make use of Hospitality anyway because abilities are shut down. So leading Sinistra potentially just for the Rage Powder option, and because you have the Focus Sash, yeah, this is such a weird set here coming out from our reigning LATAM International Champion, but this might just be exactly what he needs right here to keep Miraidon safe, and once more, it is going to be Terrestrialization on Miraidon right away.
Terra Electric on the Miraidon, it's getting charged up and ready. Sinistra is just going for the Protect. Are we going to see another scale shot here coming out of Mateo's Koraidon? Did so much damage, there it is.
Yep.
That's going to be one.
How many hits?
That's going to be two. We've got a third. Do we have a fourth? It's just going to be the three. That could be the opening that Marco needs. How is Marco going to be responding? Breathing a sigh of relief like you did just then, Marcus. Yeah. It's going to be a big Terra Electric boosted Electro Drift into the Weezing. I want those abilities online right here, right now, but it's not going to happen. It's not going to be doing the knockout because we don't have the Electric Terrain on the field. And, of course, the Assault Vest rather than Choice Bets Miraidon.
Yep, that doesn't KO, and now Weezing had the chance to go for an attack into Sinistra. Still taking so much damage on Miraidon. I wonder if that is in range of a Terra Astro Barrage. It might just be outside of it. So maybe Marco is feeling a little bit better with how that went already. But yeah, where do you go from here is the question I have.
Well, Screamtail could have been a really nice Pokemon there, again, because you're taking no damage from the Scale Shot, but a big Collision Course now super effective into Marco's freshly switched in Incineroar. My goodness gracious me! Mateo has hopped onto their bike, no Rage Powder, the one-hit knockout, and it's a real upset potentially here at the Bologna Special event, as a Shadow Ball from the Sinistra will be enough to secure the KO onto Weezing.
Okay, well, that went... well, at least the Shadow Ball got the KO here. I mean, I think there was a world where Weezing just hangs on very, very barely. But now, well, you have committed Terrestrialization on Miraidon. Yeah. Well, abilities are back online, and you have Rage Powder. So there's something that you have going for you, but yeah, you won't be able to utilize Terrapagos to the best of its abilities because, yeah, you cannot Terrestrialize it. And without Terrestrialization, Terrapagos is just a little weak. It's nice to have the Electric Seed, but taking on Calyrex Shadow Rider will be really tough once more.
And of course, the Koraidon is threatening it down with so much Fighting-type super effective damage. You do have the Terra Shell, at least for a turn, reducing the damage from those attacks while the HP bar is full, and as you say, the Rage Powder there. But Astral Bra is threatening the Sinistra with super effective damage too.
So the thing is, a double up, Psychic and Collision Course would knock out Terrapagos. Both players know this. However, there's the Rage Powder threat, which would completely neutralize that play, because it doesn't take any damage from Collision Course. But I had a feeling that Marco was not going for the Rage Powder play because it seems kind of obvious, and it feels like Marco needs to take a risk here in order to come back. So if Mateo calls this, if Mateo goes for a double up, Psychic and Collision Course into Terrapagos, this battle might be over and Mateo might advance to day 2. But, of course, this is such a risky play to make. Let's see how they react to this.
I'm wondering how Marco deals with this Calyrex Shadow Rider, outspeeding the Miraidon. That was a Protect coming out from the Sinistra.
The Scale Shot.
Scale Shot, yeah, another one of those. Astral Barrage, how much? Well, it's not going to do anything to the Terrapagos here.
Yeah,
so Marco is given a bit of wiggle room now.
Yeah, so actually with a Scale Shot, of course, Koraidon now was faster than Calyrex Shadow Rider. So the order didn't work quite out for Mateo to go for that play because, Koraidon would have activated the Terra Shell first. So actually, Marco wasn't in any real danger. And Mateo wanted to get rid of Sinistra, but nice play there by Marco, calling the double up, protecting and getting some much needed damage on Koraidon.
But now you're back still against the wall in Marco's shoes. Another Protect, the double Protect. It gets more likely to fail the more times it's used in succession there. Sinister not taking any damage once more. Is that the opening that Marco needs? Just the Psychic was the double up into the Sinister slot, so Terrapagos can get off some more free damage. Yeah. Okay, so the table's potentially starting to turn here. One more Terra Starstorm, that's going to be Koraidon going back. Terrapagos is staying on the field, Koraidon returning to Area 0.
Yeah, that was a big play here by Marco, going for the double protect and getting it. This Calyrex would have gotten a boost because, yeah, Koraidon outspeeds, would have broken the Focus Sash, then Calyrex with the knockout, then Marco would have been forced to go into Miraidon, and then potentially, I know there's a lot of ifs, but then maybe Calyrex could have gotten the knockout on Miraidon as well, and we would have been in a very similar spot once more against this Terrapagos. But now, with this double protect, and with how the past 2 turns went, all of a sudden Mateo is down to his last 2 Pokemon in this game. And while it's still tough for Marco to deal with Calyrex, it seems doable.
Well, we'll see if it's doable as Miraidon joins the fray. It's got the Assault there, so it will be taking those special attacks a whole lot better. That is an advantage of running that item. You have some more pivoting potential. Let's see if it will be enough for taking this Astral Barrage. As now, finally, the Terrapagos gets its Electric Seed boosted, but not going to have any effect here. It's only special attacks coming out from the other side. And it's finally time for the Terastallization. Is this going to be the final late-game clincher that Mateo needs? The Terra Ghost. Maybe this is what's going to be enough to push the Astral Barrage into a KO onto the Assault Vest Miraidon. It's got that Terra Ghost crown. First of all, it's going to be the Walking Wake, attacking through the Terra Shell. Yep, Snarl, so reducing the special attack as well, and all of that chip damage could be crucial for sweeping through Marco's team. 2 special attackers, they don't appreciate that special attack drop one little bit. Right, it's time, trainers. The Astral Barrage, Terrapagos taking no damage. Is the Miraidon going to be hanging on? Can Marco hop on his bike and take us through into day 2? No! With the critical hit as well. Unconfirmed as to whether that critical hit mattered. Marcus, what do you think?
I think it would have been really tough. I think this might have been enough for the KO even without the critical hit.
Yeah.
That tiny bit of Snarl chip is so important on Terrapagos. But of course, Terrapagos will be able to retaliate with Terra Starstorm at -1. Doesn't do that much damage. And now, of course, Marco will be able to bring in Sinistcha and heal Terrapagos back up.
Yeah.
But the problem is that Sinistcha, well, it seems like Snarl is the perfect move for this situation. You would break the Focus Sash on Sinistcha. You lower the damage on Terrapagos even further. So I guess you want to go for like Protect. You could try to go for a Calm Mind, but
yeah,
and then like you Rage Powder the next turn because you want to try and set up there. But this is so tough. So what did Mateo decide to do? Is this a double up onto Sinistcha? This would be huge.
The Astral Barrage, is the Sinistcha going to be hanging on? Could it maybe set up a cheeky trick for him? Let's see how much damage it does. Sinistcha is down to 1 HP, down to its Focus Sash here. Will there be a follow-up with Walking Wake? Will it be another Snarl? Will it connect? It is going to be a Snarl. It seems like that's going to be the Terra Shell, but there's going to be a miss, it looks like. No, it's not going to be missing. It's going to be connecting down. There was that little hesitation there. You're just never sure, are you? But the Sinistcha is down. There is no trick room that can be set up, but at least the Terrapagos is now back up at full. Is this what it needs? It can only attack the Calyrex Shadow Rider with the Earth Power here.
And once again, Terra Starstorm will come out. This might knock out, but it doesn't even matter.
But now you can encore.
Exactly the same kind of checkmate situation like in Game 1. Mateo will be able to encore this Terrapagos into Terra Starstorm, and then this would leave Terrapagos with no move to hit Calyrex Shadow Rider. And this seems like a checkmate.
Yeah, Terrapagos seems like it can do nothing here. Just another Hydro Stream coming out into Terrapagos. No, it's not going to do all that much damage, even though the Life Orb chip onto the Walking Wake is going to be enough to take it out. You now cannot damage the Calyrex Shadow Rider. You're locked into a normal type move, and that's a ghost type Pokemon. Yeah, there it is. You can see it there, not doing any damage at all. Calyrex can just go for the Psychic, and it seems like Mateo Ferrari has come up. You can try all you want, my friend. You can try and lock into that Earth Power, Marco. It's just not going to work. Psychic will be racking up and up that damage. Don't even need to. Just going to be that turn in a 2-0 victory. Massive upset as Mateo Ferrari claims Swiss Round 8 against Marco Silva.
Wow, going up against the rank 2 in championship points in the previous round, losing the first win and then going up against the number 1 in
Pressure
championship
wasn't
points
enough back then.
on stream. Matteo Ferrari withstands the pressure and is able to take down Marco. And you have to feel with Marco as well, of course, bringing such a cool and unique team. And then finally you get the opportunity to showcase it off on stream, and then just nothing really works out because, Matteo just played so well, using Encore on Calyrex to the best, one of the best uses of Encore that I've really seen on that Pokemon. Locking out Terrapagos off these end games in Game 1 and in Game 2. So even despite that double protect by Marco, Matteo playing so well to their outs. And the Walking Wake Calyrex combination in the back is exactly what he needed.
Oh, so perfect, so perfect. And the scale shot on Koraidon too. That's what brought Miraidon down to 11 HP in this situation. Yeah, Game 2, it only hit the 3 times as opposed to all 5. But still, Matteo had exactly what they needed in the back. More Astral Barrages, one hit KO onto the Screamtail, and it's what it was needed. And you and I, Marcus, in that Game 1, we were saying, well, it seems like Marco's in the driver's seat now, but then all of a sudden, no, the tables were turned. And I guess now, if you're Marco, you're thinking, right, maybe I don't bring this to NAIC. Who knows? Or maybe you adapt again.
Maybe you don't bring this. There were definitely a few really cool, interesting ideas on this team. The Focus Sash Sinistra. Did it activate?
In Game 2, it definitely did. And then there was the Snarl that secured the KO.
But it wasn't quite able to get anything done. The Sinistra was there. It was drawing in attention, even without Rage Powder, but being knocked out there in the end. And the Calyrex, really the star of the show, I would say, in this game. And this is not something that we're used to seeing when it is Calyrex Shadow Rider against Terrapagos.
No.
But it seems like in this regulation, when Calyrex Shadow Rider has another restricted to support it with fighting type damage, whether it's Koraidon or Zamazenta, then all of a sudden Calyrex Shadow Rider has a field day against Terrapagos. And we really saw Matteo kind of convert on that. He didn't knock out Terrapagos with a fighting type move in either game, but in both games kind of forced out the terrestrialization on the Miraidon, and then it wasn't there for Terrapagos in the end game when you really needed it.
Yeah, I wonder if Marco will go back and watch those games and think, I don't know, maybe instead I go for Rage Powder with Sinistra and I don't terrestrialize my Miraidon.
Yeah.
So it's ready to go in the back for something like the Terrapagos. But, maybe Marco knew it had the Focus Sash, so clearly it wasn't that bulky.
Yeah, but then exactly, like how much damage does Scale Shot do? Like maybe if you get a couple of hits with Scale Shot, that would be enough for the KO even through the Focus Sash. So maybe that is something that Marco was afraid of. Going for the terrestrialization early on Miraidon, I feel like that was kind of decisive already, even though we didn't know it at the time. But then it allowed for these end games where Calyrex with Encore could really shut down Terrapagos, and that gave Matteo, the tools to victory.
Yeah, that was such a good advert, such a good showcase for running Encore on your Calyrex Shadow Riders, and that could be something that really cements it in the format right now. We were talking before the game, Marcus, about how in Bologna this time last year, Calyrex Shadow Rider was beginning to become popular. Montana Mott winning with Calyrex Shadow Rider just before the Bologna Special Championships last year, and now again seems to be neighing to victory. Our most common restricted pair here this weekend for day 1 is Zamazenta and Calyrex Shadow Rider. So is it going to bear the fruit heading into day 2? Is it going to provide what these trainers need? But either way, huge congratulations to Matteo. I hope you're feeling very proud of yourself. And if you're Marco, disappointed for you. But let's face it, you didn't need the championship points.
Yeah, of course, Marco certainly qualified for Worlds already. But Matteo on the other side, looking here at the rankings once again, and Matteo, really kind of needs like a top 8 probably at this tournament in order to get as many championship points to potentially qualify. Of course, we need to see how things shape out after NAIC, but wow, I mean, you must feel really confident after such a big win, a decisive 2-0 against Marco Fierro, one of the best players in the world, and doing that on stream here in Bologna. Matteo must be over the moon right now.
I'd love to hear from Matteo the percentage to which they expected to win that last game. Were they thinking, it'll be fun to be on stream, but that's it. But now they're in day 2. Really, really fascinating. Absolute scenes. And that was just the end of day 1. We've got so much more Pokemon action tomorrow. And with upsets like that, you know you're going to want to be tuning in. Last year, of course, it was Ruben Gianzini went up against Luca Cerabelli in the grand finals. And it was Ruben who claimed the victory. Remember, at that point, Luca wasn't the world champion. No one knew who was going to win the world championships. if you can cast your mind back that far. So maybe we'll see another upset tomorrow on day 2 of the Bologna Special Championships. I wonder how Luca did in that previous round as well, of course, going for they'd already made day 2, but we'll see how their record develops over the course of the competition. Well, Marcus, don't know about you, but I want to hear from the trainer who's thrown that spanner in the works, taking down Marco Silva, multiple-time international champion. Let's hear from the disruptor, Matteo Ferrari.
Here we go. Thank you very much. Here we are with the winner, able to take down the #1 in Europe, Marco Silva. Matteo, congratulations. How are you feeling?
I am feeling really good. I think to play a win-and-in against Marco is something that is really hard, but I think the matchup was in my favor and it relaxed me a little bit.
Yeah, it did seem like you were quite comfortable in the matchup. You had the Calyrex Shadow Rider and Koraidon team against a Miraidon and Terapagos. We don't usually see Miraidon Terapagos, but Calyrex Shadow Rider and Koraidon are used quite a lot. Why did you think that that was the restricted pair you wanted to use for this tournament?
I think this is a good couple, also because Koraidon has a lot of damage, and Calyrex Shadow is really good with cleaning up and take boost and so snowball the game. And that's why I use Koraidon and the Calyrex Shadow.
Yeah, no, it's worked out very well for you because you managed to make it into that day 2. You've got a few twists on your team. You've got the Scale Shot on Koraidon without loaded dice. You've got Ability Shield instead. So why did you choose Scale Shot over something like the Flame Charge?
I thought a lot about the matchup against Miraidon, and I thought that if I have a Flame Charge, I don't force any Terra or any 50-50. Yes, he can just do Dragon Meteor on my Koraidon, and so that was finished. And with a Skill Shot, at least he has to respect the Skill Shot. Also because with the free hit, he kill the Miraidon, so without the Terra. So it's like 60% of the time I kill Miraidon, and it's like I won the game on turn 1. And I think it's really, really strong to win the game, to have a 60% to win the game on turn 1 without any trouble.
Yeah, it makes perfect sense, and you were able to force the terrestrialization on Miraidon so Terapagos couldn't terrestrialize, and that was really nice in locking down the game in the end game. So Miraidon Terapagos is not a pairing we see usually at all. So what were your thoughts when you saw that that was the restricted pair you were facing?
I was a little bit scared, but for a Scale Shot, I was not that. I was like a little bit, but not too much. And I was a little bit comfortable, also because with Scale Shot I kill Miraidon. If he uses the Terra, he can't use the Terra on his Terapagos, and the Terapagos without the Terra is not really a Uber. Is a little bit less than the other, and so Calyrex Shadow could clean up like we saw in these 2 games.
Yeah, for sure. And of course, this is the last regional level event that we have here in Europe. How are you looking for the World's qualification? Like, do you need a certain position in the tournament in the day 2?
I have 600 CPs, so I think I need a top 8 to go to the Worlds. And I'm not really sure it is enough, maybe a top 4. But to be sure, I have to win the regional, so let's see tomorrow.
Well, you made it into tomorrow. How do you feel your chances are of making a good run tomorrow?
I don't know. It depends a lot about the matchup, and so I can see tomorrow. I can't say it now.
Yeah, well, we'll have to see how you do. And congratulations again for making it into the day 2. I saw just then you've got a lot of supporters just congratulating you for getting into that day 2. Are there any shout-outs that you want to give to anyone that's here or at home?
I have a shout-out for my family, my brother that is here, my team, Palder Wins, and also the group of Turin, La Baita. And that's it.
Yeah, well, thank you very much, and congratulations for making it into day 2 once again. We're going to be wrapping up day 1 very, very shortly. Congratulations, Matteo, for making it into the day 2. Let's get into that wrap-up.
Hey, Pokemon trainers! Welcome to Pokemon Championships History, a series where we showcase important matches throughout the history of competitive Pokemon. This was the first World Championships held in the Alola region with Pokemon Sun and Moon. Our classic battle took place in the top 4 match between Tomoyuki Yoshimura and Ryota Atsubo. Japan was guaranteed to have a representative in the finals, but who would come out on top? Tomoyuki had experience playing in multiple World Championships, and this time around he made the right call on the metagame. With Ultra Beasts on his team like Nihilego to deal with the Tapu Pokemon running rampant in the format, and Buzzwole to handle Snorlax teams, Tomoyuki was in a prime spot to claim the championship title. But Ryota was not to be outdone. As the reigning Japanese national champion, Ryota wanted to solidify his claim to being the best player in the world. With a twist on the common double Tapu core, Ryota brought a team to support his choice specs Tapu Fini. But the real star of his team was Celesteela, the launch Pokemon. Many trainers feared Celesteela's ability to single-handedly bring back games from the depths of defeat, and Ryota would need a heroic effort out of Celesteela to win this set. In a game that lasted over 30 minutes, Celesteela showed just how unstoppable it can be thanks to Leech Seed recovery. If Tomoyuki wanted to keep his championship hopes alive, not only did he have to win Game 2, but he needed to do it fast. There wasn't enough time left in the round to play another slow game against Ryota, so Tomoyuki would need to be on the offensive. But sometimes the best offense is a good defense, and Assault Vest Salamence was just bulky enough to keep him in the game.
That is a big boy Salamence, taking a Choice Specs boosted Moonblast from a Tapu Fini of all things. And I know it's not known for its really big special attack, but it's still one of these Tapu Pokemon. As the trainers actually round out the game, shaking their hands, Tomoyuki will be the victor.
The clock was ticking, and 50 minutes wouldn't be enough time to finish this epic set. This meant our trainers would be concluding this match in the most dramatic way possible, +3 turns. If a match exceeds the round timer, 3 untimed turns are to be played, and whoever has more Pokemon remaining at the end of the 3rd turn will be the victor.
Time was just called in the round. We are a couple of seconds out, so this is turn 0 in the game. And in this turn 0, Metagross taking so much damage, but after the Intimidate, it's not enough.
Rounds don't commonly go to time in VGC, especially not in top 4 of the World Championships. Only 3 turns stood between these trainers and their destiny. What would ensue could be considered the most intense +3 turns in VGC history. A climactic 50-minute set came down to these final turns, and only one of these worthy trainers would be victorious. Celesteela wasn't the only Ultra Beast to show up big in this match. While the Fighting-type Buzzwole faced off against a Fairy-type and a Flying-type, Tomoyuki made an incredible read with his Z-move to try to make Buzzwole the hero of this story.
All out pummeling from your boy Buzzwole. It's not your boy Guzma like it is in the trading card game. In this case, it's a Buzzwole. It's going to be dealing some pretty sizable damage. It would like to get that on Celesteela, I think, a Pokemon that sometimes people try and bust through the defensive of with all of these fists.
But instead, the Crocodile is going to get knocked out by this all-out pummeling, leaving Ryota down with just 2 Pokemon on his side of the field as we go into the final turn of this game.
With a 3-2 Pokemon advantage for Tomoyuki going into turn 3, Ryota could see his hopes of victory slipping away. This was Celesteela's last chance to launch Ryota into the annals of VGC history.
It's been so close coming down to the wire, but Buzzwole doing what it does best with the Z-move. No, it protects from Tomoyuki. Instead, Sludge Bomb into that Tapu Fini. Not going to knock it out. Instead, Moonblast into the Buzzwole for the knockout. Ryota's clawing his way back. He still has a chance. The Heavy Slam from the Celesteela into the Nihilego. Will it knock out without the Intimidate?
A critical hit!
Critical hit!
It does it in the last second!
Ryota gets into the finals thanks to a critical hit from his Celesteela in the final turn of this game.
Tapu Fini hung on with 1 HP, and then crit from his trusty Celesteela. Ryota won an unbelievable set against Tomoyuki and would go on to leave Anaheim as the VGC 2017 Masters Division World Champion. Thank you for watching, and let us know some of your favorite moments in VGC history by using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
Also mein Name ist Florian Temme. In-game Tag ist Turbos.
Regionals, Earth Power into that Galaxy 5. That's going to be enough for the KO. Florian Temme wins the Dortmund Regional Championships.
Meine Rolle in der Community ist eher so Practice-Partner, Teambuilding-Partner und generell auch ein Turnierspieler. Auch generell auch für da, die gerade Hilfe brauchen. Insgesamt lief das Event besser, als ich es vorher dachte. Ich bin reingegangen und habe mir erstmal gedacht, okay, erstmal ein bisschen Practice holen, ein paar Sets spielen und soweit es geht, entweder als Top Card, Day 2, soweit es geht, reinzukommen. Dann Day 2 mit 8-1 geendet und danach Day 2 mit Cut in 11-3 bekommen, bis halt jetzt endlich auch zum G-Regional-Sieg. Ich war recht entspannt, weil ich sehe das so, als wäre es so meine Abschlussprüfung zum Beispiel bei der Informatik gewesen und dadurch habe ich meine Ruhe bekommen und dadurch konntest du auch dich konzentrieren und auch besser performen. Was mich da besser gemacht habe, ist meine Erfahrung overall im Game, da ich jetzt schon VGC schon seit um die 10 Jahre schon spiele und dass ich unter anderem gerade für meine Matchups bestimmte Moves habe und auch EVs, um diese auch dann auch zu fixen. Plus natürlich auch die Erfahrung gerade mit dem Team. Am Anfang der Season war erstmal ein Ziel, in irgendeinem Region, egal welches, Day 2 zu erreichen. Wenn man Day 2 hat, dann natürlich weiter hochkämpfen für Top 8 und dann Semifinals und letztendlich eins zu gewinnen. Weiteres Ziel ist jetzt natürlich zum Beispiel in den Worlds Day 2 zu kommen oder positiv bei den Worlds rauszugehen.
What a fun day under the Italian sun it has been. We are here to wrap up day 1 of what has been such an amazing Pokémon Special Championship here at Bologna. Of course, I'm Costa. I've clearly lost my words because of how amazing it was. This is Jamie. Tongue twisters, they catch you out. Charlie and Marcus, obviously, we have been having such a blast throughout the entire day. In all honesty, we have had pretty much the best of the best, definitely from the Italian community. Huge turnout, 533-ish trainers out of like 650-ish. So it makes sense, right? It's sort of the Italian national per se, as a lot of trainers I've been speaking to have been talking about. But talking about highlights and the moments that we've just been enjoying, Jamie, do you have anything to start us off with? Any sort of individual moment that pulled out to you?
Normally for highlights, we think of like the explosive turns and wow, that was so game-changing. For me, I think it was just the little subtle encore from Clefairy in Lunala to keep it going for Moongeist Beam that it still wanted to do anyway, but then it was just the foresight of, in a couple of turns, you can't wide guard anymore. And that, like, just that very subtle play, I think that deserves a shout out because, like I said, it's always the explosive ones, it's never the subtle ones, but that was very, very beautiful.
From the competitive to very much the casual, my highlight was a fantastic why not joke that Marcus got me with earlier. But now I have a question for you, Marcus.
Yeah.
Oh, hello. What's happening?
The Aqua Mouse Pokemon say to his fiancée?
Will you marry me?
He did it! Will you marry me? Very good, smashed it. Absolutely incredible. Marcus, yeah, put it there.
I didn't hear a yes.
I didn't hear a yes either. That's a good point. All right.
Will you marry me?
Going over to Marcus. Please give me a highlight right now.
Well, I was going to say my highlight was Luca Cherryberry playing against Lorenzo Silvestrini. Such a really, really like masterclass of VGC. But now after this, I mean, of course, that was my highlight of the day.
Actually, all right, and we obviously know the highlight from Charlie's side of the field. But yeah, I guess, I don't know. There's been quite a few matches, a lot of different sort of contentions when it comes to the different compositions we've been seeing, and Kyogres. I've been really enjoying the Kyogres. I'm always a Kyogre stan, so shout outs, of course, to Santiago being able to represent to a very good level previously. But enough of that. I think we've gone ahead and had our own little moments of highlights. Talk about the players themselves, the ones that have been able to qualify into what has been such a high-impact competitive day 1 going into day 2. We've got a plethora of them, but yeah, I think we just had a chat with Francesco Pardini. He's one of our notable players, of course, to watch out. He was very happy. He's ended with 7-1, so we can guarantee he is through and obviously looking to try to work on that further. Any other notable players that you would like to call out as well progressing into day 2?
Yeah, I think Matteo Ferrari was just able to take down the #1 in Europe, Marco Silva. Very, very nicely done. Taking down a Miraidon and Terrapagos team. Like, I did say that I wanted to see a little bit of spice coming into this, and do the players that feel secure. Marco is the most secure in Europe. Do they end up bringing something that is a little bit spicy? And yeah, it seems so, and it wasn't quite able to get that last little bit to make it into that second day.
I think it's so important, though, because this is the testing ground, right? Heading into NAIC in a couple of weeks' time. This is exactly the time to try out those teams. If you're Marco, you've got that cushion, you've got all those points behind you. This is where to figure out what works and what doesn't. So I think Marco should still be feeling really happy. You've got some valuable information there.
Absolutely, yeah. I think some players that I have my eyes out on is Giuseppe Musico from Italy, finishing, I believe, with a flawless 8-0 record, and then also the French group with a Call My Lunala, quite a few of them making it to day 2.
Yeah, exactly that. And we've got a lot more trainers at that as well that we can actually go ahead and feature, call out. You know, there's going to be a lot of pressure, especially going into this final event. It is honestly such a monumental point for trainers to be able to make or break their invitation through to Worlds. And what an astounding accolade of trainers we've got available.
Yeah, we see plenty of Italians here. That's obviously to be expected with the sheer numbers here, but plenty of non-Italians that were able to make it through. You can see some players that have had some very good achievements behind them, like Tiatin Massau was able to make top 8 at the European International and has clearly had a very good performance here, making it into that second day. Adam Shafawi, another very, very strong French player, so I'm not surprised to see those two make it into that second day.
Yeah. Miguel Paquete as well from the Portugal region. This is only a handful, of course. Lewis Markle, a runner-up from the Utrecht Special Championships as well. Clearly on a bit of a tear at the moment, so I'm looking forward to seeing more coming out from Lewis.
Yeah, and then, of course, Ruben and Luca, our 2 finalists from last year from Bologna, still in the tournament, still in there, and both of them played really, really well on stream. And yeah, we might get to see them again tomorrow, maybe even playing against each other. Well, we'll see about that, but that's definitely a very, very high level of talent in this tournament.
Yeah, but if you want to make sure you are in tune with all of the action, we do have these start times to make sure you are on time, ready with your refreshments, whatever part of the world you are in. Of course, 9 a.m. Central Eastern Standard Time and midnight a.m. Pacific time too. But yeah, there's going to be a lot on the line. I know with all the championship points and whatnot we've been talking about, sure, there's a direct invitation always at the end of the line, but, you know, trainers are really trying to vie for the best thing they can. Very much do at this point of the event, final regional event going into the next stage, North America International Championships. And yeah, that's going to be a lot of hype. I know we're not there just yet, but we do have a bit of a sneaky preview to build up even more hype going into what will be the final international.
Out of pocket, both switches are firing. He's gonna get the KO.
Orange Juicers getting it done, bell to bell.
There it is, the prime catcher.
Andrew Hedrick taking the win. Patrick through the paralysis and with a critical hit takes the win.
June 13th to 15th, you will not want to miss it. We saw, obviously, our currently reigning North America International Champion, Patrick Connors, doing such an incredible job there. And obviously, there's so much more opportunity, not only for others to be able to vie for the title, but most importantly, even Patrick to try to go ahead and wrap things up, get that second peat from the previous season. But we also have a very handy website available as well to make sure you are always in tune with all of the latest action at Pokemon.com/broadcast. There is a lot going on there, a lot of great information as well, handy little website. However, that's not the only thing available. We also have our channels, both on YouTube as well as Twitch, where we directly stream live. And of course, we do have the videos available afterwards. However, final point, socials, where you can go ahead and get involved utilizing the hashtag #PlayPokemon. Make the conversation, try to go ahead and show off one of the awesome illustrations. If you've got any, we saw quite a few earlier on. We're able to feature on broadcast with the drawing competitions. Make sure you do not get left out. And finally, with that being the case, I think we've got a lot going on in terms of expectations with players. Anyone trainer you would say and put down a bet on in terms of confidence with who's going to win it tomorrow?
I think I'm going to go with, I'm going to steal everyone's Francesco Pardini. We just had that conversation, right?
I brought him up.
I chose him because I knew that everyone else was going to choose him, and now you have to think on your feet. But I do have a lot of faith in Francesco. He's a very veteran player, been playing for over a decade at this point, and that experience should come into the fore, I think.
I'm going to go with a spicier pick myself. Ruben Gianzini.
Oh, wow.
They're going to do it again. They're going to be the repeat Bologna Special Champion, just like Michel Kelch did earlier this season with Stockholm.
So no, I could have gone for our third and final player to watch, but of course we saw how Marco didn't quite make it into day 2. So I'm a pivot, and I'll go with Lewis Merkel, fellow German player, coming off hot of a second place in Utrecht, now 7-1 here, using their same trusted team that they have so much experience with. And yeah, I don't know what would stop them at this point.
We're going to have to find out tomorrow. Stay in tune. And I'll have to say, Luca Cheribelli, our current reigning world champion, who was the finalist last year. Who knows? Maybe he's going to be able to go ahead and clinch that title up.
Sorry you didn't ask, Costa. That was so impolite of us. Thank you for sharing it anyway.
I appreciate the afterthought. But regardless, with that being said, I think we're all jazzed up and excited to tune in for tomorrow. Make sure you are as well. We're going to be starting very early. But with that being said, thank you so much for tuning in for today. I will be catching you tomorrow.